Chapter 81, Should have met him earlier. Today was a very good day, and the Country of Fire's palace was in a ceremonial mode. All the eunuchs and palace maids were wearing red clothes that were specially made for this occasion. The Weiyang Palace was the most solemn place for the royals to hold a banquet. It was normally used to host royals from other countries. However, today was a special occasion. It was used to send off Shen-ao. Shen-ao would be on his way to Grand White Grotto Heaven and be a disciple there tomorrow. Not only could he be part of Grand White Grotto Heaven, Supremacy Ziyang liked him very much and was willing to take him as a disciple. As a disciple favored by an immortal senior, he would be able to take his place someday. The elder could give lessons to thousands of students, but he would only have a dozen and named disciples. The number of disciples would be even lesser, normally no more than 3. It was not rare to have even one disciple. After Shen-ao became Supremacy Ziyang's disciple, he would definitely learn a lot from him. Shen-ao would undoubtedly reach the Golden Core stage in the future, and Nascent Soul would not be a dream either. Even the King of Fire, Shen Xiao, was just a peak Golden Core cultivator. Although there were some Nascent Soul cultivators among the senior guardians that were training in a discreet place in the palace, not all Nascent Souls were the same. Some stronger Nascent Soul cultivators could fight against 100 Nascent Soul cultivators that were not as good. The Country of Fire's royals were no different from commoners in Eastern Wilderness, as there were countless royals like them roaming about. They were nothing compared to Grand White Grotto Heaven that was considered the top Grotto Heaven. It was Shen-ao's fortuitous opportunity for being favored by Supremacy Ziyang. As long as the 6th Prince worked hard in the future, he would be able to reach the Nascent Soul stage if he was lucky. Then, he could easily be the Country of Fire's strongest defender, meaning the country would be safer and more stable. All the neighboring countries would show some respect to the Grand White Grotto Heaven elder that was defending the Country of Fire. Thus, this send-off banquet was very important to all the royals and nobles from the Country of Fire, as well as the itinerant cultivators. Everyone had prepared some valuable gifts just to please the 6th Prince. Luckily, the 6th Prince was still at the Foundation establishment stage now. When Shen-ao was at the Golden Core stage, he would not be interested in this worthless trash. Those royals were not successful for nothing. Naturally, they knew how to act in their own self-interest. "My prince. Did not see you in a few days, and you've gotten handsome again." "Splendid, your highness. You are at the Foundation establishment stage at such a young age? You must be a genius." "My daughter is 16 this year. She admires you very much and would like to serve you by your side." "Your highness, do you need any servant? My son is ready to take up that role if you need him." A crowd surrounded Shen-ao, who was wearing a red python robe. His behavior fit his status, but there was disappointment in his eyes. A few days ago, Shen-ao visited Myriad Spirit Garden after reaching the Foundation establishment stage to get some presents for his master. Since his servant, Li, had contact with his 13th brother, he believed Li had bad luck and thus didn't bring him along. Even so, Shen-ao still felt that Li had affected his providence. Before he could even reach the Myriad Spirit Garden, he suffered a chi deviation under a tree and woke up 2 days later. He had passed out for the entire 2 days. Shen-ao had a tight schedule and could only stay in the Myriad Spirit Garden for 3 days. Yet, he had spent 2/3 of the time sleeping. After Shen-ao woke up, he wasted no time and entered the Myriad Spirit Garden. He had heard about a legendary person there. His name was Shen-ao Tian, a name very similar to his. However, Shen-ao felt that he was nothing similar to him as Shen-ao Tian was a legend in Myriad Spirit Garden. "If we are fated, my services will be free, but if we are not, no amount of gold would fancy me." This was how generous this legend was. He had chosen over 100 spirit ores, and nothing had the value below 10 times. This was how good this legend was. To protect his believers, he had gone against his will and chosen a spirit stone for divine firmaments sanctus. This was how kind this legend was. Shen-ao was very remorseful. If only he had reached Myriad Spirit Garden 2 days earlier, he could have still been able to meet this Master Celestial. How could he have missed such a legend? Just because he had accidentally suffered a chi deviation during training and passed out for 2 days? Well, even if he did not manage to find Master Celestial, there was still the Celiever's Grand Elder and current leader. He might have a way to contact this Master Celestial. Shen-ao heard that many people visited the Sky Spirit Pavilion after Master Celestial had gone missing for a day. Thus, he thought that as the leader of Celievers, Shopkeeper Song might know where Master Celestial was. However, he found out that the Sky Spirit Pavilion would be closed for a month. The shopkeeper and his son were nowhere to be found. Shenao was utterly depressed. 13th brother, seriously? Is your bad luck that powerful? Shenao decided not to stay in the Myriad Spirit Garden any longer. He believed his Providence was getting weaker each minute he spent his time there. What about choosing the ore myself? LOL. Shenao had a feeling that he could not even earn 100 spirit stones if he used all his money here. Hence, he left the Myriad Spirit Garden in disappointment. He decided to face his fate. He would have to buy the present with his pocket money, and that would not be cheap. Luck is not on my side. Shenao was very close to depression while returning to the palace. However, now that he had arrived and everyone was flattering him, he felt better. Unfortunately, that regretful feeling was still buried deep down in his heart. He decided to visit the Myriad Spirit Garden again after today's bouquet and wait for Master Celestial. Shenao Dian had disappeared for 3 days before, so he may have been in secluded cultivation this time too. As long as I camp for him long enough, I'll definitely meet him. A loud bell suddenly rang and interrupted Shenao's thoughts. The Weiyang Palace's eunuch screamed in a shrill voice, "Your Majesty is here." Everyone in the Weiyang Palace knelt down and waited for the king's arrival. Soon, the King of Fire walked into the palace with a large group of palace maids. He looked solemn and dignified. His reddish-golden dragon robe brought out his aura even further. "Everyone, please rise," said Shen Xiao and looked at Shenao proudly. "My son, Shenao, is gifted and talented. He was born to be special. Going to Grand White Grotto Heaven is just his first step to greatness." Shen Xiao was pleased with his son. He smiled and said, "Today is an important day for my son. Ao, do you have anything you wish for? Tell father, I'll grant you whatever you wish for." Shenao was very touched by his father's words, but he could not help but still feel a sense of disappointment. So what if I have a doting father? I still cannot meet Master Celestial. That's a lifetime tragedy. At the same time, a handsome man outside the Weiyang Palace sneezed. He was late for the banquet as he had gone to buy a present for his 6th brother. Chapter 82, If you could see this, you would be so happy. The 13th prince is here. The eunuch outside of the Weiyang Palace stumbled upon those words. Everyone in the palace stopped what they were doing and stared at the palace's slowly opening gate. There was dead silence, and only the 13th prince's footsteps could be heard loud and clear. Shenao could still fake a smile to the guests a moment ago. However, upon hearing this dreadful piece of news, he could no longer do it. He started to doubt if he had somehow offended the god of fate. Ever since the 13th prince had reached the age of 6 and started to understand what was going on around him, he would seldom appear on such occasions. He had been living alone in Lan's palace for the past 10 years. Even when his father would have a birthday celebration, he would simply make someone pass the king as present. He had never shown his face for a banquet, and everyone was taking it as the norm. Although he would still receive the invitation for all the banquets, he had never shown up before, not even once. "Why are you here today? You wanted that low-ranked eunuch, and I gave him to you. Can you just do me a favor and let me go off in peace? Now here you are. I'm having a very bad feeling about it." Shenao had a feeling that this banquet would end up in disaster. Maybe I should not go off tomorrow just to be safe. Shen Tian slowly made his way into the hall while everyone was watching him. Although he had a bad reputation, all the girls were impressed by how good-looking he looked in that white python robe. How can someone be so handsome? No wonder he has been unlucky since birth. Maybe that's the way God makes the world fair. Shen Tian did not recognize most of the people here. He rarely interacted with people outside of the Lan's palace, while the present guests would avoid the Lan's palace when they were around too. They hardly had any interaction with each other before. Shen Tian looked around and saw a man in a king's robe. He was stunned. So this is my father? He is so normal looking. Even though he was a transmigrator and did not have any feelings toward this father, he had to properly play his role. As the 13th prince of the kingdom, he walked up to his father and bowed. "Good day, father." Shen Xiao had mixed feelings upon seeing that Shen Tian stood in front of him as a grown man. He loved and hated his 13th son at the same time. He loved concubine Lan the most when she was still alive. She had a charming character, and everyone in the palace liked her. Shen Xiao even made the arrangement to make her the queen after the 13th prince was born. However, everything changed when Shen Tian was born. 1. On the day of delivery, the sky was clear, and the sun was good. Yet, Suddenly, a thick, dense cloud hovered on top of the palace. It was not a normal thunderstorm, it was a unique energy, something more hideous. The cloud was filled with a sinister aura, and everyone in the palace was afraid. Right then, concubine Lan felt a kick in her womb, and she was about to deliver the baby. Shen Qiao had an ominous feeling and quickly fetched the best midwife for her. Although there was nothing wrong with the process, the infant did not look healthy at all. It looked like the life of the infant was depleting quickly despite just being delivered. It seemed like a hidden power was robbing the little prince's life away. Seeing that the 13th prince was going to die soon, Shen Qiao used all the arts he knew and tried to save his child. However, none of them worked. Then, concubine Lan used a mystic art and passed her own life to her son. Eventually, it worked, and Shen Tian managed to live, while the well-liked concubine lost her life because of it. It was a sorrowful day for everyone in the country. Even some other concubines were tearing upon hearing the news. The dark cloud slowly dispersed from the palace, however, the darkness in Shen Qiao's heart could not be removed. He spent a huge amount of money and used a coffin made from mystic ice that could preserve concubine Lan's body. Shen Qiao would visit her grave every year since then, as she was the only woman he had ever loved. Although she was just a concubine, the king had never made anyone else the queen. It seemed like they had found true love until Shen Tian appeared. Thus, whenever Shen Qiao saw Shen Tian, this heartbreaking memory would resurface. In order to feel better, he had been taking middle-grade forgetting pills that were even effective for golden core cultivators. Eventually, Shen Qiao asked eunuch Gui to look after the prince instead and avoided the Lan's palace afterward. He had to admit that he was trying to escape from reality. Now, seeing that his son was a grown and mature man now, the king did some soul-searching. "My dear Lan, the kid you saved with your life is a grown man now. If you could see this, you would be so happy." He sighed and said, "Tian, what brings you here?" Shen Tian smiled and said, "I heard that my brother is going to Grand White Grotto Heaven to further his cultivation. I'm here to send him off." Shen Ao was shocked by what he heard. "You are here to send me off?" "No. You are here to finish me off." Shen Ao was panicking, but Shen Qiao felt touched by the answer. "It's good to see you two are on such good terms. Go on, sit beside Ao. You two can have a nice chat. He will not be around in the future. I bet you will miss him." Shen Ao's mouth twitched. Who the hell is on good terms with him? He coughed and said, "Father, I still have to entertain the guests. I think Shen Tian should sit with second brother instead." The second prince, Shen Long, was watching the show beside them, and when he heard his name, a chill ran down his spine. He quickly said, It's okay. You two should chat more. I'll entertain the guests for you." Seeing that his two brothers were so nice and kind, Shen Tian was very touched. "Brothers, I'm the youngest here. I should be the one going." Then, Shen Tian turned around and had the shock of his life. All the guests, who were moving around just now, had all sat down. They were eating the dishes served, and no one had the time to look up at all. It was as though this meal was the finest meal they had in ages. SSS. They were the royals indeed. It was admirable how fast they could react toward an impending disaster. Chapter 83, You Make Me Proud. "Seems like our guests are really hungry," commented the King of Fire. He smiled and added, "Long, Ao, Tian, you guys can sit together." "What?" Shen Long and Shen Ao were stunned. Shen Tian said, "Thank you, father." Shen Tian was happy that the three of them could sit together. Honestly, Shen Tian felt very lonely after transmigrating to this world. Although eunuch Gui was very caring, he was very modest, and that created a distance between them. His fans in Myriad Spirit Garden, on the other hand, were over-enthusiastic, and Shen Tian was uncomfortable around them. Since his brothers didn't show him preferential treatment or treat him in a strange way, he felt at home. He said to Shen Ao, "Brother, by right, I should not have been late for your big day. As an apology, I have prepared a present for you." Shen Ao's heart skipped a beat upon hearing that. "What? What do you have to bring as a present? Not like I'm daring enough to keep it." Shen Ao forced out a smile and said, "That's very kind of you. We are blood brothers, so there is no need to be so formal." Shen Tian shook his head. "Please, keep it. My brother has successfully reached the foundation establishment stage. As your brother, I have to give you something." Shen Long felt slightly embarrassed upon hearing that and started eating quietly. Then, Shen Tian took out a small box, gave it to Shen Ao, and said, "Look, brother. Do you like it?" Honestly speaking, if Shenao had a choice, he did not wish to keep Shantian's present. He knew that his brother was not very rich. As his brother, he did not want to see Shantian spending his limited resources on himself. Nonetheless, he was moved by Shantian's sincerity. "Forget, we are brothers, after all. I've had enough bad luck recently anyway. How can it be worse than missing my chance to meet Master Celestial? Right?" Shenao removed the satin cloth and opened the box. Shantian was delighted to see his brother being so careful with his present. Shenao opened the box slowly, and a silver light escaped from the content within. It was a small silver sword, about 1 meter long, and it was radiating silver light. Shenao was surprised to see this sword. This is a superior grade enchanted armament silver flying sword made from extremely light snow silver. Where did you get this treasure? It is worth at least 30,000 spirit stones. Shenao could not hide his excitement. Most of the sword enchanted armaments were general type, meaning that they could be used both for sword kinesis flight and fighting. However, some swords were better at doing one than the other. Thus, rich cultivators would own 2 swords, one for fighting and one for fleeing. This silver sword was very well known for being a top-notch flying sword. It was 30% faster in sword kinesis flight compared to other superior grade enchanted armament swords. 30% might seem little, but it would be very useful when escaping from opponents. It could easily outrun the opponent and save one's life. It would also be very handy when it came to escaping from a terrifying demon when going out with friends. The rationale was simple: you did not need to worry even if the demon was much faster than you. As long as you are faster than your friends, nothing could happen to you. In conclusion, a good flying sword might not be able to boost one's fighting power, but it certainly could save them from danger. This was the best gift Shenao had received so far. Shantian smiled and replied calmly, "I picked it up in the morning." "You picked up a silver sword?" Shenao looked at his brother doubtfully. "Are you sure you are lucky enough to pick up such a good item? Could it be that this sword is actually a defective product? I hope it will not explode halfway while I am using it." Shenao scared himself with that thought. Brother, I thought you prepared the present yourself?" Shantian was stunned for a while and tried to cover it up. Yes. I went to pick it up just for you." Shenao was rendered speechless. He felt that nothing good could happen if he used the sword. However, when looking at his 13th brother's face, he could not turn him down. He took out 2 more satin cloths and wrapped the box carefully. Shenao passed the box to Li and said, "Thank you, brother. I'm very touched." He had made up his mind. "I'm going to sell it right after the bouquet and fire this Li too." Shenao was considering hiding in Grand White Grotto Heaven and cultivating until he reached Nascent Soul when a huge purple sun appeared above Wei Yang Palace. Everyone felt enormous pressure on them, and they found it hard to breathe. There was a priest in a purple and white robe staring through that sun. He was carrying a long sword, and his body was emanating a strong blade aura. Even the King of Fire, Shen Xiao, panicked at the sight of the intruder. He knew that he could not beat this person. Clang! The intruder's long sword suddenly flew out and disappeared. In the next instant, he appeared in the center of the palace, holding his long sword. Finally, the crowd saw this man's face. Shenao's eyes lit up. "Master, why are you here?" Shenao's remark relaxed everyone. They had been thinking it was an enemy attack and had been prepared to flee the scene. It turned out that he was Shenao's master, the immortal senior from Grand White Grotto Heaven. Some people started thinking of ways to make friends with this priest. He was a supremacy in the nascent soul stage. It would be very fortunate if they were able to make friends with him. However, they felt a sense of indifference from Supremacy Ziyang. Apparently, he did not want to be disturbed. Supremacy Ziyang, who was holding a golden token that was glowing, nodded, and kept the token in his pocket. Then, he looked at Shenao and smiled kindly. "I was right. It's indeed you. Oh, my disciple. I did not expect you to have such talent. You make me proud." Chapter 84, I'll be responsible for you. "Oh, my disciple. You make me proud." Supremacy Ziyang's words left Shenao shocked. Everyone else was dumbstruck by what was happening too. What? Grand White Grotto Heaven's Supremacy Ziyang visited the country of fire personally? What? Supremacy Ziyang was surprised by the 6th Prince's talent and wanted to personally bring him to the Grotto Heaven? What? Supremacy Ziyang believed that the sixth prince could definitely be a nascent soul one day in the future. In Eastern Wilderness, it was common practice and a form of respect for disciples to visit their masters first. Never had it occurred that the master came to the disciple's doorstep to pick him up personally. It was very odd for Supremacy Ziyang to appear in the bouquet, so everyone started to wonder just how talented the sixth prince was. Even the immortal senior from Grand White Grotto Heaven could not wait to teach him. Everyone was pondering over how to flatter the prince now. However, Shen Tian felt that it was not as simple as it seemed and wanted to sneak away now. "Master, why are you here?" Shenao was confused to see Supremacy Ziyang being so friendly with him. The last time he had met Supremacy Ziyang, he was a very stern man. Why is he smiling like this now? Is he really my master? Or is he some demon in disguise? Supremacy Ziyang looked at his disciple, feeling very pleased. He said with a sneaky smile, "Haha, still trying to pretend? Have you forgotten what you did to Liliner and Myriad Spirit Garden?" Shenao was stunned. "What? What did I do? Wait. I suffered a chi deviation and lost my memory for 2 days. Damn, did I do something weird in those 2 days? Did I?" Shenao's heart skipped a beat when thinking about it. "Master, what are you talking about? I do not understand." Supremacy Ziyang rolled his eyes and said, "Must I really say that in front of everyone?" Suddenly, he started smiling. "Do you know what happened? That little girl refused to marry anyone else but you. Let me tell you this. If you two really end up together, you can reach nascent soul without a problem." Shen Tian's mouth twitched as he had a rough idea of what was going on now. He slowly moved away from his seat and prepared to run away. Then, a benevolent face appeared in front of him. "Stay here." Shen Qiao said smilingly, "I was highly valued in Grand White Grotto Heaven now. I will try to ask the Immortal Senior for a favor. I want you to join Grand White Grotto Heaven together with Ao. If you are lucky enough, it might change your unlucky nature." Shen Tian was on the brink of tears. He was moved by how caring his father was, but he really had to flee now. He had been under the impression that his disguise in Myriad Spirit Garden had been foolproof. Who would have known that this Supremacy would come to the palace? "Did you have a GPS on me or something? Wait a second, GPS?" Shen Tian recalled seeing that Supremacy Ziyang had been holding a token. It looked very much like the Sword Master token he had. The only difference was that it was gold in color. Shen Tian had a smart guess. So that means these two tokens have a connection and can locate each other? At the thought of this, Shen Tian could not help but praise his wit. "Ha! I'm so smart." Shen Tian's mouth twitched upon noticing that Shenao and Supremacy Ziyang were chatting away. "Brother, you still do not understand." Fortunately, Supremacy Ziyang has never met Shenao Tian before. Shen Tian felt that it was better for him to hide for now. After all, there was danger everywhere in the cultivation world. It was better to be safe than sorry. Thus, Shen Tian quietly took out the Sword Master token and prepared to throw it somewhere. If Supremacy Ziyang managed to use some mystic art and make the two tokens resonate with each other, Shen Tian would just pretend he did not know anything. As such, he would be safe. Just as he was about to discard the Sword Master token, he felt the jade water sword in his Archean Sea ring was vibrating too. Then, a lively lolly appeared at the Wei Yang Palace's gate. "Ha! I feel it. It's my jade water sword. Brother Shen. Lionel is coming." Duang. The gate was pushed open, and the entire frame collapsed on the ground. A little girl with a flower pot on her head ran into the palace, her hoj bouncing around excitedly. Shen Tian's mouth twitched, and he buried his face on the table. He moved a wine jar in front of his head, trying to conceal himself. "I'm done for, I'm truly done for this time." Supremacy Ziyang looked at the girl and was caught between laughter and tears. "Lionel, how did you manage to get out? Senior brother is not aware of it, right?" Then, Ziyang looked at the familiar flower pot on her head, and his mouth twitched. He wished all the best for Shenao. What a tragedy. If I'm not wrong, this is the 9-leafed gladiolus plant pot. That is senior brother's favorite plant, you know. Not only did you run away from home, but you even pulled out that plant? Supremacy Ziyang could imagine just how mad his senior brother would be. "Oh, my disciple. I wish you all the best. After all, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger." On the other side, Liliner blushed when she saw Ziyang. "Uncle Master, why are you here?" "My senior brother asked me to find your brother Shen." Lee Liner was excited in an instant. Her Ahoge stood up, and she asked, So? Did you find him? Supremacy Z Yang replied proudly, Of course. Since when did I let your father down? After my genius deduction, I know that Shen Aotian is just a fake name. After reading the stars, I've already understood everything. Then, Supremacy Z Yang pushed Shen Ao in front of her and said, Never doubt how good your uncle master is. Look, do you recognize him? Lee Liner was stupefied. Who is this? Lee Liner threw a puzzled look at the blushing Shen Ao. Why did Uncle Master ask me this? How am I supposed to know who this ordinary-looking man is? Lee Liner stood there, stunned for a moment as she stared at Shen Ao and tried to recall who he was. However, she still could not recognize this person. Then, Shen Ao walked up to her. He gathered all his courage and said sincerely, Senior Sister Liner, although I cannot recall what happened between us, I'll be responsible for you if I have done something to you. Lee Liner was rendered speechless. But you are so ugly. Chapter 85, Exposed. Lee Liner looked at Shen Ao and felt a myriad of emotions, such as helplessness and disappointment. She mumbled, I shouldn't feel wrong. Supremacy Z Yang felt something was not right too. He asked, What's the matter? Lee Liner complained, Uncle Master, you have the wrong person. He is not my brother Shen. Supremacy Z Yang froze for a moment, and then his face turned red with anger. His entire body was shivering with rage. Have I treated you poorly? How dare you lie to me? His master's sudden rage dumbfounded Shen Ao. Master, when did I lie to you? You are the one who said Fairy Liner insisted on marrying me. I'm willing to take up that responsibility, so why am I blamed? Shen Ao said pitifully, Master, I don't get it. Supremacy Z Yang barked, still trying to deny? Why did you claim that you were Master Celestial Aotian? What? I claimed that I'm Master Celestial? Shen Ao was the country of fire's once-in-a-century genius, so his IQ was high too. He understood what was happening immediately. Master Celestial seems to be an item with Fairy Liner. And my name is very similar to Master Celestial. That's where my master made a mistake. SSS. Shen Ao felt a chill running down his spine. Damn. Here I thought my master is finally showing his appreciation for me. I'm this close to entering Grand White Grotto Heaven and on my way to become a heavenly venerable. Why did this happen to me? I feel that I have a bleak future instead. Wait. Isn't it Supremacy Z Yang's fault, to begin with? Supremacy Z Yang was not there to reason with people. He had been embarrassed in front of so many people in the Weiyang Palace today because of his disciple. Even Shen Ao knew that he would have a hard time under him if he did not carefully settle this problem. He could even be expelled from the Grotto Heaven. God! What have I done wrong? Suddenly, he recalled something, turned around, and looked at his 13th brother with hatred. What should I do now? Shen Ao started to panic with sweat. That's right, I cannot put the blame on my master now, or else my future will be ruined. Thus, Shen Ao quickly said, It's all my fault. I suffered a chi deviation recently and don't remember what happened in the last 2 days. I was overjoyed when I heard what Master said just now about Senior Sister Liner. It's my fault for not clarifying what happened, misleading Master. I'm willing to take on punishment. Please forgive me, Master. I'll train harder in the future and never let such a thing happen again. Shen Ao had successfully put the blame on himself. Supremacy Z Yang finally felt better and looked at Shen Ao in satisfaction. Sigh, it's okay. You are my disciple. I'm a reasonable man, so I'll not dwell on that further. However, you will still be punished. You will go to Grand White Grotto Heaven alone from the country of fire. Hope that the harsh journey will make you less careless in the future. Then, Supremacy Z Yang scanned around the rest of the guests with a stern face. All the guests who were secretly laughing just now quickly became very nervous. Z Yang walked up to Liner and said, I think something is not right. He took out his Sword Supreme token and said, according to the location, it shouldn't be wrong. Lee Liner nodded too. I felt my Jade Water Sword too. Supremacy Z Yang said calmly, seems like Master Celestial Aotian is among them. Supremacy Z Yang took a deep breath and transmitted an immense surge of Dharmic power into the Sword Supreme token. Lee Liner closed her eyes and tried to feel for her sword too. Suddenly, a bright glow of golden light came from the Sword Supreme token in Supremacy Z Yang's hand. Clang! A sword flew out on the other side of the hall. A crystal jade long sword appeared in the air. At the same time, a silver token flew out too. Supremacy Zi Yang and Li Lioner looked in the direction of these items. They saw a man with his head lowered and face covered in his arm. Li Lioner's eyes lit up upon seeing that familiar outline. It's him. It's him. Brother Shen. Lioner is here. Shen Tian was at a loss for words. She had recognized him even though he had covered his face. He sprang up and looked at Li Lioner, who was running toward him. Shen Tian started to question life. Of course, he was not the only one who had this doubt. All the royals and nobles in the bouquet were shocked by what was happening. What? The token and the sword were with the 13th prince? So the 13th prince, Shen Tian, is the one they want? So the legendary master celestial Shen Tian is not Shen Ao, but Shen Tian? That unlucky prince? He was known to be the most unlucky man in the country of fire. No one had ever surpassed him in this area for the past 10 centuries. That fact aside, why did that Supremacy want him? Supremacy Zi Yang was the immortal senior from Grand White Grotto Heaven. Although they did not know Li Lioner, based on how Zi Yang talked to her, she must be someone important in the Grotto Heaven too. And here she was, with a flower pot on her head just to meet her lover? That genius prince, on the other side, could not even enjoy this. Shen Ao felt very jealous. Everyone's attention was on Shen Tian now, their faces were written with shock, envy, and confusion. Shen Tian felt all the evil stares from the guests as Li Lioner was just an arm away. He had no choice. He extended out his hand, and it landed right on Li Lioner's forehead. She could not go further and was forced to stop. Li Lioner was looking at Shen Tian with firmness in her eyes. Shen Tian was sure that she had recognized him. Seems like my disguise skill is not as good as I thought. Shen Tian's identity was exposed now, so he was very helpless. Help. Chapter 86, Can I Not Go? So this is the boy senior brother wants to find? Supremacy Zi Yang secretly thought in his heart. What a handsome-looking young man. If he could join our Grand White Grotto Heaven, he would be very popular if he managed to learn our sword skills. That is, of course, he could survive senior brother's sword first. Anyway, senior brother will not really kill him. It'll just be a simple lesson on sword arts. It would be beneficial for Shen Tian, long-term speaking. After all, Sword Venerable Long River, Li Kanglin, was a legend. Many disciples from the sacred grounds would be interested to learn from him too. Supremacy Zi Yang joined Shen Tian and Lioner. Seeing the way Shen Tian was treating Li Lioner, his mouth twitched. He pulled Li Lioner aside and said, "If I'm right this time, you must be Master Celestial Shen Tian, right?" Supremacy Zi Yang was much more cautious this time. Shen Tian sighed helplessly. Why is Immortal Senior so fixated on finding me? I was already fated with your Grand White Grotto Heaven once, we should let it follow the flow. Shen Tian's words were loud and clear, so everyone was flabbergasted. What? The 13th prince did not deny? Although Supremacy Zi Yang and Lioner had already recognized him just now, the guests did not believe Shen Tian was the one. After all, Supremacy Zi Yang had already made a mistake once. However, Shen Tian did not deny it at all. So it means, it's really him. Out of a sudden, the guests were looking at Shen Tian with a different attitude, especially the few people that knew who Li Lioner was. They looked at Shen Tian with envy because they knew exactly how special this girl was. Her father was Sword Venerable Long River, Li Kanglin. He was a legend in the Grand White Grotto Heaven. Although he was just an elder, he had the ability to become the headmaster. However, he was not interested in that because, according to him, that was very trivial and vain. He would rather use that time to refine his sword art. In fact, Li Kanglin was still undefeated in Eastern Wilderness until this day. Even his other successful peers could not get the upper hand. If one could marry his daughter and be favored by him, it would be even better than becoming an inner sect disciple in a sacred ground. Thus, it was really not a big deal that Shen Ao had Supremacy Zi Yang as his master. Now, all the guests were thinking about the same thing. Should I prepare another, better gift and drop it at Land's palace? I already gave a present to Shen Ao for worshipping a nascent soul master. The 13th prince has an invincible soul formation father-in-law now, so how could I not give him any present? True, Supremacy Zi Yang and Shen Tian might not even put the presents in their eyes. However, if they remembered I did not give them a gift, I might as well move away from Eastern Wilderness. Unlike the guest's utilitarian thought, the King of Fire, Shen Xiao, had a much simpler response. He was both shocked and happy to see that his son, Shen-tian, could talk to Supremacy Zi Yang skillfully. He had no idea that his son had changed so much. Shen-tian has to thank his late mother for his handsome looks. Since he's well liked by this girl from Grand White Grotto Heaven, he should be about to change his ill-starred fate with the help of that person over there. If Lan knew about it, she would definitely be happy. The sixth prince, Shenao, had mixed feelings. He suspected that his fate was going in the wrong way. He was the one that was going to have a bright future in the country of fire, and his 13th brother should be the one suffering all the bad luck since young. Why has everything changed today? Did the wheel of fortune turn? Have I depleted all my providence for the past 18 years? And has just begun? Seriously? My little brother. This bouquet is for me. Is that how you send me off? You're just stealing the show. Shenao was very jealous of how close Supremacy Zi Yang and Shen-tian seemed to be. Why? I trained so hard to gain my master's acknowledgement. Just because my little brother is good-looking, and he could get Fairy Liner's affection? Also, did my brother just say he was that Master Celestial Shenao Tian? So, the Master Celestial I admire so much is my little brother? What is happening in this world? How could 13th brother hide so deeply for so long? He picked up that silver flying sword? What a joke! I treat you like a brother, and you treat me like a brothel? You'll pay for this. Master, I felt a strong resentment aura coming from the sixth prince, Jiwa said quietly in the Heritai rosary beads. Shen-tian was stunned for a moment and looked at Shenao. I don't blame him. He had been wronged by his master just now. It is normal for him to hate his master now. He looked at Supremacy Zi Yang and said, to be honest, my name is Shen-tian. I'm the 13th prince of the country of fire. Shenao is my big brother. I'm the cause for the miscommunication just now. Please, don't blame my brother for it. Supremacy Zi Yang looked at Shenao and back at Shen-tian again. So it was Shen-tian who chose all the ores in Myriad Spirit Garden? The two of them must be very close to each other. He even included his big brother's name in that fake name. Is that the spirit of together as one family? That's just so touching. Supremacy Zi Yang started to think more highly of his own disciple. He smiled and said, it's all right. Since our Master Celestial is asking, I'm happy to oblige. Supremacy Zi Yang turned to Shenao and said, Ow, you don't have to go to our grotto heaven on your own anymore. You can come together with your little brother after your bouquet. Although Supremacy Zi Yang was no longer angry, Shenao's feelings became even more complicated. He felt like he was not special anymore. It was a buy one get one free deal for the Grand White Grotto Heaven, except he was the free one. He was on the brink of tears. I'm supposed to be the spotlight of today's bouquet. At the same time, Shen-tian had mixed feelings too. SSS, who says I'm going to Grand White Grotto Heaven? Li Liner had run away from home again. Shen-tian did not have to think too much before figuring out how angry her father would be. He had a very bad feeling about going to Grand White Grotto Heaven now. Shen-tian had no choice but to ask, can I not go? Chapter 87, Who Dares to Touch Him? He's unwilling to come to Grand White Grotto Heaven? Supremacy Zi Yang's attitude turned after hearing it. Are you kidding? My senior brother asked me to bring you to him specifically. If you come with me, senior brother will only have lessons with you. If you don't come with me, what if he uses me to let out his anger? Supremacy Zi Yang could still remember the day when he had asked to train with Sword Venerable Long River after the latter had created a new move. It was a terrible experience. Supremacy Zi Yang looked at Shen-tian firmly. Young friend, I'm tasked to do it. Please, do not make it difficult for me. His tone was rather polite as he had no idea how strong Shen-tian was. Although Supremacy Zi Yang and Sword Venerable Long River were both elders in the Grotto Heaven, they were treated differently. Sword Venerable Long River had been one of the Grand White Grotto Heaven core members ever since he was young, as he had been able to cultivate the Grand White Sutra, which was the strongest. Since Supremacy Zi Yang was not as talented as his senior brother, he was only allowed to cultivate something that was not as strong. It was nothing when compared to the prestigious Heritage 5 Heavenly Lightning cultivation technique. Although his cultivation level was much higher than Shen-tian, he could only feel a portion of Shen-tian's qi. In addition, Shen-tian was holding on to Zhang Yanqi's Phoenix Feather Mask, which helped to conceal his qi, too. Thus, Supremacy Zi Yang had no idea exactly how good Shen-tian was. However, that did not mean that Supremacy Zi Yang was afraid of Shen-tian. Even his disciple was only 18 years old. How old could his brother be? At most, they were the same age, meaning Shen-tian could only have cultivated for a maximum of 18 years. Although he was good at assessing ores, he was way too young and could not be stronger than Zi Yang. Supremacy Zi Yang had the confidence to overpower this Master Celestial if they were to have a fight. However, he was afraid that Master Celestial had support from other external sources. His cultivation technique was mysterious, and he had concealed treasure on him. Thus, he must have someone that was extremely powerful supporting him. Nonetheless, Supremacy Zi Yang did not have to worry about it. He was only inviting Shen-tian to Grand White Grotto Heaven to be their guest. It was not like they were trying to kill Shen-tian. Even if they caused the person in the dark to be unhappy about today's event, Sword Venerable Long River was still there to settle the issue. Zi Yang was only here to complete what he was told. Supremacy Zi Yang released his aura, and the whole palace felt pressured as the purple sun appeared again. At the same time, Li Lionel stood in front of Supremacy Zi Yang with the flower pot on her head. "Uncle Master Zi Yang, I can't let you hurt Brother Shen." Li Lionel's behavior rendered Supremacy Zi Yang speechless. He formed a giant purple hand with his aura and pulled Lionel away carefully. Then, he looked at Shen-tian and said, "Young friend, please give me some face and follow me to our grotto heaven. It won't turn out good if I use force to bring you over." Just as he finished, another shadow blocked Zi Yang again. It was still Li Lionel, with her flower pot. "Uncle Master. Lionel does not allow you to do that." Supremacy Zi Yang's mouth twitched as he pulled her away like what he had done earlier. Shen Xiao was very worried and gathered his dharmic power too. "Immortal Senior, why do you have to do this?" he asked. Shen Xiao was worried too. "Master, please reconsider." Supremacy Zi Yang smiled coldly and said, "Relax, I won't hurt the prince. My senior brother, Sword Venerable Long River, is very determined to meet Shen-tian. Please, stop struggling and follow me." Shen-tian was questioning his life due to Supremacy Zi Yang's determination to start a fight with him if he didn't comply. In all the novels I read before transmigrating here, the main character would never encounter opponents that were impossible to handle. It was either they were very weak or just slightly above their own ability. Why does everything change when it comes to me? It was the same previously too. When I was still at the first firmament of body tempering, I encountered that golden core cultivator, Black Blood. Sure, I was unlucky that time as my halo was black. What about now? My halo has turned green, so why is history repeating itself? I'm only at the fifth firmament of both body tempering and chi refinement. How can I beat an Asin soul cultivator? Shen-tian believed that his black rhino armor, black tortoise armor, and sword master token were enough to protect him. However, it now seemed like nothing would be enough to prepare for this dangerous cultivation world. Is my halo still not green enough to prevent such a thing? After thinking for some time, Shen-tian realized that he had no way out of this. Forget it, I have to follow him for now. I'll try to run away on the way there. Shen-tian smiled and decided to follow Zi Yang. At that moment, someone entered the palace and shouted, "Who dares to lay a finger on Mr. Shen?" A gigantic white tiger appeared in the air. Roar, roar, roar. The tiger was covered in lightning, resembling a divine creature that came from heaven. It opened its huge mouth and swallowed the purple sun. At the same time, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Shen-tian. Lightning sparks surrounded her, and her right fist was glowing with golden light. She looked like a female warrior in a white tiger armor. She landed a strike on Supremacy Zi Yang the moment she entered the Wei Yang Palace. The punch was very heavy, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Supremacy Zi Yang quickly formed a shield with his sword aura. "Purple Sun, protect me." A purple sun appeared in front of Supremacy Zi Yang, but the attack did not stop at all. Boom! To everyone's surprise, that purple sun shield was shattered in an instant, and Zi Yang flew away like a bullet. He had crashed against a few rows of shelves before he landed. Shen Ao sighed upon seeing Supremacy Zi Yang's tragic figure. "See, Master? I told you to reconsider. Why did you have to bring this to yourself?" Shen-tian did not have time to react to the sudden turn of events, so that smile of his was still plastered on his handsome face. From the guest's point of view, Shen-tian was very confident and had everything under his control. All the surrounding girls were bewildered by how cool Shen-tian looked. Chapter 88, Complicated Relationship between Saintess and Fairy. Naturally, the sudden change of events left everyone astonished. They looked at Supremacy Ziyang, who was covered in dust far away on the floor. Then, they turned and looked at the girl covered in lightning in the center of the palace. She was wearing a white tiger armor and a silver cloak. The lightning covering her was both silver and gold in color. Although she was just a golden core cultivator, she was no weaker than a Supremacy in nascent soul. She was clearly from a powerful sect, as Supremacy Ziyang was no match to her. She was not someone that people in the country of fire could mess with. The girl scanned around the palace slowly. Her look was pressurizing, and everyone felt the tension in the air. "I'm the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground Saintess. Zhang Yanqi. Don't you dare to be disrespectful to Mr. Shen." The giant hand no longer restrained Li Lion'er, so she dashed toward them. She was thrilled to see Zhang Yanqi. "Hi, Sister Yanqi." Zhang Yanqi was stunned for a moment and looked at her. Then, she smiled and said, "Lion'er, it's you." The relationship between the Grotto Heavens and Sacred Grounds was very complicated. Most of them knew each other and were friends. Thus, Zhang Yanqi and Li Lion'er knew each other since young and were good friends. Zhang Yanqi was less tense when she saw Li Lion'er. "Why are you here?" she asked. Li Lion'er smiled and said, "Sister Yanqi, it's a misunderstanding. Uncle Master Ziyang is not an enemy." Zhang Yanqi was momentarily startled. "Uncle Master Ziyang? The fellow I hit just now is that elder from Grand White Grotto Heaven?" "Never mind. There are so many elders in Grand White Grotto Heaven that I can't remember all of them." He looked like he was going to hit Shen anyway. It's his fault, to begin with. It is important that Shen does not get hurt. Since it's just a misunderstanding, then we are good here. She turned and checked on Shen to make sure he was okay. She did not want to seem too eager to talk to Shen, so she started chatting with Li Lion'er instead. "Lion'er, I heard you obtained a 7-treasure fairy calabash seed. Don't you have to take care of it at home?" Li Lion'er smiled cheekily. She pointed at the flower pot on her head and said, "The seed is here. I brought it to see Brother Shen." Zhang Yanqi became stern again. "Brother Shen?" Li Lion'er nodded fervently. "Yes. This calabash is proof of our love." The lightning around Zhang Yanqi began to spark again. She looked at Shen and asked, "Oh? Really?" Shen quickly denied, "I have nothing to do with it. It's all her imagination." Zhang Yanqi looked at Li Lion'er proudly and said, "Heard that? Brother Shen. But we are already engaged." Zhang Yanqi cut in calmly. "Not anymore. I'll be honest with you. Shen has helped my Divine Firmament Sacred Ground to recover the lost chapter of our Imperial Sutra, Declamity. According to our ancestors' rules, he will be our Divine Firmament Sacred Ground Saint. In addition, although I'm reluctant, I have to marry Shen according to the rules too." Everyone heard what Zhang Yanqi said, loud and clear. If what Supremacy Ziyang had said caused a huge wave in the ocean, Zhang Yanqi's words caused a tsunami. No one dared to talk as they were all astounded by this piece of news. It was just too much information. Fairy Lion'er from Grand White Grotto Heaven had come all the way to the country of fire just to find her lover. Now, the saintess from one of the best sacred grounds came too. Not only that, she said she would marry Shen because he had helped the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground to recover some long-lost treasure? In other words, Shen life became successful out of sudden, didn't it? Not only would he have a beautiful wife with him, but he would also have tons of money? And guess what these two best friends were doing now? They were fighting over a man. The two popular girls were fighting over the same man. Although Zhang Yanqi had said she was reluctant, she behaved nothing like it. It was a depressing truth that handsome people could be this lucky in Eastern Wilderness. In fact, Shen was jealous too. He felt that every inch of his body was jealous of Shen. Sob, sob. Today is supposed to be my banquet. Why is my brother having all the spotlight instead? In Shen mind, it was very onerous that he would join Grand White Grotto Heaven and be a disciple over there. Yet now, his master had lost a fistfight to a little girl. The saintess of Divine Firmament Sacred Ground also wants to marry my 13th brother? Not only that, but he can also become their saint? Seriously? Is my 13th brother really an unlucky person? Even a son of Providence could not be so lucky. Unlike the surrounding people, Shen did not feel happy at all. I'm doomed this time. Help me. Li Lion'er is troublesome enough, and now Zhang Yanqi is doing it too? The overprotective Li Changzhi and Li Kanglin are troublesome enough. Not to mention there are definitely other men that must fancy Lion'er. Shen Tian's life would not be a smooth sailing one if they tried to target him. Shen Tian would not be afraid at all if he had a golden halo instead. However, his halo was just a white one with green spots. He would not last long if he stayed around Li Lioner for a prolonged period. Chapter 89, Swordmaster Token does not seem so strong anymore. Shen Tian had already planned to follow Supremacy Zi Yang first before making an escape on the way. Who would have thought that a bigger problem would appear before he could settle the previous one? What kind of rules from the ancestors are these? They forced me to become their saint and gave me a saintess wife too? How would those strong disciples in the sacred ground think of me? Those who like Zhang Yanqi will try to kill me in many possible ways. I've been so careful until, and yet I still encountered people like Supremacy Zi Yang. If I'm around Zhang Yanqi every day, opponents in the soul formation stage will be hunting me every day. Suddenly, Shen Tian felt that Grand White Grotto Heaven was a much safer place than the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. Thus, Shen Tian replied, "Fairy Yanqi, you don't have to thank me for finding that lost chapter. Although I've helped you, I do not wish for anything in return. Your Divine Firmament Sacred Ground is the top sect in Eastern Wilderness. I'm not very talented, and thus not suitable to be a saint. In addition, you don't have to force yourself to marry me just because of your ancestors' rules of the past. I've made a promise to myself to stay away from romantic relationships before I reach the nascent soul stage. You don't have to worry about it." Although Shen Tian was being considerate for Zhang Yanqi's sake, she was not very happy about it. The people in the Wei Yang Palace were astounded once again. What? The 13th prince rejected her? It's such a good opportunity to be a saint and get married to a saintess. He rejected it? What's wrong with this prince? Did his bad luck infect his brain too? It's the best deal he could ever have. Are you sure your parents are okay with your decision? Boom. Just when everyone was enjoying this show, a loud sound echoed from a distance. Supremacy Zi Yang climbed out of the debris and limped toward the palace's center. His neat robe was covered in dust, his hair was very messy, while his face was covered with soot. It was obvious that the earlier punch had inflicted a lot of damage to him. Supremacy Zi Yang stared at Zhang Yanqi and said, "I see. It's Saintess Yanqi. I think you have heard what Shen Tian said. Since Shen Tian is not interested in being your saint, you don't have to follow your old ancient rules. Just let me take him back to Grand White Grotto Heaven and complete my task." Although Supremacy Zi Yang was hurting from the attack, he was not someone to step back in the face of adversity. Since Senior Brother had ordered him to bring Shen Tian back, I'll do it no matter what. Senior Brother is way scarier anyway. As Zhang Yanqi quietly stared at Zi Yang, her white tiger avatar appeared in the air. "You are merely an elder from Grand White Grotto Heaven, how dare you insult my ancestors' words like this? Since they had already made the rules in the past, we are obligated to follow them. Even though I wish to have the freedom to choose the person I love, I will not betray my sect." Supremacy Zi Yang, can I take it as you want to snatch away our Divine Firmament Sacred Ground saint? Zhang Yanqi was ready for another fight. She formed a lightning ball of silver and golden lightning on her right palm. The ball was spinning on her hand and releasing a loud screeching sound. It was one of the classic moves in the 5 Heavenly Lightning Cultivation Technique, Lightning Fist 7, Metal. Its power significantly increased when it was mixed with the mixed Divine Lightning. Zhang Yanqi had used this move to finish off a strong nascent soul cultivator, so one could imagine how much Zi Yang's words had infuriated her. She would not forgive anyone that insulted her ancestors. Although Zhang Yanqi exuded no killing intent, Supremacy Zi Yang could still feel the terrifying power surging in her body. He knew exactly how good the top 10 Golden Core cultivators were. Each individual in the Eastern Wilderness ranking would have a secret move that could deal unimaginable damage. They were on par with Supremacies and could even kill some of the weaker Supremacies. However, Zhang Yanqi's strength was beyond Supremacy Zi Yang's imagination. Is her rank really number 11? Why do I feel that she's much stronger than Li Changzhe, who is ranked number 9? Did she undergo some secret training recently? Why can't I take even one of her punches? Never mind. It is true that I cannot beat you. Supremacy Zi Yang sighed and said, "Senior Brother, I need to trouble you to come here for a moment." Then, Supremacy Zi Yang took out a golden token from his pocket. It was very similar to the Swordmaster token Shen Tian had, and the only difference was the color. However, the quality was totally different. The Swordmaster token Shen Tian possessed had been specially crafted by Li Kanglin. He had his sword skills imprinted on the special spirit gold. Shen Tian had to spend a substantial amount of spirit stones to summon the sword spirit in the token. The attack's power was only about the early stage of a nascent soul cultivator, and it was only effective at most to mid-stage. Although it was very precious, it was merely a way to protect the user. However, the sword's supreme token Supremacy Zi Yang had contained a part of Li Kanglin's soul. Thus, the presence of the token represented Li Kanglin himself. This token was very special. Li Kanglin would never have lent it to Supremacy Zi Yang if he did not need it to locate Master Celestial. Since Supremacy Zi Yang knew that he was no match for Zhang Yanxi, he decided to use this sword supreme token. The token flew in the air and suddenly burst into thousands of sword oars that slowly formed an outline of a man with a giant heavy sword. He was standing with confidence and exuded an invincible vibe. No one in Eastern Wilderness could match his way of the sword. He was a soul formation cultivator, someone that even Zhang Yanxi could not defeat. Even the number 1 Golden Core cultivator had no chance to defeat him. The difference was too huge. Zhang Yanxi looked at that token and knew things were going to get very complicated now. Shen Tian, on the other hand, looked at his sword master token. It was still the same as before, but it did not seem so strong anymore. Chapter 90, This token can be eaten? The man with the giant sword looked around the Weiyang Palace and locked his sight on Zhang Yanxi. He was surprised a little. 5 elemental yin-yang mixed divine lightning origin? That's rare. Ziyang, you lost to a golden core cultivator? Seems like your sword is too weak. Too slow. Although he said that in a relaxing tone, Supremacy Ziyang felt nothing good would happen later. Indeed, the man added, "It's okay. Find me when you come back." Supremacy Ziyang was very depressed. He was going to have a hard time with his senior brother. After chit-chatting with Supremacy Ziyang, the man looked around the palace again and was stunned when he saw a familiar face. His daughter was here too. "Lionel, you ran away from home again? This pot." The man gasped when he recognized the pot. Then, he shouted, "Lionel, what have you done?" Lionel blushed and hid the pot behind her. "You see nothing. Daddy sees nothing. Nothing." The man composed himself and commanded, "Who is Shen Tian? Step up." Shen Tian quickly took a step back. He would be a fool to really step up now. Zhang Yanxi looked at the man in the air and said, "Uncle Master Long River, Shen Tian is already our divine firmament sacred ground saint. You, a soul formation senior, are now trying to pick on my saint? What will others think of you?" Li Kanglin's soul snorted. "I don't care what others think of me. Your divine firmament sacred ground has always been on friendly terms with us. Since he is your saint now, just let me bring him back to Grand White Grotto Heaven and train him on behalf of your sacred leader. I'll send him back after some time." Zhang Yanxi was not given many choices. "So, Uncle Master Long River, you are not going to give any face?" she asked, her face blackened. Li Kanglan snorted. "Your father could say that to me, you are still not there yet." Just as he finished, another voice came from the void. "Oh? If my junior brother could say that, what about me?" A hole appeared in the air, and an old Taoist priest shot out of it. He scanned around the palace smilingly, but when he saw Shen Tian, he frowned a little. The soul of Sword Venerable Long River was shocked to see the new intruder. He took a deep breath and said, "Cough, cough. How are you doing, Senior Azure Lotus?" The old Taoist priest looked at Li Kanglin and teased, "Not good, not good. I'm too poor." Li Kanglin felt something was not right and quickly made an escape with the Sword Supreme token. The old Taoist priest smiled with confidence. "Junior brother Kanglin, I haven't seen you for a few hundred years, and you are still so cautious. Not sure if you know, but I find Shen Tian pleasing to the eye, and he will be my final disciple. You want to bring him away with force? You're not giving me face at all. Do you think you can leave without leaving any compensation? Naive." Then, the old Taoist priest turned into an azure flame and chased after them. The flame flew across the sky like a shooting star. When Li Kanglin saw that the old priest was closing in, he took out his long sword. Thousands of blade oars appeared suddenly and flew toward the old Taoist priest like a wave in the ocean. Then, the sword oar's light covered the entire palace of the country of fire. It was the Grand White Grotto Heaven's best battle art, infinite sword aura. Zhang Yanxi looked at the move with admiration. This is the true power of a soul formation cultivator. I'm still far from it. I'm still not strong enough. Although the sword oars were flooding toward him, the old Taoist priest was not worried at all. Might Tinder art. Big mouth. As he shouted, the Azure flame changed into a big Azure mouth. Thousands of sword ores flew into the open mouth, but nothing happened. Instead, the big mouth swallowed all of them. The speed of the Azure mouth was not slowed down at all either. On the contrary, it was much faster. Chu Long, if my actual body was here, I'd definitely defeat you. A voice came from the Sword Supreme token. Although it was still calm, there was a slight sense of frustration. Sword Venerable Long River had been fighting in Eastern Wilderness for many years, and not once had he been forced to defend or escape. Unfortunately, he was not the old priest's match today, as only a part of his soul was residing in the Sword Supreme token. It was strong enough to defeat a normal soul formation cultivator, but Azure Lotus was way beyond those normal cultivators' level. Li Kanglin would have taken him on if his actual person was here. Nonetheless, if he tried to fight Azure Lotus now with only a part of his actual strength, he would definitely be drafted. It was indeed dishonorable of Azure Lotus to bully a part of Kanglin's soul, but he did not care at all. What was more important was that, although it was only a part of a soul, the injury sustained would affect the actual person too. Thus, normally only Li Kanglin would carry the Sword Supreme token personally. He had only lent it to Zi Yang because this was a special case. If Azure Lotus were to get hold of this Sword Supreme token, there was a high chance that he would use it to ask for ransom from Li Kanglin. Li Kanglin had no choice but to continue trying to escape. Although he had increased his speed, the big Azure mouth was much faster. "Ha! Stop running. Let me eat you." Then, the big mouth increased in size. It became a giant black hole and absorbed all the sword ores together with the Sword Supreme token and Supremacy Zi Yang. Boom. After a few moments, the mouth spat out a naked man and blasted him away when the flame exploded. The man did not hesitate and quickly escaped. The Azure flame flew back to the palace, and the old Taoist priest appeared again. He was holding a storage ring and a golden color token. Li Kanglin is so rich. He used a sub-immortal metal to craft this token. He looked at the token and smiled satisfactorily. "It's mine now." Then, he opened his mouth and bit on the token. Kek. To everyone's surprise, the old Taoist priest ate the token's corner. Shen Tian stood frozen. "What the hell? This token can be eaten? What?" Chapter 91, He Tries to Scan Me. Kek, kek, kek. The token was only the size of a palm. The old Taoist priest only took a few bites before the token was only half of the original size. "Azure Lotus. Stop being a bully. Fight me fairly." Li Kanglin's voice came from the half token. The old Taoist priest sneered. "What do I have to gain from it? Stop being so delusional, I'm not my junior brother. You tried to bully my disciple. I'll keep the token for now. Want this part of your soul back? Find me after you have prepared 10 million spirit stones." Then, the old Taoist priest gathered an azure flame in his hand and sealed the token. Everyone in the Weiyang Palace stood flabbergasted. What a great show! First, the girl from Grand White Grotto Heaven and the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground Saintess were fighting over a man in the Country of Fire. Then, the legendary Sword Venerable appeared and fought Azure Lotus from Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. What they experienced today had never occurred before in history. It's so worth it to come for the 6th Prince's bouquet. Wait, it's the 6th Prince farewell bouquet? Shenao was depressed now. When he had finally placed the blame on himself to appease his master and was no longer punished, the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground Saintess appeared and sent his master flying with one punch. Then the elder from the Sacred Ground robbed everything his master had, inner spatial ring, robe, sword, and even socks. This shameful event would leave his master in depression for months. If Zi Yang was unlucky, it would not be impossible for mental demons to form and for his cultivation level to decrease. It was all because he had come for Shenao's farewell bouquet. Shenao was really on the brink of tears. "If I use everything I have to buy a 4th grade forgetting pill for my master, will it make my master feel better? Wait, why would I think of buying a forgetting pill for my master? Although it is an effective method, it occurred to me too fast." After eating half of the token, the old Taoist priest could not wait to eat the other half. However, he knew that he could not eat the other half as that part of Li Kanglin's soul would be destroyed. If that happened, Li Kanglin would definitely visit their Divine Firmament Sacred Ground and fight him to death. What was more important, he would not obtain the 10 million spirit stones. Sigh, why didn't this guy make the token bigger? The old Taoist priest was pouted. He saw the flower pot on Li Lioner's head. After Zi Yang had run away, Li Liner had put the flower pot back on her head, fearing that Shen Tian would not notice. Li Liner quickly dashed behind Zhang Yunxi after noticing the old Taoist priest's weird stare. "Sister Yunxi." Zhang Yunxi said loudly and helplessly, "Martial Uncle Azure Lotus, the 7-treasure fairy calabash already has an owner. There is no way to change it." It was not only for Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus but also for the other itinerant cultivators in the palace. The value of a 7-treasure fairy calabash with an owner and without were totally different. No one would risk their life to snatch a seed that already had an owner. The old Taoist priest smiled awkwardly. Cough, cough. "Am I that kind of person? This calabash is still so young, how would I dare covet it?" After a perfect diversion from the awkward topic, the old Taoist priest's eyes fell back on Shen Tian. At first, he had planned to lure Shen Tian to become his disciple. But now, he was unsure of the idea as he felt an intimate resonance in Shen Tian after meeting him. As he went closer, the feeling got stronger too. Then, he realized something. Shen Tian is cultivating the Tinder Sutra. Damn! Is my junior brother scamming me? Which son of Providence would cultivate the Tinder Sutra? Indeed, the Tinder Sutra was for people with bad luck. That was the common consensus in the cultivation world for the Tinder Sutra. The Providence in the cultivation world was very mysterious, and no one could prove that Providence actually existed. Even a Tribulation Transcendence sacred leader could not see others' Providence, even if the said person was merely a chi refinement cultivator. However, there were many case studies for Providence which proved that Providence indeed existed. Some people were so lucky since birth that no matter what they did, they would do it smoothly without any difficulties. Some people were very unlucky, and nothing good ever occurred to them. Some people could have a smooth sailing life for the first few years but lose everything before they turned 20. Some people experienced hardship from the day they were born, but everything changed for the better out of sudden one day. All these proved that there was this mysterious power affecting their life. Occasionally, their providence could be changed by certain events. So far, there was no record on ways to improve providence. All the good karma and do good, you'll be rewarded were total bluffs. Some people felt that a simple way to improve providence was to stay around the people blessed with it. Nonetheless, it was easy to decrease one's providence. All they had to do was to cultivate on the Tinder Sutra. It was the most effective way. Rumors said that the Tinder body tempering art was cursed. All who cultivated this would have bad luck follow them throughout their life. The higher the cultivation levels, the worse their luck. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus, Chu Long, had personal experience with it. Before cultivating the Tinder body tempering art, he had been very successful in Eastern Wilderness. He would encounter good fortuitous opportunities often, and his friends would often be jealous of him. Until one day, he had met with an accident and was forced to cultivate on the Tinder Sutra. It was then he started to have a downslope life. He was getting more and more unlucky each time. It had been many years since he had encountered any fortuitous opportunity. He would not even be able to continue to cultivate the art if he did not rob rich people with his skill. Thus, when the old Taoist priest felt the Tinder Sutra's presence in Shen Tian's body, he began to have doubts. Would the son of Providence really cultivate something like the Tinder body tempering art? Is my junior brother scamming me? Can I really benefit from this young man after I make him my disciple? Why do I feel that I would be even unluckier? Did my junior brother know about this? So, he is trying to scam me, right? Chapter 92, Harmonious Divine Firmament Family. Thinking till here, the old Taoist priest felt that he could not be rash. Taking a disciple was not something small, not to mention that the said disciple was cultivating the Tinder Sutra. The old Taoist priest was already leading a poor cultivation life, so the pressure of having another mouth to feed was immense. Yep, let's observe for the time being. Let's see if this kid is really blessed by Providence. If it's true, I'll take him as my disciple and help him cultivate another art. If it's fake, then I'll let him be junior brother's disciple. Just nice, junior brother's heavenly Tao Sutra seems to be getting weirder and weirder. I feel that no matter how I wreck my brain, I won't be able to make junior brother's emotions fluctuate anymore. If he has an unlucky disciple that cultivates the Tinder body tempering art and causes trouble for him every day, then I bet his life from then onwards won't be that simple and boring. The old Taoist priest smiled and said, "So, you must be Shen Tian." Shen Tian felt uncomfortable being stared at by the old Taoist priest. Truthfully speaking, he was afraid that the old thing would eat him whole. In addition, when the old Taoist priest had turned into azure green flames, Shen Tian could feel the abnormal movement of the Tinder Sutra within him. That sense of desire was identical to when Shen Tian had encountered the first essence heavy water. Shen Tian did not know if the old Taoist priest had the same feeling. When the old Taoist priest made a move previously, he shouted, "Mighty Tinder." I believe that, most likely, he also cultivates the Tinder body tempering art. Seeing how shameless the old Taoist priest is, he can definitely bully the weak. Shen Tian secretly moved next to Zhang Yinshi upon thinking that it was safer there. "Yes, I am Shen Tian. May I know if the esteemed senior has anything to say to me?" Everything might go wrong, but flattery would not. "Ha, Shen Tian, you're really good with your words. I've already heard from little Xiao'er about you and her. You helped our sect to find Divine Firmament's forbidden Supreme Imperial Sutra. Thus, according to the rules set by our ancestors, you will indeed become our saint. As for whether being the saint and marrying the saintess might cause some discontent from certain people, you don't need to worry at all. Our Divine Firmament sacred ground is different from Grand White Grotto Heaven. We're not like that crazy bastard who hits his son-in-law. Our sect members are respectful to each other. It's a completely big, harmonious family. As long as you join us, you will definitely not be disappointed." Shen Tian still felt that the old Taoist priest was quite unreliable. He had been crazily chasing after Supremacy Ziyang and plundering him, yet had adopted a gentle demeanor now, helping advertise the Divine Firmament sacred ground. It felt as if he had encountered a multi-level marketing organization trying to recruit downlines. Shen Tian gulped down his saliva. "Esteemed senior, did you mention that I am your disciple just now?" The old Taoist priest was shocked and coughed dryly. Cough, cough. "It's just something I randomly said. If I say that you are my disciple, it's easier for me to help you to extort." Cough, cough. "You don't need to take it to heart. If you're willing to join our sacred ground, become the saint, and marry the saintess, then you can choose any elder to be your master. Even if you wish for the sacred leader to be your master, it is completely possible." "Pick whoever I want as a master? Such a good treatment?" Shen Tian looked at the old Taoist priest, doubtfully. Countless scams in his previous life had taught him that there was nothing like a free lunch. The Divine Firmament sacred ground is a big harmonious family, and its members are respectful to each other? Ha! A certain large crosstalk troupe one had also advertised in this way. In the end, just when vying for who was the best, they would even fight on stage. Sigh, let's just stay low and safely grow stronger in the country of fire. Even a heavy pig can fly if it stands at a particularly windy spot. When the wind stops, all the flying pigs would fall and become pork flatbread. Shen Tian was not willing to die after becoming the saint due to others' machinations. Shen Tian smiled and said, "Esteemed senior, you really do not need to make me the saint. I have mentioned before that for fated people, I won't take a single cent. Therefore, I helping Fairy Yinshi to find and assess the aura is free. Divine Firmament does not need to take it to heart and repay me. In addition, Fairy Yinshi has also said that she does not have any feelings for me. Such a relationship without feelings will not result in a happy ending. From my point of view, it's better to forget me becoming the saint and marrying the saintess." The old Taoist priest kept silent for a while before saying, "But it goes against the rules set by our ancestors. According to our sect's rules, the fated person who finds calamity can choose not to marry the saintess. However, you must become the saint, or else we can only retrieve the heritage you have, since that is a secret art of our sect." Zhang Yinshi was rendered speechless. "So, just what is this unreliable martial uncle Azure Lotus talking about with Mr. Shen? What do you mean according to our sect's rules? You can choose not to marry the saintess. But you must become the saint? Do you think of this like grocery shopping in the market of the mortal world? Are you serious? Do you think that I, the saintess, am just some cheap thing that could be gifted? 2 onions are given for free for buying 500 grams of pork meat? Although I indeed do not like such arranged marriage, this is related to the dignity of our Divine Firmament sacred ground and my reputation. Could you be more serious?" At that thought, golden and silver lightning formed around Zhang Yinshi. On the other hand, Li Lioner, who was originally hiding behind Zhang Yinshi, seemed to be ecstatic now. Carrot. "Brother Shen, just agree to become the saint. Once you become the saint, then no one will dare to bully you anymore. As for Sister Xiao, you don't need to marry her. Don't forget, she has said that she's unwilling to." Zhang Yinshi's mouth twitched. After hearing Li Lioner's piece, as if he had thought of something, the old Taoist priest tried to persuade him further. "Shen Tian, You've seen how powerful Li Kanglin is. That fella is famous for doting on his daughter in the whole of Eastern Wilderness. Now that Lionel is sticking to you every day if you don't become our Divine Firmament Sacred Ground Saint, do you think any other sect will be able to protect you from him? The old Taoist priest's words shocked Shen Tian, and realization dawned upon him. That is very true. Lionel's father is really outrageously strong. He is also able to sense the position of the Sword Master token to locate where I am. He suffered a great loss due to the old Taoist priest this time, but he might fly into a rage from the shame and hold a grudge against me too. According to the scope of the area under Grand White Grotto Heaven, if Li Kanglin becomes serious, it is really simple to capture me. Under these circumstances, lying low and finding a powerful sacred ground to provide cover might be a good choice. Shen Tian asked reluctantly, is there any possibility that I don't need to be the saint? The old Taoist priest sighed. I really cannot agree to that condition. Shen Tian resigned himself to his fate. Then, we have a deal. I'll only be the saint. The old Taoist priest nodded. Don't worry. You don't need to marry the saintess. Zhang Yanqi was on the brink of tears. Chapter 93, Believe in Master Celestial. The scene of Shen Tian bargaining with the old Taoist priest shocked everyone in the palace. What they had experienced today totally changed their worldview and perception of cultivation. Many cultivators did not even dare to dream of becoming the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground Saint and marrying the beautiful saintess. Yet, Shen Tian was doing everything he could to push away this opportunity. Most importantly, despite his refusal, that powerful old Taoist priest from the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground was on the verge of begging Shen Tian to take up the role. The Sacred Ground had never positioned themselves so lowly before. Just exactly who was the 13th prince of the country of fire? On the other hand, Shen Xiao looked at Shen Tian full of fatherly love. He had no idea how his son did it, but he did not have to worry about his son anymore. After all, even the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground was inviting him to become their saint and take the saintess as his wife. If Lan knew, she would definitely be happy. The old Taoist priest decided to rest for one day before embarking on the journey back to Divine Firmament Sacred Ground upon seeing that Shen Tian had finally agreed. Sister Yanqi, can Lionel come too? Asked Li Lionel with the flower pot still on her head. Zhang Yanqi was speechless. Don't you need to go back and accompany your father? I don't want to. I've finally snuck out. Then, she whispered to Shen Tian, Brother Shen, are you really not going to have any romantic relationships before you are a nascent soul cultivator? It's okay. Since Brother Shen joined the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, it is actually pretty easy to reach nascent soul. Lionel can go to the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground together with Brother Shen and train with you. Zhang Yanqi heard the conversation and said sternly, our Divine Firmament Sacred Ground is not your home. You should go home now. Li Lionel pouted and said, I don't want to. Lionel can stay with my second uncle. Li Lionel's second uncle was Li. He was one of the 9 elders in Divine Firmament Sacred Ground that had reached soul formation. Zhang Yanqi did not have a good reason to reject Li Lionel if she insisted on visiting her relative in the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. Suddenly, a beam of purple light appeared. It shot into Wei Yang Palace, engulfed Li Lionel and Shen Ao, and disappeared swiftly. It was Supremacy Zi Yang. Li Kanglin had ordered him to bring Shen Tian back to Grand White Grotto Heaven. Unfortunately, not only did he fail his mission, but he also lost the Sword Supreme token. He had already foreseen how terrible his life would be in Grand White Grotto Heaven. He could only return and bring these two back so that his senior brother would not be so angry with him. It was the guard's fault that Li Lionel had left Grand White Grotto Heaven without anyone knowing. It would be a merit point if Supremacy Zi Yang brought her back. Although his senior brother wanted Shen Tian, with Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus and the saintess around, it would be impossible. Thus, he could only take Shen Tian's brother, Shen Ao, instead. Since his name is similar to Shen Ao Dian, maybe senior brother can let out his rage on him. Bringing Shen Ao back would be Supremacy Zi Yang's second merit point. Oh, my disciple. You might need to sacrifice yourself for a few months. However, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. As long as you can handle your martial uncle Long River's training, you'll be one of the top sword artists in the future. I can guarantee that. Brother Shen, Lionel will visit you in Divine Firmament Sacred Ground soon. Wait for Lionel. A strand of a hoj could still be seen in the purple light before Li Lionel's voice faded as they went further. Zhang Yanqi took a deep breath, and the lightning surrounding her body slowly disappeared. I'll have to talk with this sword venerable Long River in the future and ask him to look after his own daughter. It would be unsightly for her to run away from home just for a man. After ensuring that Li Lion'er had finally left, Zhang Yinshi smiled and made a V sign in her heart. That night, Zhang Yinshi and Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus stayed in the palace. The news of Shen Tian joining a sacred ground spread fast and shocked everyone. Surprisingly, Shen Tian was sleeping soundly on his bed despite the next day being his big day. Although he had been forced to become their saint, he had successfully avoided the marriage. He had also found a very good excuse to turn down females in the future if they were pouncing on him because of his looks. I've made a promise to myself to stay away from romantic relationships before I reach the nascent soul stage. This excuse would be very convincing in the cultivation world. The only concern was that he should have said soul formation instead, as it would be harder to reach. Anyway, Shen Tian was relieved that he had finally settled the problems. Others would less likely target him without the two girls around him. Well, some people would still be jealous of him for becoming a saint. Thus, Shen Tian had made up his mind to focus on cultivation and go out less often. He would slowly discover more people with whom he could share their fortuitous opportunity and make his halo dark green and then red. When he became a soul formation cultivator and had a golden halo, he would be invincible in the cultivation world. Shen Tian had fallen into a deep sleep with the future path planned in his mind. The next day, Shen Tian bade goodbye to his father and left the country with the rest of his companions. Yes, he was not alone. Shen Tian was not the only person Zhang Yinshi and the old Taoist priest wanted in the country of fire. They needed everyone who had part of the divine lightning origin. Namely, Eunuch Goe, Qin Gao, Shopkeeper Song, Vijaya, Tai, and Xiang Meng. However, they had not absorbed enough power to attack with the mixed divine lightning like Shen Tian. Nonetheless, it would be very easy for them to cultivate the 5 heavenly lightning cultivation technique and lightning emperor body tempering art as they possessed the origin. Thus, they were very valuable to the divine firmament sacred ground too. Although 2 of them were slightly old, age was not a problem in the sacred ground. As long as they were talented and had potential, the divine firmament sacred ground could allow them to reach the golden core stage or even nascent soul. Everyone thought they were dreaming when they boarded the divine firmament flying vessel. A few days ago, they were just normal cultivators in Myriad Spirit Garden. But now, they were divine firmament sacred ground's inner sect members. That was a tremendous life change. Also, Shopkeeper Song absorbed 10% extra divine lightning origin compared to the rest. Thus, he was now a disciple of the sacred ground. In their minds, they were enjoying all these privileges due to Master Celestial's favor. It was all because they had maintained their fateful ties with Master Celestial. Master Celestial was helping them because of the things they did for him. Believe in Master Celestial, and success will come to us. Chapter 94. How about Heavenly Courts? The flying vessel slowly levitated and flew in the air. Shopkeeper Song and company were very excited about the journey. Even in the cultivation world, such vessels were rarely seen, and they were highly valued. Some blessed lands that were not so strong could not even afford a flying vessel. They had to use sword kinesis flight in order to go places that were far away. Even in the divine firmament sacred ground, only the sacred leader and the 9 soul formation elders had the authority to fly to use the flying vessel. Wait, not 9, it was just 8. Out of the 9 of them, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus, Chu Long, did not have the permission to use the divine firmament flying vessel. Whenever he used the flying vessel in the past, the vessel would always be broken halfway, and they would have to carry it back to the sacred ground. He would always complain that the one in charge of the flying vessel had not refilled the flying vessel with spirit stones to power it. As such problems had occurred many times, the sacred leader had set up a trap to find out the truth. It had turned out that Azure Lotus had taken out all the spirit stones secretly and eaten them. After learning the truth, everyone had started being overcautious when the old Taoist priest was around. No one dared to let him go near any valuable things. Although the sacred leader did not want to lend the flying vessel to him too, he had no choice as they had to be very formal when picking up Shen Tian. Zhang Yinshi was with him too, so the sacred leader had made an exception. He was afraid that his senior brother might sell the flying vessel on the way and come up with a lie that a Tribulation Transcendence cultivator destroyed the vessel. He would be so angry that the feelings he had foregone would come back again. The view from above is so beautiful. Shen Tian thought as he stood on the bow of the flying vessel. No wonder the actors in the movies love to stand here and enjoy the wind. It really does feel good. However, It would be better if there was something to hold on to. The speed of the vessel was too fast. Although there is an array formation that reduces the wind effect, it's not very effective. Shopkeeper Song approached Shen-tian and said, "Master Celestial, has the sixth prince returned to the palace safely?" Honestly speaking, Shopkeeper Song was very worried about the sixth prince. Even Shopkeeper Song felt pity for what Shen-ao had to go through in the past few days. Shen-tian's mouth twitched when he heard the question. Sixth brother is with his own master. He should be fine. Right? Shen-tian shook his head helplessly and prayed for his brother in his heart. When Lu Taiyi saw Shen-tian, his tears rolled out of his eyes uncontrollably. Master Celestial, I've finally met you again. I missed you so much these few days." Zhen the Jia said, "That's right. We searched the entire Myriad Spirit Garden but could not find you." Xiangmeng nodded too. Me too." Seeing that the three of them started to flatter Master Celestial the moment they saw him, Shopkeeper Song was unhappy. What's wrong with the Believers now? They don't even know about the basics of showing respect? You guys need to cue to flatter Master Celestial, alright? Am I invisible to you guys? Suddenly, Shopkeeper Song knelt down and started crying too. Master Celestial, I have to thank you for giving me this opportunity to be here. I know that I'm not talented and could not even reach Golden Core without you. It's all because Master Celestial cares about me that you bestowed this fortuitous opportunity. Although I'm part of the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground now, I'll still follow you like before." Zhen the Jia and Lu Taiyi were astounded when they saw Shopkeeper Song kneeling down. Xiangmeng reacted quickly and knelt beside Shopkeeper Song. "Me too," he shouted. Lu Taiyi gasped. He had lost once before and could not let history repeat itself. As such, he knelt down too. "Same goes for me, Master Celestial. I'll always be grateful for what you have done for me. I submit myself to you, Master Celestial. I'll do whatever you ask. No matter how tough the training in the sacred ground is, I'll always be by your side." Xiangmeng quickly agreed again. "Same for me." Zhen the Jia dared not continue standing upon seeing that all three of them were on their knees. He quickly knelt too. "I promise to follow Master Celestial regardless of the hardships that lie ahead." Just as Xiangmeng was about to speak up, the trio stared at him. Although he felt very awkward, he still opened his mouth. Same for me." The four jokers' sight rendered Zhang Yanxi speechless. They would not have any chance to get near our sacred ground if not for the divine lightning origin in them. Can they at least behave like a proper cultivator? Can they get stronger just by flattering Mr. Shen? What a joke! Zhang Yanxi walked up to Shen-tian and said, "Mr. Shen, you'll have to do something about your Believers." Shen-tian nodded. "What does Fairy Yanxi think I should do with them? I'll listen to whatever you suggest." Shen-tian also felt troubled when it came to the four of them. There were many strong cultivators in the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, so he had to be very low profile to prevent any unwanted attention. There was no way he could maintain a low profile with the four of them flattering him all day long. Since Zhang Yanxi had brought it up, it was time to dismiss the Believers. However, Zhang Yanxi totally misunderstood him. "What? Mr. Shen said he would listen to my advice? He created the Believers himself. It should be extremely important to him. And yet he said he would listen to whatever I suggested? Wow. He trusts me so much." Zhang Yanxi blushed at that thought. Then, she took a deep breath and said, "You don't have to address me as Fairy. Since you have joined our sacred ground and are the saint, you can just call me Senior Sister. Or you can just call me Yanxi." Shen-tian nodded. "All right, Senior Sister. What do you think I should do with the Believers?" Zhang Yanxi said helplessly, "According to the rules, organizations such as your Believers should not be allowed. However, you can still have your own little group. In addition, the title Master Celestial is too high profile. People might have problems with it. I suggest changing it into something less flashy." Zhang Yanxi looked at the four men on the floor and back at Shen-tian. "Since your name is Shen-tian, and Tian means heaven, you guys can come up with some names involving heaven." Xiangmeng quickly cut in. I know. Let us call ourselves Heavenly Courts." Finally, he did not have to keep on saying, "Same for me." He felt so happy. Shen-tian, on the other hand, was rendered speechless. Chapter 95, Junior Brother. Why not call ourselves Heavenly Courts? Shen-tian stumbled over his foot and nearly fell off the vessel. Well, Fancy someone as simple-minded as Xiongmeng being able to come up with this name. But doesn't he know some names should not be meddled with? After all, this organization is just a small, unofficial group without any real experts. How would they even dare to name themselves as the Heavenly Courts? Aren't they scared that they may offend some unknown supreme authorities up there, then be punished with all kinds of unlucky events? Shen Tian had always thought that the name Believers was already too high-key, and it would invite unnecessary attention and hatred to him. Yet now, the ideas suggested were even more exaggerated. From Believers to Heavenly Courts. What? Is this like a free and unlimited upgrade for your mobile phone's data plan? With fans like that, how could he not offend others? Heavenly Courts, indeed. I will say this is like a heavenly calamity group. While wiping off the drops of cold sweat from his forehead, Shen Tian finally spoke. That's not appropriate, it's too high profile. Zhang Yunxi also agreed. You can't use the name Heavenly Courts. According to ancient classics, there really was a Heavenly Courts in the primordial age. Even though it no longer exists, a lot of the sacred grounds and grotto heavens we see now are still somewhat related to that place. Shen Tian was surprised. So there really was a Heavenly Courts in the primordial age of this world? Could it be that a celestial Tark who ate all things except for human beings really existed then? Zhen Nijia commented, Yep, I don't think Heavenly Courts is suitable. Why don't we change the name of Master Celestial to Master Heavens instead? We can just name ourselves as the Hellivers, can't we? Lu Taiyi pounded at that suggestion. I think it's alright to address Master Celestial as Master Heavens, but Hellivers doesn't sound good. From what I see, it's because Master Celestial is favoring us. That's why we can enjoy such great fortuitous opportunities and change our fates. Why not use the name Fates as our group name? Our Master Heavens will head the Fates group, and if he favors you, you can be granted fortuitous opportunities, which will allow you to change your fate. What do you make of this name, Shopkeeper Song? Lu Taiyi threw Shopkeeper Song a smug look after he finished. How could Shopkeeper Song take that lying down? He could sense Lu Taiyi was trying to challenge him for the position of Master Celestial's greatest bootlicker from miles away. He, let me show you what the true skill of sucking up to Master Celestial is. Or else, you young lads won't know who you should respect. After a few moments of silent contemplation, Shopkeeper Song spoke. Master Heaven's real name is Shen Tian. In my opinion, this is such a wonderful name. If you flip the two words around, it will sound like Tian Shen 1. This should be the most respectable term in the whole world. Why don't we call our group the Deities Group? Master Heavens favors us, and a deity protects us. Isn't it awesome? Shen Tian's mouth couldn't stop twitching. What, deities? Shopkeeper Song, did you also belong to my original world and transmigrated here? Why don't you just name us as the Superhero Alliance, Avengers? Just because I wear a black rhino armor and use a purple golden hammer, so I should cosplay Iron Ma? Nope. Should I say, the Iron Lightning Man character? Then since all of you have green halos above your heads, which reflect green light all over your bodies, you can become Hulks. Besides, isn't the name Deities Group even flashier? Aren't you all not scared that one day, the real deities will come down and crush all of us? Shen Tian felt resigned and cursed silently. Finally, he spoke up. Let's call it the Favored Ones Group. His idea was that he hoped to be the favored one by the heavens, to grow a darker shade of green halo, and then red halo soon. He could just imagine how he might end up being targeted like crazy by all the true disciples at the divine firmament sacred ground. After all, who wouldn't get jealous of him for becoming the saint and having such a group of fanatic followers around him all the time? What if we run into some danger next time, and some of them decided to use me as a sacrifice to heavens? It's better to use a low-key group name. Yes, that's it. The idea is to sound as low-key as it can get. Great name. Shen Tian turned his head and saw that this response came from Shopkeeper Song. He was so eager to please Shen Tian that he made this exclamation almost at the moment Shen Tian finished his words. Master Heavens, I can totally understand you. Shopkeeper Song's face flushed red with excitement as he continued. You name our group as the favored ones because you believe we are being blessed by heavens. But actually, we are blessed by you. The former and the latter are similar. Are you trying to tell us that you look upon yourself as the heavens? How ambitious of you. Shen Tian's fists clenched up involuntarily. To be honest, he was deeply questioning the heavens now. Why doesn't it send down some lightning and strike these imbeciles to their deaths? I am not even sure if I can see you guys as normal human beings. All of you are living lightning conductors, ready to make the heavens come and punish me. With followers the likes of you, who needs enemies? Will I ever need to worry that I cannot become the sole enemy of all cultivators in this world? Just when this idea flashed past Shen Tian's mind, a strike of lightning really broke out from the skies and struck Shopkeeper Song accurately. Shopkeeper Song became charred in the next moment. His hair turned messy, and there was even smoke coming out of it. Zhang Yunxi commented with an expressionless face, "Mind your words. One cannot afford to offend the heavens. Even if you like to court death, don't implicate Saint Shen Tian. What you endured today is just a small punishment. Once you become the sacred ground's disciples, never speak like that again." Zhang Yunxi shot cold stares at the others. Imagine the esteemed saint being in the company of such bootlickers all day long. What would others make of it? This was highly unacceptable. In order to hold on to the saint's position, it was best to mix around talented senior brothers and sisters. From their interaction, both the saint and the said disciples could improve and attain greater heights. As his senior sister, I guess I have to always be by junior brother Shen Tian's side and supervise his cultivation progress. Otherwise, I can't imagine how his cultivation levels may be affected if he continues mixing around with such bootlickers. To be honest, Zhang Yunxi quite regretted getting these people to join the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. Although they possessed the Divine Lightning origin and were more suited to join the Sacred Ground, their states of mind were really too inferior. They only know how to suck up to people. But what use is that? Can they get stronger by this? Worse, what if they lead junior brother astray? As the flying vessel sped forward, the surroundings blurred into a flurry. Chu Long hastens around on the vessel's deck, and he looked like he was trying to get more money off the vessel. Meanwhile, Lu Taiyi held a jade scroll in his hands, and he was taking down some notes in a highly organized manner. Today, Celivers is officially renamed as the Favored Ones. Master Celestial sees himself as the heavens, and his ambitions are amazing. Brother Song is indeed my strongest enemy. Today we had a tough fight, but in the end, he figured out Master Heaven's true intentions earlier than me. Should I really be accepted into the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground in the future, I need to remember that Master Heavens doesn't like being too high-key. I must be humble and praise him in an inconspicuous manner. That's when Master Heavens is around, though. When he's not around, I still need to help him publicize more. Then, Master Heaven's name will be spread to every corner of the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. He will be touched by my actions then. That time will be the moment when I, Lu Taiyi, can overpower Shopkeeper Song. I will become the central force of the group. As Lu Taiyi continued his note-taking, he became more excited and scribbled away furiously. Meanwhile, Zhen Zijie and Xiang Meng were both puking at the sides of the vessel as they were both airsick. Shen Tian had returned to his cabin and started cultivating again, with Zhang Yunxi supervising by the side. Now that you are our saint, you will meet lots of challenges in the future. Zhang Yunxi looked calmly at Shen Tian and continued. As such, you need to buck up and become more powerful as fast as you can. The last time before we parted, I left a copy of the 5 Heavenly Lightning Cultivation Technique for you. Have you tried cultivating it? Is she probing if I have successfully cultivated the 5 Heavenly Lightning Cultivation Technique? Shen Tian couldn't help but feel a little tensed up at Zhang Yunxi's question. Nope, now is definitely not the time to let senior sister know that I have already successfully cultivated the 9th Divine Lightning, Water, skills. After all, the outstanding usually bear the brunt of the attack. Only when I have enough stuff to back me up, then I can be more relaxed. Yep, it's better to let everyone believe that I am a lousy cultivator. Only then will I be able to progress in peace. Chapter 96, Avatar appeared. Shen Tian shook his head upon the thought. I'm so embarrassed. I tried to cultivate it but did not make much progress. Zhang Yunxi asked curiously, Oh? Which lightning skill did you cultivate? What level did you reach? Shen Tian sighed. My body is water attributed, so the first one I learned was Black Tortoise Divine Lightning. So far, I have not made the avatar appear. Really? You have a water attributed body? Zhang Yunxi's eyes lit up. You don't have to be embarrassed by it. The 5 Heavenly Lightning Cultivation Technique is rather hard to learn. Numerous disciples have cultivated the 5 Heavenly Lightning Cultivation Technique in the Sacred Ground, but only a few of them managed to form the avatar. As long as you possess the Divine Lightning origin, you will get there one day. Shen Tian nodded and said, Indeed, 9 Divine Lightning, Water, is too hard. Zhang Yunxi smiled mysteriously and said, Actually, There is a faster way. Shen-tian was shocked. There's a faster way to cultivate this 5 heavenly lightning cultivation technique? Even faster than mine? Zhang Yunxi felt very proud upon seeing that Shen-tian was puzzled. She said slowly, as you know, the 5 elements can reinforce each other and neutralize at the same time too. Metal can reinforce water. What I'm cultivating is 7 divine lightning, metal, which can boost your speed. Then, Zhang Yunxi looked at Shen-tian and said, Junior brother, let's dual cultivate. Shen-tian almost choked on his saliva. What? Zhang Yunxi immediately realized that she had not chosen her words carefully and quickly explained with a blushed face, wait. Don't get the wrong idea. What I meant is to use my metal divine lightning origin to help you forge your water divine lightning origin. You can better control your 9 divine lightning, water, this way. Shen-tian was relieved. He did not expect dual cultivation to have a pure meaning. However, since he could summon the Black Tortoise's avatar, he did not think it was necessary to do it. Shen-tian said politely, Senior sister, it's okay. I don't want to trouble you over such minor stuff. Come on, you don't have to be so formal with me. Zhang Yunxi smiled and said, we are not only brother and sister in the sacred ground, but we are also the saint and saintess. We ought to help each other. Come, sit here. Try to use the incantation for your divine lightning slowly. You don't have to be nervous. Since Zhang Yunxi insisted, Shen-tian had no choice but to accept her offer. Thank you, senior sister. He sat down, started the incantation slowly, and minimized its effectiveness. Then, a dim black light surrounded his body. At the same time, a black light appeared on his head too. It looked like an avatar was going to appear anytime soon. Zhang Yunxi was very impressed. Wow, good job. I didn't expect you to have such a deep understanding of the 9th divine lightning, water. No wonder the mixed divine lightning origin chose you. You are very gifted in lightning arts. After taking a deep breath, Zhang Yunxi climbed onto Shen-tian's bed and sat down too. Junior brother, relax. Due to the explosion of the divine lightning origin after the divine firmament Drager pendant reappeared, you have absorbed the most divine lightning origin into you. Thus, you have plenty of these origins in your body now, and it would be very effective for you to learn the 5 heavenly lightning cultivation technique now. Later, I'll transfer part of my metal divine lightning origin into your body. This will activate the divine lightning origin in you and boost your divine lightning, water. You don't have to be nervous. Just relax and try to feel the power of the lightning. Shen-tian took a deep breath, and his heart began to beat very fast. He was not afraid that he would fail later, but he was concerned that he would not be very good at his acting and would expose himself later. It seemed like the rest of the disciples would take a super long time to reach where he was now. Not only had Shen-tian managed to master it, but he had even improved it based on his needs. People would definitely be jealous of him. Shen-tian took a deep breath and tried to suppress himself further. Zhang Yunxi used her White Tiger 7 divine lightning, metal, and a silver white tiger avatar appeared. Unlike before, the tiger was not fierce-looking at all. Zhang Yunxi raised her hand and interlocked it with Shen-tian's. Pure silver lightning ran from her body into Shen-tian's. It was the metal divine lightning origin's pure energy. Shen-tian felt his body was very relaxed and comfortable with the energy flowing into him. The powerful metal divine lightning origin boosted the 9th divine lightning, water, quickly. Whenever the water divine lightning origin reacted with the metal divine lightning origin, it became very excited. Soon, pleasure took over Shen-tian's body when the 2 origins reacted. The sense of pleasure slowly spread the outer body into his organs. As time passed, Shen-tian had to suppress the pleasure that was overflowing in his body. Unfortunately, he had no way to change or disrupt the natural flow of things, meaning that metal could reinforce water. In the end, Shen-tian could not resist the power of his divine lightning, water, and let out a loud roar. He released all the power he was suppressing, and his body was covered in bright black light. The black-colored divine lightning, water, surrounded Shen-tian's body, and a small tortoise appeared on his head. It was the 9th divine lightning, water's avatar, Black Tortoise. Zhang Yunxi was momentarily shocked upon seeing the avatar. She exclaimed, "It came out so fast?" Honestly, Zhang Yunxi was very surprised with Shen-tian's progress as the 5 heavenly lightning cultivation technique was very difficult to cultivate. Ordinary disciples could not even master 1 lightning in 10 years, let alone summoning out the avatar. Even she had spent an entire month mastering the White Tiger 7 divine lightning, metal, and 3 months to summon the avatar. Although Shen Tian had Zhang Yanxi's help and a large amount of divine lightning origin, it was really shocking that he could summon the avatar in just a couple of hours. No wonder Shen Tian had absorbed the most origin even though he was the furthest away when that explosion happened. Seeing that her junior brother managed to cultivate the 5 heavenly lightning cultivation technique with such an incredible speed, Zhang Yanxi was very impressed with his lightning arts talent. However, her attention was soon diverted. She noticed the avatar, a very small tortoise about the size of a palm, on Shen Tian's head and couldn't help but laugh. Most people who could summon the avatars were cultivators beyond the foundation establishment, and their avatars would be super huge. Why is junior brother's avatar so small? Especially the head, it's even smaller than my finger. So interesting. Chapter 97, Black Tortoise Avatar. On the deck of the vessel, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus, Chu Long, had disappeared. Shopkeeper Song, Lu Taiyi, Zhen Nijia, and Xiang Meng were discussing how to flatter Master Heavens in the future. Eunuch Gui and Chen Gao were cultivating on the floor. They were strengthening the lightning power in their body. Everything was proceeding normally until they heard a loud cry coming from the cabin room. It's coming out. Everyone recognized the voice immediately. It was definitely their saint, Master Heavens. He must be doing something right now. Chen Gao quickly took out his sword and shouted, "The prince is in danger." Then, he transformed into a dark red shadow and quickly moved toward the room. Although Eunuch Gui was speechless, he quickly used his movement technique too and blocked Chen Gao. "Gao, relax." Chen Gao's body constitution was very suitable to cultivate the demon book of Hyuga, so he had improved dramatically in just a few days. Even Shopkeeper Song, who was a foundation establishment cultivator, was jealous of him. However, he did not train as much as Eunuch Gui and thus was slower than him. "Uncle Goe, the prince is in trouble. Shouldn't we check on him?" Eunuch Gui looked at the young boy and sighed. "Relax, it's not what you think. It's something that we could never enjoy." Chen Gao was stunned for a moment before he understood what Uncle Gui meant. He smiled shyly. "Uncle Gui is very well read, indeed. I have never thought of it. So the prince is doing that in his room now?" Chen Gao's eyes were filled with curiosity and envy. He would never find out the truth. "He's our Master Heavens, indeed. Even the divine firmament sacred ground saintess could not escape from his charm. It is indeed amazing how Master Heavens could convince the saintess into doing it. Brothers, it seems like we also have to flatter the saintess in the future. Finally, the day has come. Her Majesty would be happy if she knew it." Someone stood on the deck silently. None of them continued to say anything. At the same time in Shen Tian's room. Shen Tian's mouth twitched when he noticed Zhang Yanxi was looking at him weirdly. Sigh, I guess she saw the black tortoise avatar already. There's no way to hide it now. Why can't I be low profile for once? Not only are my looks attractive, but I'm also talented in cultivating? Shen Tian was in despair. Now that his senior sister had found out about the avatar, what should he do now? Shen Tian had no other choice but to act surprised. I have no idea either. Zhang Yanxi nodded and did not ask further. She went closer to the avatar and smiled. Can I touch it? Shen Tian was rendered speechless. It's just a black tortoise. What's there to touch? However, knowing that the outcome would not be any different, Shen Tian did not bother to reject her. Go on, senior sister. You can touch it. Just be very gentle. He was very worried that Zhang Yanxi could not control her strength, leading her to accidentally destroy his avatar. Zhang Yanxi slowly caressed the black tortoise with her right hand. The moment she touched it, a white light flew into the avatar too. That was Zhang Yanxi's power again, and it was merging with the black tortoise. Soon, the palm-sized black tortoise began to grow in size. Although it was not very obvious, it was much bigger than before. Zhang Yanxi became slightly pale and said softly, See? It's becoming bigger now. Shen Tian felt a surge of power in his body that was increasing his divine lightning origin. However, Zhang Yanxi looked exhausted. Shen Tian said, Senior sister, you look very pale. Let's stop for now. Zhang Yanxi shook her head and said, It's okay, let's continue. It's my first time doing it, and I'm just not used to it yet. You don't have to worry about me. Just focus on yourself first. All I need is one night of rest later. Shen Tian was very touched by how much Zhang Yanxi was helping him. She's really like a sister to me. Suddenly, the flying vessel began to shake violently. Shen Tian swiftly ran toward the doorframe by instinct. He thought it was an earthquake. Zhang Yanqi was very worried too. The Divine Firmament flying vessel was a top-tier Dharma artifact. It had high defense value and resistance to shock. Even a nascent soul cultivator could hardly make the vessel vibrate this strongly. Is a heavenly venerable attacking us? Is it heavenly venerable Long River? Zhang Yanqi swiftly exited the room. When she reached the deck of the vessel, her whole face turned black. Zhang Yanqi snarled, "Martial Uncle Azure Lotus, did you deactivate all the array formations?" Zhang Yanqi had no idea when all the formations had been deactivated. They were on stealth mode at first, but now they were on speed mode. Although the cost of spirit stones was reduced, they were vulnerable now. That was the reason why the flying vessel vibrated so violently from just a small impact. An azure flame appeared in the air, and Heavenly Venerable Chu Long took form. He coughed and explained, "Well, I'm trying to conserve the spirit stones. Since I'm here, there is no need for any defensive array formation." Zhang Yanqi stared at him without any expression. Then, "Can you explain what was with that vibration just now?" "I was helping my junior brother to cultivate." Chapter 98, Art is all about explosions. After listening to Zhang Yanqi's complaints, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus blushed and swiftly jumped off the vessel to investigate what had happened. "Which bloody idiot bombarded us?" Everyone looked in the direction where the old Taoist priest was flying, and they noticed a giant lake below them. There was lots of water vapor and mist on the surface of the water mixed with lightning sparks. An explosion had taken place on the lake, and the impact had blasted their vessel. A golden-haired boy appeared after hearing the old Taoist priest yell. He was wearing a robe that only the true disciples of Divine Firmament Sacred Ground would have. He had small eyes and appeared to be a very quiet boy. The boy's face blushed with embarrassment when he recognized the old Taoist priest. "Good morning, Martial Uncle Azure Lotus." The old Taoist priest nodded and acknowledged. "What are you doing here? Studying explosions again?" The golden-haired boy smiled and replied, "Yes. Yundi was trying out a new combination of spirit chi and making a more powerful lightning explosion talisman. My experiments have almost leveled the mountains near the sacred ground, so I had no other place to test out but here. I'm so sorry that my lightning explosion talisman had bothered Martial Uncle." The old Taoist priest snorted. "Just sorry? You damaged the flying vessel, you know that? You have to pay for the damage." The golden-haired boy was puzzled. "But Martial Uncle Azure Lotus, shouldn't the flying vessel have its stealth mode array formations activated?" The old Taoist priest tried to argue back, but Zhang Yanqi interrupted him. "Martial Uncle, I don't think Junior Brother is at fault for this." The boy looked at Zhang Yanqi gratefully, but she did not notice it. Martial Uncle Azure Lotus was known for his bad temper. The boy was very unlucky that it was Azure Lotus that he had troubled. "I'd be in so much trouble if Senior Sister Sandis wasn't around. She is really my savior." The flying vessel started moving again. They were already near the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. The Mirror Moon Lake they had stopped at just now was the largest lake around Divine Firmament City. It was very close to the Divine Firmament Peak. And that was why that true disciple of the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground was testing out his lightning art there. On the vessel, Shen Tian asked after pondering for a few moments, "Senior Sister, is that a senior brother from the Sacred Ground?" Zhang Yanqi nodded. "Yes, he is the Golden Lotus Spirit Mountain's prime disciple, Chen Yundi. He is the only son of Ant Master Golden Lotus. There are 9 soul formation elders in our Sacred Ground, and each of them is guarding one spirit mountain. However, you are our saint, so by right, they should call you senior brother instead." Shen Tian thought for a moment and said, "Oh, I see. I think that junior brother is very special." Indeed, his halo was red with golden spots. He was not a normal person. What was more important was that Shen Tian had seen the fortuitous opportunity through the halo. Had there not been so many people in the vicinity, he would have already jumped down from the vessel. "I didn't get a good look at the fortuitous opportunity. I'll find this junior brother later when I have time. I hope that he won't encounter the opportunity yet." Shen Tian mentally noted down Chen Yundi's name. Zhang Yanqi continued. "He is very special, indeed. Unfortunately, he has wasted his talents. Given his innate talent, he would have already reached the golden core stage if he had worked hard. However, he's not interested in cultivating. He is obsessed with studying the lightning talisman. Truth be told, the lightning talisman he created is much stronger than the rest. He actually used 600 lightning explosion talismans to kill a late-stage golden core demon. Nonetheless, using items to fight is not cultivation's rationale." You can buy some lightning explosion talismans from him in the future if you need. Just mention my name, and he should give you a discount. Be careful, though. Don't make the mistake he made. Cultivation is the key to success. Zhang Yanxi explained in detail in fear that Chen Yundi would be a bad influence on Shen Tian. Shen Tian nodded. He had a basic understanding of him now. Chen Yundi was the son of a strong soul formation cultivator, but he had used all his resources on his research. Hence, his peers Fang Chang, Zhang Yunding, and Zhang Yanxi had reached the Golden Core stage by now. In addition, the three of them were among the top 10 Golden Core cultivators in Eastern Wilderness. Chen Yundi, on the other hand, was still a Foundation Establishment cultivator. His mother, Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus, had been angry at him for not doing the right thing. At the same time, his high-cost research had incensed her further, and she couldn't stand him burning through their money on something like that. As such, Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus had cut off his allowance, thinking this measure would force her son to listen to her. Contrary to her expectations, Chen Yundi had found a new way to earn money. He had started selling his lightning talismans in the sacred ground. Although his cultivation level was low, his second-grade lightning talisman was very handy after he had improved it. A normal second-grade lightning talisman only carried 30% of a Foundation Establishment cultivator's power, but it could reach 70% of their power after his improvement. In other words, he had improved the power of a normal lightning talisman by 40%. Thus, his lightning talisman was very popular among the common disciples in the sacred ground. Even some lightning-type cultivators that did not belong to the sacred ground would visit him to purchase his lightning talisman. It was impossible for them to use their divinity infinitely to defend themselves when they encountered danger outside. Consequently, when their divinity was depleted, a few powerful lightning talismans would save their life. Sometimes, if they were lucky and willing to use a few more lightning talismans, they could even overturn and win the battle instead. Thus, Chen Yundi's lightning talisman was well liked by many people. However, making the talismans was not easy. In addition, Chen Yundi's main priority was doing research instead of earning money, so he used most of his lightning talismans to gather data and for observation purposes. He only sold a small portion of what he made. Therefore, Chen Yundi was not very rich, and his life was not well off. Shen Tian was surprised after learning all these from Zhang Yanxi. Someone is into research in an unscientific place like the cultivation world? Others are cultivating on lightning arts, and you are studying bombs? Art is all about explosions, huh? Are you Datara? Chapter 99, My Lips Are Sealed. To be honest, the young lad, Chen Yundi, really sparked Shen Tian's interest, especially since he had that blurry fortuitous opportunities projection above his golden-rimmed red Providence halo. Shen Tian believed that it must be something worth investigating. As of now, his own halo was only reflecting pale green light, and he had to take up the position of the saint, which made him really insecure. Thus, Shen Tian was overeager to freeload as many lucky encounters as possible to make his halo turn into darker shades of green. This was his first priority now. That's why seeing Chen Yundi made him feel extremely relieved. While Shen Tian was deep in thought, the divine firmament flying vessel had entered the sacred ground's small world. Refreshing vibes of divinity rose up to their faces, and this feeling made everyone feel much welcomed. Although it was called a small world, this place was actually vast beyond imagination. Various spirit mountains sprung high up into the skies with small rivulets running in between the mountains. Green lotus platforms rose up above the small streams, while fishes frequently broke through the water's surface, jumping across the air in a playful manner. These spirit fishes were reared by the divine firmament's sacred grounds residents. Many of them had revered bloodlines from the most exotic ornamental fish traced in eastern wilderness, the dragonfish species. Just when one of the fishes leapt out of the water in a joyful manner, it suddenly caught sight of a dreadful figure on the flying vessel. That fish violently quivered in the air and immediately buried itself deep into the water, refusing to come nearer to the water's surface. When the flying vessel flew past all the mountains, sudden strikes of golden light would appear. Cranes would scurry out of sight on some mountains, while strong blade auras would be emitted abruptly. What's common among them, though, was that all of these mountains were rich in spirit chi and filled with all sorts of exotic plants. Yet when the flying vessel approached them, all of them would suddenly activate their protection array formations. All sorts of lightning currents would be crawling over the surface of the array formations, which looked extremely majestic. Meanwhile, the cranes flying casually above the mountaintops previously would suddenly dive down and scramble to enter the array formations. Zhang Yunxi stood at the vessel's bow and started introducing each mountain to the rest. Within the Divine Firmament small world, there are a total of 36 spirit mountains, and all of them contain spirit mines. And within these 36 spirit mountains, there are 3 mountains which are the most renowned: the Sacred Leader Mountain, the Saint Mountain, and the Saintess Mountain. Other than that, you also need to take note of the 8 Peak Leader Mountains. Each of these mountains is owned by respective experts who are at the soul formation stage. These mountains are the places where they pass their signature skills to their hand-picked disciples. Only inner sect disciples are allowed to visit all the above-mentioned 11 mountains. But there are still 24 other spirit mountains that... Xiangmeng blinked his eyes and interrupted Zhang Yunxi. Hey, did you count wrongly? With my rough calculations, 36 minus 11, shouldn't there be 25 more spirit mountains? Why did you say 24? Zhang Yunxi couldn't hide her resignation at that. Well, one of the spirit mountain's mines had been depleted too excessively. We had to seal the mountain so it could recover from its loss. Let me continue. The remaining 24 spirit mountains are home to our sect's ancient heavenly venerables. Even inner sect disciples are disallowed from going to these mountains to avoid disturbing their peace. Or else, they will be punished severely. Are we all clear on that? All of them nodded their heads obediently. At the same time, the Divine Firmament flying vessel finally touched down on a patch of empty ground, landing right on top of a straight-line track. Several disciples donning the Divine Firmament Sacred Grounds uniforms were already lining up beside the track, and they greeted them with forced, polite smiles. The old Taoist priest spoke coldly. Well, this time round, I did let the ship come back, didn't I? Go ahead and check. With that, he jumped off from the vessel, turned back, and beckoned to Shentian. Shentian, let Martial Uncle bring you to greet the sacred leader. Shentian turned to see what Zhang Yunxi might say, but she also nodded her head. As such, he followed behind the old Taoist priest quietly. A few moments after both the old Taoist priest and Shentian walked out of sight, shocked gasps escaped from the group of disciples waiting to greet them. Zhang Yunxi sighed, took a look at the flying vessel's spirit stones tank, and confirmed her suspicions. That tank, which had previously been filled to the brim, had turned empty mysteriously once again. Saintess, we really did a thorough check before we let the flying vessel set sail. Looking at their depressed expressions, Zhang Yunxi sighed and commented, Don't worry, I understand. Junior brothers, please help to fill the spirit stones tank full again. I will report what happened to the sacred leader on your behalf, so don't worry. After that, Zhang Yunxi transformed into a flash of lightning and headed toward the Sacred Leader Mountain, just like what Shentian and the old Taoist priest had done previously. Shopkeeper Song and the rest were at a loss of what they should do when they saw Zhang Yunxi leave. So, where should we go? At that moment, a fellow wearing green robes, and carrying a long sword behind his back walked up to them. He greeted them politely. Welcome. I assume all of you are the spirit seedlings? He then introduced himself. I am the Haoran Mountain's prime disciple, Li Jinfeng. My Taoist monastic name is Sword Venerable Longevity. My father is Li King. Just now, senior sister used a voice transmission to inform me to come and bring you all to your respective future residences. Please, follow me, said the youth with a wide smile. As they walked toward the residences where the inner sect disciples would be staying, Li Jinfeng explained enthusiastically about the various spirit mountains ins and outs. Everyone, look up at that red-colored spirit mountain which is planted with spirit maple trees in the north. That is where Heavenly Venerable Crimson Lotus stays at. It's called the Crimson Lotus Mountain. Look up again, that mountain peak which seems to emit golden rays of light. That is where Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus resides. It's also known as the Golden Lotus Mountain. Meanwhile, that southern mountain, which is covered by ice and snow throughout the year, is the residence of Heavenly Venerable White Lotus. That mountain is named White Lotus Mountain. Among the 9 heavenly venerables we have, Uncle Master White Lotus has the best temper, and he will often offer free lectures for the disciples. Uncle Master Crimson Lotus has a fiery temper. Beware to not offend her, or else you will suffer her punishment. This is especially so for the case of Uncle Master Golden Lotus. She is also an advanced master in the seduction art. Please never look into her eyes. Or else, I can't guarantee what you may do in public if you get seduced by her. I can only provide so much advice as your senior brother. To be honest, although Li Jinfeng was a prime disciple of one of the mountains, he did not put on any airs and seemed extremely easygoing. All the rest felt rather warm at his gestures, and they were reminded of the old Taoist priest's words, "The divine firmament sacred ground is a big harmonious family." Indeed, senior brother is so warm towards newcomers. They soon reached the inner sect disciples' residences and settled into their new homes. Meanwhile, Li Jinfeng watched them with a bright smile on his face all the time. In essence, if any of you feel confused by any affairs, don't hesitate to come to the Haoran Mountain and seek my help. While I don't dare to promise much help in terms of cultivation, there's something I am capable of. I know everything about the divine firmament sacred ground. Xiangmeng held back hot tears of gratitude as he commented, "Senior brother, you are really too kind. Should you need my help next time, please come and find me." Li Jinfeng smiled. "Oh, I can do that?" Xiangmeng thumped his chest. "I don't say lies." Li Jinfeng let out a small cough and replied, "Well, in that case, I really do need your help. Now." Li Jinfeng's eyes gleamed as he fixed his gaze upon all of them. "I have heard that we have a saint from outside of the sacred ground? According to my father, this fellow called Shen Aodian had helped our sacred ground in recovering the divine firmament Draeger pendant, and we are indebted to him. So, according to the ancestors' rules, this person not only will be able to take up the position of the saint, he will even have to take senior sister Yanxi as his cultivation partner." Eunuch Gui's expression turned cautious as he started to see where this might end up. "Senior brother, I wonder why you are asking about such matters?" Li Jinfeng broke into a wide grin and mentioned, "Oh, please don't be alarmed. I have no ill intentions. I am just purely curious about what happened. For example, how did senior brother Aodian get hold of the divine firmament Draeger pendant? How old is he? How is his progress with senior sister Yanxi so far? Well, in case I forgot to introduce my other name, I am also famed as the divine firmament know-it-all. But be rest assured, my lips are sealed. Really, don't be worried. I am never going to let a third party know what has passed here." Li Jinfeng's eyes were brimming with excitement as he concluded, "So junior brother, what had happened, pray tell?" Chapter 100, If I Regret, I Am the Son of Abdch. Although Li Jinfeng appeared sincere, the group exchanged looks, at a loss of what to do. They felt it was a bad idea to reveal anything related to Master Heavens to others. Nonetheless, senior brother Li Jinfeng had explained in detail about the divine firmament sacred grounds ins and outs without reserve. Li Jinfeng seemed plainly curious about the relationship between Master Heavens and the Saintess. In addition, he had ensured them that he would definitely not tell another person. Thus, if they were unwilling to reveal even such a small thing, wouldn't they seem ungrateful? "Senior brother, please calm down. Allow us to discuss before replying to you." Lu Taiyi took a look at the jade scroll he held in his hands and had an idea. He pulled everyone to the side and whispered, "I think we can tell him. Master Heavens has become the saint after just joining the divine firmament sacred ground. It's reasonable to say that plenty of people must secretly not be convinced he deserves his position. Senior brother Li is the Haoran Mountain's prime disciple and has an extraordinary status. He also has no ill intentions toward Master Heavens. If we tell him what Master Heavens is fond of, it might help them to become friends." Shopkeeper Song frowned. "But, would Master Heavens be unhappy?" Lu Taiyi smiled proudly. "Brother Song shouldn't be aware of this, right? Master Heavens looks upon himself as the heavens. He is bold and unconstrained. How would he be unhappy over such a trivial matter? In my opinion, most of the disciples in the sacred ground do not understand Master Heavens. Most likely, they aren't convinced about Master Heavens' position. In such a moment, we should be more hard-working and help Master Heavens to publicize his epic deeds, giving off a more powerful impression." Zhen the Jia seemed to be deep in thought. "What Brother Lu said makes sense. I agree with him." Xiangmeng took a look at Li Jinfeng. "I also agree. I don't think he is a bad guy." Shopkeeper Song asked reluctantly, "Brother Gui and Brother Gao, what do you guys think?" Eunuch Gui took a deep look at Li Jinfeng. "From the experience I accumulated in the palace for so many years, this person does not seem to be the cunning kind. Although we shouldn't think of harming others, we must be vigilant so as not to be harmed. We definitely cannot reveal His Highness' secrets." Lu Taiyi was slightly startled. "Master Heaven's secrets? Does Master Heavens have any big secrets?" Lu Taiyi's question startled Eunuch Gui as he didn't have an actual answer. "It seems like everything His Highness has done since he left the palace has been transparent/strictly speaking, it seems like His Highness really does not have any big secret that would affect his safety." Eunuch Gui heaved a sigh of relief at that thought. He then allowed Lu Taiyi and the others to continue chatting with Legion Feng. What? The saint is proficient in searching and assessing spirit ores? The ores he had chosen were never a dud? What? The saint also picked the ore from which Li Lioner obtained the fairy calabash seed? What? The saint was dual cultivating with the saintess back on the flying vessel. Fuck. The pieces of news are too explosive. There are some things you can't blur out like that. Especially the part about the saint and saintess practicing dual cultivation. This can definitely not spread. You should know, senior brother Fang Chang is obsessed with senior sister Yang Xiao. Well, this is a case of unrequited love. If he and our second senior brother finish their secluded training and come out, he will definitely go mad with anger after hearing the news. Don't worry. As long as you don't spread it, I will definitely take the secret to my grave. Alright, it has been fun chatting with junior brothers. I shall take my leave. Junior brothers, you are welcome to come to our Haoran Mountain in the future. If there's anything you want to know, there is no need to worry, just come and find me. I am known as the Divine Firmament Know-It-All, so as long as junior brothers ask me, I will definitely share with you everything I know. Upon seeing that Legion Feng left after thoroughly enjoying himself, Eunuch Gui's face turned solemn. He kept having this feeling that something was wrong. At the same time, on the other side of the sacred leader's palace, the huge door gradually opened, and Shen Tian walked into the palace. He looked at the divine beast lightning pillar on both sides of the palace and could only feel a sense of pleasure throughout his entire body. It was as if the five-elemental yin-yang mixed divine lightning origin had met its close kin. Though it was true, as the mixed divine lightning was originally the product of completely combining the yin-yang mixed divine lightning, Kanate was the best. After taking a deep breath to calm down his anxiousness, Shen Tian looked toward the majestic figure in the center of the palace. On the throne in the center of the palace was a man sitting there upright. His whole body was surrounded by lightning, projecting a natural vibe of dignity and power. Shen Tian knew that he was the Divine Firmament's sacred leader, Zhonglong Yuan. According to rumors, he was a powerful being in the Tribulation transcendence stage that could be called the Sacred One. What was more important was the halo above the sacred leader's head. It was pure golden in color. As compared to the halo of the old Taoist priest, which was white with black spots, they could not be mentioned in the same breath. Regardless of status, appearance, money, the halo's color, or one's daughter, the sacred leader completely won against the old Taoist priest. The old Taoist priest stood in front of the sacred leader and pursed his lips. "Junior brother, I've brought the person here for you." The lightning-enveloped figure gradually nodded, and his eyes, which were as warm as the sun in spring, looked toward Shen Tian. The old Taoist priest could not help but be astounded. The divinely fire pupil could be used like that? The sacred leader nodded and said calmly, "Youngster, I anticipate your unlimited potential. You'll surpass us in the future." Shen Tian was dumbstruck. He seemed to have heard such a tone on television before. "Representing the divine firmament sacred ground, I thank you for contributing greatly to our sect. You can tell me if you have any wish, I will agree to anything." Shen Tian's eyes lit up. "Any wish is possible?" The sacred leader replied coldly, "Even if you wish to become my disciple." Shen Tian hurriedly asked, "Then can I not become the saint? The burden is a little too heavy." The lightning trembled vigorously before the sacred leader replied calmly, "All right, I have heard you clearly. The saint thinks that cultivating lightning arts is difficult, so he wishes to become my disciple. I will allow it." Shen Tian? Before Shen Tian could explain, he suddenly felt an overwhelmingly overbearing pressure weighing on his body, rendering him unable to move. Afterward, the sacred leader's voice resounded in the palace again. "The saint's attribute is water, so I'll gift you a water attribute spirit artifact, the Black Tortoise Shield." Before his voice faded, a flash of black light shot of the radiant lightning. Its shape was like a black tortoise. Just as that flash of black light landed in front of Shen Tian, a round shield gradually appeared. It was around 2 feet long in diameter and black with a mysterious array carved throughout it. If one concentrated and looked carefully, they could even roughly see the figure of a moving black tortoise circulating the shield. This is a middle-grade spirit artifact. The Black Tortoise Shield will take form after pouring in divinity. It could be said to be the absolute defensive weapon against those of the same stage. At the same time, if you wear it on you, your affinity with water attribute spirit chi will increase too. It can complement your cultivation. Shen Tian was exasperated. "Sacred leader, did you hear wrongly? The saint has arrived after a long journey, so he must be exhausted. Return and rest. The next second, Shen Tian felt as if his body was no longer under his control, and he directly flew out of the Sacred Leader Palace. Then a loud bang resounded, and the Sacred Leader Palace's doors closed once again. The old Taoist priest's lips twitched. "You really have no emotions?" he asked playfully. The Sacred Leader replied coldly, "According to the analysis of absolute rationality, I should make him stay." The old Taoist priest chuckled. Who would have thought that junior brother would also be so thick-skinned, such a rare moment. The Sacred Leader's voice was void of emotions. "From weighing the factors of my face and the prosperity of the sacred ground rationally, I can be thick-skinned." The old Taoist priest was astounded. "Are you really certain that he is the son of Providence? He is cultivating the Tinder Sutra," he said reluctantly. The Sacred Leader replied coldly, "Not necessarily certain, but nothing is absolute. He has the potential to surpass us. There's no harm in trying, right?" The old Taoist priest pursed his lips. "That's right. Anyway, you're rich and not short of money." The Sacred Leader calmly said, "Senior brother, I think you will regret very soon." The old Taoist priest was bewildered. "Regret? Regret what?" The Sacred Leader replied, "Regret that you did not fight with me to take him as your disciple today in the Sacred Leader Palace." The old Taoist priest shouted, unconvinced, "If I regret, I am the son of a BTCH." After saying his piece, the old Taoist priest marched off. "You're joking, Tilda. I have been free my whole life, traveling alone and robbing the rich to help the poor. Why would I regret not having an extra burden? What a joke. That kid cultivates the Tinder Sutra, so he's definitely going to need to spend a huge sum of money in the future. How is it possible that he is the son of Providence? Even if he knelt down in front of me and begged me to take him as my disciple, I would never agree, never." The old Taoist priest did not know that shortly after he left the Sacred Leader Palace, the lightning surrounding the throne gradually condensed and formed a figure. Since young, he had been ill-fated and destined to be alone as he brought misfortune to those around him. But now, he is blessed by Providence. Able to turn his destiny around and rise to the top, he is destined to succeed. "Senior brother, this time, you've completely misjudged." The Divine Firmament's Sacred Leader looked in the direction of the palace's doors. His cheeks twitched slightly as he squeezed out a smile with much difficulty. It was as if he was looking at the son of a BTCH leaving. Chapter 101, Being Renowned Between True Disciples. On the other side, after Shen Tian flew out of the Sacred Leader Palace, he was completely in a daze. So it's over just like this? I have a Sacred Leader Master now? Although it was quite good to be the Divine Firmament's Sacred Leader's disciple, as there was a sense of security, Shen Tian still felt that his master was slightly unreliable. Also, his hearing was not that great either. After looking at the black tortoise shield, which was black and had patterns, Shen Tian took the purple golden hammer out of his Archean C ring. Yay! Shen Tian held the black tortoise shield in his left hand and the purple golden hammer in his right hand. He couldn't put his finger on it, but he had seen something similar somewhere before. Isn't it a certain someone who seemed unable to pick up the hammer on the surface, yet he seemed to have secretly trained in a whole combo of attack swan? I'm curious. If compared to his shield, whose shield is harder? However, one had to admit that the appearance of holding the black tortoise shield was top-notch. As for the Sacred Leader's advice of carrying it on his back, as it could increase the speed of lightning arts cultivation, Shen Tian ignored it. He did not need that bit of extra enhancement. Looks like I have to become the saint. Shen Tian sighed. Thus, the plan now is to hurry and turn green. Only by turning even greener as soon as possible, or even turn red from green, could he be able to hold his position. After pondering for some time, Shen Tian left the Sacred Leader Mountain and rushed toward the Mirror Moon Lake near the small world. He still remembered that there was a golden-haired youngster with small eyes that could help him turn green. Boom! Another huge explosion occurred abruptly on the Mirror Moon Lake yet again. The white splash of water turned into a white mist that filled the sky under the heating of lightning and high temperature. The white mist reflected light in the 7 colors of a rainbow as the sun shone on it. It really looked like a rainbow. Qin Yandi, who was shrouded in white mist, felt resigned and sighed. Sigh, the power is still too weak. That's right, Qin Yandi was still trying to research a new type of lightning explosion talisman, and he kept on experimenting. Each time it exploded, large amounts of money were wasted in the Mirror Moon Lake. Even a true disciple of the Divine Firmament's sacred ground would feel the pain of spending that much money. A talisman that could bear lightning arts could not be drawn on normal paper. Such a talisman could only be created with spirit paper made from monster beast's fur, and the rate of success was quite low. Chin Yundi had spent almost all of his money to buy spirit papers, demon blood, and spirit ink, but it was only enough to do experiments a few times. After finishing these few experiments, he had to return to the sacred ground so he could continue drawing talisman to sell and earn money. Just where did it go wrong? I once managed to make its power much stronger. Chin Yundi frowned. His narrow eyes were filled with worry that could not be concealed as the research had reached a bottleneck, and he had no clue. One time, after he had finished setting up the lightning explosion talisman array, the explosion had been so massive it was frightening. Unfortunately, from then on, every time he adjusted the talisman, trying to get the same results as that miraculous attempt with the extraordinary effects, the outcome would always fail his expectations. The explosion impact could not be compared to the time when he had casually set up the lightning explosion talisman. Chin Yundi did not know where the problem was. He would be much more serious than that time with every attempt. The feeling of seeing the road to success but being unable to get close and explore made Chin Yundi suffer. Sigh. I've almost depleted the spirit stones I saved up after selling a month's worth of lightning explosion talisman again. Chin Yundi looked at his storage ring, and his face gradually turned black. Luckily, senior sister Young Shao had stopped martial uncle Azure Lotus, or else he would not even have a spirit stone left. By that time, it would be tragic as even if Chin Yundi wanted to make some talismans to sell, he would not have the money to buy the materials. In the world where everyone in the surroundings was absorbed in cultivating, as the weirdo, he was destined to walk this road alone. Time passed by minutes and seconds, and the water mist on the lake gradually dispersed. There are still the last 2 talismans left to set up the array. Hopefully, I can succeed at least once. Chin Yundi carefully took out his lightning talismans and set them in place as they floated on top of the mirror moon lake. Each talisman was arranged in its specific location, roughly forming a whole. Chin Yundi took a deep breath and made hand gestures while chanting. Then, he suddenly shouted loudly, "Explode!" The talisman characters carved on the lightning explosion talisman were instantly activated, and in the blink of an eye, all the lightning talismans exploded together. The powerful impact force created huge waves in the mirror moon lake, and water mist filled the sky yet again. Lightning flashed on the lake's surface like small silver snakes. It was a pretty sight. However, Chin Yundi's face was calm throughout, and he was even a little disappointed. As expected, recreating that miracle was still a failure. Chin Yundi sighed lightly. At that moment, as he was about to record the data and try again, he suddenly heard an exclamation from afar. A superb lightning explosion talisman array. You really are amazing regarding the research in lightning explosion talisman array. Chin Yundi was startled. He turned his head and saw a figure walking from within the water mist. That figure belonged to a young man wearing a gorgeous white robe. He was dignified and distinguished looking. His appearance was peerless as if a heavenly immortal's. That person gradually walked toward him from the mist, and the rainbow-colored light shone on his body. It was as if he had walked out of a painting. Chin Yundi remembered him. He was the most handsome among the many people who had returned with their saintess and heavenly venerable Azure Lotus. Such a man of extraordinary handsomeness is obviously not simple. Chin Yundi secretly took note of him. He used his power to sense Shen Tian's presence and detect his cultivation level. However, Chin Yundi discovered that the handsome man in front of him was unfathomable. No matter how he tried to sense, he could not detect any presence from Shen Tian. There were only 3 possibilities, but no matter which, it all explained that this handsome man was definitely extraordinary. Chin Yundi's squinted narrow eyes betrayed that he was on guard. "May I know who you might be and what business you might have here?" Frankly speaking, Chin Yundi was prepared to immediately escape if the situation turned out to be unfavorable for him. Shen Tian had arrived with martial uncle Azure Lotus, so he was automatically branded as a suspicious fellow. What if he was martial uncle Azure Lotus lackey specially sent to extort money from him? Shen Tian did not know Chin Yundi was on guard. "I am Shen Tian," he said smilingly. As if being blinded by Shen Tian's smile in the mist of rainbow light, Chin Yundi could not help but be dazed for a moment. However, he quickly regained his consciousness. "Shen Tian? You're the new saint of our sect, that Shen Tian?" Shen Tian was astonished. "WTH? How did you know? I only just agreed to become the saint." Upon seeing the puzzled expression on Shen Tian's face, Chin Yundi explained, "Senior brother, you don't need to be shocked. A few days ago, Senior Brother Legion Feng informed us that the sacred ground had recovered the supreme forbidden spell, Declamity. The fated person who had found it would become our sacred ground saint with the chance to marry our saintess. Now, almost all the true disciples should know Senior Brother's name. Shen Tian's lips twitched as he saw the narrow-eyed Qin Yundi's smile. Can't you let me keep a low profile and grow stronger first? That person called Legion Feng, if you dare to appear, I promise not to beat you to death. Chapter 102, The Gate to a New World. Now, all the true disciples know my name. Shen Tian became very alert now. He could not drag his plan to make his halo greener any longer. He smiled and said, I've heard about you from Senior Sister Yanxi. Qin Yundi gave a helpless smile and said, I bet Senior Sister said that I'm not doing the right thing. Qin Yundi was not surprised at all. Everyone had been saying that about him in the sacred ground. None of the 9 elders believed in his research on the lightning talisman. Is this new saint here to persuade me too? Qin Yundi was disinterested in continuing the conversation. However, Shen Tian gave him a warm smile and said, Relax, Junior Brother. What I'm trying to say is that I'm interested in researching the lightning talisman too. Qin Yundi's eyes lit up when he heard this. He quickly asked excitedly, Seriously? Senior Brother, you are not lying, right? Shen Tian nodded. When the talisman explodes, the generated flame and light is the true art. Qin Yundi was puzzled. Art? What is art? Shen Tian explained, Well, art is something you think is very beautiful. Qin Yundi processed what Shen Tian told him and slowly opened his eyes. They were now filled with hope and desire. He said to himself, I get it now. Art is all about explosions. Then, Qin Yundi looked at Shen Tian thankfully. He took a deep breath and asked again. Senior Brother, are you seriously into researching the lightning talisman too? Shen Tian found it funny that Qin Yundi was so excited. He said with a smile, Of course. We can even talk about it if you want. Shen Tian approached the mirror moon lake and took out his Heritai rosary beads. The beads gave off dim light and shone into the lake immediately. Then, a ball of water flew out of the lake and floated in the air. Qin Yundi was puzzled. He could not understand what his senior brother was trying to do. From what I've observed, you seem to focus a lot on the drawing of the talisman and its array formation. Indeed, these two increase the power of the lightning talisman, but there were other ways too. Sometimes, you only need to think out of the box to find a whole new area in your research. Shen Tian started to input lightning energy into the ball of lake water. Soon, the water started bubbling. As more bubbles evaporated from the water, the size of the water decreased too. Qin Yundi still had no idea what Shen Tian was trying to achieve. There was so much water just now, how did it disappear so fast? What is this senior brother doing? Soon, the entire ball of water disappeared, and in its stead now was a small ball of compressed water vapor in the air. Shen Tian was afraid that Yundi could not see the water vapor, so he asked Azure to form a green shield layer around the water vapor. He smiled mysteriously at Qin Yundi and said, Now, it's time to show you the moment of impossible. In the next instant, he shot out the gas ball toward the mirror moon lake and gathered his lightning energy at his fingertip. Qin Yundi could see clearly that it was the most basic lightning art in the divine firmament sacred ground, and it did not have any attribute. According to his observation, Shen Tian had only used a first firmament chi refinement cultivator's power. So? What is he trying to do? As Qin Yundi was pondering over that, Shen Tian released the lightning toward the ball of gas. The lightning looked extremely unstable and could disappear in the air at any time. Nonetheless, it made it to the ball of gas. Soon, a loud explosion resounded. The explosion's blue light engulfed the entire area, while huge waves were formed. The light blinded Qin Yundi's eyes, and he exclaimed, What? How is it possible? He thought he had observed closely. The lightning Shen Tian had used just now only contained the power of a first firmament chi refinement cultivator. How could the impact be this great? It did not make any sense. Qin Yundi felt that he was grasping something, but he could not understand it properly. He stared at the lake with his eyes wide open and mumbled, This is not possible. It's so powerful. Even Foundation establishment cultivators would be threatened from the impact. In addition, the lightning talismans could be mass-produced, meaning a chi refinement cultivator could take on a Foundation establishment cultivator with just a small amount of spirit chi. Qin Yundi was not stupid, so he could tell Shen Tian was showing him a method no one had ever thought of. He believed the trick was in the ball of gas. If he could store that gas and mass produce it, it would be very handy in combat. Even a weak golden core cultivator would be troubled by this move. If the cost of this new method is low, all the disciples in the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground can equip with such a talisman. As such, our Sacred Ground's overall power will improve drastically. Qin Yundi asked excitedly, "Senior brother, what is that move called?" Shen Tian smiled and said, "You want to learn? I'll teach you." Honestly speaking, Shen Tian had achieved that due to the image in Qin Yundi's halo. Coincidentally, Qin Yundi had stumbled upon the power of electrolysis while doing his research. Electrolysis of water was the process of using electricity to decompose water into oxygen and hydrogen gas. When oxygen and hydrogen were compressed and ignited, there would be a huge explosion. Qin Yundi had once managed to accidentally get a huge amount of hydrogen and oxygen once after setting up a lightning talisman array on the Mirror Moon Lake. Afterward, he had set a lightning explosion talisman array, so the gases had been ignited immediately. The power of the explosion had been way beyond his expectation. Qin Yundi had carefully been trying to recreate that miracle again for the next few months. However, the more careful he was, the longer the preparation time he would need before the explosion happened. This caused all the gases gathered at the surface of the lake to escape in the atmosphere, rendering him unable to achieve that result again. Nonetheless, Qin Yundi was determined to recreate the scene. He believed that as long as he tried enough times, he would understand what had happened. What Shen Tian was going to do was to teach Qin Yundi the science behind it. Honestly speaking, Shen Tian was excited too. He wanted to see how far this young man could go after he had understood the concept of science. In Shen Tian's previous life, the concepts of heat and explosion were used in some extremely powerful tools. He wondered if cultivation methods and science could work together and create miracles in the world. Shen Tian was very curious. Chapter 103, I almost believed him. Shen Tian's willingness to teach him surprised Qin Yundi to a great extent, and tears started forming in his narrow eyes. He had not been this emotional when his mother, Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus, had cut off his allowance. Yet, now that his senior brother, a saint at that, encouraged him, he felt touched. Finally, after so many years, there is someone who understands me. He is even willing to teach me such a wonderful technique. Qin Yundi started to like Shen Tian now. At first, when Qin Yundi had heard that a fated man had been chosen to be the saint, he had been very susceptible about it. Everyone in the sacred ground was very talented and proud, after all. Shen Tian had indeed the right to be a saint as he had recovered their Imperial Sutra's lost chapters, but whether people liked him or not was a totally different story. The Divine Firmament Sacred Ground would elect a new saint every century and a new sacred leader every 10 centuries. If one could not earn the other's acknowledgement, they would only remain as a saint for 100 years and miss the opportunity to become the sacred leader. Thus, true disciples like Qin Yundi that had soul formation Heavenly Venerable family members were not so concerned about the saints. On the contrary, the 10 saints had to please true disciples like them in order to compete for the sacred leader position. Although all true disciples had heard of Shen Tian and his feats, they felt that he would just be a mascot at the very best. Despite that being the case, Qin Yundi had made up his mind to support Shen Tian no matter what, since he was already indebted to him. Qin Yundi looked at Shen Tian, full of hope. "Senior brother, can you really teach me?" Shen Tian was caught between laughter and tears. He explained slowly to Qin Yundi, "Of course. Look and listen carefully." Shen Tian asked Azure to create a drop of water. He pointed at the water drop and said, "Look, junior brother. This water drop consists of 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom." Qin Yundi could not really understand it, but he nodded anyway. "Okay, 2 yin atoms and 1 yang atom 1. Shen Tian continued. We can use lightning to get these atoms again from water through electrolysis." Qin Yundi started thinking. Lightning can break down water into yin and yang atoms? Qin Yundi was very smart. After all, he had improvised the lightning explosion talisman on his own. Although he did not understand what yin and yang atoms were, following the cultivation mindset, anything to do with yin and yang would be very powerful. No wonder my lightning explosion talisman array was so strong the last time. Qin Yundi finally understood what happened that day and looked at Shen Tian full of admiration. "Senior brother, I understand now. The yin and yang atoms can be merged to give off a huge energy outburst after they are bonded by mystic hearts, right? Yin? Yang? Merged? What is he talking about?" Shen Tian paused for a moment, pondered over that theory, and found that there was nothing wrong with Qin Yundi's concept. If one mixed hydrogen and oxygen in a ratio of 2 to 1 and then lit them up, they could be combined and produce a large amount of energy. If Shen Tian needed Qin Yundi to understand the proper science behind it, he would have to teach him chemistry the entire day. Shen Tian had no choice but to say, "Yes, that's right. Mystic arts are not needed. Just a slight spark of lightning for the ignition will do. I discovered this while training my water-type lightning arts." Qin Yundi nodded. "No wonder you became our saint, senior brother. You are blessed by Providence. I'm so ashamed. I've been researching this topic for so many months and yet did not realize how wonderful yin and yang atoms are. Senior brother, you understood the theory so well just by cultivating on your water-type lightning arts. That's really amazing. Water breeds life, but it takes nothing from life, just like the state of Wuji. Wuji breeds Taiji, and Taiji breeds yin and yang. Thus, water is made from yin and yang atoms. This is so clever. Senior brother, you are so smart. Although no one had done it before, maybe you can be the yin-yang emperor one day." Qin Yundi's conclusion rendered Shen Tian speechless. Water breeds life, but it takes nothing from life, just like the state of Wuji. Wuji breeds Taiji, and Taiji breeds yin and yang. So, after electrolysis, water will produce yin and yang atoms. Damn, it's so convincing. Although I haven't studied science, I almost believe it. I'll call you Qin Lavoisier Yundi 1 in the future. You are the great man that will change the cultivation world. At that moment, Shen Tian felt his body becoming lighter. He quickly took out his mirror and looked above his head. As expected, his halo was much greener now. Shen Tian was delighted to see that his plan had actually worked. Ha ha ha, seems like all the boring stuff I've studied can come in handy one day. The scene of Shen Tian suddenly taking out his mirror momentarily stunned Qin Yundi. What is senior brother doing? Is he hinting me not to be too proud of myself? And I should look in the mirror often and know what I'm lacking? He is the saint, indeed. Qin Yundi calmed himself down and said, "Sorry, I was too excited." Shen Tian continued looking in the mirror and said, "It's okay. It's good as long as you're happy." Qin Yundi started hands-on with the electrolysis and asked, "Senior brother, have you named this move yet?" Shen Tian thought for a while and said, "Since hydrogen and oxygen are involved, we'll call it Hydroxy Divine Lightning." Qin Yundi replied, "Yin-Yang Divine Lightning? Okay, sure. Just that it might be confused with Yin-Yang Mixed Divine Lightning." Shen Tian? Shen Tian sighed. He felt exhausted and speechless. Just as he was about to leave, Qin Yundi stopped him. "Senior brother. Can I be your follower?" "What?" Shen Tian was befuddled. "What?" Qin Yundi said sincerely, "Since senior brother is our sacred ground saint, you will have your disciples in the future too. I'm willing to follow senior brother. I just hope that senior brother could teach me one or two things about the art of yin and yang. Please accept my request." Honestly, Shen Tian was very moved by what Qin Yundi was doing. He is a true disciple, and he is begging me. Well, that was a joke. What Shen Tian actually thought was that he could make use of Qin Yundi in the future. If I managed to guide Qin Yundi to produce fragmentation grenades, lightning machine guns, and divinity railguns, would those be fortuitous opportunities for him? If so, I could share those fortuitous opportunities, right? If I cannot encounter one fortuitous opportunity, I'll just have to make one myself. I've got to give it a try. Chapter 104, Senior Brother, recorded in history. Shen Tian pondered over the matter and then said with a smile, "Junior brother, you must regard me as an outsider if you're saying something like you'll become my follower. Since we are both fellow sect members. We're better brothers, we should help and support each other as we walk down the road of cultivation. Not to mention the fact that both of us adore the art of explosion, we are already bosom friends." Shen Tian continued. "What are bosom friends? Bosom friends are those that enjoy blessings and endure misfortune together. I'll teach you everything I know, of course. However, if I encounter danger in the future, could you come and help me without contacting your family elders?" Qin Yundi nodded with a determined look. "Senior brother, it's my mistake for treating you as an outsider. I am grateful to you." Shen Tian smiled and said, "Actually, I do know a method of improving the explosion." Shen Tian curved his lips upon seeing the narrow-eyed Qin Yundi stare at him with a burning gaze. He smiled and said, "Junior brother, just try to create two yin-yang divine lightning first with my method." Qin Yundi nodded and converted the ball of lake water in his hands to hydrogen and oxygen through electrolysis. He took out a talisman, swiftly engraved a chi-gathering array, and then the hydrogen and oxygen were absorbed into the talisman. The cost of a chi-gathering talisman was quite cheap, not even 1/10 of the lightning explosion talisman. Of course, there was a limit to the amount of gas that the chi-gathering talisman could absorb, so Qin Yundi felt it filled to the brim quickly. The chi-gathering talisman was shining with fluorescent light, a beautiful spectacle. Qin Yundi took out a second chi-gathering talisman and started gathering gas again. Shortly after, the two chi-gathering talismans, which were filled with hydrogen and oxygen, appeared in Qin Yundi's hands. He engraved a simple detonation rune on the two chi-gathering talismans and handed them to Shen Tian. Shen Tian nodded. Qin Yundi is really blessed with Providence. After I just taught him to use lightning to separate water, he could directly draw inferences from it and use the chi-gathering talisman to preserve the electrolysis-generated hydrogen and oxygen, directly mass-producing them. No wonder he is Qin Lavoisier Yundi. Shen Tian smirked, took out a chi-gathering talisman, and threw it toward an empty space beside the lake. After the chi-gathering talisman flew about 20+ meters away, Shen Tian made a hand seal and detonated the chi-gathering talisman. Boom! A loud sound instantly echoed, and another blue lotus flower bloomed. In the next instant, a huge hole, about 7 to 8 meters wide, appeared on the originally smooth, flat shore. The huge hole was as deep as a tall person, and a layer of transparent crystals could be seen at the bottom. Qin Yundi's eyes lit up as he marveled at the huge hole. Senior brother, the explosion power of this talisman could threaten Foundation establishment cultivators. However, its lethal range is too small, while the speed at which the talisman flies is too slow. Thus, someone can easily evade it. Shen Tian nodded before he gradually walked to the bottom of the huge hole and picked up the crystals. He placed the crystals on the talisman and bundled it up into a small ball the size of a fist. Then, Shen Tian placed the small ball onto the ground and gradually retreated 20 meters away. After pondering for a moment, he still thought it was not safe enough, so he took out his black tortoise shield. He turned to look at Qin Yundi and reminded him, "Junior brother, come. It's safer to hide behind me." Qin Yundi smiled with his narrow eyes and said, "Senior brother, you're worrying too much. I'm not afraid of the explosion impact of such a lightning explosion talisman." Shen Tian seemed to be deep in thought before he nodded. His black tortoise shield suddenly emitted dense black light, which condensed and formed a black energy barrier. After confirming that his whole body was covered and protected by the black tortoise shield's energy barrier, Shen Tian activated the detonation rune. Boom! A loud sound echoed like before, and the same blue fire lotus flower appeared. However, this time, within the 8-meter radius, there were plenty of small holes too. These small holes were drilled deep into the beach. It was unknown how deep they were. What was worth mentioning was that there were a few propylitic boulders on the Mirror Moon Lake. It was shocking to see the state of the few propylitic boulders, which were within the lightning explosion talisman's explosion range. One could see vast holes, cracks, or even fragments of the high-speed crystals on each propylitic boulder. Shen Tian could feel that something had collided with his black tortoise shield, as the shock from the impact had numbed his hands to some extent. Fortunately, Shen Tian was powerful enough, and the black tortoise shield's defense was indeed top-notch, so there was not much of a problem. When Shen Tian turned to look at Qin Yundi, he could not help but laugh. Qin Yundi, who had been well-dressed, clean, and tidy, looked just like a beggar now as his clothes were riddled with holes. Unexpectedly, such perfectly good protective clothing had directly been destroyed. At the same time, his face was as white as a sheet, probably because some of the fragments had struck him, almost killing him. Luckily, even though the protective clothing had been destroyed, it had still blocked the fragments. Although there had just been a disruption in his chi and blood circulation, his injury was not serious. Qin Yundi swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said in astonishment, "Such a powerful explosion. It is enough to injure even late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators." Although Qin Yundi had used 600 lightning explosion talismans to set up the lightning explosion talisman array that had trapped and killed a powerful late-stage golden core monster, the power of each lightning explosion talisman had only been barely enough to injure early to mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Most importantly, the cost of 600 lightning explosion talismans had nearly made Qin Yundi go bankrupt. Not only is the cost of such a yin-yang lightning talisman that senior brother invented only 1/10 of the original, but it is also simple to make. Its lethality has significantly increased after adding hard objects, making it even more powerful than the lightning explosion talisman. If Qin Yundi could equip himself with 6,000 of such talismans, he would even dare to kill peak stage golden core cultivators. Shen Tian noticed Qin Yundi's stupefied expression and smirked. This is only the simplest and crudest version. If junior brother Yundi is interested, you can change these crystals to harder spirit iron steel balls. Under the impact of such a powerful explosion, these spirit iron steel balls would be shot vigorously in all directions. I believe you can imagine its might. The light in Qin Yundi's eyes became brighter and brighter, as he felt that his senior brother had opened a new door for him. In the past, Qin Yundi had always been thinking of how to improve the runes or ray formations when researching the lightning explosion talisman. As such, he had not discovered that he could add other materials to increase its lethality. Two fine examples were the yin-yang divine lightning, which included the yin and yang atoms, and the yin-yang penetrating divine lightning, which included the spirit iron steel balls. If he could really create such things, it would definitely cause a huge uproar in Eastern Wilderness whole lightning talisman market. Shen Tian grinned upon seeing Qin Yundi's dumbstruck expression and added, "Of course, this too is the simple and crude version. If junior brother Yundi could make these spirit iron steel balls shoot toward a designated direction, like arrows, then the maneuverability of such a divine lightning would be stronger. How about you try imagining being able to pinpoint where to attack with that lethality?" At that moment, Qin Yundi's narrow eyes, which were like slits for more than 10 years, opened widely in astonishment. A scene appeared in his mind. It was a weak Shi refinement cultivator. That cultivator held the divine lightning Dharma artifact, which he had created, and stuffed a yin-yang lightning explosion talisman into it. Afterward, the cultivator lifted that Dharma artifact and pointed it toward a monster in front of him, which was in the peak stage of Foundation establishment. Then, he suddenly activated the lightning talisman to shoot out specially created spirit iron steel balls. After a loud sound, the spirit iron steel balls penetrated that Foundation establishment monster, creating holes throughout its body. Qin Yundi had a strong instinctive feeling that if he could invent such a Dharma artifact, he shall be recorded in the Divine Firmament Sacred Grounds history with his senior brother. It was all because such a Dharma artifact would make low-stage cultivators terrifyingly powerful. Chapter 105, Safer Option, Hand Over to Sacred Ground. Eastern Wilderness, at the back of a mountain in the Grand White Heaven Grotto. As the waterfall poured down from a high height, the sound of the water was deafening. Surprisingly, two young men were standing at the bottom of the waterfall. They were waving the long swords in their hands to slash toward the waterfall. In the empty space beside the waterfall, two middle-aged men were standing face to face with each other. One wore a long purple robe while the other carried a heavy sword behind him. Supremacy Ziyang revealed a begging expression on his face. "Senior brother, you've already trained me for a whole day and night." Sword Venerable Long River replied coldly, "But junior brother's stamina is still a disgrace." After finishing, he turned to look at the waterfall beside him. "Use more strength. As swordsman, only through persistent training can your sword be sharp. You must be tough, you must be fast. Shenao, since you have entered our Grand White Grotto Heaven, you cannot embarrass us." A month later, there will be a small competition between the 2 major sacred grounds and 6 major grotto heavens. It is a joint training at the primordial battlefield. This time, the location is the outer peripheral of the primordial battlefield near the Country of Fire. Those in the Golden Core stage will not participate. I will train you and teach you sword arts in place of your master for you to stand out in the trial. After a month, I do hope that you will still not be this weak, embarrassing our sect, or else. Li Kanglin did not finish his words, but Shenao, who was under the waterfall, already wanted to cry. OMG. There's no grudge between us, why must you do this to me? And 1 month of special training? Have you seen anyone who has just broken through to the Foundation establishment stage able to improve greatly just by having special training for a month? On top of that, you even want me to join the joint trial of the 2 major sacred grounds and 6 major grotto heavens. I'm afraid any random person there possesses a higher cultivation level than me. Shenao complained in his mind as he slashed the waterfall with great difficulty. He had a mental breakdown. If it was not for having someone to accompany him, and that someone was in an even more tragic situation, Shenao might feel that his life was hopeless and meaningless. Wait. The Divine Firmament Sacred Ground won't be one of the 2 major sacred grounds, right? Shenao became even more anxious upon thinking of that possibility. Don't do this to me. My 13th brother is toxic. Eastern Wilderness, at Jade Lake Sacred Ground. This small world was filled with birds' chirpings and the fragrance of flowers, and peach blossoms were blooming everywhere. In the center of this small world, there was a humongous spirit mountain, and a magnificently decorated jade palace revealed the style of cultivators. In the middle of the spirit mountain, within the cultivator cleansing spring, spirit mist filled the place. A lady walked out gracefully. She wore a long azure green dress and looked just like a fairy who came out of a drawing as spirit chi surrounded her. At the entrance of the spring waters, several female disciples were waiting there. Every one of them had a pretty appearance with delicate features pleasant to one's eyes. Senior Sister Linger, Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Dance has instructed for you to go to the Spirit Elegance Mountain to find her. She said that there's news regarding Shenao that she wants to tell you, Senior Sister. That lady slowly nodded, her eyes were shining radiantly. She walked step by step leisurely, and spirit chi bloomed under her feet, creating ripples. Seeing the lady who gradually went further away, those female disciples were full of envy. This spirit venerable divine water successor that Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Dance brought back from the outside actually has the rare Connate spirit constitution. Looks like there will be a new change to the Saintess candidate. Eastern Wilderness, at the eastern suburbs of the Divine Firmament City, within a certain house. Boom! A powerful explosion resounded, and black fuming smoke could be seen. From within the thick black smoke, a figure that was pitch black all over walked out. A few silver-colored iron balls were attached to his waist, and he carried a black iron rod on his shoulder. What was worth mentioning was that the appearance of the black iron rod looked very similar to the shotgun in PUBG. I've succeeded, I've succeeded. Chin Yundi used his pitch-black hand to wipe his pitch-black face, making his whole face even darker. Senior brother, I discovered that the explosion is the strongest when yin atom, yang atom, and spirit chi are mixed in the ratio of 4:2:1. In addition, I managed to make the yin-yang penetrating divine lightning and yin-yang demon penetrating gun. Senior brother, please try them out. See if you're satisfied with them. He managed to do it this fast? Shen Tian raised his eyebrows. He managed to create the fragmentation grenade and shotgun in just one day? As expected of you, junior brother Yundi. After taking a silver iron ball from Chin Yundi, Shen Tian abruptly threw it 100 meters away. Boom! The divine lightning exploded in midair, and the silver-colored spirit iron balls shot in all directions vigorously like shooting stars. In the blink of an eye, it was as if the ground had been plowed as countless deep holes were formed. The weapon's effect rendered Shen Tian speechless. Who would have thought that after mixing hydrogen, oxygen, and spirit chi, it would become this powerful? According to what Chin Yundi said previously, such a lightning attack could injure peak stage foundation establishment cultivators. Of course, the precondition is that the peak stage foundation establishment person has to dumbly stand still for one to bombard them. Such a possibility is low. However, if it's combined with trapping arrays, killing arrays, traps, and landmines, then it will be hard to say. Now, let's try this large black gun if it's good to use. Shen Tian gently stroked the black iron rod Chin Yundi handed to him, his burning gaze was full of anticipation. Most men would be innately interested in shooting, no matter what was shot. Naturally, Shen Tian was the same. He took the black iron rod and stuffed the lightning talisman and spirit iron ball into it according to the way that Chin Yundi had demonstrated. Afterward, Shen Tian aimed the crude version of a shotgun toward a boulder in the house. He gradually pulled the trigger. The shotgun's surface instantly flashed with a mysterious array formation, that was a defensive array formation to prevent the spirit gold barrel from exploding. Boom! The moment the lightning talisman exploded, spirit iron balls shot out of the barrel and instantly pierced through the boulder. After the smoke dispersed, he discovered that the boulder was actually shot into pieces. At the same time, the hard spirit iron balls had shot deep within the ground. The material limits the yin-yang demon penetrating gun, so its barrel is unable to withstand a high-intensity explosion. Thus, its power is limited. Chin Yundi explained, this yin-yang demon penetrating gun created with normal spirit gold has a considerable lethality toward mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Of course, if I can use stronger spirit gold materials to make the barrel, I have the confidence to create an even more powerful weapon. The problem is, the high-tenacity spirit gold is just too expensive. Cough, cough. Most probably, I won't be able to afford it. After listening to Chin Yundi's embarrassed explanation, Shen Tian could totally understand him. As a researcher, how was it possible that he did not spend money? However, there was really no need to worry about money since they researched such high-end weapons. Currently, lightning talismans, which could injure cultivators in the foundation establishment stage, cost mostly over 10 spirit stones in the market. If the lightning talismans could injure those in mid or late stage of foundation establishment, then it could be sold for 50 to 100 spirit stones. The normal yin-yang divine lightning that Chen Yundi created cost at most 2 spirit stones if spirit chi consumption and talisman papers were included. Even for the yin-yang penetrating divine lightning, which had some low-grade spirit gold, the cost of one was less than 5 spirit stones. Just selling them would allow them to earn a huge profit of over 20 times the cost. It was easy to make big money. But wait a minute. Shen Tian was calculating how large the profit would be. He suddenly became anxious and felt that he had overlooked something important. Money was indeed useful, but having too much money was not necessarily a good thing if one's strength was not enough. Shen Tian recalled his previous life's history lesson. There had been someone who also had the surname Shen Wan, so rich that his wealth could be compared to the country. As such, the emperor had been envious. In the end, the emperor had just randomly found an excuse to take him into custody, denounce him, and execute him. His properties had then all been confiscated. Currently, Shen Tian was in the cultivation world, a place full of treacherous people where the weak were the prey of the strong. Shen Tian was just a chi refinement cultivator and had a green halo on his head. Would he dare to fight with those super powerful bosses for business? SSSSS, not a good idea, it's too dangerous. So what should I do? Shen Tian frowned and contemplated for half an hour. Finally, he gradually stood up. After careful consideration, it's safer to hand it over to the sacred ground. No matter what, I am the saint, and Chen Yundi is a true disciple of the sacred ground. We are the core disciples of the sect. After handing over such a valuable patent to the sacred ground, they will definitely share some of the earned money with us, right? Then, even if other people are envious and use schemes, that is the sacred ground's problem. The elders would definitely come forward to solve it. Yep, it's decided then. Share the money with the sacred leader. Well, my master, paying the protection fees. Things are easier with someone powerful to rely on. Chapter 106, Is it too late to regret? At the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, Sacred Leader's Palace. Lightning flashed on the 10 huge pillars. The divine beasts on the pillars could be vaguely seen as if they were real. The sacred leader sat upright on the throne, covered by lightning and a heavenly mist. In front of the sacred leader palace stood an old Taoist priest fuming with rage. His face was flushed red. Junior brother, you're too unreasonable. You promised me to give me a spirit mountain. I just remembered after I went back, where's my spirit mountain? The Divine Firmament's sacred leader replied coldly, yes, I did promise you. We had agreed that you would use the Divine Firmament Drager pendant to exchange for 1,500 spirit crystals and a spirit mountain. The old Taoist priest scoffed. Then, why are you going back on your words now? Ridiculous. The Divine Firmament's sacred leader calmly replied, when we made the agreement, senior brother did not give me the Drager pendant. You only gave me the heritage within, so, by default, senior brother has rejected that deal. The sacred leader's calm words made Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus' mouth twitch with anger. He scoffed, well, I still have the Drager pendant. Can't we renegotiate the deal? After finishing, the old Taoist priest hurriedly took out the Drager pendant and stared directly at the sacred leader. Lightning and heavenly aura enshrouded the Divine Firmament's sacred leader, and his voice carried no emotions at all. This time, I refuse. I have already gained the complete 5 heavenly lightning cultivation technique, lightning emperor body tempering art, and declamity inheritance. The Divine Firmament Drager pendant is no longer significant to me. If senior brother likes it, then you can just keep it. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus' face went pale before it turned black. Junior brother, you've become cunning. Didn't you say previously that the Divine Firmament Drager pendant is the sacred leader's token? The Divine Firmament's sacred leader nodded. However, I think that what senior brother said also makes sense. The Divine Firmament Drager pendant had already been lost for tens of thousands of years, and I'm not the first sacred leader without the token. The old Taoist priest? The old Taoist priest took a deep breath and scoffed. Aren't you afraid that I'll sell it? The lightning and heavenly aura slightly trembled, but the sacred leader's voice was still calm. Senior brother won't sell it, and no one would dare to buy it. 1,500 spirit crystals in exchange for the Divine Firmament Drager pendant, and at the same time, I'll allow you to guide the honor and body tempering. Thus, Senior Brother will also be counted as his teacher. What does Senior Brother think? Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus sneered. I don't believe in some son of Providence. How about this? 2,000 spirit crystals to take this pair of unlucky jade pendants away. The sacred leader nodded, and a storage ring shot of the lightning and heavenly aura. Deal. I only wish that if Dharma succeeds in the future, Senior Brother won't regret. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus scoffed as he put away the storage ring. Regret? You must be joking. I repeat, if I regret not taking him as my disciple, I'm a son of a BTCH. After saying his piece, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus threw the Drager pendant to the sacred leader, turned, and left. However, at that moment, a male voice echoed from outside. Master, your disciple asks for an audience. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus smiled playfully upon hearing that Shen-tian wished to see the sacred leader. Your disciple has come. Can you guess why he wants an audience? Is it because he is unwilling to be your disciple? Or is it because those kids in the sacred ground refuse to accept him as the saint and stack the deck against him? Therefore, he feels wronged and wants to find you to do him justice? If one took in a disciple, the disciple would definitely cultivate. Once the disciple cultivated, the disciple would definitely cause trouble. Therefore, the best way to avoid trouble was not to take disciples, and Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus was a great supporter of that rationale. See, this Shen-tian kid has just joined the Divine Firmament sacred ground, and he's already at his wit's end. Thus, he is forced to seek his master now. Fortunately, in the beginning, my junior brother didn't manage to fool me and make me take this kid as my disciple. Otherwise, the one being troubled by this kid now would have been me. The sacred leader palace's huge doors gradually opened, and Shen-tian, in white clothes, slowly walked inside. Under the light from the 10 divine beast pillars lightning, Shen-tian's handsomeness was enhanced. A golden-haired boy followed behind Shen-tian, and he was none other than Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus Son, Qin Yundi. It was worth mentioning that the Qin Yundi was carrying a long black iron rod, and he had a bright smile on his face. That made Divine Firmament's sacred leader and old Taoist priest become curious. One had to know that ever since Qin Yundi had quarreled with Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus, he had become more and more solitary. Normally, he wouldn't even come to the Divine Firmament small world to communicate with other senior or junior brothers. He just researched his lightning explosion talisman. So why did he suddenly follow Shen-tian to the Divine Firmament sacred leader's palace today? Was it possible that this kid had some kind of conflict with Shen-tian? The old Taoist priest stood at the side with gusto, preparing to watch the fun. The sacred leader looked at Shen-tian and asked calmly, "Tianer, why have you come?" Shen-tian smiled and pulled Qin Yundi to the sacred leader palace's center. "I have come for junior brother Yundi." As he spoke, Shen-tian removed the silver divine lightning from Qin Yundi's waist and the long black rod from his back. Reporting to Master, junior brother Yundi has invented a new type of lightning talisman that can benefit all disciples in our sect. Qin Yundi hurriedly shook his hand and explained, "I did not invent them. The saint, senior brother Tian, guided me to create these inventions. I am ashamed to be called the inventor. I only spent some time creating the Dharma artifacts that senior brother had mentioned." "Oh?" The sacred leader and Azure Lotus could not help but pay attention to them upon hearing what they said. "Qin Yundi, this kid actually says that Shen-tian guided him in improving the lightning talisman? Shen-tian has only trained the 5 heavenly lightning cultivation technique for a few days, and he is already able to improve the lightning talisman?" The sacred leader looked at Shen-tian and said, "Tianer, use your new lightning talisman to attack me." Shen-tian seemed to hesitate, so the sacred leader said, "Don't worry, you won't be able to injure me." Only then did Shen-tian nod and hurled a silver divine lightning at the sacred leader. Boom! The silver divine lightning exploded, and spirit iron balls shot in all directions vigorously. Meanwhile, the person bearing the brunt was the sacred leader as he was facing the silver divine lightning directly. However, after the spirit iron balls heavily collided on the surface of the sacred leader's lightning and heavenly aura, it was as if they were attracted to it. The lightning filled the spirit iron balls, and they fell to the ground powerlessly as if they had been drained of energy. Quite the power. It could be counted as a supreme grade among the second-grade lightning explosion talismans. It should be worth 200 spirit stones. The sacred leader nodded, showing approval to this new type of lightning talisman. "How long does it take to create this type of lightning explosion talisman, and how many spirit stones are needed to make it?" From the sacred leader's point of view, As long as the prophet was able to reach above 100% for a supreme grade lightning talisman in the same grade, it was not bad since the competition for a share of the talisman market was quite intense. Other sects also had items such as the leaf fire talisman that were dominating the market. If the cost needed to make the lightning explosion talisman was 100 spirit stones, and they could sell it for 200 spirit stones, then it would be counted as a huge profit. Meanwhile, the cost of materials wasted from failed manufacturing had to be included too. In addition, the cost of divinity needed and the energy spent to make supreme-grade talismans should be calculated as well. Frankly speaking, the profit of making talismans to sell was really quite small. Under the sacred leader's stare, Shen Tian smiled. The cost is about 5 spirit stones. The method of creating this talisman is extremely simple, and the success rate is also very high. A foundation establishment disciple would be able to make tens of it every day. When Shen Tian said that, he noticed that the lightning and heavenly aura covering the sacred leader started fluctuating vigorously. At the same time, heavenly venerate Azure Lotus, who was originally full of smiles and standing on the side, and his smile stiffened right on the spot. Chapter 107, Shooting the Sacred Leader. In the Sacred Leader Palace, there was a moment of absolute silence. Heavenly venerate Azure Lotus looked at Shen Tian in a daze, the expression on his face was unique. The lightning and heavenly aura covering the sacred leader gradually calmed down after quite a while. He asked, "Tianer, was everything you said true? Please, do not joke about something this important." Shen Tian nodded. "Junior brother Yundi, please create a yin-yang divine lightning for Master to see." Qin Yundi agreed, took the lake water he had prepared out of his inner spatial ring, and then the ball of lake water hovered in mid-air. Afterward, as his golden hair flew upward, he released a powerful lightning attack, which surged toward that ball of lake water. As the lightning kept on pouring into the lake water, the bubbles surged out of the bubbling lake water. Meanwhile, the ball of water, which was originally as tall as a person, rapidly shrank in Qin Yundi's hands. Shortly after, only a ball of gas glowing with blue light the size of a baseball appeared, spiraling on Qin Yundi's hand. Qin Yundi explained with squinted eyes as he created lightning, "Senior brother Tian's talent surpasses the past and present." He unknowingly comprehended the yin-yang water and versed out when he was cultivating the 9th divine lightning. He also discovered that water could be broken down to yin and yang atoms through lightning. These two atoms can be ignited through lighting, and through combing yin and yang, its explosion releases terrifying destructive power. I have used the Qi-gathering talisman to mix yin atoms, yang atoms, and spirit Qi according to a fixed ratio. After that, I packed them inside a specially created spirit gold ball, which can be detonated once the user hurls it at their opponent. Following that, when the lightning explosion talisman explodes, it generates a powerful impact that will propel the spirit gold balls within and shoot them in all directions. I have carefully calculated and concluded that the success rate of creasing such a yin-yang penetrating divine lightning could be over 90%. In addition, the cost of the spirit Qi needed to break down a lake water, and spirit gold balls is around 3 to 4 spirit stones. As Qin Yundi spoke, he had already placed the compressed gas into a divine lightning and finished assembling it. The sacred leader nodded, stretched out his hand, and the newly created divine lightning flew to his hands. The lightning in the middle of his palm shot out and instantly detonated the divine lightning in his hand. Boom! The violent explosion sound was deafening, but the impact of the explosion was not leaked at all. It was as if the sacred leader's palm was linked to the void, cleanly absorbing all the impact. Numerous spirit gold balls fell from the sacred leader's palm as he calmly said, "The power is quite strong. However, such a diving lightning that shoots spirit balls indiscriminately in all directions could easily injure our disciples by mistake. It's a little dangerous." Qin Yundi hurriedly untied the long black rod from his back and handed it to the sacred leader. "Martial uncle, there's this too." The sacred leader was slightly stunned. He looked at the long rod in Qin Yundi's hands with a puzzled expression before asking, "What is this?" Qin Yundi stuffed the lightning explosion talisman into the long rod, pulled the trigger, and shot the sacred leader. Bang! The muzzle shot out pale blue flames as well as a cluster of spirit iron steel balls, which scattered as they flew toward the sacred leader. Boom, 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 boom. The balls collided against the protective lightning and heavenly ore covering the sacred leader, and after producing a small ripple, they fell to the ground powerlessly. The sacred leader seemed to be deep in thought. "That's it. Using a Dharma artifact to control the direction the spirit balls are shot toward to avoid accidentally injuring comrades, right? This idea is quite good. It's just that the power was unavoidably reduced. Is this also an idea that you two thought? Chin Yundi's eyes turned into a slit as he smiled, his face full of admiration. No, no, no. This is Senior Brother Tian's idea. I only followed Senior Brother Tian's instructions and created these. Senior Brother Tian also said that this was the crudest manufacturing method of the yin-yang demon penetrating gun. Shen Tian held his head in resignation upon watching Chin Yundi, who had turned into a fanboy, brag about him non-stop. WTH? Didn't we agree to give you most of the credit, and I would only be the support? Once the sacred leader released his lighting-colored domineering aura, why did you start to crazily brag about me without any self-control? Oh God. I really did not want to take credit. Shen Tian had no choice but to elaborate upon noticing the sacred leader's questioning gaze. Yes, there is a way to improve it. As Junior Brother Yundi had only used the cheapest spirit gold to create the Dharma artifact this time, it was unable to withstand an overly high-intensity explosion. Thus, this yin-yang demon penetrating gun can only be counted as a crude semi-finished product. Its power can only deal with Foundation establishment cultivators. The sacred leader nodded. He agreed with what Shen Tian said, but he also felt that Shen Tian's statement was a little too modest. Although this gun's firepower was weaker, if the opponent did not defend with full power, and a few guns were shot simultaneously, then even late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators would most likely die when facing this kind of lightning talisman gun. Seeing that such a Dharma artifact was still only a semi-finished product, even the sacred leader was curious about it. Shen Tian continued explaining, in fact, a supreme-grade yin-yang demon penetrating gun should use high-tenacity spirit gold in combination with high-grade defensive arrays. A Dharma artifact like that would completely be able to withstand the explosion of several yin-yang lightning explosion talismans and thus convert the explosion into the bullet's impact force. Meanwhile, for the bullets, we shouldn't use normal iron balls. It's best to use high-tenacity spirit gold with a sharp-pointed, cone-shaped head. If possible, a miniature armor-penetrating array formation could be carved on the tip of the head. The lightning and heavenly aura covering the sacred leader vigorously fluctuated as Shen Tian spoke. As an absolutely rational sacred leader that had cut off all emotions and desires, he was rapidly calculating the feasibility of what Shen Tian had said. The sacred leader was simulating such a Dharma artifact in his mind with his divine consciousness, and he estimated its destructive prowess. After a good while, he gradually opened his mouth. Surprisingly, there was a tinge of excitement in his voice, which was difficult to detect. If iron essence was used, it could satisfy the requirements of this Dharma artifact. If this is so, then this Dharma artifact might be able to penetrate the Golden Core Restriction Realm. Penetrating the Golden Core Restriction Realm meant that it should be able to pierce through the Golden Core Cultivator's protective field. Golden Core Cultivators were different from those in the Foundation establishment stage that had only formed the Immortal Tao Foundation. Golden Core Cultivators had already started grasping the laws of Dharma. The cultivators in such a stage could form different Golden Core realms on their body's surface according to the different cultivation techniques they cultivated. It was challenging for cultivators below the Golden Core stage to destroy such a realm and deal damage to Golden Core Chi refinement cultivators. Therefore, if Foundation establishment cultivators could still be suppressed and killed by an immense number of mortal armies, then Golden Core Chi refinement cultivators were no longer afraid of the mortal world. Thus, the so-called eating the Golden Core, and I'm the master of my own destiny, described the perfected ones that only then really stepped into the road of cultivation. It was normally difficult for Foundation establishment cultivators to challenge Golden Core cultivators through setting up arrays and drawing talismans. Only those cultivators in the same stage or even higher stage could draw expensive divine talismans that could kill Golden Core cultivators. Meanwhile, the Divine Firmament's sacred leader felt that if the completed version of the divine gun that Shen Tian had described could be created, then such a scene might really be achieved. In the future, with a gun in hand, Divine Firmament disciples would be able to do as one liked with cultivators below the Golden Core stage. Those who were not convinced could be killed in just one shot. By then, wouldn't the Divine Firmament Sacred Grounds disciples be able to outshine others in those mystic realms that restricted cultivation levels below the Golden Core stage? Even the sacred leader, who was void of emotions, could not help but be excited at the thought of that. He looked at Shen Tian and asked, "Since you already know how to make it, why didn't you make one?" Shen Tian spread his hands out helplessly. As the iron essence was too expensive, Junior Brother Yundi could not buy it. Chapter 108, Research for the Sacred Grounds Rise. As the iron essence was too expensive, junior brother Yundi could not buy it. Shen Tian was very straightforward, not leaving any face for Qin Yundi. It counted as taking revenge on Qin Yundi for selling him out to the sacred leader. The sacred leader nodded and seemed to be deep in thought. It's true. The iron essence is one of the main materials for cultivators to create supreme-grade Dharma artifacts. Iron essence as small as one's thumb can be sold for a high price of 3,000 spirit stones. It can be said to be extremely expensive. Looking at the size of the yin-yang demon-penetrating gun in Qin Yundi's hands, if it were really to be completely made with iron essence, then, most likely, without a few 100,000 or even 1,000,000 spirit stones, it would be impossible to do so. Of course, if an iron essence demon-penetrating gun can really be created, then using it will be amazing as it will not get damaged after one use. It can be used repeatedly. Originally, as the power is scattered and weakened, even if one uses 10 plus yin-yang penetrating divine lightning or 10 plus semi-finished demon penetrating guns, they will not threaten golden core cultivators. However, with the improved iron essence demon penetrating gun, if 3 to 5 yin-yang lightning explosion talismans were stuffed inside together with an iron alloy bullet, they could even penetrate the golden core realm. The cost is only 80 to 100 spirit stones. Given such a destructive force, even perfected ones would be terrified. Such a Dharma artifact is not suitable to be popularized, but it can be lent to inner sect disciples to equip. In this case, within some special mystic realm that restricts cultivation levels, our divine firmament disciples could completely have the upper hand and obtain fortuitous opportunities. By then, outer sect disciples would be equipped with the weakened version of the demon penetrating gun, and inner sect disciples would be equipped with iron demon penetrating gun and armor penetrating lightning. They would be able to sweep through all the major mystic realms. As a result, the benefits and wealth reaped would definitely be extremely impressive. As compared to that, investing hundreds of thousands or even 1,000,000 spirit stones for a gun is worth it. After thinking to this point, the sacred leader said, "It's okay if you don't have money. What our sect has the most is spirit stones." The mouth of Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus at the side twitched. The sacred leader pretended as if he did not sense Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus' resentment and continued. "Honor, just do it without worries. As long as the quality of yin-yang penetrating divine lightning and yin-yang demon penetrating gun the both of you created is good enough, our sect can buy them all. As for the price, you won't suffer a loss. Of course, you have to take note to never sell them to enemy sects." One had to say, although the divine firmament's sacred leader had cut off his emotions and desires, he was relatively fair in settling matters. When what the sacred leader said resounded in the palace, Shen Tian could not help but be surprised. He thought that the sacred leader would ask him to hand over the patent, then give a penance. Who would have thought that Master would be this righteous and is actually willing to do business with us on equal footing? Of course, Shen Tian did not notice how interesting the Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus expression was at the side of the sacred leader palace. If he had noticed, then he might understand the other meaning behind the sacred leader's decision. Of course, Shen Tian was not an idiot that would take a yard if someone gave him an inch. One had to know that he was the divine firmament's saint, in the sacred ground's personal fief, and directly under the sacred leader. I can't just believe that the sacred leader only wants us to produce lightning talismans to sell to the sect, and he does not want any benefits. Well, if Master does not want it, it's him being righteous. But if I don't give, then it's me being insensible. Now that I am not green enough, nor am I strong enough, I have to rely on Master to protect me. Thus, at such a moment, no matter the amount of money, would it be more important than having a powerful background? When my luck increases to the top, money will easily come. After thinking this through, Shen Tian said righteously, "I do not agree." His voice was so firm and loud that Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus and Qin Yundi listening were dumbfounded. Even the lightning and heavenly aura enshrouding the sacred leader seemed to have trembled from the shock. Shen Tian took a deep breath and said, "Master, Yundi and I, we are not researching the lightning explosion talisman for money. It's for the art of explosion, and for the dream of our sacred ground to thrive and become even more prosperous." Qin Yundi, who was behind Shen Tian, nodded firmly. "That's right, what senior brother Tian said is true. For our art and for our dream." Shen Tian added, "The sacred ground could be said to be my home, and its construction relies on everyone. I am the saint, and I have a deep affection for the sacred ground. I am proud, as I am a member of Divine Firmament. Junior brother Yundi and I don't care about money. We only hope for the rise of the sacred ground, That's the reason for our research. As such, after discussing with junior brother Yundi, we have decided to give the yin-yang penetrating divine lightning and yin-yang demon penetrating gun to the sacred ground for free. We only hope for the sacred ground to continue growing bigger and stronger. We are willing to give our youth for that. Chin Yundi felt ardor and zeal coursing through his blood from listening. His narrow eyes were filled with excitement. I feel the same too. Feeling the absolute sincerity within the words of Shen-tian and Chin Yundi, the sacred leader was astounded. The lightning and heavenly aura covering his body was vibrating so intensively it was unprecedented, as if they were resonating with a certain emotion. The sacred leader took a look at heavenly venerable Azure Lotus at the side before turning to look at the two young men. Good, very good. I never imagined that although your cultivation levels were not high, both of you actually had such a lofty ideal. I'm touched. I have not been this touched for many years. You two are very good. Shen-tian coughed lightly. However, a large number of spirit stones would need to be consumed in the researching process, so... The sacred leader waved his hand and said generously, "The both of you are so loyal to our sacred ground, how could we let you down? From today onwards, the sacred ground will bear and pay all the cost for the yin-yang divine lightning's research. The sacred ground will sell the yin-yang penetrating divine lightning, and the yin-yang demon penetrating gun's weakened version the both of you create to our disciples. After deducting the cost from the overall sales, the sacred ground will keep 30% of the profit, and the remaining will be yours." Once the sacred leader finished speaking, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus at the side felt that the former had put his nose out of joint. He was not dumb, even he knew that this was a huge sum of money. Second junior brother is too dumb one. He is completely uninterested in money after cutting off his emotions and desires. However, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus cultivated the Tinder Sutra, and he really couldn't last without money. How come this kid is able to get rich overnight? He's also cultivating the Tinder Sutra, so how come? Upon hearing the sacred leader's promise, Shen-tian said firmly, "Master, we can accept the sacred ground covering our research cost, but the profits, we really cannot take them." The sacred leader scoffed. "Don't be silly. The sacred ground is not one person's sacred ground. It's the sacred ground of all disciples. Given your contribution to the sacred ground, if the sacred ground does not commend and reward the both of you handsomely for the world to see, then isn't it making other disciples who love the sacred ground deeply to be disappointed? Foolish." Shen-tian's mouth twitched. Sigh. "I'm wrong even if I don't want profits?" He said reluctantly, "But 70% is too much, how about just 10%? Sacred leader replied coldly, 10% is impossible. The sacred ground would not take this kind of advantage, at least 60%. How about 20%? 50%, this is the bottom line." The figure shrouded by lightning and heavenly aura was stalwart and tall. His voice had a majestic tone that allowed no room for doubt. In addition, the sacred ground will send the elder, who is the most proficient in crafting, to help you with your research. At the same time, it's also to protect your safety. After finishing, the sacred leader's divine consciousness instantly passed through hundreds of thousands of feet and shot straight toward a golden spirit mountain. Junior sister Golden Lotus, come to the sacred leader mountain quickly. Chapter 109, Concubine Land's Mortal Enemy. Golden Lotus Mountain was at the west of the divine firmament small world. It was at the position of the metal element. There was a special array set upon this spirit mountain that could convert normal spirit stone mines. The spirit stone mines would then naturally emit dense metal attribute spirit chi to help them cultivate. The metal attribute disciples in divine firmament sacred ground were mostly on the Golden Lotus Mountain, and it was bustling with people. Currently, a few true disciples were chatting on the Golden Lotus Mountain. A. Have you heard? Our sacred ground saint for the next 100 years has already been chosen. B. Huh, the saint has been chosen? Who is it? First senior brother, second senior brother, or third senior sister? A. Third senior sister is the saintess, you fool. My cousin is quite close to Haoran Mountain's prime disciple, senior brother Li Jinfeng. He said that senior brother Li had told him the new saint is not first senior brother nor second senior brother, but an outsider. B. Outsider? How is it possible? If a person who is not a disciple of our sect becomes the saint, how can he convince people to accept him? C. Second senior brother is amiable and easily approachable, while first senior brother's cultivation level is astonishing. Any of them could become the saint, but an outsider? On what basis? A. You don't know this right. I heard senior brother Lee say that the new saint has exceptional skills. He is proficient in seeking and assessing ores, and all the spirit ores that he chose were frighteningly accurate. He had found the token of our sect's sacred leader, the Draeger pendant, in a certain spirit ore shop. Upon sensing the longing in his junior and senior brother's eyes, Disciple became more and more excited as he spoke. A. Do you know the rules of our sect? B. Senior brother, please tell us. A. TSK. The rules are quite amazing. According to the rules of our sect, there is an amazing heritage within the Draeger pendant. The person who finds the Draeger pendant could become the saint and marry and saintess. B. OMG. The rules are this overbearing? What if our saintess is unwilling? A. So what if she is unwilling? It's the rules of our sect, and to the sacred ground, the rules are greater than anything else. Let me tell you a secret. I heard my cousin say that our saintess has already dual cultivated with the new saint. C. SSS. Is it really true? Which kind of dual cultivation? Is it the type first senior brother and second senior brother practice, or the other type? A. What nonsense. It's a man and woman together dual cultivating. Which type do you think it is? Seemingly, someone even heard sounds. B. But seeing how our saintess was before, she doesn't seem like someone who would yield to a man. A. What else can she do? Our ancestors' rules are there, so senior sister could only yield. C. That's too much. Just because of the ancestors' rules, our saintess must offer even her holy and pure body? B. First senior brother is infatuated with the saintess. If he learns that the saintess was forced to marry, the sacred ground will be overturned. A. Just keep it to yourselves. You really can't anyhow spread this, I promised my cousin. B. C. Senior brother, don't worry. We will definitely be tight-lipped and not anyhow spread this. I emphasized again, first senior brother must definitely not know. B. C. Don't worry. We are definitely not those kinds of people. Just as those two people finished speaking, they heard a flirtatious voice. Where did you hear this? As the voice resounded in the Golden Lotus Mountain, a gentle wind blew toward them, carrying with it a tempting fragrance. A golden-haired lady in a long silver, fine gauze dress walked toward them slowly and gracefully. With each step she took, spirit chi bloomed beneath her feet, as if a mist. Meanwhile, the lady's originally supple body seemed to be even more tempting as she was being enshrouded in spirit mist. She could be said to have unparalleled beauty, as each time she smiled and every movement she made were filled with extreme charm. No man in the world could stay calm in front of her. The moment she appeared, the three disciples hurriedly bowed with their hands folded in the front. They did not even dare to raise their heads. We pay our respects to the peak leader. That's right. This lady was one of the 9 soul formation elders in the divine firmament sacred ground. She was Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus of the Golden Lotus Mountain. It was said that Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus had also been the saintess once in the sacred ground. Her talent and appearance had been the top at that time, not losing to Zhongyan Shi at all. Back then, Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus had been proud and cold, not even sparing a glance to countless pursuits by outstanding figures until that one time when she had met her. That was the largest setback Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus had faced in her whole life. That woman's appearance had completely dominated Golden Lotus. She was holy and pure, but charming, had peerless beauty but was dignified. Although her cultivation level was ordinary, she had a heaven immortal-like aura. Her appearance made Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus feel completely defeated in terms of beauty, and this nearly created mental demons. She knew that if she compared the holy and pure aura with her, she would most likely not be able to be compared with her at all in her whole life. Therefore, Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus took a different route and started cultivating the peerless seduction art she had obtained accidentally. Many years passed. Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus became more and more proficient in the seduction art, so her attraction also became stronger and stronger. However, 10 years ago, when she had been prepared to find that woman to compete again, she discovered that the woman had long died. Such a fact had made Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus extremely angry, and she had even poured all her regrets and mortifications into the cultivation of the seduction art. Now, another 10 years had passed, and her seduction art had already been cultivated to the peak. Her smile and her every movement could make people go crazy. She had the confidence that even if that woman named Lan was revived in this world, she definitely would not lose to her again. However, even so, Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus still reminisced her cold self in the past deep inside her heart. Thus, now, seeing the cold and proud Zhongyan Qi, Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus felt very close to her. One could say that Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus mostly taught the 7th Divine Lightning Art, Metal. As for the Saintess, Golden Lotus had really treated her like she was her real daughter. Now she heard that Zhang and she had to become cultivation partners with a stranger because of ancestors' rules, and she had even been forced to go through dual cultivation with that shameless man before even joining the sect. Even if Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus had good control over her emotions, she could not help but be fuming with rage. She had to do her martial Nichian justice. She coldly looked at the 3 disciples in front of her. "What you said just now, is it really true?" Reporting to Peak Leader, my cousin had heard it from Senior Brother Li. Just when Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus wanted to continue asking, a Divine Consciousness voice transmission echoed. "Junior Sister Golden Lotus, come to the Sacred Leader Mountain quickly. I have important matters to discuss." This voice has no emotions. It's that heartless second senior brother. The charming smile on Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus' face turned colder and colder. "Now then, you remember to discuss with me?" After finishing, a light flashed between her brows, and a 7th grade merit Golden Lotus landed beneath her feet. The lotus turned into a golden light that tore through space, instantly traveling hundreds of thousands of feet, appearing outside the Sacred Leader Palace's doors. Boom! The door was forced open abruptly. Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus' flirtatious but cold voice could be heard in the palace. "Oh my, Senior Brother still remembers too." Before Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus could finish her sentence, she was stunned. That was because she discovered that besides the shameless first senior brother, heartless second senior brother, and her dumb disappointing son, there was another man. He wore white clothes and had extraordinary handsomeness, as if he was a heavenly immortal that had walked out of a drawing. After looking at that unfamiliar man, Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus was astounded. There's actually such a handsome man in this world. Why do I feel that this young man looks a little familiar? Chapter 110, Teacher, is it you, Teacher? Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus was puzzled. At that moment, the Divine Firmament's Sacred Leader opened his mouth. "Junior Sister Golden Lotus, you've arrived. Come, let me introduce you. He is the new saint of our sect, Shen-tian." Shen-tian nodded and bowed respectfully. "It's my honor to meet you, and Master Golden Lotus." Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus frowned and asked, "Your surname is Shen? The Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness Country of Fire Shen-chiao, and Yi Lanyu, are you related to them?" After hearing Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus's question, Shen-tian was slightly confused. "Shen-chiao is my father, and concubine Lan is my mother." After Shen-tian finished, Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus' eyes were filled with rage. "You've gone too far. 20 years ago, you, Yi Lanyu, had relied on your beauty to win against me, stealing the limelight. If it was just this, then I would have let it pass. However, 20 years later, your son is also this handsome, dominating my son?" Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus turned her head to take a look at her unlucky son. Although he has fine features, he cannot be compared to that kid called Shen-tian at all. At that moment, Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus became angrier at how Chen-yundi was far from her expectations. "Just look at Shen-tian. How handsome he is." Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus walked toward Shen-tian slowly. Her golden hair floated with the wind, and her eyes were filled with powerful illusory lights. As she gracefully walked step by step, her voluptuous body seemed to be about to burst through her clothes, but her face seemed young and pretty. That's right, Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus was using her seduction art, Peerless Seduction Sutra. She had to use her beauty to conquer this young man in front of her. The person's desire would be unlimitedly magnified if one fell into the illusion, thus being deeply obsessed with the caster. Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus' thinking was very simple: since she could not subdue Yi Lanyu, she would subdue her son. However, what astonished Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus was that no matter how she activated her seduction art, the man in front of her seemed to be extremely calm. He had no reaction at all despite her using her seduction art to project all kinds of desirable scenes in Shen-tian's mind. One had to know was that the renowned Peerless Seduction Sutra was the most fearsome, as it could let the target see the person they wanted to see the most. The person one wanted to see the most would take the initiative to throw themselves into the person's arms and do intimate things. No matter how high one's cultivation level was, it was extremely difficult to resist. However, the young man in front of her was actually able to stay calm and collected. Finally, Shen-tian opened his mouth in front of Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus. "Teacher Solaoi 1? Is that you, teacher too? His words made Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus' mouth twitch like crazy, instantly taking damage and bending forward. God! Just why did I cultivate the seduction art so painstakingly for 100 years? For what purpose? Yi Lanyu, you can ignore my beauty, I have nothing to say. But, even your son is humiliating me like this. I have tried my best to show off my charisma in front of him to arouse his desire, but in the end, he actually saw a teacher? Is your son a blockhead? Just what kind of teacher could be even more charismatic than me? Is it possible that the seduction art which I had cultivated so painstakingly for 100 years, is really useless before your bloodline? For a moment, Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus was crazily questioning the reason for her existence. Naturally, she stopped using the seduction art on Shen-tian. Shen-tian shook his head, and when he regained his consciousness, cold sweat dripped down his back for a moment. Indeed, danger is everywhere in the cultivation world. It's full of schemes. To think that even this Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus of the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground would secretly make a move against me. Just now, when Shen-tian had accidentally looked Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus in the eyes, many scenes had appeared in his brain. Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus, who had originally been standing in front of Shen-tian, had suddenly turned into a familiar affectionate teacher. If it was not for Shen-tian training his mental fortitude in his previous life and reaching the sage mindset from being through countless similar situations, he would most likely have lost it and embarrassed himself with that look just now. At that moment, the sacred leader praised, "Good, very good. D'honor, even though your cultivation level is low, your Tao heart is this steady. You've actually seen a teacher from Junior Sister Golden Lotus Illusion, well done. You should know, being reckless and fighting ruthlessly will only bring about one's doom. Only by reading more books and learning can one improve. Continue maintaining such an innocent heart. Our sect is relying on you to lead us to prosperity in the future." Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus could not help but feel uncomfortable upon hearing the sacred leader praise Shen-tian. Others' children were really always more outstanding than one's child. Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus' unreliable son was not hard-working and cultivating. His peers were mostly in the Golden Core stage, but he was still in the Foundation Establishment stage. Originally, Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus was already feeling uncomfortable. Now, she saw that Concubine Lan's son had already become the saint, and the Divine Firmament's sacred leader was complimenting him, even preparing him to become the next sacred leader. Heavenly Venerable felt depressed again as the psychological trauma was once again resurfaced. She said with a black face, "Sacred leader, why have you called for me?" The sacred leader smiled slightly and replied, "Junior sister, you've given birth to a good son." Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus was in a daze. "Senior brother is praising my disappointing son?" She looked at Chin Yundi, but she saw that the Chin Yundi now had his hair fluttering and his narrow eyes squinted as if he was proud of something. As a matter of fact, it was the first time Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus had seen her son in such high spirits. The sacred leader smiled as he explained the yin-yang water reversed out a Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus and used the gun to shoot her. Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus was shocked by such a miraculous power. My disappointing son has actually researched such a miraculous Dharma artifact? It does not use any strength from the laws above the Golden Core stage, but it's actually able to threaten Golden Core cultivators. However, upon learning that Shen-tian was the theory and Dharma artifact's main contributor, while her son was only a tool to create it, Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus had a mental breakdown. As expected, my son is still as disappointing as always. His persona did not change. The sacred leader said, although this was a theory that the saint proposed, Marshal Nephew Yundi also has the credit of helping the saint to create the Dharma treasure. Therefore, I have decided to build an additional secret palace at the Golden Lotus Mountain, specifically for the production of these types of lightning talismans. Meanwhile, Junior Sister Golden Lotus' mission is to create a Dharma artifact that can be used repeatedly to gather lightning and separate water. Such a Dharma artifact must be sealed and carved with an advanced concealing array formation. You definitely cannot allow others to know the secret within. The disciples participating in the mission only need to convert their divinity into lightning to be poured into the Dharma artifact, then the yin-yang gas will be able to be emitted from the other side. According to D'honor, if this Dharma artifact could simultaneously absorb the yin-yang gas into the talisman and directly create the lightning explosion talisman, then that would be even better. The sacred leader looked at Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus with a smile and said, "It should not be too difficult to create the Dharma artifact according to such requirements, right?" Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus said coldly, "The core of this Dharma artifact is the concealing array formation, the rest is simple. Even those in the saint realm could not easily see through the sky-deceiving array that I carve." The sacred leader nodded. Then, as the sacred ground's representative, I thank Junior Sister. If the yin-yang lightning explosion talisman is officially sold, 40% of the net profit will go to the saint, 10% to Yundi. If Junior Sister is willing to preside over the Golden Lotus Mountain and supervise the creation of the talismans, then from the remaining 50%, the sacred ground will give Junior Sister 20% as your compensation. Junior Sister definitely won't be disappointed. As the sacred leader finished speaking, the profit splitting was decided after the production line was created. Shen Tian and Chen Yundi were forced to take 50%, and Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus would be responsible for the supervision of the daily follow-up manufacturing, taking 20% of the profit. Meanwhile, as the Lightning Talisman sale platform in the powerful background that helped back everyone up, the sacred ground took 30% of the net profit. In conclusion, the emotionless sacred leader was quite generous toward one of his people. Almost everyone present had obtained benefits. That's right, almost everyone. A certain first senior brother had been excluded. Chapter 111, Say that you're a son of ABTCH first. It's not difficult to make the yin-yang lightning explosion talisman's Dharma artifact. I can prepare to start making it once I return. Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus said coldly, but, I have a question. I hope senior brother sacred leader can give me an explanation. The sacred leader slowly nodded. Junior Sister, please ask. Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus took a look at the sacred leader and scoffed. I remember that there is a rule that the saintess must marry. So why do I hear rumors that a certain saint in our sect forced Xiao'er to marry him using the ancestors' rules? And there are even rumors that he has taken Xiao'er's purity. Although the benefits of the yin-yang lightning explosion talisman were indeed astonishing, that did not mean Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus would sell her soul. The Divine Firmament Saintess, Zhang Yunxi, was someone she treated as her real daughter, so she definitely would not allow her to be wronged. Especially since the person who coveted Zhang Yunxi's beauty was the son of her mortal enemy, Yilanyu. Whilst speaking, Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus's eyes, which looked toward Shen Tian, became gentler and seductive. However, those who were familiar with her all knew that meant she was fuming with rage. Even her breathing became a little faster as her chest puffed in and out. Shen Tian's mouth twitched upon hearing Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus's inquiry. "And Master, have you misunderstood something?" Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus snorted and said, "Misunderstanding? You dare say that you did not force Xiao'er to marry you using the ancestors' rules?" Shen Tian replied helplessly, "No." Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus's aura surged toward Shen Tian vigorously. "You dare say you have not taken Xiao'er's chastity?" Shen Tian's lips twitched. "I really have not." Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus's aura reduced by a little, but she still looked at Shen Tian suspiciously. "You dare say you do not covet her beauty?" Shen Tian hurriedly shook his head. "If I covet her beauty, I'll be struck by lightning." Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus flew into a rage, and her long golden hair flew about. "You mean you despise her?" Shen Tian was on the brink of tears. "I was wrong. I should not reason with women, especially when that Ant Master is almost like a mother to Senior Sister." He turned his gaze toward the sacred leader. "Master." The sacred leader's voice gradually sounded from within the lightning and heavenly aura. "All right. Junior Sister, Shen Tian really did not force Xiao'er to marry him. In addition, from my point of view, even Xiao'er must be willing to marry Tianer, who is so outstanding and handsome." Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus snorted. "Impossible, Xiao'er hates this kind of arranged marriage. Anyway, I only want to say this, anything is negotiable but this. Although Xiao'er is your daughter, I think of her as my real daughter. No one can force her. Xiao'er must be able to freely decide who she wants to marry in the future of her own will. Otherwise, although I have yet to enter the Saint realm, I have a few loyal friends in Eastern Wilderness that are willing to help me." Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus took a deep look at the sacred leader. "Senior brother, you have cut off your emotions and desires, but please do not forego your conscience." The sacred leader replied calmly, "Junior Sister, what are you saying? Tianer and Xiao'er are innocent, don't believe the rumors spread by the disciples." "Then that's great." Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus Mountain nodded. "Even so, I'll take my son back to the Golden Lotus Mountain to create the items now." After finishing, a silver-colored silk thread was shot out of Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus sleeve, instantly entangling Chin Yundi's whole body. Immediately after, she held Chin Yundi, who was all wrapped up, in her hand, turned into golden light, and left. Chin Yundi, MHM, MHM. Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus coldly said as she flew, "Stop struggling, follow your mother home obediently." Chin Yundi, MHM. Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus calmly continued, "Relax, I won't force you to reach the Golden Core stage anymore." Chin Yundi, MHM? Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus nodded. "Yes, since you're unwilling to concentrate on cultivating lightning arts, I won't force you. However, this time after we return to the Golden Lotus Mountain, I'll teach you the Peerless Seduction Sutra. You must work hard to cultivate it." Chin Yundi. Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus's eyes were filled with radiant light. "Yi Lanyu, you've died so early, making me feel regret for 100 years. However, don't think that there's no need to decide who wins or loses once you're dead. There's always the next generation. My son, I want you to try your best to cultivate the Peerless Seduction Sutra and strive to be able to mesmerize Yin Qi. Defeat Yi Lanyu's son. This is for your mother's conviction. As your mother, I wish for you to attain great achievements. Don't disappoint me." Chin Yundi, MHM. After Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus and Chin Yundi left, there was only the Sacred Leader and Shen Tian exchanging gazes in the palace. The Sacred Leader nodded and said, "Tianer has contributed greatly when he just entered our sect. It's really rare." The Sacred Leader glanced at Azure Lotus at one side and continued, "You should be rewarded for your contribution. Just tell me what rewards you want, feel free to ask." Shen Tian looked at the Sacred Leader, slightly helpless. "Would you agree if I said I don't want to be the saint?" Sigh. "Impossible." After thinking for a moment, Shen Tian said, "Master, my cultivation level is still too low, but I still do not have any treasures to protect me." Shen Tian still remembered that Supremacy Zi Yang had a type of Sword Supreme token that was extremely powerful. After pouring in enough spirit chi, it could actually release a soul formation clone. If his master could bestow him with that kind of treasure, then he could be at ease when going out in the future. What? Didn't Shen Tian have a Sword Master token already? Ha, that token would at least need to consume 3,500 spirit stones for one use. In addition, after it was used once, it would need to spend a few hours to absorb spirit stones again to recover its energy. If he really found himself in dangerous situations, it would not be that reliable. Thus, it was still better to ask his master for some protective treasures. The Sacred Leader nodded his head upon hearing Shen Tian's request. "It's rare for you to be this cautious, all right." After saying that, the Sacred Leader waved his sleeve gently, and a black light flew out of the lightning and heavenly aura. It landed in front of Shen Tian, and the black light gradually dispersed to show its true appearance. Shen Tian instantly pulled a long face. "Why is it a black tortoise shield again?" The Sacred Leader shook his head. "You're wrong, Tianer. This is not a black tortoise shield. It's the superior grade black tortoise armor, and its value is 10 times the middle grade black tortoise shield. It's made from the shell of a soul formation monster, the dark demonic tortoise. It can block soul formation cultivators' attacks. As long as Tianer wears it, even if perfected ones in the Golden Core stage surround you and attack you, you will be unscathed." Upon seeing the thick and heavy armor, which emitted a faint black light, floating in front of him, Shen Tian replied bitterly, "Thank you, Master." Sigh. "Since he gave it to me, I'll just accept it. Anyway, unless my life is in danger, I will definitely not wear such an armor. What if I'm in life-threatening situations? Even so, I won't. Cough, cough. I'll think about it then." The Sacred Leader nodded his head slightly and gave him a golden token. This is the Saint token and the access token for the Saint Mountain. With this token, you can have full control of Saint Mountain and manipulate its array of formations. You left in a hurry previously, so I'm giving it to you now. If you have nothing else to do, then return to create the Dharma treasure." Shen Tian nodded. "I shall take my leave." After Shen Tian left, the palace was left with only the Sacred Leader and Azure Lotus, who had been invincible all this time. Now that everyone had left, Azure Lotus forced a smile on his face. Cough, cough. "Junior brother, actually, I can also help to supervise the manufacturing of the Yin-Yang Divine Lightning. With my presence, even if those in the Saint Realm came to attack, It would definitely be safe. Also, you see, the saint also cultivates the Tinder body tempering art. As you know, I'm the best in body tempering. Seeing how Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus's face was filled with anticipation and desire, the heavenly aura covering the sacred leader started fluctuating vigorously. Hey senior brother, say that you're a son of a BTCH for me to hear first. Chapter 112, If I Regret, I am a son of a BTCH. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus said, Zhonglong Yuan, don't go too far. The heavenly aura covering the sacred leader's body returned to its calm state with great difficulty. How am I going too far? Azure Lotus replied, you're still not going too far? I'm your senior brother, your true senior brother. The sacred leader looked at Azure Lotus calmly. I have not forced you. It's you who swore it yourself. Azure Lotus said, I did not swear. It was just a slip of the tongue, just a slip of the tongue. The sacred leader gradually stood up from the throne. Never mind then. I'll take my leave. Azure Lotus hurriedly stopped him. Don't. Let me prepare my heart first. An azure green lotus flower gradually appeared in front of Azure Lotus and slowly bloomed. Then it flipped upside down. The lotus flower, which had closed up again, had completely covered Azure Lotus' entire face, resembling an azure green lotus flower helmet. A soft whisper sounded from within the helmet. I'm the son of a BTCH. The sacred leader's lightning and heavenly aura vigorously fluctuated again. I didn't hear you clearly. Boom. The azure green lotus flower directly exploded open, revealing Azure Lotus, whose face had turned bright red. Zhonglong Yuan. You've gone too far. The lightning and heavenly aura covering the sacred leader instantly calmed down, and his voice returned to its original coldness. Senior brother, have patience. Since senior brother has fulfilled the vow, which you had sworn, then I'll allow you to guide the honor in body tempering. Azure Lotus instantly grinned. Then, can I help with the yin-yang penetrating divine lightning and yin-yang demon penetrating gun? The sacred leader replied calmly. Whether or not you can help, do you really not have any idea? Azure Lotus lips twitched. Zhonglong Yuan, what do you mean? I even said that kind of thing for you. It can't be that you're telling me now that I can even obtain a spirit stone from the benefits? Do you really think that I won't find people myself to make imitations and fight for business? The sacred leader replied calmly, Senior brother would not do such a thing. All right. Since senior brother is so willing to contribute to the sacred ground, then I'll give you a chance to be involved in the Golden Lotus Mountain's supervision and protection. However, in order to safeguard the secret of the demon-penetrating gun and divine lighting, senior brother must agree to 3 conditions. 3 conditions? I seem to have heard it from somewhere. That's not important, though. Azure Lotus was already going crazy from poverty, so if he could really take a share from the profit, even 30 conditions were no problem. Azure Lotus snorted upon thinking of his situation. Junior brother, tell me. What are the conditions? The sacred leader said, firstly, to prevent senior brother from being big-mouthed and accidentally spilling the secret, you must eat this forgetting pill to forget the yin-yang divine lightning's method of creation. Azure Lotus nodded, as the yin-yang divine lightning's power was completely useless to him. No problem. The sacred leader continued. Secondly, senior brother must try your best to teach Shen-tian the Tinder body tempering art. Azure Lotus nodded. No problem, I'll even teach him the tricks I keep up in my sleeves. The sacred leader went on. Thirdly, to prevent senior brother from going back on your words, you must give me 2,000 spirit crystals as a guarantee. If senior brother refuses to teach Shen-tian, or you're reserved in your teachings, then I won't give you all your shares, nor will I return your 2,000 spirit crystals. Not even one. 2,000 spirit crystals? Azure Lotus' jaws nearly dropped. Junior brother, you're asking for money from me? I think you're asking for my life. He sneered and said, what if after I eat the forgetting pill, and you go back on your words? By then, I will have already given you the 2,000 spirit crystals, so won't I lose big time? Also, how much of the profits are you willing to give me? The sacred leader calmly said, I swear to the heavens that if senior brother agrees to my 3 conditions, I will definitely not go back on my words. As for the shares, Dharma has 40% of the net profit, Yundi has 10%, and Golden Lotus has 20%. There's 30% left, so senior brother can take half of that. Half of the 30% profit? Azure Lotus instantly started calculating how many spirit stones those shares were worth. After thinking for a moment, He ground his teeth. "All right, since Junior Brother has sworn to the heavens, I'll trust you." Azure Lotus threw the ring with the 2,000 spirit crystals, which the Sacred Leader had given him previously, to the Sacred Leader. The Sacred Leader grabbed the ring and used his divine consciousness to check the spirit stones inside carefully. 300 spirit stones are missing. Azure Lotus was rendered speechless. He had no other choice but to take out the 300 spirit crystals and return them to the Sacred Leader. "You really can't go back on your words." The cold voice of the man enshrouded in lightning, and heavenly aura echoed. "I have sworn to the heavens." Following that, a spirit pill radiating divine light flew out of the lightning. That was a 5th grade forgetting pill, extremely effective. Azure Lotus gulped down his saliva and swallowed the 5th grade forgetting pill in one mouthful into his stomach. His whole body instantly exuded intense light, as his memory of this day was rapidly disappearing. As the Sacred Leader looked at Azure Lotus within the Sacred Leader Palace, his lightning and heavenly aura fluctuated vigorously yet again. The forgetting pill took effect quickly, and after a moment, Azure Lotus opened his eyes again and looked at the Sacred Leader in front of him. He was in a daze. "Huh, why do I feel a little dizzy? Junior Brother, why did Shen-tian disappear? Where did he go?" The Sacred Leader replied, "I have already given him the Saint's token and told him to settle down in the Saint Mountain." Azure Lotus nodded. "Oh, that's not important. Junior Brother, since I've already brought the person back for you, when will you give me the 1,500 spirit crystals in Spirit Mountain that you have promised me?" The Sacred Leader said calmly, "I can give them to you anytime, but I just need you to give the Drager pendant for me to take a look first." Azure Lotus nodded, and his hand reached for the pendant. However, his face, which was originally full of smiles, quickly froze. "WTF? I remember that I had it. Where did it go?" The Sacred Leader asked coldly, "Senior Brother, you've lost the Sacred Leader's token?" Azure Lotus smiled and said embarrassingly, "Cough, cough. Don't worry, Junior Brother. I can find it." The Sacred Leader said calmly, "For so many years, Senior Brother has dropped many things, but has Senior Brother ever found any of them before?" Azure Lotus' lips twitched, and he started becoming cynical about his life. He was becoming unluckier and unluckier after cultivating the Tinder Sutra. "Just how did I manage to lose even the Divine Firmament Drager pendant this time? That's worth 1,500 spirit crystals and a sacred ground Spirit Mountain. Junior Brother, don't worry. I'll go and find the Drager pendant now. I'll definitely find it." The Sacred Leader said coldly, "No need. Since you don't have the Drager pendant, then let's call off the deal. Our sect's new saint, Shen-tian, also cultivates the Tinder body tempering art. Senior Brother, why don't you go and teach him?" Azure Lotus was currently immersed in his grievance of losing the Divine Firmament Drager pendant. Thus, when he heard that not only was the Sacred Leader unwilling to give him a Spirit Mountain, but he even wanted him to take up a burden, Azure Lotus instantly exploded. The Tinder Sutra was a bottomless pit when it came to the need for cultivation resources. At the same time, once one started cultivating it, they were destined to become unluckier and unluckier. Everything was already going awry for him, and he had even lost the Drager pendant. So how could he possibly take someone that was also cultivating the Tinder Sutra as his disciple? "Senior Brother, I don't feel like teaching him any body tempering art. I have to go and find the Drager pendant." The Sacred Leader looked at Azure Lotus and said, "Oh, Senior Brother, are you really sure you won't regret it?" Azure Lotus turned and left. "If I regret it, then I'll be the son of a BTCH." After saying his piece, Azure Lotus turned into azure green divine flames and left the Sacred Leader Palace. The Sacred Leader Palace regained its tranquility, and the Sacred Leader sat back onto his throne. Sigh. Indeed, after he started focusing on body tempering, he doesn't like using his brain. "Senior Brother, I told you to read more books. It's you who didn't fulfill the conditions. I did not go back on my words, hey. Chapter 113, First Senior Brother, Senior Sister was bullied by the Saint. At Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, Black Dragon Mountain. This was the mountain among the 36 spirit mountains in the sacred ground whose element was wood. Although no soul formation elder was in this mountain, a grand elder was sleeping there. In addition, it was a place for first senior brother, Fang Chang, and second senior brother, Zhang Yunting, to undergo dual cultivation. Zhang Yunting's attribute was wood, while Fang Chang was gifted in both fire and earth. Since the 5 elements both vitalized and restrained one another, metal went well with water, water with wood, wood with fire, fire with earth, and earth with metal, just like how Zhang Yunxi could help Shintian. Zhang Yunxi could help Fang Chang in the same way. Although they were not blood brothers, they were very close and totally different from their fathers. They had been under seclusion for 3 months now to help Fang Chang reach a breakthrough in his cultivation. The Golden Core stage made a huge difference between talented cultivators and normal ones. There were no more firmaments at this stage, like the Qi refinement or the stages in the Foundation establishment. The Golden Core stage required the cultivators to form a Golden Core in their Dharmic foundation and strengthen it with harsh training. After each training session, the Golden Core in a cultivator's body would be purified slightly. It would become stronger and harder. It was just like an iron ore that was tempered by the hammer 1,000 times and forged into steel. Each time the Golden Core was purified, a divine emblem would appear on the core. The cultivator's power would improve drastically with the emblem. This process was called the Golden Core refinement. Normally, a cultivator could prepare for nascent soul after the 3rd refinement, but such nascent soul cultivators would be very weak. A stronger Golden Core cultivator could beat 10 nascent soul cultivators easily. In addition, a nascent soul cultivator that had undergone only 3 refinements in the Golden Core would have a weak foundation too. Without 6 refinements at Golden Core, it was not likely they could reach soul formation. It would take a lot of talent for someone to undergo 6 refinements in the Golden Core, but they could defeat weaker nascent soul cultivators, nonetheless. One would be extremely gifted if they managed to undergo 7 refinements in the Golden Core, and they could easily defeat a normal nascent soul cultivator. In the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, Zhang Yunting and his sister were Golden Core 7 refinement stage cultivators. One rare cultivator in Eastern Wilderness had undergone 8 refinements now, his name was Fang Chang. In the entire Eastern Wilderness ranking, Fang Chang was amongst the top 3 on the list. Fang Chang and Zhang Yunting were cultivating in seclusion now to help Fang Chang to break through the last part of his Golden Core journey, the 9th refinement. It was believed that the 9th refinement was the max refinement a cultivator could undergo in Golden Core. For the past 1,000 years of history in Eastern Wilderness, very few cultivators had managed to undergo the 9th refinement. If Fang Chang really managed to undergo the 9th refinement with just his broken Divine Firmament Lightning Imperial Sutra, he would be a legend. He could be comparable to the monster that was ranked number 1 in the Golden Core list. That was the Purple Mansion Sacred Ground Saint, Qi Shaoxuan. He was a monster that had infinite providence, and he carried his entire sacred ground purely by his providence. He was the only Golden Core 9 refinement stage cultivator in Eastern Wilderness now. Thus, his position as the number 1 was unquestionable. Many seniors from different branches had seen how strong his providence was, and all of them believed that he had the potential to be a Tark. However, Fang Chang was very determined to surpass that legend. He believed that as long as he managed to refine his Golden Core one more time, he would be weaker than no one. So what if you have great providence? Without sufficient training, you are just a decoration on the wall. When I succeed in my 9th refinement, you'll be a legend no more. In the back of the Black Dragon Mountain, a man in a blue shirt sat cross-legged with a guqin on his lap. The music he played on it was so beautiful that it attracted many birds on the Spirit Mountain. Even the plants and the herbs looked greener with his music. A huge Azure dragon avatar was hovering over him, while a burly man with golden armor was sitting across him. The man had thick eyebrows and big eyes. A red flame dragon spear with golden and red lightning sparkles was placed on his lap. A crimson phoenix was on his back, and it exuded such fire that the sky looked red. There was also a golden Qilin avatar beside the phoenix. The burly man had a Golden Core floating on top of his head, and the red and golden divine lights were surrounding it. The Golden Core was covered in 8 emblems, and the 9th one was slowly forming too. The burly man took a deep breath and forced the 2 divine lights into the Golden Core. After the Crimson Phoenix and Qilin entered the Golden Core, it started to sink slowly. When the burly man completely absorbed the Golden Core, he opened his eyes and said, "Thank you, Junior Brother." The burly man emitted a powerful aura that even blew away the clouds in the sky above him. Fang Chang held his red flame dragon spear and smiled. "I've had a basic emblem formed now. The 9th refinement is just around the corner." The man in the blue shirt stood up too and smiled warmly. "Congratulations, first senior brother." Fang Chang smiled and said, "Junior brother. I'll remember your kind act. I'll support you wholeheartedly when you campaign for the saint position in the future." Zhang Yunting carried his guqin on his back and said calmly, "Senior brother, please don't mock me like this. I'm only ranked 7th on the Golden Core list. I'm not strong enough to be our Divine Firmament's saint. On the other hand, senior brother is ranked 3rd in the Golden Core list, and you are about to complete the 9th refinement soon. You'll be a legend then." Fang Chang smiled and waved his hand. "Junior brother, you should know better. I'm not interested in the saints at all. In addition, you have managed our disciples well. All of them are convinced that you are worthy of this position. Do not turn away from this opportunity, you will definitely be the saint. I'll even support you to be the sacred leader in the future." Cough, cough. "All I ask is for you to compliment me more in front of Yunxi. That would be a great help for me." The burly man's face blushed after saying that. Zhang Yunting said helplessly, I've been doing that for a long time now." Honestly, Zhang Yunting respected his senior brother sincerely as he was strong and talented. If Fang Chang could earn Zhang Yunxi's favor, his senior brother would become his brother-in-law. Zhang Yunting would be very glad about that. However, his words were taken very lightly at home. He had praised his first senior brother in front of his sister for many times now, but Zhang Yunxi would always say that she was not into Dao companion yet. Thus, he was very helpless too. Fang Chang smiled and said, "We've been training for a very long time now. Let's go out for a few days and relax. We'll come back and finish where we left another day." Zhang Yunting nodded. "Sure, I'll listen to whatever senior brother says." After the two of them rested for a few moments, they left the Black Dragon Mountain. Just as they stepped out of the mountain restriction zone, a man appeared in front of them. "First senior brother. Second senior brother. Finally, you guys are out. Senior sister has been bullied by the new saint." Chapter 114, Shentian, Foundation Establishment Cultivator. At Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, Saint Mountain. It was one of the mountains in the sacred ground that had the most spirit chi. The Divine Firmament Sacred Ground would have a new saint every century, and he would be entitled to cultivate on the Saint Mountain for 90 years. After these 90 years, the saint would be considered a former saint, and the mountain would be waiting for his new owner. It had been 8 years since the last saint had left the Saint Mountain. By right, a new saint should be coming in another 2 more years. The sacred leader was indecisive between Zhang Yunting and Fang Chang before, as the former one had more popularity, while the latter was stronger. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, the new owner of the mountain was Shentian, someone with no popularity and not powerful enough. Shentian knew that others would not accept him as the saint easily, so he had been extremely careful these few days. The moment he entered Saint Mountain, he activated the lightning array formation on the mountain for protection. When it was activated, not a single thing could enter the mountain without Shentian's permission. After activating the formation, Shentian entered seclusion for half a month, and with his 2 weeks of hard work, his strength improved tremendously. The sky was colorful on Saint Mountain's peak. An immortal temple was located on the peak, and before it was an enlightenment stone, on which Shentian was seated with closed eyes. At the same time, 5 colored lightning surrounded his body. The golden lightning marking on his forehead was glowing brightly as though it was going to jump out any moment. Shentian quickly conjured the 5 divine lightnings with the shining marking. White 7 divine lightning, metal, azure I divine lightning, wood, black 9 divine lightning, water, red 3 divine lightning, fire, and yellow V divine lightning, earth. The 5 different colors of lightning covered Shentian's body like armor. Frankly speaking, he would look extremely powerful without the 5 little avatars floating behind him. They were the avatars of Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Crimson Phoenix, Black Tortoise, and Mighty Qilin. However, they all had one thing in common: their small size. Due to the first essence heavy water, the Black Tortoise was the largest among the 5 of them. The Black Tortoise avatar had the size of a cooking pot and was the only normal-looking avatar he had. Shentian felt very helpless when looking at the remaining avatars: a tiny azure snake, a little white cat, a small yellow dog, and a harmless chick with flames. Shentian started doubting his life when all the 5 avatars appeared after secluding himself for half a month. Are they really the legendary creatures? Especially this white tiger. Zhang Yunxi's tiger is much larger than mine. Why is mine so small? So far, I've mastered the 5 heavenly lightning cultivation techniques: Black Tortoise 9 divine lightning. As for the other 4 divine lightnings, I've reached greater mastery. Shentian sat on the enlightenment stone and focused. This stone was a treasure on the Saint Mountain, and it could help cultivators who sat on it greatly. Shentian took a deep breath and started his training. He had reached the ninth firmament of chi refinement now. It was time for him to forge the mixed five elements dharmic foundation with his complete five heavenly lightning cultivation technique. As long as Shen-tian succeeded and engraved dharmic runes on his dharmic foundation, he could convert divinity into dharmic powers. Then, Shen-tian could generate spiritual power and use sword kinesis flight by then. As a fan of sword fantasy novels, Shen-tian was very interested in sword kinesis flight. Eunuch Gui and Qin Gao stood beside the Enlightenment Stone and guarded Shen-tian cautiously while chatting away. "Uncle Goe, how many spirit stones do you think our saint will spend this time?" "Who knows? My guess is that it won't be less than 10,000 spirit stones." They were shocked by the amount of spirit stones Shen-tian had spent over the past 2 weeks. Due to the mixed divine lightning origin's help, Shen-tian's chi refinement breakthrough had been very smooth. He had only spent tens of thousands of spirit stones to reach the ninth firmament of chi refinement. Most importantly, many true disciples could not produce an avatar even at foundation establishment, while Shen-tian managed to gather all the avatars. Even Eunuch Gui's Cosmos 2 Divine Lightning, Wood, and Qin Gao's Soaring Snake 4, Fire, were not even close to producing an avatar. Although Shen-tian had used tons of spirit stones to cultivate, his speed was indeed very fast. Of course, chi refinement was not the main cost for Shen-tian. What was very costly was the Tinder Sutra. The cost of this cultivation technique was way beyond imagination. Shen-tian was only at the ninth firmament of body tempering, and he had already spent 100,000 spirit stones. A normal cultivator from an average family could never afford to be like him. Naturally, all the money he had spent was not for nothing. After Shen-tian had maxed the body tempering of Tinder Sutra, his body was much stronger now. His strength, speed, agility, and defense were much better than before. Now, if Shen-tian used his full strength, his speed could even match with Eunuch Gui's Demon Book of Hyudga. Although he was not at the foundation establishment yet, with the five elements divine lightnings and body tempering arts he could even win a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. However, Shen-tian still felt that he was not strong enough. He was at the divine firmament sacred ground now, where even golden core cultivators were nothing here. Shen-tian cleared his mind and started cultivating again. The divine lightnings were activated in his body and circulated into his dantian. All the five avatars rushed into Shen-tian's body too. He was trying to form his own dharmic foundation with the five heavenly lightning cultivation technique. As time passed, the spirit stones below the enlightenment stone were losing their luster, but Shen-tian was getting stronger. Finally, Shen-tian reached the peak in power, and a 3-inch golden altar appeared in his dantian. The altar was crystal clear, and there were 5 avatars imprinted on it. The 5 elemental yin-yang mixed divine lightning was sparkling around the altar too. This dharmic foundation was really something. What great power! Shen-tian took a deep breath. He felt that his body was not the same anymore and could feel the surroundings even with his eyes closed. It was the manifestation of spiritual power. It was not about the 5 senses anymore. Simultaneously, after his dharmic foundation was formed, the marking on his forehead started to change. The mixed divine lightning that was ranked 88th on the divine lightning list was obeying him now. Chapter 115, Improved Dharma Artifact, Lotus Shooting Gun. Previously, Shen-tian had been unable to use the 5 elemental yin-yang mixed divine lightning on its own. He would have to activate the 5 heavenly lightning cultivation technique before he could make use of the mixed lightning powers. Yet when Shen-tian managed to form his dharmic foundation, his normal spirit chi powers were transformed to dharmic powers. There was a marked difference between these two states. Now, Shen-tian could feel that the 5 elemental yin-yang mixed divine lightning powers stored within his glabella had come to recognize him and were willing to be harnessed by him. Golden lights radiated from his glabella area as Shen-tian closed his eyes slowly. After making the hand gestures for the 5 heavenly lightning cultivation technique, he let out a cry, "Attack!" Golden lightning shot out of his glabella immediately. It was as if he had a heaven's eye which could emit gold lights at his will. At the same time, layers of gold-colored lightning formed on top of Shen-tian's skin. It looked glamorous and majestic, such was the strength and superiority of the 5 elemental yin-yang mixed divine lightning. Shen-tian inhaled deeply, and a purplish gold hammer appeared in his hands. Gold lightning infused with the hammer from his hands, and it glimmered brightly. Shen-tian could feel the purple golden hammer changing in his hands, now that he had dharmic powers and was able to wield the mixed divine lightning powers. It was as if the purple golden hammer had awakened from a deep slumber after years of being used as an ordinary enchanted armament. Now, it was back to its days of glory as a proper dharmic artifact, and emotions seemed to course through its entire body. 1. The purple golden hammer absorbed the mixed divine lightning origins into its body, enlarged in size, and a sheen of purplish gold glow covered its surface. Soon, the original purple golden hammer, which was only about 1/3 of a meter, had increased to about the height of a grown-up, and it looked ominously overbearing. "That's interesting, so is this your real form?" Shen Tian made another deep inhalation as he grabbed onto the purple golden hammer's handle tightly and raised it. Golden lightning sparkled from both the purple golden hammer and Shen Tian's body surface. At that moment, he looked like the almighty god of thunder. Suddenly, Shen Tian leapt down from the enlightenment stone and banged the gigantic hammer onto the ground. 1. Boom. There was a loud crash, and the next moment, a bright sheen of light was emitted from the ground. It spread out like ripples on a water surface. Remember, Shen Tian had activated the Saint Mountain's protective array. It would protect all that was enclosed in the space, and not even a Golden Core expert would be able to leave any traces of destruction after a fight, provided that the protective array was still activated. Yet a blow from Shen Tian's hammer was able to make a dent the size of a water basin into the Saint Mountain's ground. What did this mean? That Shen Tian's blow had been stronger than an attack from the majority of the Golden Core perfected once. This was unimaginable for a cultivator who had just reached the Foundation establishment stage. Imagine the uproar this would cause, should this be made known to the other Foundation establishment cultivators. Nonetheless, it was expected that Shen Tian would have exerted all of the powers he had harnessed after this hit. Shen Tian bent over and sat down slowly with the shrinking purple golden hammer. This is still not the way to go. I feel tired from exerting all this energy. It seems like I am still unable to fully wield the mixed divine lightning at my will in a battle. I can only resort to using this as a last means. Shen Tian contemplated as he rested on the enlightenment stone. No matter what, it was great to have another powerful last means to depend on. Just imagine, should an opponent be able to dodge both the long-distance 9 lightning fist skill and the attack from the yin-yang demon penetrating gun, then get near Shen Tian with anticipated victory. Only to realize that Shen Tian was not an archer 1, but a half-melee warrior 2 instead. And then I will declare to him smilingly, "Actually, I am most well versed in melee battles. Let's see what that opponent's face will be like." 1. Won't that be such a pleasing scene to witness? Shen Tian kept the purple golden hammer and took out more spirit stones from the Archean sea ring to recover from his exertion. At that moment, the Saint's token gave off an alert. Someone had applied to come into the Saint Mountain. Shen Tian injected some powers into the Saint's token, and immediately something like a holographic image appeared in front of his eyes. A pretty golden-haired teenage boy was standing at the mountain, squinting his eyes in the bright sunlight. He looked very likable. Correct, it was Qin Yundi, the fellow who was all for scientific research in the cultivation world. However, something about Qin Yundi seemed rather different. Shen Tian was not sure if this was a trick on his eyes due to the bright sunlight, but he decided to brush it aside. 1. Yep, most probably I was too hard-working, I am hallucinating. He injected some powers into the Saint's token and opened a slit for Qin Yundi to enter. 1. Qin Yundi flew in with his sword and appeared before Shen Tian the next moment. "Senior brother Shen, I have already created the lightning-generating machine and improved the demon-penetrating gun. Take a look." With that, the ring on Qin Yundi's finger gleamed. A golden tripod cauldron and a shotgun appeared in front of Shen Tian the next moment. The tripod cauldron had the Tai Chi and Yin-Yang symbols carved upon it. There were also several hundreds of indentations upon its surface. Qin Yundi commented, "Senior brother, I thought about it after we parted. Rather than letting our disciples provide us with the lightning powers, why not just carve a lightning array formation onto the tripod cauldron to convert whatever spirit chi it could absorb to the required energies? My mother acted on my suggestion, and hence we created this yin-yang tripod cauldron. Take a look at it, senior brother. Does it fit your requirements?" Whoa! Upon hearing Qin Yundi's introduction, Shen Tian couldn't help but feel impressed by him. He does indeed live up to the name of being the Lavoisier of the cultivation world. In just a few days' time, he even knew how to make enhancements to my invention. Shen Tian nodded in satisfaction and commented, "Junior brother, do show me how it's operated." Qin Yundi smiled, came to before the tripod cauldron, and placed various spirit stones within the indentations. Then, he inserted several chi-gathering talisman sheets into the cover of the tripod cauldron and closed it. Following that, Qinyundi injected dharmic powers into the Tai Chi Yin-Yang tripod cauldron to activate the array formation within it. Immediately, the whole tripod cauldron started quivering, and some lightning sparkled from within it. A lightning talisman, which emitted holy lights, shot out of the tripod cauldron after a few moments. Shen Tian caught hold of the lightning talisman and directed it at a random spot on the ground. Boom! Although there wasn't much damage to be seen on the ground surface, one could feel the waves of energy that surged up to them from the explosion. From the strength of the energy waves, Shen Tian roughly estimated that this talisman's prowess was almost on par with the effects of the previous talismans. This showed that Heavenly Venerable Golden Lotus was indeed skillful at creating dharmic artifacts. She could even make an automatic lightning talisman generator. Shen Tian grinned and said, "Not bad at all. With this Dharma artifact, it will be great for both the creation of the lightning powers needed and also maintain the secrecy of our formula." Qinyundi squinted his eyes in satisfaction and commented, "Yep, that's why I especially took one of these from the Golden Lotus Mountain to give it to you. In the future, Senior Brother will be able to produce the Yin-Yang Lightning Explosion Talisman in bulk by yourself. How do you feel about this?" ended off Qinyundi, looking back at Shen Tian excitedly. "As long as Senior Brother Saint likes the gifts I send, most probably he will continue giving me more guidance on how to advance on the Yin-Yang Water and Verse Tao." This was why Qinyundi felt it was worthwhile to sneak out the Dharma artifact and give it to Shen Tian. After all, what he cared most for was doing research. He was not at all interested about the amount of spirit stones he was being rewarded for. Shen Tian kept the Tai Chi Yin-Yang tripod cauldron away in his Archean sea ring and replied, "I am very grateful for your gift, Junior Brother." Following which, his sight fell upon the shotgun on the ground. "So, this is the improved version of the demon-penetrating gun?" Qinyundi took up the gun and handed it to Shen Tian. "Senior Brother, this is what my mother created from the 10,000th iron essence. Compared to the normal demon-penetrating gun, this gun's more powerful, and it can even handle consecutive shots. My mother thus gave it a unique name, the Lotus Shooting Gun." Chapter 116, Peace, Please Act on the Sake of Peace. Shen Tian took the gun and observed it keenly. It was around 1 meter in length and entirely black in color. The only different patch of color seen on the gun was at its tip, which had a golden closure. This made the gun tip look like a golden lotus that had yet to bloom. There were mysterious dharmic markings engraved all over the gun, and one could obviously see that it was no ordinary artifact. Qinyundi commented, "Senior Brother, the 10,000th iron essence is way more precious than normal iron essence. Since this gun was made from this material, you can just imagine its strength. It can withstand the wrath of several lightning explosion talismans in one go. In fact, there are 100 lightning explosion talismans hidden within the gun itself. Every time you activate an array formation, 5 of these talismans will be ignited. At that moment, a gold lotus will bloom at its tip, and a weapon pin, which was being held within its core, will shoot out. This weapon pin is already engraved with penetration array formation markings, and hence you should be able to kill off your opponent in no time to come. Consecutively, a second weapon pin with the penetration array formation will be pushed forward by a forward-driving array formation and be enclosed by the flower's core again. As long as Senior Brother activates another round of attack array formations, this second weapon pin will shoot forth and cause another round of explosion. I bet this weapon can even kill off an expert at the Golden Core 3rd Refinement stage if they do not have their guard up against you." The Golden Core 3rd Refinement stage experts were also commonly known as the Advanced Golden Core experts. This group of people was generally stronger amongst all cultivators who had reached the Golden Core stage. Shen Tian couldn't help but muse. Well, it seems really easy to make technological advancements in the cultivation world with all the dharmic skills available. I had only provided them with the rough theory of how electrolysis can produce both yin and yang energies. Over the span of just half a month, these people have manufactured an automatic energy generator and a half-automatic, 20-shots assault rifle. Meanwhile, Qinyundi was continuing his introduction of the gun. There are a total of 20 penetration weapon pins stored within this gun, and each of them is also engraved with command array formations. Senior Brother, after you are done with the attacks, you can activate those array formations to collect the weapon pins, install, and reuse them. Meanwhile, this gun is also a middle-grade spirit artifact. After you have proclaimed its ownership by blood, This weapon can be used as a flying sword for you to ride on or to kill enemies in short-ranged battles. You can then activate the array formations when your enemies let down their guards. This will allow you to catch them by surprise. Shen Tian was honestly shocked by Qin Yundi's words as he looked at the innocent, fangirl-like smile on his face. Whoa, junior brother, I thought you were an unscheming tech nerd, but you actually had that in you. Qin Yundi seemed to understand Shen Tian's wordless stare at him and hurriedly explained, Senior brother, please don't be mistaken, all those are what my mother said when she made the gun. Actually, I have my reservations about whether such a weapon is honorable to use too. Shen Tian laughed and said, don't worry, there's no honorable or unhonorable when it comes to the usage of a Dharma treasure. In the first place, this weapon wasn't created with devilish methods, nor for the purpose of doing evil. So junior brother, please don't be too troubled by that. With that, Shen Tian activated the dharmic powers in his body to force out a drop of his blood and dropped it onto the gun. A bright light shone immediately, and Shen Tian felt like he and the gun had established some connection. Cling. Once Shen Tian made some finger gestures, the Lotus shooting gun started quivering on the spot. Shen Tian tried to command the Lotus shooting gun using his dharmic powers and realized that it was quite easy to do so. After the proclamation of its ownership by blood, this gun seemed like another set of limbs to him now, and it obeyed whatever commands that were given to it. Shen Tian controlled the gun and gradually positioned its tip to face a boulder that was around 10+ feet in height. Bang! With a slight click, the Lotus shooting gun shuddered, and the lotus flower at its tip bloomed in a beautiful fashion. A penetration weapon pin, which was originally embedded within the flower, shot through the boulder, like a shaft of golden light. It hit the protective array against the floor, and there was a small hole created by it. The weapon pin was stuck deep into the ground. Though it's true that it was not as powerful as the last blow Shen Tian made with the purple golden hammer, its penetration ability was way above it. Shen Tian rated this gun with a thumbs up secretly, then activated the command array formation to call back the weapon pin and reassembled the gun. Junior brother Yundi, can I know why Ant Master Golden Lotus had made this gun so short? Asked Shen Tian as he weighed the gun in his hands. Although this gun was of a solid quality that probably ranked it at an even higher grade than the purple golden hammer, its destructive impact was not as much as the latter. It seemed like its attack was on par with an attack issued by a cultivator, who had not yet attained the golden core stage. In melee battles, Shen Tian would definitely prefer the purple golden hammer over this gun. After all, the longer the weapon, the more powerful it would be during a melee battle. Most guys would agree with that. Especially during battles, it would be more satisfactory to wield the heavier and more powerful purple golden hammer. Just imagine the moment when this weapon was used with the mixed divine lightning, it would be super spectacular and impressive. This was why Shen Tian was puzzled about its length. Qin Yundi had a peculiar expression on his face as he heard Shen Tian's question. Senior brother, you like long guns? My mother said that this Lotus shooting gun should mainly be used for long-ranged attacks, so flexibility and speed were our topmost considerations when we made the gun. Should we make it into a gun that is several feet in length, then it won't be so flexible to use. This will go against our original intentions. A 1-meter gun is light and easier to use, and one could easily adjust it same with speed. My mother thought such a design was most apt. But of course, another reason that the gun is made to be short is that the price of the 10,000th iron essence is rather cough, so we have to be careful about how much material we can use for a single gun. Shen Tian was enlightened then. Ah, I see. Senior brother here had missed out on those considerations previously. I really like this present though. When Qin Yundi heard Shen Tian's praises, he squinted his eyes in happiness and smiled. Oh, so long as senior brother likes it, I will be glad. Following which, a gleam of light flashed past his eyes. He believed the right timing to consult senior brother about the yin-yang water and verse Tao had finally arrived. After all, the sacred ground was able to create such strong weapons based on a few suggestions by senior brother. He would definitely be more well-versed in the yin-yang Tao. Qin Yundi had been racking his brains as to how he could enhance the effects of the yin-yang divine lightning, but he was stuck at a bottleneck, and it seemed like he could only consult his senior brother. With senior brother's advice, I will be able to break through the bottleneck in no time to come. Just when Qin Yundi was about to speak, a maniac cry echoed in the distant skies. Shen Tian, you despicable fellow! How dare you make use of our ancestors' rules to take advantage of junior sister Yin Shi? Come battle me if you have the guts to do so. I'd like to see what abilities you possess, oh our mighty saint. Right after those words were heard, gold and red divine lights broke through the sky. A man donned in golden divine armor and holding onto the fire dragon spear was seen speeding toward this direction. Behind him, gigantic crimson phoenix and Chilean avatars filled the whole sky and gave off oppressive vibes. Correct, this person was none other than the strongest among all the divine firmament sacred ground disciples, the first senior brother who had reached the golden core 8 refinement stage, Fang Chang. Yet he was all fuming and wore an outraged expression as he neared the Saint Mountain. A handsome guy followed behind him, with anxiety written all over his face. First senior brother, please don't be reckless. We are all disciples of the same sect. Peace, please act on the sake of peace. Chapter 117, Just come at me, I, Fang Chang, am fearless. Zhang Yunting's persuasion attempt did not appease Fang Chang's anger. Instead, the rage on his rugged face became more visible. Junior brother, don't stop me. Not only did this guy steal your saint position using the ancestors' rules, but he even dared to cover junior sister Yanxi. In the cultivation world, both should see eye to eye for finding a partner. Using the ancestors' rules to force junior sister Yanxi to become his Dao companion, can he still be called a man? Today, I, Fang Chang, must teach that lecher a proper lesson and make him know the consequences of bullying junior sister Yanxi. While speaking, Fang Chang had already charged toward the Saint Mountain's protective array like a reddish gold meteor. Upon facing the protective array's faint light curtain, he did not stop at all and directly collided with it head-on. Naturally, Shen Tian could not just stand and look at Fang Chang collide with the protective array, which was in normal mode. Although the normal mode protective array's defensive ability is quite strong, Fang Chang is one of the Sacred Ground's legendary figures. What if he really pierces through it? At that thought, Shen Tian slowly poured his dharmic powers into the Saint token and secretly changed the protective array's strength to the second level. The originally transparent protective array instantly shone brightly as if it was a huge dome that emitted light. It covered the whole Saint Mountain from top to bottom, steadily blocking Fang Chang's attack. Boom! One could only hear a loud bang as Fang Chang collided heavily against the protective array. Ripples were formed on the protective array's surface, completely dividing Fang Chang's attacks throughout the whole array. Fang Chang had gone all out with his Divine Lightning Rush fist, but he didn't damage the protective array at all. He rubbed his right fist, which had turned sore from the impact. Fang Chang's deadly eyes were locked on Shen Tian as he said coldly, "You're Shen Tian, right? Although you're handsome and your appearance is highly esteemed, you don't look like a good person." Cold sweat dripped from Zhang Yunting's forehead as he stood behind Fang Chang. "Senior brother." Fang Chang turned his head back and replied calmly, "Not talking about you, junior brother. Just stand at the side and watch." Zhang Yunting was helpless. "Senior brother, Saint Shen Tian helped our sect to find the Sacred Leader's token and even completed our Divine Firmament's Lightning Imperial Sutra. According to the ancestors' rules, he does indeed have the qualifications to be the saint. If he is willing, he is able to marry our sect's saintess." Fang Chang snorted. "Don't mention the whatever ancestors' rules. It's something our ancestors had lost, so why do we have to bear the responsibility? Even if the last chapter of the Lightning Imperial Sutra was missing, does that mean we can't take that invincible road? It's simply a joke. There's no such thing as invincible arts, only invincible people. So what if we don't have the forbidden chapter? Being able to marry the saint is just by finding the forbidden chapter. Have you asked whether junior sister is willing or not? Junior sister Yanxi is a living person with feelings, not a tool. It's simply a joke, using her happiness in exchange for some cultivation technique." As he spoke, he became even angrier. Fang Chang stared directly within the Saint Mountain's array and snorted. "Shen Tian, if you have the guts to marry the saintess, then have the guts to come out." Shen Tian had no other choice but to adjust the array to make it darker and more transparent. "Senior brother, may I know why you have come to find me?" Fang Chang roared in rage upon seeing the handsome-looking man in front of him. "Come out first." "Come out? You must be joking. Do I look like such a rash person? You want me to go out? If you're that strong, then barge in yourself." No matter how strong that legendary first senior brother was, he seemed to be unable to do anything to Shen Tian. Thus, Shen Tian was instantly emboldened, and his attitude also became colder. He said calmly, "Might you be our sect's first senior brother, Fang Chang? I've long heard of your great name." Fang Chang smiled coldly and said, "You flatter me. I'm only a true disciple, how would I dare to let you call me your senior brother?" Shen Tian seemed to be deep in thought. Oh. Then, junior brother Fang, is there some misunderstanding between us? Fang Chang said, Shen Tian, you've gone too far. Come out. I promise not to make a move. Shen Tian helplessly replied, Junior brother Fang, I am cultivating in seclusion, the protection array cannot be opened. You must be kidding. You think I'll believe you if you say you won't make a move? What's so different from a man saying, I'll just rub and not put it in? The short-tempered Fang Chang instantly exploded in rage upon noticing that Shen Tian was unwilling to leave the protection array. The Crimson Phoenix and Qilin avatars behind him shone radiantly. At the same time, his golden divine armor and fire dragon spear were also enveloped by an extremely mysterious and domineering aura. At that moment, it was as if Fang Chang had turned into an invincible general. If you don't come out, then I'll destroy this array and pull you out. After finishing, Fang Chang abruptly raised his spear, and reddish gold lightning gathered on the spear tip. The avatar of a red dragon could be vaguely seen. Zhang Yunting helplessly tried to persuade Fang Chang. Senior brother, don't act on impulse. We are both from the same sect, harmony is the most important. Meanwhile, upon sensing how fearsome Fang Chang's aura was, Shen Tian secretly took out the Saint token. After pouring in his dharmic powers, he adjusted the array to the third level, which was the most powerful protective mode. The Saint Mountain instantly emitted a divine light that shot through the heavens, and divine lightnings of all kinds of colors shot out of the Saint Mountain too. They gathered to form divine beasts in mid-air, such as the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Crimson Phoenix, Black Tortoise, Soaring Snake, Mighty Qilin, and so on. Each of them was created with the purest power of lightning, releasing an immense aura. Fang Chang looked at the 10 divine beasts that surrounded the Saint Mountain's surface. Then he smiled and said, Just come at me all at once. I, Fang Chang, am fearless. After saying that, he suddenly rushed toward the 10 divine beasts while holding the fire dragon spear in his hand. What Azure Dragon I, White Tiger 7, today I, Fang Chang, will subdue the dragon and tame the tiger. He swung his fire dragon spear vigorously, and it was as if there were really a red dragon flying and fighting. He was domineering. The lightning-formed divine beasts were quickly torn apart under Fang Chang's spear. After 15 minutes, Fang Chang stood in mid-air proudly and looked at Shen Tian coldly. Shameless bastard, kill me if you want. If I beg for mercy, then I'm not a man. In mid-air, the nomological chains formed through the gathering of divine lightnings such as metal, gold, and leaf fire, had tied Fang Chang up tightly. Although Fang Chang had peerless battle strength and could tear through the lightning-formed divine beasts, he was no match as the divine beasts could revive unlimitedly. Just as he killed the third one, the previous 2 had already revived, so how was it possible for him to win this fight? Thus, after Fang Chang had lasted for 15 minutes, he had been tightly tied up by the chains formed from the 10 types of divine lightning. The divine lightning flowed on Fang Chang's body, making even his hair stand up from the electric shock. However, Fang Chang still kept quiet, he was truly a real man. Zhang Yunting looked at Shen Tian with resignation. Brother-in-law, Saint, please have mercy. Although senior brother Fang Chang is too impulsive since we are from the same sect, I hope you will think of harmony as the most important thing. As Zhang Yunting looked at Shen Tian, who was standing inside the Saint Mountain, he admired him for being able to defeat Fang Chang so effortlessly. It seems that our sect has a kind of inheritance that only our sect's first senior brothers receive, and from then on, they don't like to use their brains. Although the cultivation world indeed advocates strength, brains are important too. Senior brother Fang is only in the golden core stage. So what if he is about to become a golden core 9 refinement cultivator and is invincible among golden core cultivators? He actually dared to barge into a protective array, which can block even soul formation cultivators, with just a spear. Just who do you think you are? With your brains, you still want to chase my sister? In comparison, Zhang Yunting thought highly of Shen Tian, and he preferred him over Fang Chang. Shen Tian knew how to make use of his powerful weapon to bring down formidable enemies. That meant that the sect's new saint was not a rash person. On the contrary, he was smart and rational. If Xiao'er marries such a person, then, at least, it will be safer in the future. We won't need to worry that she might become a widow. The cultivation world is a dangerous place, and the areas that have an abundance of opportunities are also filled with crises and dangers. As compared to our first senior brother, the saint, Shen Tian, gives me a better sense of security. Also, appearance-wise, If I were Shao'er, I would also be more willing to marry Shen-tian. Chapter 118, Punishment, copy 3,000 times. At Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, on Sacred Leader Mountain, inside the Sacred Leader Palace. The Sacred Leader was sitting on the throne, enshrouded within lightning and heavenly aura. Beneath the throne was an old Taoist priest with a long face. "Junior brother, you deceived me." The Sacred Leader's lightning and heavenly aura fluctuated slightly. He asked, "Why does senior brother say such a thing? When have I deceived you?" Azure Lotus snorted. "The three conditions we discussed were in exchange for the Divine Firmament Draeger pendant, right?" The Sacred Leader nodded. "Yes, but senior brother has yet to give the Divine Firmament Draeger pendant to me." Azure Lotus felt wronged. "But, haven't I already given you a copy of the Heritage Within? In that case, isn't the Divine Firmament Draeger pendant just a token to you? In the past 10,000 years of our sacred ground, it's not only junior brother that did not possess the token." The Sacred Leader's lightning and heavenly aura gradually calmed down. "So, senior brother was speaking of this matter." Azure Lotus was puzzled. "If not, which matter did you think I was talking about? Is there anything else?" The Sacred Leader shook his head. "No. So senior brother still wants me to reward you even though you lost the Draeger pendant?" Azure Lotus snorted. "Previously, I got caught up in your logic, but these are two separate things. The Draeger pendant was used to exchange for the Spirit Mountain. Now, even though the Draeger pendant is lost, senior brother should give me the 1,000,000 Spirit Stones for saving your daughter and 500,000 Spirit Stones for the Great Golden Winged Eagle's thigh." The Sacred Leader nodded. "Indeed, I should reward you for saving Shao'er and giving her the eagle's thigh. However, senior brother, don't forget that Shao'er handed you the Draeger pendant to you to safeguard it. Yet, you've lost it. Although it symbolizes the Sacred Leader's token, that does not make it important. However, the Draeger pendant's original value is much higher than this bit of Spirit Stones, right? Senior brother, in your opinion, what is the suitable amount of compensation, in the form of Spirit Stones, that Shao'er should ask from you?" After the Sacred Leader finished, Azure Lotus' expression instantly turned very interesting. "Junior brother, just take it that I did not come today. I'll take my leave." Azure Lotus turned and quickly walked toward the Sacred Leader Palace's exit upon saying that. The Sacred Leader calmly said, "Actually, if senior brother wants to earn Spirit Stones, it's very simple." Azure Lotus instantly stopped and forced out a smile. "Junior brother, please just get straight to the point." The Sacred Leader said, "Senior brother, do you remember what I've said before? Shen-tian is the true son of Providence. As long as senior brother is willing to guide his body tempering cultivation wholeheartedly and has a good relationship with him, then you will definitely be able to improve your luck. Your opportunities will be endless." The smile on Azure Lotus's face gradually froze. "Ha, do you think I'm dumb? In this half a month that the kid has become the saint, he has become the center of attention. Who knows how many disciples are complaining? I think that when Fang Chang exits seclusion, he will most likely go and beat up that kid. Before he could become proficient in the Tinder Sutra, he is already this unlucky." "Senior brother, you still say that he is the son of Providence? It's simply a joke. You want me to take that kid as my disciple? Impossible." The Sacred Leader asked helplessly, "Senior brother, are you really sure?" Azure Lotus pursed his lips. "When have I ever regretted my words?" The Sacred Leader replied calmly, "This time, you'll definitely regret it, and it'll be very soon." Azure Lotus scoffed. "You want to fool me? If I regret it, I'll be the son of a BTCH." Just as he finished, Azure Lotus frowned. Why did he feel that he had said such a thing quite a few times already? At that moment, a loud banging sound echoed from a distance. Boom! The lightning and heavenly aura surrounding the Sacred Leader flashed faintly, his line of sight piercing through the void. He said calmly, "It's the Saint Mountain." As expected, Fang Chang, this simpleton has gone to find Shen-tian's trouble after coming out of seclusion. Azure Lotus said while gloating over what he heard, "See? Senior brother, I've said that that kid definitely has bad luck. An unlucky fellow that cultivates the Tinder Sutra, how could he possibly be the son of Providence? That kid hasn't been crippled by Fang Chang already, right?" The Sacred Leader calmly replied, "No, but instead, after you taught Fang Chang the body tempering art a few days, he's become more and more." The Sacred Leader's lightning and heavenly aura fluctuated yet again. He had actually sighed, which was a rare occurrence. He gradually took a step, and instantly, A void door appeared in front of him. The sacred leader stepped into the void door and disappeared from the sacred leader palace, traveling tens of thousands of meters with just one step. When the void door appeared once again, the sacred leader had already appeared on top of the Saint Mountain, outside that mighty lightning array. Currently, the surroundings of the Saint Mountain had been filled with curious melon seed-eating crowds. They were all looking at the battle between Shen Tian and Fang Cheng. Wow, the new Lord Saint is finally going to fight against our first senior brother? I've been anticipating it for half a month. First senior brother is no good. Before even breaking the array, he has already charged toward it, starting the battle. What do you mean by first senior brother is no good? As a fighter, one should be fearless. So what if he tried to forcibly charge in through the array? Can a cultivator achieve immortal ascension by cowering in fear? You're right. It's the new saint who is avoiding the fight and still hiding in the protective array. How can our sacred ground saint not have the courage to even accept the challenge? He's too disappointing. This should be our sacred ground's most cowardly saint. What if he actually becomes the sacred leader? You're overthinking, junior brother. The sacred leader is the most outstanding and powerful person chosen among 10 saints. As such, previous saints are also candidates. After today's battle, the onlooking disciples will most likely not have much respect for this saint. Can he still fight for the sacred leader position? That's right. How could ever recognize a saint that does not dare to even face a challenge? Then you can only recognize a simpleton like first senior brother that only has bronze but no brains? He knew that the protective array could block even soul formation cultivators, yet he still stupidly charged into it. Given our first senior brother's brains, if he becomes the sacred leader, then our sacred ground would truly be in danger. That's right. I think that the new saint is quite good. He's full of wisdom. Since he could use his brains to solve it, then why must he fight with first senior brother? What is more important is that the new saint is obviously more handsome. That's the visual that our sacred ground should have. That's right. I'm so envious of senior sister Yin Shi. Such an eye-piercing light of lighting? It's the sacred leader. He exited seclusion and came here. Everyone, stop talking. Prepare to greet the sacred leader. We greet the arrival of the sacred leader. Seeing that the sacred leader had appeared, the many disciples that were originally chattering hurriedly bowed. All the disciples viewed this legendary sacred leader, who led the sacred ground to prosperity by himself, with unparalleled reverence. The sacred leader nodded slightly. His body was hidden within the endless lightning and heavenly aura. It was as if a god-controlling lightning had descended. He looked toward the Saint Mountain coldly and slowly raised his right hand, gently flicking his finger. The radiant 10 divine beasts made of lightning instantly dispersed into nothingness. Meanwhile, Fang Cheng, who had been burnt black by the lightning, was finally free. The sacred leader looked at Fang Cheng, who was unyielding and fuming with rage and had a despotic expression. His voice was void of the slightest trace of emotions. Fang Cheng, you've broken the rule as a true disciple and trespassed the Saint Mountain. I punish you to face the wall for 1 month and copy our sect's rules 3,000 times. You're not allowed to use Dharma spells and not allowed to let Yunding help you copy. I can recognize your handwriting. Just as the sacred leader finished, Fang Cheng, who was originally unyielding, the despotic expression on his face disappeared. Chapter 119, Senior Brother Saint, enjoys popular confidence. Fang Cheng pulled a long face. Dear esteemed master, could I not copy the sect's rule but receive other punishments? The sacred leader said calmly, 5,000 times. Fang Cheng's lips twitched. Master, I. The sacred leader was emotionless as he interrupted, 8,000 times. Fang Cheng hurriedly said, Master, what I mean is that I have no qualms about your punishment at all. 5,000 times is enough. The sacred leader nodded slightly and looked at Shen Tian calmly. Tianer, how's your cultivation coming along recently? Shen Tian bowed slightly. Master, thank you for worrying about me. I just broke through to the foundation establishment stage today. Just as he finished, it instantly caused a mighty uproar within the Saint Mountain's surroundings. What? Our saint's cultivation level had just reached the foundation establishment stage? On what basis could he become our divine firmament sacred ground saint with such a cultivation level? How can he make the other disciples acknowledge him from the bottom of their hearts? In that instant, the disciples under the Saint Mountain started whispering to each other. To that, Shen Tian only smiled. He was actually glad to see such a thing. Protest. The best if all the true disciples submit a joint petition to protest. Then maybe due to the pressure, the sacred leader will allow me to resign from the saint position. As Shen Tian was engaging in wishful thinking, the sacred leader stood proudly in midair and said calmly, "Very good, Tianer. Although you have a profound understanding of yin and yang, you still need a pragmatic foundation. Rumors say that in the primordial period, there were wise men blessed by Providence who grasped the Tao, thus succeeding in core formation and becoming heaven immortals in a day. As your master, I hope you'll be able to break through your limits just like the ancient paragons, form an unparalleled dharmic foundation, then lead our sect to prosperity in the future." After the sacred leader spoke, many true disciples seemed to be deep in thought. Their discussions became even more heated. OMG! Lead our sect to prosperity? The meaning behind the sacred leader's words sounds a little scary. For previous saints, he had most said to work hard and cultivate so as to not embarrass the sect. Just how high is this new senior brother saint's talent, which makes the sacred leader think he has the qualifications to lead the sect to prosperity? Saying that the new senior brother saint has hoped to lead the sect to prosperity in front of so many of us. This means that if nothing unexpected happens, then this senior brother saint will become the sacred leader in the future? Succeeding in core formation and becoming a heaven immortal in one day. Were there really such terrifying geniuses in the primordial period? From what the sacred leader said, is it possible that senior brother saint is also such a type of person? Thus, senior brother saint has already formed the strongest foundation in the world? I'm really curious just how powerful this peerless genius with the strongest foundation is. Do you guys think that the saint, who has just reached the foundation establishment stage, is able to beat golden core cultivators? Since it's the peerless dharmic foundation of paragons, he must stand apart from others. I think he can fight nascent soul cultivators. Yep, the saint seemed to even think that it was not worth it for him to personally make a move when facing our first senior brother. He won just by using the array. I think that the saint is definitely much more powerful than senior brother Fang. Even beating nascent soul cultivators would be nothing to him. Although it is unimaginable, if the saint's talent is as powerful as the ancient paragons, then it might really be possible. Since the wise men in the primordial period could succeed in core formation and become heaven immortals in a day, this sounds much harder than a foundation establishment cultivator beating a nascent soul cultivator. The saint is too amazing. Not only is he handsome, but he also has such a peerless talent. Being able to beat nascent soul cultivators in foundation establishment stage, such a Tao companion definitely makes one feel extremely secure. That's right. If the sacred leader says you can do it, then even if you can't do it, you have to be able to do it. A few sentences from the sacred leader had directly shifted the course of direction. After the divine firmament sacred grounds disciples let their imagination run wild and a series of discussions, they all firmly believed that Shen Tian, a foundation establishment cultivator, could defeat nascent soul cultivators. Shen Tian wanted to laugh from hearing such a thing. Are you guys joking? How was it possible? You want me, a foundation establishment cultivator, to beat nascent soul cultivators? Then when I reach the golden core stage, won't I need to go and defeat an immortal king? It's just too ridiculous. I can at most defeat a late-stage golden core cultivator. Regarding everyone's admiration, Shen Tian was not proud or happy at all. Instead, he felt an unprecedented ill intention. Originally, he was just being his weak self, a small foundation establishment cultivator. Thus, if someone wanted to harm him, they might just send a golden core cultivator. Then, Shen Tian could directly finish off that person with his black rhino armor and purple golden hammer. However, after today, almost everyone would know that he, Shen Tian, had an unparalleled dharmic foundation paired with invincible battle prowess. If someone were to send people to make a move against him, then even if they did not send a soul formation cultivator, that person would most likely be one of the strongest nascent soul cultivators. By then, how could he continue to stay low and grow stronger, surviving in this cultivation world steadily? Master, this bad old man is simply too evil. He has no conscience. The sacred leader did not know how resentful Shen Tian felt and went on. Also, I will announce another important piece of news today. That is, our sect saint, Shen Tian, has guided Golden Lotus Mountain's prime disciple, Qin Yundi, to improve the method of creating the lightning explosion talisman. Our sect has thus invented a new type of talisman, the Yin-Yang Lightning Explosion Talisman. Its power is a few times stronger than normal lightning explosion talismans. In addition, the price is only half of the previous lightning explosion talisman. There's even a 20% sale at the moment. If anyone needs it, then you can start buying it at the Golden Lotus Mountain from tomorrow onward. If the words that the sacred leader had said previously was like throwing a boulder into a pond, then the news of the yin-yang lightning explosion talisman was like throwing a nuclear bomb and exploding it in the pond. In an instant, all the disciples outside the Saint Mountain became excited, and the sounds of conversations instantly heated the atmosphere. OMG! The power is a few times stronger than a normal lightning explosion talisman? Then wouldn't it be equivalent to an all-out attack of a Foundation establishment cultivator? Is there really such a type of lightning explosion talisman? Only half the market price and also a 20% discount, isn't it equal to a 70% discount? If our sacred grounds lightning explosion talismans are really this cheap, it will be much cheaper when going out for adventures or killing monsters in the future. This new saint is really an unparalleled genius. Even after researching for so many years, Senior Brother Yundi could only increase its power by less than 50%. The saint has just joined the sect, but he directly helped Senior Brother Yundi to increase the lightning explosion talisman's power. Looks like what the sacred leader said is correct. Our saint must be a legendary young paragon. Who becomes the saint is not really related to us, but improving the lightning explosion talisman is really extremely useful. Senior Brother Saint is so amazing. Not only is he handsome, but also wise. I'm so envious of Senior Sister Yin-Shi. She has really taken advantage of the ancestors' rules. Senior Brother is really worthy of his position as the saint. I support Senior Brother Saint. Hooray for Senior Brother Saint. If everyone was only shocked that the sacred leader had said Shen-Tian had unparalleled talent previously, and they reluctantly acknowledged Shen-Tian, then after the sacred leader had officially released the news of the yin-yang lightning explosion talisman, everyone's attitude had become fervent. No matter how high the saint's talent was, or how high his cultivation level was, it was not very beneficial to normal disciples. However, he could reduce the cost of going for adventures and killing monsters. In other words, that would allow disciples to equip themselves with better weapons so that they could be safer when going out, thus being able to cultivate more efficiently. In that case, even if that saint did not cultivate at all, so what? From the past to the present, the person who won the favor of people could rule the world, such was the logic. At that moment, Shen-Tian was in a daze. He felt that he had done nothing, but all of a sudden, he had become the idol of the whole sect? At that moment, Uncle Gui was elated. His Highness has support from so many people after just becoming the saint. That's such a great thing. At that moment, Azure Lotus was dumbfounded. Just as he reached the Golden Lotus Mountain, he had heard his junior brother release the explosive news. What? This kid has improved the lightning explosion talisman after just entering the sacred ground? WTF? Then how much money would the sacred ground split with him? Did I miss out on something? Chapter 120, Fair Competition for Junior Sister. Shen-Tian helplessly wiped his sweat as he felt the enthusiasm of the many disciples below the Saint Mountain before taking a look at Fang Chang, who was filled with resentment. I just wanted to keep a low profile and stay on the mountain quietly, cultivating to the Mahayana stage before going out. So why do people keep coming to look for trouble? The halo on my head has already turned green. Also, Master Sacred Leader, could you be less exaggerating when boasting about your disciple? I am a young paragon that has formed an unparalleled dharmic foundation and will lead the sacred ground to prosperity. Why don't you hope for me to become the paragon and upgrade the sacred ground to heavenly courts? What should I do now? Shen-Tian's eyes wandered along the people, thinking of ways to reduce his presence. The sacred leader had bragged that his talent was matchless, so what if someone came to challenge him? By then, when he, the rare unparalleled saint, made a move, wouldn't he be easily beaten up by other geniuses? That's right. I could increase the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground's true disciples' strength first. Then if I encounter dangers or challenges in the future, I just need to send them to face it. What? You want to challenge me? First, battle with Fang Chang, who I defeated. If you can't even defeat Fang Chang, then you won't have the qualifications to challenge me. Shen-Tian felt that he definitely had to increase Fang Chang's and the other's strength, since what if the challenger really defeated Fang Chang and then wanted to challenge the saint? Thinking till here, Shen-Tian gradually walked out of the Saint Mountain and bowed to the sacred leader. Master. The sacred leader nodded. Tianer, you've contributed greatly to our sect by improving the lightning explosion talisman. Do you have anything you wish to say? Shen-Tian replied calmly, Master, I do indeed have a request, and I hope Master could agree. The sacred leader's voice could be heard from within the lightning and heavenly aura. Speak without worries. I agree to your request. Before even hearing what Shen-Tian's request was, the sacred leader had directly expressed his approval. Fang Chang had a mental breakdown upon seeing such a favoritism attitude. Just why? I have been so hardworking and cultivating, but Master is never satisfied with me. Meanwhile, this new saint has just entered the sacred ground, and yet Master adores him so much. Is it really because this guy is dignified, good-looking, and has a graceful bearing and unmatched handsomeness? This is unfair. At that moment, Fang Chang was envious. He looked at Shen-Tian with a cold smile in anticipation of seeing what request this new saint had. Under the stares of everyone, Shen-Tian finally spoke. Master, what do you think is the most important for our sect to expand and grow stronger? The sacred leader replied calmly, cultivating requires just these things: cultivation technique, Tao companion, money, and land. Among them, the cultivation level is the most important. Shen-Tian nodded. The reason for our sect's continuous decline is because of losing the forbidden art. After losing the final chapter of the Lightning Imperial Sutra, the geniuses of our sect were all unable to reach the highest realm of the lightning arts. Thus, those geniuses who could originally break through to the Golden Core 9 refinement stage could only suffer from injustice and stay at the Golden Core 8 refinement stage. The Heavenly Venerables, who originally had hope of successfully enduring the Heavenly Tribulation to enter the Saint realm and shock the world, could only fall one step short and die under the Heavenly Tribulation. Now that the Lightning Imperial Sutra's forbidden chapter has been recovered, I dare beg Master to completely unleash the usefulness of this cultivation technique. Before Shen-Tian could finish, the heavenly aura covering the sacred leader had obviously started fluctuating. Do you know what you are saying? Only the saint and saintess have the qualifications to cultivate the Lightning Imperial Sutra's forbidden chapter, Calamity. This is the rule our ancestors set. So what you mean is that you want me to go against the ancestors' rules and spread the forbidden art? Shen-Tian braced himself to continue. It's not anyhow spreading it, but choosing those talented and powerful ones. Master, within our sect's 36 spirit mountains, there is no lack of elders that rely on the spirit mountains to extend their lives. The spirit mountains chi can barely slow down the elders' aging, so it's only a temporary solution, not a permanent cure. These elders have contributed their whole life for the sacred ground, and they are all the most loyal elders within the sect. Thus, if we could let them cultivate the Lightning Imperial Sutra's forbidden chapter, then they would most likely be able to break through. Then, their lifespan would increase greatly, being able to protect our sect for thousands of years. Our sect's strength will increase rapidly. Also, there are geniuses, such as Senior Brother Fang and Senior Brother Yunting, who were unable to become the saint due to various reasons. Had they not been born in the same period as me, then with their talents, they would definitely have the qualifications to become our sect's saint. If they were unable to cultivate our sect's supreme cultivation art just because of some rule that was set who knows how many tens of thousands of years ago, then that's undoubtedly stopping them from reaching their greatest potential. A little leak will sink a great ship. Maybe in their road toward becoming the immortal emperor, they might just lack this one bit. Thus, I think that our ancestors' rules might not necessarily be suitable for the sacred ground's current situation. I dare to ask Master, please make the exception and allow others to cultivate it. If it's punishment for disobeying the ancestors' rules, then I am willing to step down from the saint position. After hearing what Shen-Tian had said, the sacred leader replied, Honor, do you know that this request has no benefits for you at all? The sacred ground did not allow people other than the saint to cultivate the supreme forbidden art to keep others in check. If the cultivation art that the saint cultivated completely dominated others of the same age, then he could keep being the most outstanding one. Thus, the other disciples in the sacred ground would be willing to obey him wholeheartedly. In case the cultivation technique everyone had was the same, then if other disciples obtained some other fortuitous opportunities, they might overtake the saint. By then, within 100 years, the saint's authority and right to speak might be significantly threatened due to that. Although Shen-Tian's suggestion could indeed allow the sacred ground's strength to increase greatly in a short period of time, there were only disadvantages for him. At that moment, everyone's attention was gathered on Shen-Tian, their eyes were full of astonishment and incomprehension. Meanwhile, Shen-Tian thought for a moment but still slowly opened his mouth. I would rather be the tail of a lion than to be the head of a dog. If possible, I hope for everyone in the sacred ground to be lions and succeed in their cultivation path. If Senior Brother Fang is able to improve his cultivation level after cultivating the forbidden arts and become invincible as compared to those of the same level, I'm willing to give the Saint position to him. No regrets. Shen Tian stood proudly on the Saint Mountain, each word of his was sonorous and powerful. At that moment, Qin Yundi was stunned, Zhang Yunting was dumbstruck, and Fang Chang all the more dumbfounded. All the disciples standing below the Saint Mountain were astounded. They looked at Shen Tian with shining eyes. It was as if Shen Tian was glowing with light, a light which made them feel ashamed of themselves. Qin Yundi's face was filled with admiration, Zhang Yunting regarded Shen Tian with high praise, while Fang Chang was completely stupefied. Frankly speaking, Fang Chang had unmatched talent since he had entered the Divine Firmament sacred ground. Thus, there were few people he would admire. Master Sacred Leader was one, Martial Uncle Azure Lotus was one, and other than them, there were no others. However, today, that figure on the Saint Mountain had been etched deeply within his mind. In Fang Chang's mind, his thoughts were stormy, like a surge of waves in the sea. He actually suggested to Master to allow me to learn the forbidden art of the Lightning Imperial Sutra. Isn't he worried that I might threaten his position after breaking through my cultivation level? And if I become stronger than him after cultivating it, he will give me the Saint position? Such arrogant self-confidence. Finally, he said he would rather be the tail of a lion than to be the head of a dog, and he likes the sacred ground to be filled with lions? Very good. Such an amazing aspiration of wanting everyone to be like lions. He has such a broad mindset, a broad mindset. Shen Tian, no wonder you're the love rival I've acknowledged. From now on, I'm willing to compete fairly with you for junior sister. Chapter 121, This fortuitous opportunity is hard to get. Standing on the Saint Mountain, Shen Tian was the sole focus of attention. All the inner sect disciples looked at him with passionate eyes, full of awe and respect for their new saint. Initially, they thought only Zhang Yunting and Fang Chang were worthy of the saint position. The previous was a popular choice among the ladies, while the latter was the strongest disciple at the sacred ground. Yet when compared to Senior Brother Shen Tian, when it came to appearance and disposition, Senior Brother Yunting lost out. When it came to talent and cultivation levels, Senior Brother Fang also seemed to lose out. Just look, when Senior Brother Fang tried to challenge Senior Brother Saint, he did not even manage to enter the Saint Mountain. He was simply defeated by the latter's array formation. Meanwhile, Senior Brother Yunting was renowned for his gentle temperament, and he had always enjoyed high popularity among the female disciples. But his popularity with the ladies had suffered a huge blow since Shen Tian's arrival. The sacred leader then revealed how the new lightning explosion talisman had been completed upon Shen Tian's instruction. Lots of male disciples turned to become Shen Tian's fans instead, and all this had happened within this short while. Coupled with the speech Shen Tian gave about letting all disciples become lions and succeeding in their cultivation routes. All the hot-blooded youths were now shaking with passion and hope for the future. Unknowingly, Shen Tian had become the new idol at the sacred ground. The Divine Firmament's sacred leader looked at Shen Tian for a while before speaking. This is no simple matter. I cannot just decide on this by myself, and I have to call upon a meeting with the other elders to discuss about this. One must understand that although the sacred leader was the nominal owner of the Divine Firmament's sacred ground, the sacred ground was never a place that allowed a single person to command over all. Even for the sacred leader, he could only command ownership of the place for just 1,000 years, and within that period of time, he had to run the place together with the elders and grand elders. For matters that deviated from the sacred ground's ancient teachings, the sacred leader would have to call for a formal meeting to discuss with all other authorities. He had no right to just make the decision on his own. However, it was obvious what the sacred leader's attitude was toward this matter when he announced he would call upon the formal meeting. This was because currently, only the sacred leader, the saint, and the saintess had the privileges to learn the declamity skill. This practice had allowed them to remain superior over the other elders and grand elders. Should a meeting really be called upon to approve the sharing of the skill, it was almost confirmed that everyone would gladly accept it. Though one could not predict how things would become in the future, at least for this couple of centuries, this restricted skill would allow the core disciples to tremendously improve their strength. At the same time, this meant the sacred leader's authority as the owner of the sacred ground might be challenged. The same went for how disciples would view the saint or the saintess. Not every leader could make such decisions unless they were really confident in their abilities. Nonetheless, the sacred leader thought he was such a leader, and naturally, his disciple would be like him too. Besides, He was never a conservative person. If not, how would he have gone forth to cultivate the heavenly Tao Sutra? As such, he decided to go ahead with this reform. So what if others also learn this highly revered skill? I may be your sacred leader based on nominal rights, but I can remain at this position with my own strength. Similarly, my disciple, the son of Providence, will prove that he is stronger than everybody else too. At that moment, all disciples looked up and respected the sacred leader, who was levitating in midair like a god of thunder, and at Shen-tian, who stood proudly at the peak of the Saint Mountain like a revered immortal. They were amazed by their dispositions, and it felt like they were witnessing the arrival of a new era. Meanwhile, Fang Chang clenched his fists and thought to himself, just wait till I reach the Golden Core 9th refinement stage. I will definitely overpower that rascal. At this moment, a gigantic white tiger avatar appeared. Roar! Its roar seemed to even shake the heavens, sun, and moon. A slim figure appeared in the distant skies. Donning the white tiger clear light armor suit, the girl looked like a goddess of war as her cape made fleeting sounds against the rushing winds. Correct, this person was none other than Zhang Yanxi. As she sped toward the Saint Mountain together with her avatar, she bellowed, "Zhang Yunting, Fang Chang, who permitted you to cause a ruckus at the Saint Mountain? How dare you?" In the blink of an eye, the flustered Zhang Yanxi reached the Saint Mountain. Only when she saw that the sacred leader was there did she calm down slightly and said, "Your daughter pays her greetings to father." The sacred leader nodded and commented in an emotionless voice, "You are now at the Golden Core 8 refinement stage? Not bad." Zhang Yanxi smiled and replied, "It's all thanks to junior brother Shen-tian for finding the forbidden skills, and also allowing me to absorb quite a lot of the divine lightning's origin. If not, I most probably could only reach the Golden Core 8 refinement stage after several years of cultivation." The ignored Fang Chang took this opportunity to speak. "Junior sister, congratulations." Zhang Yanxi snorted and replied, "First senior brother, why did you come here to create all this ruckus?" Fang Chang couldn't hide his anger at that comment. "Because senior brother heard that Shen-tian bullied you." "Junior sister, be rest assured. I have checked the ancient teachings. It only mentioned that the fated person may only marry the saintess if they are in love with each other. Although I do quite like this fellow's temperament, I will never sit aside and allow him to bully you." Shen-tian blinked, and his expression looked odd as he commented, "What, did the ancient teachings really say so?" Fang Chang snorted. "Of course, so don't you dare to use the ancient teachings to force junior sister." While Fang Chang blabbered away, Zhang Yanxi's face was turning darker and darker. Meanwhile, Shen-tian heaved a sigh of relief secretly. "Oh. Please, don't worry. Senior sister and I don't have anything between us." Fang Chang sneered. "Shen-tian, don't you dare fool me. I heard junior brother Jinfeng say that both junior sister and you have already gone through dual cultivation 1. I am warning you now. I am willing to fight fair with you for junior sister. But if you dare to dump her, even if you are our saint, I will never acknowledge you. I will beat you up." Upon hearing Fang Chang's absurd claims, Shen-tian felt like he might as well have exploded on the spot. "What, senior sister Yanxi and I? Doing dual cultivation? It's that fellow called Jinfeng again, is it? Where is that rascal? I am going to aim 20 Lotus shooting guns at him." One could only imagine, if even Shen-tian was incensed by these comments, needless to mention Zhang Yanxi's reactions. She tried her hardest not to look at Shen-tian as she walked toward Fang Chang. "First senior brother, seeing that Yanxi has reached the Golden Core 8 refinement stage, do you mind if we exchange a few blows for practice's sake?" Fang Chang smiled proudly at that. "You see that? I am still the first person junior sister thinks of when she wants to practice her skills. Junior sister, please be rest assured, I am not a fogey guy. I don't mind if you are not a virgin anymore. I will fight fairly for your love with Shen-tian. If junior sister thinks that, Before Fang Chang could finish his sentence, Zhang Yanxi threw a silence spell at him. She forced a smile out and said, "Senior brother, can you just stop?" Fang Chang was taken aback. Nevertheless, he still nodded innocently to show his approval and unwavering support for everything Zhang Yanxi did. Zhang Yanxi finally let out a relieved smile. She turned and looked at the crowd of disciples who had gathered below the mountain. There was a man donned in green robes and carrying a longsword within the crowd. He was just about to sneak off successfully when Zhang Yanxi called him, "Junior brother Jinfeng, why are you in a hurry to leave? Why not exchange a few blows with me too?" Following which, Zhang Yanxi bowed to the sacred leader and spoke. "Father, I shall take my leave then." The next moment, she dragged Fang Chang and Li Jinfeng along with her as she flew off on her sword and disappeared as fast as she first appeared at the Saint Mountain. All this while, Shen Tian did not know what he ought to make of the situation. Senior sister sure did come and leave pretty fast. And even if she left, why must she drag junior brother Fang away? I am still trying to make peace with him and convince him to come on an experiential journey with me. That's right. The reason Shen Tian wanted to get Fang Chang to go on an experiential journey with him was that Fang Chang had a gold halo on top of his head. While it was not as bright as what Zhang Yanxi had, it was still glistening away in the sunlight. Personally, Shen Tian would rather interpret this as a typical case of what's meant by fortune favors fools. No matter what, the important thing was that Shen Tian had seen an image above Fang Chang's halo when the latter was mercilessly subjected to that exciting bondage treatment in front of the Saint Mountain. It seemed like the first senior brother of the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground would soon meet some great fortuitous opportunity. Remember, the last time Shen Tian spotted the fortuitous opportunity on top of Zhang Yanxi's golden halo, she had managed to recover the Draeger pendant. It was precisely because of that incident that Shen Tian had been able to turn his white flecked with black spots halo to the lush green halo he wore now. As such, how could Shen Tian miss on such a fortuitous opportunity? However, Shen Tian was quite worried that if he invited Fang Chang to go on a training journey with him, that simple-minded bloke might butcher him for the sake of his beloved Zhang Yanxi, though it was just an unrequited love on his side. While chances of him getting successful with that idea are minimal, you can't rule this out totally. Shen Tian was thrown into a dilemma then. Sigh. This fortuitous opportunity is hard to get. Chapter 122, Junior Brother, you seem like a rabbit. As Zhang Yanxi took Fang Chang and Li Jinfeng away, the sacred leader also disappeared from the skies. The forgotten old Taoist priest had a funny expression on his face as he followed behind the sacred leader's trails. He had originally come here to spot a good scene, yet what he witnessed here truly rendered him speechless. As for the rest of the true disciples who had gathered below the Saint Mountain, they wanted to go into the Saint Mountain and pay their overdue greetings to the saint. Yet the cautious Shen Tian had immediately reactivated the Saint Mountain's protective array once the sacred leader left. It seemed like he was determined to stay out of the worldly affairs and concentrate on his cultivation. As such, much as though those true disciples were reluctant, they could only depart from the mountain. This was especially so for the female true disciples, who would keep looking back every few steps in the hope of spotting a chance to enter the Saint Mountain. After sending off everyone, Shen Tian sat down on the Enlightenment Stone again while mindlessly plucking a flower off from the grasses. He started picking the flower's petals off one by one while mumbling to himself, "Invite for experiential journey, don't invite for experiential journey, invite for." Seeing Shen Tian's behavior, Eunuch Gui and Chen Gao exchanged looks and turned away again, each deep in their own thoughts. Invite for experiential journey? Can it be that His Highness is going to invite the saintess to come along with him for an experiential journey? Eunuch Gui felt tears of joy welling up in his eyes. Is His Highness finally ready to find a Tao companion? With His Highness's charm, if he is willing to go for more such journeys with the saintess, the lady will definitely fall for him. And in time to come, should both of them give birth to several plump kids and bring them to visit concubine Lan at her grave, Her Majesty will finally be able to rest in peace. At that thought, Eunuch Gui couldn't contain his excitement and urged, "Your Highness, are you thinking of inviting the saintess to come along with you for your experiential journey?" "Huh, why would I want to invite the saintess? I have already enjoyed my fill of her fortuitous opportunity. She doesn't even have another one anytime soon." Shen Tian now only had eyes for Fang Chang. He was determined to share in his fortuitous opportunity. Come to think of it, the disciples at the sacred ground seemed to have greater providence than those people at the Country of Fire. Back at the Country of Fire, most people wore white halos, and it would be quite rare to find someone with a little green color on their halos. Yet at the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, green halos were like the disciples' statutory accessories. They wore lush green halos, bright green halos, dark green halos. It was very pleasant to look at and made the whole place full of life. Meanwhile, all the true disciples would even develop green halos that were emitting pale red sheens or green halos that were flecked with red spots. However, even if their Providence halos seemed good, it did not mean these people would meet with fortuitous opportunity in any near time. That was a pity, but Shen Tian understood that all good things took time. Since his arrival, Shen Tian could only see the predicted images of fortuitous opportunities for two true disciples. One was the fortuitous opportunity Qin Yundi had with the electrolysis theory, and the next would be Fang Chang's fortuitous opportunity. Since Shen Tian now had to remain as the saint, he was desperate to share in others' fortuitous opportunities so as to improve in his own providence. As such, he was determined to share in Fang Chang's fortuitous opportunity. With that thought, the look in Shen Tian's eyes grew steadfast. If I am unable to invite him to come along for the experiential journey, then I shall get his fortuitous opportunity and share with him afterward. This was like how back at the Country of Fire's royal palace, Shen Tian had first gotten hold of the demon book of Huga and then bestowed it upon Qingao. In the end, the providence of Qingao, Shen Tian, and even eunuch Gui had become greater. Since it was possible to manipulate Qingao's fortuitous opportunity, the same should occur for Fang Chang. Yep, that's it. I will first snatch his stuff, then return it to him. Shen Tian finally reached a decision. But of course, even though he had made up his mind, Shen Tian wasn't going to be impulsive while acting on his plan. After all, this was a fortuitous opportunity which he was planning to hijack from one of the golden haloed bigwigs. Just think back to all of those super fortuitous opportunities that he had come by, which of them were easy to get? The demon book of Huga? If not with the help of the green haloed eunuch Goe, he wouldn't even be able to come across it. The 7 treasure fairy calabash? If Li Changsh had not come to his sister's rescue, he might already have been butchered by Nagar. As for the divine firmament Drager pendant, if Shen Tian had kept it for himself and not passed it to Zhang Yinshi, he would not have been able to walk out of the myriad spirit garden alive. As the saying went, a man's wealth is his own ruin by causing others greed. This was especially true in the cruel cultivation world. If one did not have enough providence, they would be robbed of their rightful fortuitous opportunities. What should I do exactly to make sure that I get Fang Chang's fortuitous opportunity and then bring it back safely for him? Shen Tian thought for a good while before an idea struck him. Since he did not have enough providence, why not share some from others? After looking at eunuch Gui who carried a green with red halo, Qingao who carried a red with gold halo, and finally Qin Yundi who now carried a halo which was almost 2/3 in gold due to the successful discovery of the electrolysis theory, Shen Tian felt somewhat more confident and comforted. I suppose the chances of me getting Fang Chang's fortuitous opportunity should be heightened if I bring them along? If they are not enough, I may need to get senior sister Yinshi to come along too. After all, her providence was much greater than Fang Chang. I don't believe that even she is unable to subdue his fortuitous opportunity. Yep, that's it. I will bring these people of great providence to come with me for an experiential journey. Shen Tian immediately jumped up from the enlightenment stone. He had a passionate look in his eyes as he asked Qin Yundi, "Junior brother Yundi, would you like to leave, with me?" "What?" Qin Yundi's pretty face reddened as he stuttered, Senior brother, what do you mean?" At the same time, Qingao froze as he heard Shen Tian's question. Is His Highness unable to contain himself anymore? Just now, His Highness had also looked briefly at me. The way he looked was so similar to how he looked at me when we first met. Can it really be that my conjectures are correct? His Highness did not accept the favor from all those fairy-like ladies because he is. Oh dear, I really cannot do it. Just when Qingao could barely finish the scene in his head, Shen Tian spoke and interrupted his fantasies. He looked at Qin Yundi and nodded. As you know, senior brother here had just reached the foundation establishment stage from this half a month's worth of hard work at cultivating. As the saying goes, after a prolonged period of quiet activity, one thinks of getting active physically. I want to leave the sacred ground and go for an experiential journey. Is junior brother willing to come with me? Shen Tian's reply made Qin Yundi heave a sigh of relief. As he relaxed, his eyes, which were widened due to shock, also went back to their original sizes. Phew, so senior brother was only trying to invite me to leave with him for an experiential journey? To be honest, if it were other peers who came and asked the same of Qin Yundi, he would straight away reject them. The reason was simple, he did not like to go out for adventures. What Qin Yundi liked to do was to research and improve the lightning explosion talisman, the demon penetrating gun, the lightning explosion talisman array, etc., within the comforts of his home. But since senior brother asked me to go on an experiential journey with him, will he teach me more theories along the way? Qin Yundi always felt that there was more room for exploration when it came to the lightning explosion talisman and the demon penetrating gun. He would dearly love to tune them to perfection upon guidance from senior brother. At that thought, he nodded determinedly. If senior brother truly wants me to go with you, then it is my pleasure. Shen Tian turned to eunuch Gui and Chen Gao then. Uncle Gao, how about both of you? Come along with us. When he saw both of them nodding their heads, Qin Yundi pondered for a while and spoke. If so many of us are going on the journey. Senior brother Saint, please wait here for me. I need to get some important equipment from the Golden Lotus Mountain to prepare for this trip. I will be right back. With that, Qin Yundi flew straight for the Golden Lotus Mountain on his sword. After about 1 hour, he returned to the Saint Mountain again. Shen Tian opened the protective array and allowed Qin Yundi's entrance, but he was rather surprised to see the bright smile on the latter's face. Meanwhile, Qin Yundi held onto a golden lotus-shaped ring, which was now spurting out all sorts of stuff. Bling bling bling. Golden talismans, i.e., the improved version of the yin-yang lightning explosion talisman, were stacked onto the ground. Each stack of talismans was almost half a grown man's height, and there were over 10 stacks of such talismans in front of them. Meanwhile, white-colored spirit steel balls, which contained the yin-yang penetrating divine lightning, were packed into crates and transported here too. There were now dozens of such crates before them. Shen Tian swallowed involuntarily and looked at the satisfied expression on Qin Yundi's face. Am I hallucinating? Or else, why does junior brother look so much like a rabbit now? Chapter 123, I'll use some simple stuff. Shen Tian was pleased with how careful Qin Yundi was. That's the right way. As a cultivator, he must be prepared when going on an adventure. Without defense tools, weapons, firearms, and explosives, how could we defend ourselves? Shen Tian looked through the items Qin Yundi had prepared and smiled. Junior brother, you are very well prepared. But why do you have to take them all out? You still need to pack them later. Qin Yundi shook his head and said, Senior brother, these lightning talismans and explosives are for you guys. Then, he took out 2 more shotguns and passed them to Chen Gao and eunuch Goe. Guys, these are yin-yang demon penetrating guns. Although their power is no match to the Lotus shooting guns, their bullets can still break open a normal Golden Core Restriction Realm and harm a perfected Golden Core cultivator. These will be useful if you use them at the right time. Shen Tian felt resigned and said, Junior brother, if you give us all the weapons, what about you? Qin Yundi looked at Shen Tian and felt touched by how caring he was. He smiled and said, it's okay. I'll use some simple stuff. Then, Qin Yundi touched the golden lotus necklace he was wearing. The necklace gave off a golden shine, and many black color lights flew out of it. Those lights were yin-yang demon penetrating guns. The guns floated behind Qin Yundi, a total of 36 of them. Qin Yundi said, because of the tight time and limited resources, I could only make so many for now. I was about to get 99 of these and give them to the disciples for self-defense for the trial in 2 weeks' time. Since senior brother needs to go out for an experiential journey, I can use them in their stead. I'll make more of them later. Shen Tian gave him a thumbs up in his heart upon seeing that Qin Yundi was so serious. This is your simple stuff? So many guns? With these 36 guns you have here, you can easily make a sieve out of a golden core cultivator. Although so many guns would compromise one's accuracy, Qin Yundi had used 600 lightning explosion talismans to kill a late-stage golden core cultivator. Thus, Shen Tian believed that 36 guns were no problem for him. With that in mind, Shen Tian started to feel pity for the other true disciples in the divine firmament sacred ground. What's the use for you guys to train so hard to the golden core? During an actual fight, Qin Yundi could easily beat you with his weapons. However, Shen Tian was not afraid of Qin Yundi even with his yin-yang demon penetrating guns. He possessed the Black Tortoise armor and Black Tortoise shield. If things got worse, he still had Black Tortoise helmet. Shen Tian could just equip all of them without thinking how ugly he would look and tank Qin Yundi's damage. When he got close enough, he would be able to win with his purple golden hammer. Shen Tian smiled at Qin Yundi and said, not bad. I'm very proud that junior brother treats the experiential journey so seriously. However, I need to remind you of something. Qin Yundi's eyes lit up. Is senior brother going to teach me something new? With that, he looked at Shen Tian and asked curiously, Senior brother, what's it? Shen Tian pointed at the guns at Yundi's back and said, Junior brother, move the muzzles away. Never point your guns at your allies. You will regret for life if they fire off accidentally. Qin Yundi? All right. I thought senior brother would tell me something fun. But he is right. I'm not familiar with the yin-yang demon penetrating gun anyway. If the guns really fire off by accident and kill my friends, I would really regret it for life. If he shot his senior brother, he would want to end his own life instead. Thank you for pointing it out, senior brother. Yundi understands now. He thought for a moment and said, I know what is missing from the yin-yang demon penetrating gun. I need to add a special restriction to the gun so that it can only fire off when the restriction is removed on purpose. This could prevent hurting my allies by accident. Even if the opponent snatches the guns, they will not be able to use them. Senior brother, you are so clever. When I'm still thinking about how to increase the power, you have moved on to the safety of the gun. Shen Tian was rendered speechless upon seeing how excited Chen Yundi was with his idea. Sure, as long as you are happy with it. He is always afraid that the gun's power is not enough, but it is not necessarily a bad thing. I feel secured with a moving armory as long as he does not trigger any explosions by accident. After settling with the three people with great Providence, it was time for him to move on to the last one. This person was Zhang Yunxi. She had the brightest halo out of all of them and the most important one in the experiential journey. Shen Tian believed that whether he could get the fortuitous opportunity all depended on her. If he got the fortuitous opportunity that was supposed to be Fang Chang's and could not handle the risk along with it, he would just throw everything to Zhang Yunxi. Given her power, Providence, and Shen Tian's assistance, she had no reason not to be able to handle it. The only problem is that she is too dominant and might not listen to me at all times. Never mind, I should go to the Send-off Mountain and check first. Then, Shen Tian led eunuch Goe, Chen Yundi, and Chen Gao to the Send-off Mountain. Just when they reached the Send-off Mountain, a loud explosion resounded from the mountaintop. In the next second, a red and gold figure flew out of the mountain and landed a few hundred miles away. Wow! Junior sister is so strong after reaching Golden Core 8 refinement stage. Your mixed divine lightning is so powerful. I admit defeat. I'll come back after my 9th refinement. Then, the red and gold figure flew away without looking back. Shen Tian could see Zhang Yunxi standing at the top of the mountain with a badly beaten man beneath her feet. Zhang Yunxi was about to chase after Fang Chang, but she stopped when she saw Shen Tian. Swoosh! A golden light flashed, and Zhang Yunxi appeared in front of Shen Tian and the others in no time. Junior brother Shen Tian, what are you doing here? Zhang Yunxi's face was full of hope and excitement. Seeing how fierce Zhang Yunxi was just now, Shen Tian backed off. Just as he was about to say, nothing, it's nothing. We are just walking past, Chen Yundi spoke first. Senior sister. Senior brother Shen Tian wants to go for an experiential journey, and we are here to invite you. Chapter 124, The fiercer senior sister is, the more fearful enemies are. After hearing Chen Yundi's words, Zhang Yunxi's eyes instantly lit up. She nodded and said, as cultivators, we should go out on adventures frequently and train our Tao heart. Since junior brother has broken through to the foundation establishment stage, it's time to go on an experiential journey and stabilize your cultivation level. However, Zhang Yunxi was curious about why Shen Tian had brought so many people with him. A team adventure, maybe? More importantly, forget eunuch Gui and Chen Gao, who were originally Shen Tian's eunuch attendants. Why did Chen Yundi also tag along? Didn't he hate going out on adventures the most? Naturally, since they were disciples of the same sect, it was good that Chen Yundi was motivated to improve. Thinking till here, Zhang Yunxi said, Junior brother, when are you prepared to officially make a move? Shen Tian thought for a moment. The fortuitous opportunity that he had seen on Fang Chang's head should be recent. However, since the sacred leader had punished Fang Chang with copying the sect's rules, he would most probably be unable to go out in the time being. Nonetheless, things such as fortuitous opportunities were extremely mysterious and difficult to predict. They might happen in an instant, and there were tens of thousands of possibilities for sudden changes. Thus, Shen Tian decided to head toward the fortuitous opportunities location as soon as possible to see if he could set up preparations beforehand. Shen Tian smiled and said, if it's convenient for senior sister, the faster, the better. After hearing Shen Tian's words, Zhang Yunxi was slightly stunned. The faster, the better? Junior brother wants me to go out on an adventure with him. The faster, the better? At that thought, Zhang Yunxi nodded. Since junior brother is in a hurry, please wait a moment. I'll go change my clothes, said Zhang Yunxi and left so quickly it was like a ray of silver light was shooting toward the Send-off Mountain. At the same time, A disciple wearing green robes walked down dejectedly, limping with one foot. His face was already so swollen it could not be recognized. "Dinko, senior bother, fu helpin' me. I'll capt it in mont." Shen Tian's face instantly darkened upon hearing what he said. "What did you say?" Eunuch Gui said helplessly, "What he said should be, 'Thank you, senior brother, for helping me. I'll keep it in mind.'" The green-robed disciple nodded excitedly. "I am our own Mintian's disciple, Ni Yanfang. My feather is Ni Singho." Shen Tian looked at Eunuch Gui, and the latter could only repeat, "I am Haoran Mountain's disciple, Li Jinfeng. My father is Li King." Shen Tian's mouth twitched. Senior sister Yanxi really did not hold back at all when beating people. See how badly this junior brother Jinfeng was beaten up? Wait. This person is Li Jinfeng? Shen Tian's face blackened. "Junior brother, you said that you were Li Jinfeng?" Li Jinfeng's head, which was beaten swollen, nodded furiously. "It's me, senior bother, it's me." Shen Tian did not need Eunuch Gui to decipher this sentence as he could understand. "It's me, senior brother, it's me. Things are simple if it's you." Shen Tian suddenly pointed at the Sandus mountain. "Junior brother, look. It's senior sister Yanxi." Li Jinfeng's body abruptly trembled as he looked toward the Sandus mountain. "Here-ish senior sister, here?" Before he could finish, he suddenly felt intense pain on the back of his head, and immediately after, the world in front of him started spinning. Shen Tian glanced at the unconscious Li Jinfeng and put away his purple golden hammer. "I've found you at last. Uncle Goei, could I trouble you to go find shopkeeper Song and ask him for a forgetting pill? I have use for it." Next is the moment of satisfaction. The air is sure filled with happiness. After venting it all out on Li Jinfeng, he was fed the forgetting pill. 2 hours already passed when Zhang Yanxi finally came down from the Sandus mountain. Unexpectedly, she had taken off her white tiger clear light armor suit and wore a robe as white as snow. Her hair, which was originally tied up simply behind her, was hanging over her shoulders, waving with the wind, and a faint fragrance pervaded the air. If Zhang Yanxi previously was like a female war god, then the current her was like a pure white snow lotus, quiet, elegant, dignified, and graceful like a fairy. Zhang Yanxi slowly walked down from the Sandus mountain. Originally, she thought that those men would be amazed by her charm, but her breathtaking face could not help but gradually turn black when she walked in front of them. It was all due to the group of men in front of her. The two eunuchs had no sense of her beauty at all, while Chen Yundi was pulling Shen Tian's robe and asking him about the yin-yang water and verse Tao. As for Shen Tian, his head lowered as he was removing the marks of their punches, kicks, and fingerprints from Li Jinfeng's unconscious body. "So the 2 hours I took to dress up were all for nothing?" The Heritai rosary beads on Shen Tian started trembling crazily. "Master. There's so much, there's really a lot. I can feel that resentment is surging out of Sister Yanxi, too much of it." A cold shiver ran down Shen Tian's back. Jier felt resentment again? And it's from senior Sister Yanxi? At that thought, Shen Tian hurriedly lifted his head to look at Zhang Yanxi. One had to say that Zhang Yanxi's new appearance was indeed beautiful. She was originally gorgeous, and coupled with her cold and holy aura it was like a goddess had descended. In addition, after taking off her white tiger clear light armor suit, Zhang Yanxi did not seem that domineering. Instead, she became more elegant. Zhang Yanxi's appearance was indeed top-notch, and it could almost be compared to Shen Tian's. In front of Zhang Yanxi, Shen Tian instantly revealed his high EQ. "Senior sister, you've dressed up?" Zhang Yanxi smiled slightly. "I just casually dressed up a little. Who would have thought that junior brother actually noticed?" The rosary beads Shen Tian stopped trembling. "It's gone. There's not a bit of resentment anymore." Shen Tian heaved a sigh of relief. "However, senior sister, we are going on an experiential journey. Why have you dressed up like this?" There were two reasons why Shen Tian was willing to go on an experiential journey with Zhang Yanxi. Firstly, he could ride on the coattail of her luck. Secondly, she wore battle armor every day and had the fierce vibe of "stay away from me." He would not need to worry about anyone coming to find trouble for coveting her beauty if he brought her out. Now that Zhang Yanxi had dressed up like this, her charm had instantly increased through the roof. If Shen Tian were to bring her out together on the experiential journey, wouldn't she crazily attract unwanted attention? Suppose senior brothers from Grotto Heavens, and the geniuses of Sacred Ground saw her, how troublesome would it be if they all came one by one? Zhang Yanxi did not know what Shen Tian was thinking, so she asked in doubt, Is there anything wrong with me dressing up like this? Shen Tian replied helplessly, Senior sister, you're too pretty now. We'll most likely encounter countless troublesome situations if we go out on an adventure like this. Junior brother complimented me that I'm too pretty? Zhang Yanqi's face turned red, and she completely ignored the key point in the second half of the sentence. She coughed lightly and said, then, Junior brother, do you think I'm prettier now or before? Shen Tian wiped off his sweat. Can't girls be more rational? Is appearance that important in the cultivation world? I thought that senior sister was a woman who could ignore my appearance. Who would have thought she would be exactly the same as other women? Can't you, women, be more rational? It's not my fault for being so handsome. Sigh. It's all for my safety. Shen Tian decided to speak in a perfunctory manner, so after thinking for a moment, he asked, Senior sister, do you want to hear the truth? Zhang Yanqi nodded seriously. Yes, junior brother. Please, speak bluntly. Shen Tian replied, I prefer senior sister wearing armor. You look valiant and heroic in it. However, these were the words Shen Tian did not say, valiant, heroic, and fierce. The fiercer, the better. The fiercer senior sister is, the more fearful enemies are. If we can prevent fighting, it's best not to fight. Chapter 125, Every dog will have its day. Junior brother says that he likes the original me better? That's great. I also think that dressing up like this is not comfortable at all. Zhang Yanqi nodded. Junior brother, please wait for a moment as I go and change. After finishing, Zhang Yanqi dashed toward the Saintus mountain and disappeared from everyone's vision. Shen Tian could not help but sigh. Let's wait. However, Zhang Yanqi changed clothes much faster this time. After a short while, she had changed back to her original white tiger clear light armor suit and appeared. Her long flowing hair was tied into a simple ponytail, and her white armor and cloak were shining under the sun. Zhang Yanqi's face was filled with a bright smile. Junior brother, where are we going to play this time? Shen Tian replied helplessly, Senior sister, we're going out on an experiential journey to train, not play. He recalled the scene of the fortuitous opportunity, which he had seen above Fang Chang's head. The place that appeared, in the beginning, was a city in eastern wilderness. That city was known as Fog City, and it was the capital where the hidden Fog country's royalty resided. It was a great bustling city. As the previous owner of Shen Tian's body, the 13th prince would read widely, so he had been knowledgeable about the different countries' situations in eastern wilderness. The hidden Fog country was even older than the country of fire, and it was quite a powerful force in the eastern wilderness too. Given hidden Fog country's thousands of years of history, its royalty had more than 10 nascent soul supremacies in their midst, so it could be said that its strength was formidable. Amongst all the countries under the divine firmament's sacred ground, the hidden Fog country could be counted as one of the stronger ones. Meanwhile, Fog City was definitely the hidden Fog country's core capital, as numerous fortuitous opportunities laid near the city. According to ancient book records, a fog plain was located 5 kilometers east of Fog City. The plain was boundless and completely covered by thick sheet fog all year round. If cultivators were to enter the mist, their spiritual power and spiritual sense would be sealed away. However, if one relied only on using their sense of sight to discern the directions, then most likely before even walking 100 meters, they would be completely lost. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the fog plain was an absolute forbidden area in the hidden Fog country, and even nascent soul supremacies didn't dare to barge in. Nevertheless, a rare fog tide period would happen every 20 years, and the fog would undergo a change. The area of fog would increase and decrease in radius like the tide. At high tide, the area covered by the fog would even reach Fog City's gates, while when at low tide, many originally sealed areas would also be revealed. The revealed areas had many extremely rare and exotic herbs that cultivators could use to create superior grade pills. If one's luck was good enough, they could even find the precious spirit herb, Divine Binding Vine. The so-called Divine Binding Vine was an extremely precious aiding spirit herb that was not used for creating pills. It was extremely tough and was one of the main materials to create the supreme-grade Dharma artifact, Divine Binding Rope. If one could obtain a third-stage Divine Binding Vine and refine it into a Divine Binding Rope, then it could even trap perfected ones. If one could find a fourth-stage Divine Binding Vine and refine it into a Divine Binding Rope, then even a Supremacy could be bound. When battling with enemies, if one could have a Divine Binding Rope as support, it would be a huge help. When powerful beings of the same stage fought to the death, a single instant could decide one's life or death. Thus, being bound would be equal to directly losing. From what Shen Tian knew, the fog tide period was near. That was because, in the scene of the fortuitous opportunity that he had seen, Fang Chang had been at a vast plain. Meanwhile, there had been no spirit fog near him at all, and the scenery was extremely clear. Thinking till here, Shen Tian said, "I heard that the fog tide period is near. By then, many cultivators would go to the fog city to join in the fun, so how about we go there to take a look too?" Fog City? Zhang Yunxi seemed to be deep in thought. She did know of that place, as her brother, Zhang Yunding, had also been to that place when he had been in the foundation establishment stage and had reaped quite the amount of benefits. At that time, Zhang Yunding, who had just entered the foundation establishment stage, had found a peak third stage divine binding vine in the fog plane. After using the special secluded treasure that his father, the divine firmament's sacred leader, had given him to cut off the divine binding vine, Zhang Yunting had created a supreme-grade divine binding rope. When the divine binding rope's power was activated to the maximum, it could even bind Golden Core 6th refinement stage cultivators tightly. It was relatively difficult to deal with. Relying on that divine binding rope, Zhang Yunting had spread his name amongst the Eastern Wilderness younger generation. Many geniuses from Grotto Heavens and Sacred Grounds expressed their disgust from fighting with him. He, a man, did not fight face-to-face during battle but only knew how to dodge and roam about. Once he found the opportunity, he would unleash the divine binding rope to bind his opponent, and the fate that awaited them was one of being controlled until the end. There was a dragon, a tiger, and a Qilin in the divine firmament sacred ground. The mighty Qilin was generally acknowledged as the strongest, the white tiger the most reckless, and the Azure dragon the most annoying. Due to Zhang Yunxi's battle style, she did not like using the divine binding rope, a support Dharma treasure that controlled the opponent. However, since Shen Tian wanted it, Zhang Yunxi thought that she might as well keep him company. After they made their final preparations and ensured that nothing was amiss, they set off. Luckily, the hidden fog country was not far from the divine firmament small world, only 1,500 kilometers away. As everyone used sword kinesis flight, they arrived at the hidden fog country capital city, Fog City, from the divine firmament small world within a day. This was the first time Shen Tian was slightly afraid of heights from using sword kinesis flight. He did not dare to adjust the speed to the fastest, or else their speed would be much faster than now. After seeing that the huge fog city was right in front of them, everyone put away their swords. The cultivation world cities had flying restriction array formations to prevent flying monsters from attacking. Thus, if they flew into the city directly, they would most likely be mistakenly attacked by the flying restriction array formation. Of course, they might have built array formations to prevent people from flying into the city secretly without paying the fees. One had to know that Fog City's entrance fees would directly increase by more than 10 plus times during every fog tide period. Just relying solely on the income of the entrance fees during the fog tide period, the hidden fog country's whole GDP would increase greatly. Shen Tian and the others had come here to train, so they did not expose their identities to keep a low profile. After paying the entrance fees, everyone smoothly and peacefully entered Fog City. What was worth mentioning was that a few girls at the city door saw Shen Tian and wanted to approach him to strike a conversation. As a result, Zhang Yunxi only looked at them slightly, and her aura had surged toward them, instantly dominating their spirits. At that moment, Shen Tian felt even more confident that bringing senior sister Yunxi along was a wise decision. Being pestered by one senior sister was much better than being surrounded by a group of girls. After using sword kinesis flight for a whole day, everyone also felt tired. Thus, they followed Zhang Yunxi's suggestion and decided to stay in the Lunar Rainbow Inn to rest. The Lunar Rainbow Inn was the largest inn in Fog City, and Divine Firmament Sacred Ground was its biggest shareholder. Thus, no matter how close it was to the fog tide period or how crowded Fog City was, as long as Zhang Yunxi contacted the person in charge of the Lunar Rainbow Inn, they would be able to directly check in. To that, Shen Tian could not help but inwardly exclaim, "How amazing it is to have a background." When everyone stood before the Lunar Rainbow Inn, other than Zhang Yunxi, of course, they secretly marveled at it. The whole inn was built with an extremely expensive cloud pattern in sense wood, and the ornamentations were very much exquisite. Dragons, as well as a mysterious chi gathering array, were carved on the top of the inn, and spirit chi gathered as though it was a whirlpool. Spirit spring waters gushed out of the back of the inn, and the water reflected a rainbow under the sunshine. The scene was breathtaking. Just as everyone was ready to enter the inn, they saw the Lunar Rainbow Inn's doors open and a drunk young man being thrown out. His face was haggard, his hair was in a mess, and his entire body was giving off a rich wine smell. "Bastards, you bastards! Who knows how many tips I've given all of you before? Now, just because I'm unable to cultivate, you're not willing to let me buy 1 liter of drunken divine wine on credit? Darn it! Fortune was in the east of the bank 30 years ago but turns to the west when 30 years have passed. You'll regret it one day." Just as that man finished speaking, a disdainful chuckle echoed from the inn. "Fortune was in the east of the bank 30 years ago, but turns to the west when 30 years have passed? You must be kidding me. I need to wait for 60 years before you can give me the money for 1 liter of wine?" Chapter 126, Brother Zhao, have you heard of chicken soup for the soul? That young man seemed to be quite famous in Fog City. After he was thrown out of the Lunar Rainbow Inn, he quickly attracted the passers-by's attention. "Isn't that Zhao Hao? He came to the Lunar Rainbow Inn again. Does he want to drink wine for free again? Who else is there beside him?" Sigh. He was also a high-spirited and talented young man in the past. It's such a pity. It can't be helped. The road of cultivation is like this. Even a previous genius could turn useless. He should blame his unluckiness. The current Zhao Hao looks too tragic. Is he really the sky-incinerating Marquis' son and the prospective emperor's son-in-law? Don't mention it anymore. If sky-incinerating Marquis had not gone missing in the primordial battlefield, Zhao Hao might not have suffered a chi deviation, resulting in him losing his cultivation. There's no if in the world. The fact is that he's a useless man now. Even his marriage was broken off. I heard that the Zhao family's properties were taken away by the other relatives in the clan, not even leaving a bit for him. Ha! He must have done evil things when his Zhao family was still glorious, then he faced his retribution. Passers-by were always indifferent and apathetic, and they talked about others' joys and sorrows as a form of amusement during or after meals. Those passers-by at the side of the road were currently pointing and discussing about the drunk Zhao Hao, but no one offered to help him. Shen Tian sighed and walked toward Zhao Hao slowly. He stretched out his hand to help him up. "Brother, don't lie on the ground." Zhao Hao opened his drowsy and drunkard eyes to look at Shen Tian. "Hey, such a pretty gal." "Shen Tian?" Shen Tian swore that if it were not for this fellow being so drunk he might go unconscious any time, he would have definitely pummeled him with his purple golden hammer. "All right." Actually, the main reason was that the Providence this sloppy guy was blessed with was quite frightening. His parents had died, he had lost all his cultivation, his properties had been snatched, and his marriage with the princess had been tragically broken off. This was definitely the start of a loser MC that would take his revenge and rise up in the future. Meanwhile, Shen Tian looked toward the top of that fellow's head. His Providence halo was indeed out of the ordinary. The Providence halo on his head was extremely peculiar, half black, and half gold. In addition, Shen Tian clearly saw that the golden color was slowly covering the black halo on the top of the fellow's head. Shen Tian did not know what this kind of halo represented, but according to his guess, it should mean that out of the depth of misfortune came bliss. It was the first time Shen Tian had seen such a halo, and its research value was extremely important to him. Thus, Shen Tian would treat this miserable fellow to all the wine he wanted to drink. Shen Tian smiled and said, "Brother, how about I treat you to a drink?" "A drink?" Zhao Hao grinned upon hearing that Shen Tian was willing to treat him to a drink. Thank you for the fairies' generosity." "Shen Tian?" Zhang Yanqi, who was standing at the side, could not stand watching and walked in front of Zhao Hao with a majestic gait. "Hey, you're going too far." Zhao Hao took a look at Zhang Yanqi, then waved his hand and said, "Brother, don't misunderstand. I'm not flirting with your partner. It's this fairy who says that she will treat me to drink wine. How about I punish myself to drinking 3 cups later?" Burp. After finishing, Zhao Hao burped with his eyes squinted, and a rich scent of wine pervaded the air. Shen Tian saw Zhang Yanqi grind her teeth, so he had no other choice but to pull Zhao Hao toward the Lunar Rainbow Inn. He had to bring Zhao Hao away. Otherwise, if he stayed with Zhang Yanqi a little longer and called her brother again, what if she flipped out on him? These two people, one was a super powerful boss with a golden halo while the other was a prospective MC with a half-black, half-gold halo. They were both people blessed by Providence. If they fought, no matter what the result was, there would be no benefits for Shen Tian at all. Zhao Hao had lost his cultivation, so he was unable to resist even if Shen Tian pulled him. "Fairy, Please conduct yourself. Although my marriage has been broken off, I'm not a frivolous man." Shen Tian resisted the urge to use his first essence heavy water to spray that fellow's face and pulled him into the inn. As for the inn manager, how would he dare to stop him after Shen Tian had secretly shown his saint token? He immediately arranged the best private room on Lunar Rainbow Inn's top floor, where one could see almost half of Fog City. After making Zhao Hao chug down a foot basin amount of hangover tea, that fellow finally recovered just a little tiny bit of consciousness. Of course, it was just a little tiny bit only. At least, he still called Zhang Yanxi brother. After drinking a cup of drunken divine wine, Zhao Hao said, "Fairy, I'm so moved. Ever since I lost my cultivation, you're the first lady to treat me to wine." Shen Tian said helplessly, "I am a man." Zhao Hao squinted his eyes and looked at Shen Tian for a while. Then, he waved his hand with a smile and said, "Fairy, you must be joking. How can you be a man? It's impossible for there to be such a good-looking man in this world." As he spoke, Zhao Hao's eyes turned red. "Fairy, don't worry. When I succeed in the future, I'll definitely return all the money spent on wine today to you, not missing even a cent." "That's right, may I know Fairy's name?" Shen Tian's mouth twitched, and he asked the manager to bring another foot basin amount of hangover tea. After chugging it all down again, it was obvious that Zhao Hao's stomach had bulged out. All of a sudden, Shen Tian abruptly slapped Zhao Hao's stomach. Instantly, Zhao Hao's facial expression changed, and he ran to the side, bending his back. Barf. After vomiting his guts out and almost fainting, Zhao Hao finally recovered a part of his consciousness. He looked at Shen Tian's exquisite appearance, and after confirming that he was indeed a man, he wanted to continue drinking even more. "There's actually such a handsome man in this world, it makes no sense." Shen Tian said helplessly, "Brother Zhao, maybe there are too many things that will go wrong in this world, but even though there are ups and downs in life, life still continues. You really shouldn't give up." Zhao Hao shook his head. "No, brother, you will never understand my bitterness." Shen Tian said calmly, "You want to compare who's more miserable? Zhao Hao, I have never lost in it before." Zhao Hao scoffed at himself. "I know you want to comfort me, so I thank you for your goodwill. But I am already a useless man that cannot cultivate." Shen Tian said calmly. "You've just suffered chi deviation once and lost all your cultivation, while I had been suffering chi deviation since young." Zhao Hao was stunned. "Brother, are you serious? How is it possible that one would keep on suffering chi deviations?" Shen Tian nodded. "Truthfully speaking, I am Shen Tian, the country of fire's 13th prince." Zhao Hao took in a sharp breath. "You're that legendary ultimate unlucky fella in the rumors?" Shen Tian's mouth twitched. "Why, you've heard of my name." Zhao Hao replied, "Yes, my father has been to the country of fire's palace once and heard of your name. As compared to you, I really am not counted as miserable." Upon recalling all the matters that his father had mentioned about Shen Tian, Zhao Hao suddenly felt much better. He was moved and continued, "Brother Shen, just how did you last through so many years of such miserable life? I only now know how amazing you are. I think my life is too difficult now." Shen Tian shook his head. I understand it all. I will help you." Then, Shen Tian turned to order the manager at the side. "Arrange for the kitchen to cook a pot of chicken soup." Zhao Hao was puzzled. "Why, can chicken soup help me?" Shen Tian nodded mysteriously. "Brother Zhao, have you heard of chicken soup for the soul before?" Chapter 127, Our shop's specialty, Shrimp Pig Heart. The chicken soup's fragrant scent pervaded the private room, filling up the room with motivative positive energy. After drinking a bowl of chicken soup, Shen Tian felt that his exhaustion was relieved by quite a bit. The manager at the side asked, "Young Master Shen, what do you think of the taste of our shop's Fire Spirit chicken soup?" Fire Spirit chicken's attribute was fire. If cooked together with herbs such as Dunshan and Lingjia, it was extremely nourishing and invigorating to one's yang. Shen Tian smiled and said, "Not bad. But it's not filling, just drinking the chicken soup. Please, go and prepare a few more dishes." The manager hurriedly nodded and ordered the kitchen to cook dishes. Zhao Hao looked at Shen Tian, who was drinking the chicken soup happily and gulped down his saliva. "Brother Shen, isn't this chicken soup for me?" Shen Tian shook his head with a smile. "Brother Shen, you've misunderstood. This is Fire Spirit chicken soup. What you need is chicken soup for the soul." Shen Tian put down the bowl of chicken soup and suddenly looked at Zhao Hao with a burning gaze. "Brother Zhao, As a person who has experienced it before, I have some words for you. Hopefully, they'll benefit you." Seeing Shen Tian's solemn face, Zhao Hao became serious. "I'm all ears." Shen Tian stretched out his right index finger. "Firstly, failure is not fearsome. What's fearsome is you being defeated by failure." Shen Tian's burning gaze made Zhao Hao recall the things that his father had told him about Shen Tian. Since young, he was ill-fated and destined to be alone as he brought misfortune to those around him. He had even been suffering chi deviation daily, almost becoming a regular customer at the Imperial Hospital. However, Shen Tian did not give up cultivating. Thus, in comparison, my one-time chi deviation is nothing. Shen Tian stretched out his right middle finger. "Secondly, you haven't tried your best. How do you know you can't change your fate?" "Change my fate?" Zhao Hao's whole body trembled slightly. "That's right. My dantian is only damaged. It's not like I died. If my cultivation was lost due to my damaged dantian, I just have to find ways to restore my dantian and cultivate again. If there's really no way, then I'll think of methods to follow the God-fiend body-tempering path. I'll do my best to become stronger." Brother Shen was that miserable, but he still strives to change his fate. What reason do I have to not try my best? Shen Tian gradually stretched out his right ring finger. "Thirdly, now you've been humiliated as your upcoming marriage with the princess was broken off. In the future, you'll rise up and take your revenge." Boom. Humiliated as my upcoming marriage with the princess was broken off. In the future, I'll rise up and take my revenge. Such a sentence was like a bolt of lightning that pierced through the clouds within Zhao Hao's heart. He also did not know why, but even though that sentence sounded so chunibyo and embarrassing, he felt that his blood was boiling from excitement. It was as if that sentence was tailor-made for him, the battle song for him to fight against his fate and become a new him. At that moment, when Zhao Hao looked at Shen Tian, he only felt that he was extremely close with the brother in front of him. It was as if Shen Tian was his lifelong bosom friend. High mountain and flowing water, buoyant as a chi one, they were just like those two. He looked at Shen Tian with seemingly shining eyes, his gaze hot and earnest. "I agree. Everything Brother Shen says makes so much sense." Zhang Yanqi looked at Zhao Hao coldly, her eyes really shining, with lightning. She felt that she was being ignored. Zhao Hao did not sense the dangerous aura in the air as he looked at Shen Tian with a burning gaze. "Brother Shen, I seem to hit it off with you very well. Would Brother Shen be willing to become sworn brothers with me?" Cough, cough. Shen Tian nearly spat out a mouthful of chicken soup onto Zhao Hao's face. "Become sworn brothers? Are you kidding me? The halo on your head is extremely weird, looking very messy as it's half black and half gold. Who knows what that represents? It might mean, out of the depth of misfortune comes bliss, or it might be that you will bring misfortune to those around you, causing their deaths?" For story plots such as MCs that had their engagement called off in the beginning, basically, their route to growing stronger would be filled with fighting. It's simply too dangerous. Zhao Hao's father, the sky-incinerating Marquis, has gone missing in the primordial battlefield. Who knows if Zhao Hao will bring misfortune to his sworn brother, too? Shen Tian secretly decided that they could become friends but definitely not sworn brothers. Zhao Hao had already witnessed human nature's fickleness in this period of time, so when he saw Shen Tian's expression, he was already aware. He scoffed at himself before saying, "Brother Shen, don't mind me. It is I that did not think things through before asking. Given my current situation, I'm not worthy of becoming sworn brothers with you." SSS. Shen Tian could not help but take in a sharp breath. Isn't this the plot where the MC is looked down upon by others? According to the normal plot, if the MC is looked down upon and ridiculed, then there will definitely be a plot reversal in the future. Fuck. It can't be that Zhao Hao will bear patiently, then prepare to take revenge on me because of this, right? At that thought, Shen Tian suddenly had an idea. He sneered and said, "If you really have such thoughts, then you are indeed unworthy." Shen Tian held his head high with his chest out and walked to the window coldly, looking down at Fog City. "I'm so disappointed in you." Within his cold voice was a great aspiration that could swallow the heavens. My brother must have the ambitions to overcome all adversities and rise up. As the saying goes, a genius will never be mediocre. Once an opportunity arises, they will rise up and succeed. If even you look down on yourself, how do you let others think highly of you? Brother Zhao, a real genius has no need to care about how others see them, not to mention worry about what others are thinking. Even if everyone in the world ridicules or mocks me, My heart is steeled and is impenetrable. Always be determined and passionate, then you will definitely leave them slack-jawed. Shen Tian's words made Zhao Hao's gaze turn hotter and hotter. Brother Shen is right. I am ashamed of myself. Brother Shen's heart is like steel, the body is like fire, having undergone so many adversities. However, I'm this weak. I'm really too childish. Hearing Brother Shen's words is better than cultivating for 100 years. Brother Shen's earnest advice, I will definitely keep your words in mind and dare not forget. Shen Tian smiled and waved his hand. There's no need for that, Brother Zhao. In fact, the problem of you losing your cultivation is not difficult to solve. At that moment, Zhao Hao's entire body suddenly trembled. Brother Shen, what do you mean? Shen Tian smiled and said, frankly speaking, I've cultivated the art of divination. From Brother Zhao's facial features, it means that out of the depth of misfortune comes bliss. Your chance to change your fate and rise up is most likely right in front of you. Zhao Hao was dumbstruck. If what Brother Shen said is true, may I know how to change my fate? The cat mustn't be let out of the bag. There's no need for Brother Zhao to hurry. Come and drink the chicken soup first, said Shen Tian as he gave a bowl of chicken soup to Zhao Hao with a smile. Zhao Hao said excitedly, if Brother Shen really knows, I earnestly request for you to tell me. I've lost all my cultivation, and people despise me. I don't want to continue like this anymore, not even one day. I want to restore my cultivation and take back everything that belongs to my family. I want to grow even stronger to go to the primordial battlefield and find my esteemed father. That's right. And that princess. It's obvious she dislikes me now that I have lost my cultivation, but she still finds excuses. She said that when she went to the country of fire, she saw a handsome man unmatched in his looks. Thus, she was unable to love anyone else. She even said that it was not important that I was unable to cultivate, but as compared to that person, I was just too ugly. It's a disgrace. It's simply an abyss of disgrace. Not only was the engagement called off, but she also humiliated me like that. I really cannot endure such a humiliation. Before Zhao Hao finished speaking, the expression of the others in the private room turned extremely strange. Zhang Yanqi's face twitched slightly as if she was holding back her laughter. She looked at Zhao Hao and asked, You are sure that she met that man in the country of fire? Zhao Hao sneered and said, She said that she met that handsome man in the myriad spirit garden of the country of fire. He's called something like the myriad spirit garden Shen Aodian. What a coincidence. Brother Shen, that guy's name is quite similar to yours, and he seemed to be proficient in divinity. Wait, WTF? Zhao Hao was stunned, and he turned to look at Shen Tian's face. At that moment, Zhao Hao had a frightening and absurd guess. At the same time, the door of the private room was pushed open, and the manager walked in, holding a plate of fragrant-smelling dishes. Young Master Shen, Fairy Zhang, sorry for the long wait. This is our shop's specialty, Shrimp Pig Heart 1. Please try it. Chapter 128, A Poem Made in 7 Steps, Zhao Hao. Cough, cough. Manager, the taster of your shrimp pig heart is quite good. Shen Tian picked up a shrimp using his chopsticks and looked to the side, away from Zhao Hao as he felt guilty. Who the heck knows who that princess in Zhao Hao's mouth is? Many girls were pestering me in the myriad spirit garden back then. If I had known that I was one of the reasons his engagement was called off, I shouldn't have fed him with that much positivity just now. What if he really rises up and succeeds in the future? Won't he hold a grudge against me and come find trouble for me, even disfiguring me? At that thought, Shen Tian could not help but have a headache. Just why did he always become the scapegoat for such weird things? Zhao Hao looked at Shen Tian with resentment. Brother Shen, do you know that Shen Aodian? Shen Tian shook his head. What Shen Aodian? I have not heard of him before. Zhao Hao replied reluctantly, I know that Brother Shen is giving me face. You don't want to crush my self-confidence. I thank you for your kind intentions, but if Brother Shen was really that handsome man in Princess Shui Wuxia's mouth, then I am convinced. Not only is Brother Shen's appearance much more handsome than mine, but you also have a firm will that has overcome various adversities. If I were Princess Shui Wuxia, then I wouldn't be able to settle for others after meeting Brother Shen either. Zhao Hao's attitude dumbfounded Shen Tian. This fellow is actually this rational? Logically speaking, being such a kind of MC with an 8-year-old syndrome, shouldn't Zhao Hao be incredibly stubborn and unable to reason with? How come when he learned that his engagement was broken because my appearance dominates his, he actually did not see me as his mortal enemy? Brother Zhao, Being so calm is not your persona. The doubtful Shen Tian asked, Brother Zhao, are you really not angry? Zhao Hao took a deep breath and said calmly, it's just the words of a girl. I originally did not feel anything about the arranged marriage. I was just angry because they humiliated me by breaking off the engagement with me. As Brother Shen says, a talented genius should have lofty aspirations and a broad mind. I am not a petty person. Although Zhao Hao still seemed haggard, his eyes were exceptionally clear and bright. Thus, Shen Tian felt relieved. He patted Zhao Hao's shoulders and gave him a bowl of shrimp pig heart. Brother Zhao has grown. Since that's the case, I'll be frank too. That's right. I am Shen Aodian. Zhao Hao stared at Shen Tian, and his clear eyes gradually became resentful. So it was really you? Shen Tian replied helplessly, didn't you say you wouldn't be angry? Brother Zhao, if you're like this, you're not counted as a true man. If I'm like this, I'm not counted as a true man? Zhao Hao was stunned, while his eyes turned red and tears were building up in them. Fuck. Brother Shen, you've let me experience such humiliation, being scolded ugly by the princess while pointing her finger at me. Now you say that I'm not a true man? That's too much. What upset Zhao Hao, even more, was realizing that if he really did get angry, then he would really not be a true man. Sigh. I feel wronged. But I'm not going to say that. Zhao Hao lowered his head and ate the shrimp pig heart, one bite after the other. Zhang Yanqi, who was standing at the side, had formed a lightning mask on her face, so her expression was hidden. However, one could see from her moving shoulders that she was definitely trying hard to suppress her laughter. At that moment, Zhao Hao felt even more upset. Brother Shen, I heard that you were proficient in searching and assessing ores? Shen Tian nodded. Truthfully speaking, I have obtained the heritage of Supremacy fight and learned the Fight Dao Sutra from him. Searching and assessing ores is but one small part of it. What I'm best in are actually physiognomy and divination. As he spoke, Shen Tian stared straight at Zhao Hao's forehead. Brother Zhao, don't worry. The hardships you're experiencing now are not a bad thing. Zhao Hao was astounded. Brother Shen, please advise me. Is it possible that the hardships I'm experiencing are actually good? Shen Tian nodded. When the heaven is about to place a great responsibility on a great man, it always first frustrates his spirit and will, exhausts his muscles and bones, exposes him to starvation and poverty, and both parents must die. Zhao Hao exclaimed, what? Shen Tian's mouth twitched as he accidentally said what he was thinking. He hurriedly explained, the cat mustn't be let out of the bag. There seems to be some power stopping me. This is a kind of warning. One would not completely hit rock bottom, and words cannot be all spoken. The time is not right, so I dare not lie. Or else, there might be great misfortune. Zhao Hao seemed to be deep in thought when he saw how serious Shen Tian was. What Brother Shen says indeed makes sense. Other than the both parents must die nonsensical part, the first half of the sentence was quite reasonable. Since ancient times, all the cultivators who had succeeded in immortal ascension had all been through great adversities and had tenacious wills. Zhao Hao had also evidently felt that after experiencing the joys and sorrows of the mortal world, as well as the fickleness of human nature in this period of time, his Tao heart had changed qualitatively. Coupled with Shen Tian's encouraging words previously, Zhao Hao was even more determined to his Tao in the future. It was a kind of growth. In reality, the improvement in one's Tao heart was even more important than strengthening one's body. Spirit stones could not replace it. In order to increase one's cultivation levels to the nascent soul and soul formation stages, respectively after the golden core stage, one had to rely on their Tao heart. As Brother Shen said just now, heaven is about to place a great responsibility on me. Thus, all the hardships I've experienced now are all heaven's test. Zhao Hao could feel his blood boiling from excitement. So, I'm a person favored by the heavens? Shen Tian finally heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing that Zhao Hao was quite easy to deceive. All right then. Since I could meet Brother Zhao here, it must be that we are fated. If Brother Zhao does not mind, we could travel together these few days. When the time is right, I could help Brother Zhao to rise back to glory. When Zhao Hao heard that, his eyes brimmed with tears. Brother Shen, I'm so touched. I definitely have to recite a poem in such a situation. Please, allow me to take 7 steps first. That's it. Misfortune dropped from heaven, the princess breaks off the engagement. Thank goodness there's Brother Shen, helping me to change my destiny for a second chance. I've spoken enough. Zhao Hao picked up the jug of divine drunken wine. I'll become drunk for the last time today, leaving all my bitterness in the wine. After finishing, Zhao Hao stepped onto the stool with his left leg and poured the jug of drunken divine wine that was as big as one's head into his mouth. That posture and aura. Shen Tian's heart skipped a beat. It can't be he is a transmigrator dude from the northeast of China? However, no matter what, this half-black and half-gold guinea pig halo has stabilized. I will let him be first. A fortuitous opportunity has yet to appear on Zhao Hao's halo. Nonetheless, it does not matter as it was just a problem of sooner or later. As long as I bring Zhao Hao by my side and his fortuitous opportunity appears in the future, there will be no lack of chances for me to freeload it. After drinking the whole wine chug, Zhao Hao grinned. His face had turned completely red again. Hey, such a beautiful gal. That's right, he became a drunkard again, unable to differentiate genders after getting drunk. He kept on staring at Shen Tian and calling him fairy. Duang. A wine jug directly struck the back of Zhao Hao's head. That was the first time Shen Tian used a jug to hit someone. Honestly speaking, the feeling of hitting him with the jug was awesome. Most importantly, Zhao Hao was so drunk he could not differentiate a man from a woman. Thus, Shen Tian did not even need to feed him the forgetting pill. Shen Tian gradually understood Shopkeeper Song's joy. Willful, carefree, and awesome. Chapter 129, Ding, your Grandpa Master has died. The fog plane was enshrouded in special spirit fog all year round, and thus it was extremely mysterious. Vertically, this plane was thousands of kilometers long and was covered by a special kind of divinity. All spiritual power would become sealed if one went near the fog plane, and even the use of sword kinesis flight would be affected. Originally, cultivators who could travel thousands of kilometers in a day with the sword kinesis flight could only land onto the ground in there. Currently, the fog tide period, which occurred once every 20 years, had started, so many cultivators were gathered at the fog plain. When Shen Tian and the others arrived at the fog plain, they could see a bustling small town. That's right. It was really quite simple for cultivators to build a small town, just a few Dharma spells of water, wood, and earth would be sufficient. Shen Tian even saw with his own eyes some cultivators, who were use wood Dharma techniques to create a whole 4-room apartment. During the fog tide period, the spirit dog would disperse during the day and return during the night. Thus, this town would only be activated during the day. When the first rays of sunlight in the early morning just shone onto Fog Town, many peddlers and cultivators had already hawked their goods for sale. Come, don't miss out on this chance. The best healing medicine. It can not only revive the dead and grow meat from bone but also nourish yin and strengthen yang. Fog herbs gathered in the fog plain. Top grade second stage spirit herb. There's a discount now. Buy 2 for the price of 1 until all are sold. Fog Plain Specialty, Sexual Spirit Chrysanthemum. Grind it into juice after buying it. It can improve the sexual intercourse of you and your Tao companion. It's good for you and your significant other. Young man, do you want this divine binding vine? I have the seed of the divine binding vine and seeing how you're fated with me, I'll give you a 20% discount. How does it sound? When Shen Tian and the others entered Fog Town, they instantly attracted the attention of a huge group of people. Due to Zhang Yanxi's and Shen Tian's appearance, they were the focus of attention no matter where they went. However, after Zhang Yanxi emitted her explosively fierce white tiger aura, those people instantly cowered away. Zhao Hao tried to persuade them. Brother Shen, are you really going to enter the fog plane? I heard that it's very abnormal and bizarre inside. Shen Tian smiled and said, Oh, Brother Zhao, are you knowledgeable about the fog plane? Zhao Hao nodded. I had a friend that accidentally barged into the fog plane, and as a result, he saw a gorgeous beauty inside. That gorgeous beauty used an illusion spell to seduce my friend. My friend nearly succumbed to the temptation, so he hurriedly turned around and wanted to leave. However, just when he was about to leave, that gorgeous beauty turned into an extremely thick vine. That huge vine entangled my friend and wanted to stab into my friend's mouth crazily. If it were not for a peerless expert with a full beard that helped my friend, he might have died already. Shen Tian looked at Zhao Hao in suspicion. He doubted that this fellow had made up that friend out of nothing. Are you sure you went to the fog plane? I bet you went to the Lanruo Temple 1. Shen Tian asked, since your friend had encountered dangers in the fog plane, why not make it known to the public? Zhao Hao replied helplessly, what's the use of making it known to the public? Most cultivators are out for experiential journeys, so there's no reason not to take a risk. At least, From the fog tide period situation in these few thousands of years, the people who had entered the fog plane to train had obtained quite the benefits. Everyone can only see that people collected spirit herbs and some fortunate ones even obtained divine binding vines. However, they cannot see how many people's corpses are buried within this fog. Zhao Hao's eyes betrayed his lingering fears. Anyway, I heard that peerless expert with a full beard say that this type of fog should never enshroud us. Those huge vines seem to be unable to leave the fog-enshrouded area, so as long as we don't enter the fog areas, there shouldn't be any big problems. However, once we enter deep within the fog areas, even nascent soul supremacies would easily lose their way and be trapped inside. Then, most probably, it's bode ill rather than well. Shen Tian was astounded. Even nascent soul supremacies would die? Zhao Hao nodded. At least, from what I know, in these few hundreds of years, amongst all the cultivators who were covered by the spirit fog due to their greed, not one person successfully walked out alive. Shen Tian's mouth twitched. It's like you're saying you're not a person. Zhao Hao hurriedly argued, I resisted the temptation and was recognized as saved by an expert. Otherwise, I would have died long ago. Shen Tian seemed to be deep in thought. Did that expert teach you some cultivation technique, then tell you not to tell others that you've seen him before? Zhao Hao was stunned. Huh? How did you know? No, it's not me, it's my friend. I've never seen that expert before. Shen Tian nodded in resignation. Yes, yes, yes. You never said you've seen that expert. It's your friend that saw him. Brother Zhao, is it also because of that cultivation technique that resulted in you suddenly suffering qi deviation and losing your cultivation? After Shen Tian finished, Zhao Hao was completely dumbfounded. Brother Shen, you're too amazing. In fact, the reason Zhao Hao had suffered qi deviation was indeed because he had cultivated the sky-incinerating fire sword art that Sword Venerable Qianyang had taught him. According to Sword Venerable Qianyang, he was an itinerant cultivator and had unintentionally obtained part of the Imperial Sun Sutra. After integrating the Sword Tao, which he had comprehended, and spending thousands of years, he had finally created a peerless immortal sutra, the sky-incinerating fire sword art. When cultivating this sword art, every time one broke through a cultivation level, they had to use raging fire sword aura to refine their body and dantian. Thus, it was extremely dangerous. However, every time one succeeded, their body and dantian would become extremely powerful. One could say to be cultivating both qi and body, thus beating other cultivators of the same stage by miles. Sword Venerable Qianyang named such a cultivation method as 9 Refinement of Sword Flame. Cultivating it had gone wrong for Zhao Hao during the second refinement. That was because when he had been cultivating, he learned that his father went missing. Thus, he lost concentration, and the sword flame ran amok within him, damaging his dantian. As a result, the spirit qi in his whole body had dispersed, and there were also cracks in his dharmic foundation, which had also been sliced by the sword flame. That's how he lost his cultivation. Zhao Hao had never told anyone that, so how did Shen Tian know? Seeing how Zhao Hao was making such a fuss, Shen Tian's lips twitched. He expressed that it was simple. Do I even need to guess such a plot? As a standard dragon proud sky, wouldn't you have an invincible master out of nowhere? Most importantly, the instant when everyone entered Fog Town, Shen Tian discovered an extraordinary sight. The scenes of fortuitous opportunities had appeared above everyone's head in his team. That was especially so for Zhao Hao. It was also through the fortuitous opportunity on top of Zhao Hao's head that Shen Tian had seen the scene where he reunited with that expert. Who would have thought that this fellow would have the bug-like existence of a grandpa master? This is indeed the treatment of an MC. Unfortunately, although the impressive senior was a super powerful individual, he had most probably died from the scene on Zhao Hao's head. Master dies, the disciple gains a bug-like existence. Of course, Shen Tian did not plan to save him, nor did he have a way to save him. That was because he had no idea where that grandpa was, as well as he did not know how that guy died. The only thing he could see was that grandpa's soul elegantly landing on Zhao Hao's head, like a flaming meteorite. Afterward, these two that had not met for years would start to reminisce. Next, Zhao Hao would be forcibly carried away by his master. Shen Tian was extremely envious of such a fortuitous opportunity. It's simply a brainless dragon proud sky. No. Such a huge fortuitous opportunity, I must freeload it. At that thought, Shen Tian said with a solemn face, Brother Zhao, the time has arrived. I have endured the dangers of receiving the heavenly Tao's backlash and finally pried about a ray of hope for you. Chapter 130, Kneel here, Don't move. Endured the dangers of receiving the heavenly Tao's backlash and finally pried about a ray of hope for me? Zhao Hao felt extremely moved upon seeing Shen Tian's solemn face. Ever since he had lost his cultivation due to chi deviation, not one had been this genuine and selfless toward him. Although Zhao Hao had not cultivated any divination-related arts, he had heard that as long as one divined the future, it was going against the heavens. Even the shallowest cultivation technique amongst divination arts, the searching and assessing of ore, would bring the heavenly Tao's envy. Thus, one would have ill-boding twilight years. Even when seeing through spirit ores and mountain topography of spirit mines, one would suffer from backlash, not to mention prying into a living person's destiny. Normally, if it weren't for one's beloved, closest friends, or brothers, who would be willing to endure the backlash from the heavenly Tao and help change one's destiny without any obligations. At that thought, Zhao Hao started tearing up. "Brother Shen, I have but this damaged body. How am I worth it for you to go against the heavens and help me change my destiny?" Shen Tian smiled and said, "It's okay. We hit it off very well, and I can see that Brother Zhao, you're not normal. Not a normal person. Brother Zhao, your forehead is filled with vitality, and guardians can be vaguely seen protecting you. You'll definitely be one of the peerless geniuses in the future, and your status will rise so high it cannot be measured. Now that you've lost your cultivation is just but one of your setbacks. As long as you get past it, you'll definitely rise to the top." As he spoke, Shen Tian pulled Zhao Hao. "Brother Zhao, I've already calculated the place in which you can change your destiny, follow me." Seeing how Shen Tian pulled Zhao Hao and rushed toward the east of Fog City, Zhang Yanqi's smile gradually froze. Qin Yundi's eyes were full of admiration. "I've never thought that senior brother is not only proficient in the yin-yang water inverse Tao but also in divination arts. Senior brother is indeed senior brother. Such amazing talent. It's no wonder even a sacred leader thinks he can lead our sect to prosperity." Qin Dao heaved a sigh of relief. Although His Highness still does not have a Tao companion, he seems to be quite close to Zhao Hao. This is quite good too. As for eunuch Goe, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly understood. No wonder His Highness' recent behavior was this weird, miraculously finding the Demon Book of Huga in the Imperial Library and even being able to see through spiritors. So His Highness actually cultivated the unfathomable divination Tao. Who knows from which expert he learned that from? TSSS. Is it possible that there is a profound expert with peerless strength hidden within the land's palace? Does it mean His Highness had an expert protecting him all along? No wonder he could get through the suffering of 88 chi deviations. With this mysterious master guarding him, His Highness will finally be safe in the future. If Concubine Lan knew, she would definitely be happy. They had myriads of thoughts, but Shen Tian's thinking was simple: he would freeload Zhao Hao's fortuitous opportunity according to the scene. In the scene of that fortuitous opportunity, Shen Tian saw that Zhao Hao was paying homage to his deceased mother in a mountain valley to the east of Fog City. As a result, he was just nicely hit by a flaming meteorite. After successfully advancing to the Foundation establishment stage, Shen Tian was able to use divine consciousness. Hence, his memory was many times better than normal people who did not cultivate, and he was able to clearly remember every detail. He brought Zhao Hao toward the east of the Fog City and determined according to the scene scenery. Shortly after, he found that exact spot. In the instant when they walked into the mountain valley, Zhao Hao took a deep breath. "Brother Shen, how do you know that my mother is buried here?" Shen Tian replied calmly, "Brother Zhao's attribute is fire, so you need the vitality of wood to flourish. I've divined that this blessed land has unbreakable blood tie karma with Brother Zhao. It can help you to overcome your difficulties and rise up." After walking calmly into the mountain valley, Shen Tian stood in front of a tomb, which was full of colorful flowers. That was the resting place of Zhao Hao's mother. Zhao Hao gradually knelt down in front of the tomb and said, "My mother was proficient in wood Dharma techniques, so she loved nature. She had requested to be buried here when she was alive. Mother, I'm unfilial and have not lived up to your expectations. If you can hear me, I hope you can bless me to recover my cultivation sooner." Shen Tian patted Zhao Hao's shoulders. "Brother Zhao, the heavenly Tao decides one's destiny, but there's still a ray of hope. Your chance to change your fate is within this mountain valley. As long as you stay in this mountain valley for 3 days and nights and keep vigil for your mother's tomb, then within 3 days, your opportunity will descend from the sky. Then, you will be able to overcome this setback and rise up." Zhao Hao's face was filled with excitement. Even without the opportunity, it's my due obligation to keep vigil at my mother's tomb to fulfill my filial piety. However, what Brother Shen says seems to be too unbelievable. I just need to kneel here for 3 days and nights, and an opportunity will descend from the sky and recover my cultivation? Shen Tian shook his head. Of course not. If Brother Zhao thinks kneeling for 3 days and nights is too tiring, then it's fine for you to stand. Zhao Hao shook his head firmly. How can I do that? My mother's soul is blessing me even from the heavens, how could I be disrespectful? I'll kneel. I'll definitely kneel for these 3 days and nights. Brother Shen, please don't try to persuade me any longer. Let me fulfill my filial piety. Zhao Hao's determination rendered Shen Tian speechless. What could he do in this situation? Shen Tian had seen that the opportunity would arrive on the night of the full moon, so it should be around the 15th. It was already the 14th, so according to Shen Tian's inference, it was highly possible that Zhao Hao's fortuitous opportunity would fall upon him within these 3 days. Since the scenes of the fortuitous opportunities that Shen Tian could see were all recent, it was impossible for him to suddenly see the scene of a fortuitous opportunity that was on the 15th of the next month. Zhao Hao had already knelt in front of the tomb with firm determination, so Shen Tian had no choice but to say, since Brother Zhao is this filial, I won't try to persuade you anymore. He took out a cushion and a bag of dried rations from his Archean sea ring. Brother Zhao, just kneel here and don't walk around. I'll leave these dried rations and the cushion for you. You should know that perseverance is the key to success. You can do it. After finishing, Shen Tian turned and left, leaving behind Zhao Hao, whose face was filled with gratitude. Not only did Brother Shen help me change my destiny while enduring the dangers of backlash from the heavenly Tao, but he is even this considerate and thoughtful. He's so handsome, dignified, and unyielding to fate. He is also good at thinking for others. He's just too perfect. In that instant, Zhao Hao finally understood that the reason Princess Shui Wuxia had fallen in love with him was not only as simple as Shen Tian's handsome appearance. Brother Shen, I'm sincerely convinced by being defeated by you. On the other side, Shen Tian, who did not know that Zhao Hao's imagination was running wild, was in fact quite troubled. I had already said it's fine to stand, but he just had to kneel. He did not even give me the chance to persuade him. Although seeing him this filial was moving, Shen Tian felt that he had cheated someone again. Never mind, even if he has lost his cultivation, his physical foundation is still there. If it's just kneeling for 3 days and nights, it won't harm Zhao Hao. At most, I'll absorb him into the divine firmament sacred ground after he regains his cultivation and compensate him slowly. At that thought, Shen Tian let Zhao Hao be and started searching for Fang Chang's fortuitous opportunity. Previously, the huge fortuitous opportunity that Shen Tian had seen on top of Fang Chang's head was deep within the mountain valley of fog. Now, it was already afternoon, which was when the spirit fog had dispersed the most. Shen Tian took a deep breath. It's time to go and obtain that super fortuitous opportunity. Chapter 131, White Tiger 7 vs Divine Binding Vine. Shen Tian and the others were running rapidly on the vast plain. They could jump tens of feet far with just a step on the ground. Although due to the special energy field's influence, they were unable to use sword kinesis flight, their physical fitness was much superior as compared to normal people. Amongst them, Shen Tian was all the way in the front. He followed the scenes of the fortuitous opportunity on top of Fang Chang's head and dashed forward in full speed. His target was extremely clear. As for the others, they followed behind Shen Tian. It could be vaguely seen that Shen Tian was the leader. Zhang Yanqi asked, "Junior brother, is there really an opportunity in front of the tomb where you asked that fellow, Zhao Hao, to kneel?" Shen Tian nodded. "According to my divination, there should be no mistake." After thinking for a moment, Shen Tian added, "In reality, if I divined correctly, then if senior sister keeps heading toward the east-west direction, you should also encounter your own opportunity." Shen Tian had already seen Zhang Yanqi's fortuitous opportunity. If she kept heading straight toward the east-west direction, she would encounter a fourth-stage divine binding vine. Given Zhang Yanqi's current strength, it was enough to kill that divine binding vine and make it into a heavenly Dharma treasure that would belong to her. Unexpectedly, upon hearing what Shen Tian said, Zhang Yanqi shook her head. "It's just an opportunity, that's secondary. It's too dangerous for junior brother to go too deep into the fog plane, so it's better for me to stay beside you and protect you." Wow! Although it sounded very touching, he just had the feeling he was not man enough. Shen Tian wanted to puff out his chest domineeringly and say, "Do I need you to protect me?" However, on second thought, he did indeed needed Zhang Yanqi's protection, as the current fog plane was filled with abnormality due to the fog tide period. Firstly, he had seen that mysterious sword Venerable Qian Yang Dian become a flaming meteorite. Immediately after, he saw the opportunity of a fourth stage divine binding vine on top of Zhang Yanqi's head, and even opportunities on top of eunuch Gui's and the others' heads. Just the divine binding vine alone, he had seen not only one on top of everyone's heads, which was simply unbelievable. One had to know that in the previous fog tide periods, rarely would the number of divine binding vines found by cultivators be over 10. However, now, he had seen a total of 4 divine binding vines in eunuch Gui's, Qin Gao's, Zhang Yanqi's, and Qin Yundi's halos. In addition, back in Fog Town, Shen Tian had also seen the divine binding vine fortuitous opportunity in some other cultivators' halos. Thus, even if he calculated roughly, Shen Tian had already seen more than 20 fortuitous opportunity scenes that were related to the divine binding vine. Not to mention that there were plenty of adventurers who were not within the Fog Town, and Shen Tian had not observed them. As such, if the people who had already entered the fog plane to search for treasures were included, then most likely the number of divine binding vines which appeared in this fog tide period this time had to at least be over 50. As a hardcore novel fan who had read countless fantasy novels, Shen Tian knew that if things were abnormal, something would go wrong. What might happen would definitely not be simple. There might be some kind of danger in this fog tide period, so without Zhang Yanqi, Shen Tian would be a little lacking in self-confidence. Alright, let's finish this promptly. After finding the fortuitous opportunity on top of Fang Chang's head, I'll immediately leave this fog plane. The further, the better. Safety comes first, better not get into any dangerous situations. While Shen Tian was deep in thought, they quickly traveled 400 kilometers into the fog plane. Everyone was currently close to the fog plane's center, and half of the fog city had already disappeared underneath the horizon. However, Shen Tian knew that the scene of that fortuitous opportunity was still much deeper within the fog. If he wanted to obtain that fortuitous opportunity, he would have to take a risk and enter the forbidden area enshrouded by the fog. Otherwise, he could continue to wait until the fog was compressed to even deeper areas of the plane. However, it was already past noon, so the fog had already been compressed to the maximum and was slowly returning. If they did not return in time and were covered by the fog, it would be extremely dangerous. Hence, Shen Tian had no other choice but to bring everyone back to the original path. My opportunity has yet to arrive. I'll help all of you find your fortuitous opportunities first. Shen Tian made up his mind. If he really could not obtain it, then he would forget about freeloading Fang Chang's fortuitous opportunity. He would just freeload the fortuitous opportunity of Zhang Yanqi and the others directly. They would then hide and wait within Fog City. Once he noticed anything wrong with the fog, then he would immediately escape with Zhang Yanqi, eunuch Goe, and the others. Although fortuitous opportunities were important, if he could not freeload on Fang Chang's one, then at most he could freeload on others. He only had one life, so it was not worth it to use his life to take a risk for the fortuitous opportunity. After confirming his plan, Shen Tian started bringing Zhang Yanqi and the others to obtain their respective opportunities. The speed at which the spirit fog returned was not fast. Shen Tian and the others quickly found that divine binding vine, which belonged to Zhang Yanqi. That divine binding vine was within a canyon about 350+ kilometers away from Fog City. The vine was as long as thousands of meters, and its whole body was greenish-black in color. On the divine binding vine's surface were countless hideous spikes that were shining with faint luster, as if they were thorns, making shivers run down one's spine. Green liquid seeped out of the spike's tip, and evidently, the poison it contained was quite strong. Thus, if one was wrapped around by this divine binding vine, that person would definitely suffer. This divine binding vine was quite powerful. Even if nascent soul cultivators had encountered it, they might be entangled if careless and die. However, there was not a trace of fear in Zhang Yanqi's eyes. She slowly pulled out the white tiger sword on her back. Clang! As the divine sword was unsheathed, the silver light surged out like a waterfall. The sounds of thunder could be vaguely heard in the air as if a white tiger had jumped out of the mountain forest. Zhang Yanqi suddenly jumped in the air and started fighting with the divine binding vine. Her figure was so fast only a silver light could be seen. Surprisingly, she was fighting on par with the divine binding vine. Shen Tian brought everyone to retreat outside of the divine binding vine's attacking range. He said calmly, Yundi, go, Uncle Goe, attack its roots from afar. Zhang Yanxi completely blocked the Divine Binding Vine's attacks, so Shen Tian started shooting with his Lotus shooting gun at the Divine Binding Vine's roots. Qin Gao and Eunuch Goe were not outdone. They controlled their yin-yang demon-penetrating guns and neared the Divine Binding Vine agilely to attack. The highlight was Chen Yundi. As an explosion specialist, he was best at fixed remote explosions. With a hand seal, the 36 yin-yang demon-penetrating guns started crazily shooting toward the Divine Binding Vine. Not only so, but the silver yin-yang penetrating divine lightning was also crazily thrown toward the Divine Binding Vine's roots. Shortly after, 4th stage Divine Binding Vine's roots were full of injuries from the explosions, and greenish-black juice surged out. If this continued, then in less than 1 hour, they could kill it while not damaging its body at all. Unfortunately, the spirit fog was also closing onto them, and given its speed, it would cover Shen Tian and the others completely in at most half an hour. Zhang Yanxi's eyes turned cold. The golden lightning mark between her brows emitted an extremely radiant light, covering her whole body. In that instant, she completely merged with the white tiger avatar, and it was as if she herself had completely turned into a huge white tiger 7. Roar. The sound of the tiger's roar made the whole fog plane tremble. The white tiger 7 charged toward the Divine Binding Vine abruptly, not caring about the countless injuries its spikes inflicted. It bit the Divine Binding Vine's roots vigorously. In that instant, an unprecedented amount of juice gushed out. The Divine Binding Vine's roots had broken. Chapter 132, Master Celestial is back. With Zhang Yanxi's full power, the huge Divine Binding Vine was finally cut down. The white tiger avatar snapped the Divine Binding Vine from its root with its sharp teeth and held it down tightly. Although the vine was struggling, it had lost most of its power as the root was cut off. Soon, it was shattered by the divine lightning and disappeared. The root that remained buried in the ground was pulled out afterward. In order to make a divine binding rope, it would be best for the Divine Binding Vine to be intact as it had divine emblems on it. The dive emblem's presence would make the Divine Binding Vine stronger, and thus the subsequent rope made from it would be much more powerful. Although half of a Divine Binding Vine could still make the rope, the Divine Binding Rope's power would be half too. After the 4th stage Divine Binding Vine pulled out, Shen Tian and his group were very close to the spirit fog. They quickly ran toward Fog City without delay. Shen Tian felt that it was like playing PUBG, and they had to move into the safe zone. Zhang Yanxi was very pale as she had overexerted herself during the earlier battle. In addition, since they had to cut down the Divine Binding Vine as quickly as possible, Zhang Yanxi had not bothered to dodge the vine's last few attacks. The attack's power was comparable to the full strength of a nascent soul cultivator. It was not easy for her, even if she had the white tiger clear light armor. Shen Tian praised Zhang Yanxi in his heart as she did not make a single complaint about her injuries. While they were running toward Fog City, Zhang Yanxi used her lightning and refined the Divine Binding Vine. Soon, the vine and the roots combined together again. Zhang Yanxi said calmly, "Junior brother, this is a very thick vine. You can have it. You can let Ant Master Golden Lotus refine it in the future. It will be useful for you even to the early stage of the nascent soul." Shen Tian quickly shook his head. "How can I do that? That is senior sister's fortuitous opportunity." Zhang Yanxi looked at Shen Tian straight in the eyes and said, "You will be much safer with this 4th stage Divine Binding Vine." Shen Tian shook his head again. Although he liked the rope very much, it was Yanxi's fortuitous opportunity. If he took it away from senior sister, her Providence would drop, and she would not be able to protect him anymore. Thus, Shen Tian said firmly, "Senior sister, listen. Your safety is our priority. You have the highest cultivation level among us. Thus, you can unleash the full power of the 4th stage Divine Binding Vine. With that, our journey in this fog plane will be much safer. Don't you agree?" Zhang Yanxi was convinced. She was especially touched when she heard, "Your safety is our priority. So, junior brother cares so much for me." "Junior brother, that makes a lot of sense. I'll keep it then." Zhang Yanxi kept the Divine Binding Vine into her inner spatial ring and planned to refine it back in the city. This vine was still too big now. After all the impurities were removed during the refinement, only the best part of it would remain. By then, this extremely long vine would shrink to the size of about a few feet, but its power would be increased. Shen Tian led the group in the fog plane based on the images he saw in their halos. Soon, they encountered a 3rd stage Divine Binding Vine and 2 2nd stage ones. They quickly defeated them with ease. The third divine binding vine was Qin Yundi's fortuitous opportunity, while the other two were for Qin Gao's and Eunuch Goei's. Given Zhang Yunxi's overly powerful skills, they obtained them effortlessly. At the same time, they started to look at Shen Tian in a different way due to his high-rate accuracy of encountering treasures. Now, they totally believed that Shen Tian had the skill to look into the future and predict such fortuitous opportunities. This is just too abnormal. Normally, only about 10 vines could be found in the entire fog plain in a month. Under the Saint's lead, we managed to find 4 in just a couple of hours. Not to mention that one of them is a 4th-stage divine binding vine. Such a vine has only appeared 3 times for the past 1,000 years. Nascent soul supremacy would turn green from jealousy if they found out. Shen Tian did not keep the rest of the 3 divine binding vines. He felt that his top priority was to increase his providence rather than obtaining good equipment. No one could tell what would happen to the fog plain in the future, not even Shen Tian had the full picture of it. Thus, Shen Tian felt that the best move now was to increase his providence and use it to solve all his future problems. As long as he managed to make his halo greener than other adventurers and be more cautious, he would not lose his life even if there was imminent danger. Those who hit halos not as green as mine will die first. Yes, that's the plan. Shen Tian took out a mirror from his pocket while running. He was very glad to see the green halo on his handsome face. After Shen Tian had given to his teammates their divine binding vines, his halo was even greener now. It was a bright green that was filled with life. It was rather assuring. I cannot let my guard down with just this kind of green. It's not enough. I need to make it even greener in order to survive in this place. Maybe I'll even need a red halo. How can I make it greener or red? Shen Tian fell into deep thought until he suddenly had an idea. Since I could help people choose ores back in Myriad Spirit Garden, why can't I help people find spirit herbs here? I can see their fortuitous opportunities in their halos anyway. All I have to do is to use my divine consciousness and give them the herb's location. They can find them for themselves then. Shen Tian did not plan to go too deep in the plain as Zhao Hao had mentioned that the fog there was very sinister. Unfortunately, Shen Tian had to miss Fang Chang's fortuitous opportunity. It was a fortuitous opportunity that belonged to someone with a golden halo. Although Shen Tian had no idea what the liquid in the image was, it would definitely be better than the first essence heavy water, right? Shen Tian felt resigned that he could not have a share of Fang Chang's fortuitous opportunity. Well, the root cause was still that his providence was not strong enough. If his halo was golden, too, there was no way Shen Tian was afraid to explore that area himself. I need to increase my providence now. I just can't wait. Shen Tian and the group were forced back to Fog City by the Spirit Fog. Fog City was very quiet at night, and only the Spirit Fog was rolling outside the city. When the Spirit Fog spread to its maximum, it was just a few kilometers away from the city. They could even feel the air was moister due to the fog. Shadows were moving in the fog, and it looked very eerie. Finally, the sun rose and pierced through the darkness. Soon, Fog City's gate opened, and the group left the city. After one night of refinement, Qin Gao, Eunuch Goei, Qin Yundi, and Zhang Yunxi had a rough idea of how to use the divine binding rope. Now, with this supreme-grade Dharma treasure's help, they were even more powerful. Zhang Yunxi had completed half of the rope's refinement process, but it was still functional. When she fully refined it, she would strike fear in her opponent with her extreme power. Out of the 5 of them, 4 had increased their power. Shen Tian wore his Dao robe and pasted a fake mustache again. Then, he took out his old stall and banners and assumed his fake persona. The only difference was that Shen Tian was also wearing Zhang Yunxi's phoenix feather mask now. Thus, his disguise was more effective now. Zhang Yunxi felt strange upon seeing that mask on Shen Tian's face. My lips had touched a certain part of the mask before. And junior brother Shen is wearing it now. Zhang Yunxi blushed. It feels great. Chapter 133, Disciples from Divine Firmament here to help. The phoenix feather mask had covered Shen Tian's face completely. It had the ability to conceal one's aura and prevent any detection, so Shen Tian looked very mysterious in this mask. It was really a great item for Shen Tian's current circumstances. Even if he messed with someone he should not, he could just run away. Nobody would know he was Divine Firmament's saint with this mask. With that in mind, Shen Tian entered Fogtown and opened his stall. He stood on the street with 2 banners beside him. On the left, it wrote, "If we are fated, it will be free." On the right, it wrote, "If not, No amount of gold would fancy me. Something was also written on the front of Shen Tian's stall, kindness and charity, not looking for cultivation partners. Shen Tian felt very pleased upon looking at the familiar stall. Naturally, Shen Tian's weird outfit and his stall had attracted many people. If we are fated, my services will be free, but if we are not, no amount of gold would fancy me? Wow, we have a scammer here. Brother, if you wanted to play fortune-telling, at least take off your mask. If not, how do we find you in the future if you scam us? He's so handsome. Although I can't see his face, I just feel like he's very handsome. Brother Dao. Can you see if we are fated? Could you take off your mask for me? There were two groups of cultivators in Fog Town, just like in Myriad Spirit Garden. Males believed that Shen Tian was not trustworthy with that mask. Females thought that Shen Tian must be very handsome and requested him to remove his mask. Some even offered to pay him if he would take off the mask. Then, Zhang Yinshi did her duty as a bodyguard. She walked up beside Shen Tian and released the negative charges stored in her body. In an instant, the area around Shen Tian was alarmingly electrified, and all the cultivators within a meter radius were electrocuted. Damn! You look like a lady, but why are you so unreasonable? Abel. My whole body is numb. Miss, I have nothing against you. Why did you shock me? Sister, I'm only interested in this Dao priest's look. Why are you so angry? Zhang Yinshi said indifferently, I don't care if you want to fool around here, but you are not touching him. Then, Zhang Yinshi gathered her divine lightning and summoned her white tiger avatar. Roar. The avatar forced the cultivators away from Shen Tian, but at the same time attracted the attention of more people. What a strong tiger avatar! Is she from the divine firmament sacred ground? The white tiger avatar originates from the 5 heavenly lightning cultivation technique. Only the true disciples have the chance to learn it. SSS, is this girl a true disciple from the divine firmament sacred ground? She's so young yet so strong. More people gathered around the stall due to Zhang Yinshi's avatar. Upon seeing the banners beside Shen Tian, some people became curious too. Just like what he had been operating back in Myriad Spirit Garden, Shen Tian only replied to those with fortuitous opportunities. After seeing a couple of unlucky cultivators, Shen Tian finally met a lucky man. However, after seeing who the man was, Shen Tian was shocked. Lu Taiyi? Why are you here? Yes, that was a coincidence. The first lucky man Shen Tian met today was Lu Taiyi. He was now a disciple in the divine firmament sacred ground too. What was more coincidental was that shopkeeper Song, Zhen Nijia, and Xiang Meng were with Lu Taiyi too. Lu Taiyi smiled and said, Master Celestial. It's you indeed. Are you here to help lucky people for free again? Shopkeeper Song did not want to lose out and went up to Shen Tian too. He said with tears in his eyes, Master Celestial. I'm thinking about you every day since you left Myriad Spirit Garden. Without your kind act, there was no way that I could have such a fortuitous opportunity and be part of the divine firmament sacred ground. Are you here to choose lucky individuals and give them your blessing of fortuitous opportunities? Zhen Nijia took a deep breath and said, Master Celestial is so kind to us. There is no way that we will forget about it. We are here in the fog plain to train ourselves. It's such a coincidence that we are able to meet again. Please, Master Celestial, allow us to stay with you and serve you to your liking. Xiang Meng scratched his head and said, Master Celestial, I missed you so much. I want to stay with you too. I can do anything you ask. Indeed, Lu Taiyi and his party were here to train and look for treasures. It was very normal as the divine firmament sacred ground was only 1,500 kilometers away. After Shen Tian had started his seclusion, they had no one to flatter and thus felt very bored and empty inside. After discussing amongst themselves, the 4 of them decided to train at the fog plain. Actually, they were competing in their hearts to see who could find the rarest treasure for Master Celestial. However, they had no idea they could meet Master Celestial here in the town. After seeing the white tiger avatar, they gathered around and spotted Shen Tian. However, upon seeing that he was wearing a mask, they did not make any rash moves. Since Shen Tian was wearing a mask, he must want to conceal his identity. Thus, the best move for them was to help him by playing along with him instead of calling out to him. It was hard for Shen Tian to earn others' trust with that mask, so he would need some helpers. Shopkeeper Song and Lu Taiyi knew that they could not beat the Saints in battle. Nonetheless, they were confident that not even 10 Saints would be able to beat them in terms of helping to make a profit and convert people into Shen Tian's believers. Thus, the four of them changed their clothes and donned clothing that only the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground's inner sect disciples were eligible to wear. Due to their appearance, a commotion immediately broke out among the crowd. The Divine Firmament Sacred Ground was this endless terrain's ruler. As the inner sect disciples, they were supposed to be very proud and arrogant. However, they were so polite in front of Shen-Tian like obedient pets. They're willing to do whatever this so-called Master Celestial asks them to do? Are they not afraid that they're putting shame on the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground? Most importantly, that female true disciple did nothing to stop them. It seems like it's perfectly normal for them to behave this way toward this Tao priest. Who exactly is this man? Could he be a high-level cultivator that even the sacred ground needs to be respectful to him? Chapter 134, Master Celestial and Me. Shen-Tian face-palmed helplessly upon seeing that shopkeeper Song and Lu Tai-Yi were flattering him again. Although they were very smart in their own way and could please him very much so, they were too attached to him. No matter where my stall is, they will always be around. What was more important was that he really saw the image of fortuitous opportunities in their halos. They were very clear and vivid. Well, they were lucky enough to get part of the Divine Lightning origin back in the Sky Spirit Pavilion, and thus their providence had increased drastically. Even the weakest of them had a dark green halo. As for the one with the highest providence among all of them, Shopkeeper Song's halo had started to have red spots. Shopkeeper Song and his group definitely had top-notch providence compared to the people here in Fogtown. Given their providence, they would encounter treasures during their experiential journey effortlessly. Since the fortuitous opportunities had come to Shen-Tian, there was no way he was going to miss the chance. He looked at Shopkeeper Song and the others with a smile. Why? Why do you have to be so persistent? Forget it. Since we can meet today, it means that we are indeed fated. Then, he said to Shopkeeper Song, Song Fugi, come forward. Master Celestial asked me to come forward? Is he going to help me find my fortuitous opportunity? Shopkeeper Song was very excited and followed the instruction. Yes, Master Celestial. Shen-Tian said calmly, since we are fated today, I'm going to show you the path to your fortuitous opportunity. Just stick to it, and you will find what you need. Then, he raised his finger and pointed at Shopkeeper Song's glabella. A beam with a message was transmitted through divine consciousness. Only a foundation establishment cultivator could use such an ability, and that was also how some heritage cultivation techniques were passed down. For example, the Divine Firmament Drager Pendant and the Demon Book of Huga all contained divine consciousness in them. When cultivators wanted to learn them in the future, they needed to use their spiritual power and activate the divine consciousness. Well, since Shen-Tian was just a foundation establishment cultivator, his spiritual power was still very weak. Thus, he could only pass the message of a small map over a short distance. As long as Shopkeeper Song followed the small map, he could find the fortuitous opportunity. After receiving Shen-Tian's message, Shopkeeper Song was very happy. Thank you, Master Celestial. I'll repay your kindness the moment I get this fortuitous opportunity. Shen-Tian nodded slightly. Like I said, if we are fated, my services will be free, but if we are not, no amount of gold would fancy me. Your fortuitous opportunity has arrived, just go and get it. Do not loiter around the area. After reading the stars in the sky, I foresee that things are going to turn ugly soon. Remember, do not be greedy and take all that is available. Engrave it in your heart. Shopkeeper Song nodded furiously. Rest assured, Master Celestial. After I get the fortuitous opportunity, I'll stay beside you and listen to your orders. With Master Celestial's help, I do not have to hunt for treasures at all. What Shen-Tian showed him just now was a divine binding vine, one in its tender stage. He could catch it as a pet if he was lucky enough. Such divine binding vine could grow quickly and get strong very fast. Thus it would be very useful if a cultivator owned it. Shopkeeper Song had made up his mind to give the divine binding vine to Shen-Tian. As long as Master Celestial is happy, I'll have more fortuitous opportunities in the future. Then, Shopkeeper Song started running toward the plane. Shen-Tian nodded and looked at the rest of the group. Xiongmeng, come forward. Xiongmeng was so excited that he quickly jumped up and shouted, here I am. Seeing the huge man behave in such a way, Shen-Tian felt utterly helpless. I have something for you too. Then, Shen-Tian passed Xiongmeng a piece of a map through divine consciousness too. Xiongmeng's fortuitous opportunity was a metal steel grass. It was the main material for making body pills and body elixirs. These could improve one's physique greatly. Xiongmeng had a strong body, to begin with. Thus he was very suitable to cultivate in God-fiend body tempering arts. It would be very helpful to him in cultivating the Lightning Emperor body tempering art if he had the metal steel grass. After receiving Shen-Tian's blessing, Xiongmeng started laughing uncontrollably. "Thank you, Master Celestial. Thank you. I'll listen to whatever you say after I find my fortuitous opportunity." Then, Xiongmeng ran away in the direction of shopkeeper Song Tu. Zhang Yanqi was very worried as Shen-Tian was revealing the future to others so easily. She sent him a voice transmission. "Junior brother, are you sure it is okay for you to do this so frequently? Will fate itself punish you?" Zhang Yanqi's concern was very reasonable. There were indeed cultivators who were specialized in fortune-telling and predicting the future. However, there were a lot of restrictions on what they could say. If they revealed the future too frequently, they could suffer from the heavenly calamity. Now, Shen-Tian was bluntly starting a stall and doing fortune-telling in the open. It would not be a problem if Shen-Tian was not telling the truth about their fortuitous opportunities. However, if whatever Shen-Tian said came true, it meant that he was revealing the future to others frequently. If he were really punished by fate itself, Zhang Yanqi would be very troubled. Shen-Tian smiled and said, "It's okay. I was born with special eyes that can see the future. This will not cause any side effects. As long as I do not force myself to predict some incredible fortuitous opportunity and do not take advantage of the opportunities that belong to a person with great providence, there is nothing to worry about." Zhang Yanqi was relieved after hearing this. She recalled what had happened back in the Myriad Spirit Garden. So that's why Junior Brother could be sure that the Divine Firmament Drager pendant was in that ore without even careful inspection. He was not actually assessing the ore, but he was looking in the future instead. Seeing Shen-Tian knew what he was doing, Zhang Yanqi decided to trust him. Shen-Tian continued to share the information with the fated cultivators around and asked them to find their fortuitous opportunities themselves. For safety concerns, Shen-Tian did not wish to go back to the fog plain anymore. The fog there was really creepy. After receiving the map from Shen-Tian, Lu Taiyi did not run straight to the treasure location. It was a great time to flatter Shen-Tian now that shopkeeper Song was gone. He was going to stay with Shen-Tian and brainwash the new fated people. Although Believers had changed their name to the Favored Ones group, the culture of splitting half the shares with Shen-Tian should remain. Lu Taiyi would not allow anyone to break that rule. He could obtain a fortuitous opportunity in the future, but it was more important to earn Shen-Tian's favor now. Lu Taiyi found a small seat and sat by the road. He was waiting for the return of the first new fated person. Finally, after an hour or so, the first fated man came. He was someone that Lu Taiyi had never seen before. He was an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. According to Shen-Tian, he had found nearly 100 sexual spirit chrysanthemums. This spirit chrysanthemum was a second-grade spirit herb and could be used to concoct the sexual prolongation liquid, which was very popular among Dao companions. The market price of a second-grade sexual spirit chrysanthemum was about 100 spirit stones. Thus, 100 of them were worth nearly 10,000 spirit stones. That was a huge fortune for an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, and it could last him for very long. Seeing that the fated man had returned, Lu Taiyi quickly approached him. "Hey, pal. Are you going home just like this? With all the goods? Why are you so short-sighted? Have you forgotten what Master Celestial said? Do not be greedy and take all that is available." What do you think he was saying? He was hinting you. He said he is doing it for free, but that does not mean we do not pay him. He is doing it for free because he has high moral value. If we do not pay, it shows that we are ungrateful. Pal, let me ask you something. Do you want to be favored by Master Celestial? Do you want to maintain your fate with Master Celestial? Or are you satisfied with just one fortuitous opportunity? I'm Mr. Lu. I was just like you. Come, listen to my story concerning Master Celestial. Chapter 135, I gave Master Celestial Chrysanthemum. That fated person originally planned to find Shen-Tian and thank him. Then he would bring the chrysanthemums he obtained back home and cultivate peacefully. However, after listening to Lu Taiyi's story, he had an epiphany. His mental outlook had been elevated due to Lu Taiyi. What he said is so true. Given such impressive composure and presence, even if Master Celestial wears a mask, he is still filled with a mysterious charisma. With such temperament, it's obvious he is an extraordinary expert. Not to mention that even the divine firmament sacred grounds geniuses are gathered around Master Celestial and compete over flattering him. Thus, it's obvious that Master Celestial's ability is definitely exceedingly high, enough to astound the world. Others who pray to God still offer enough incense money even though their prayers may not be answered. But now, Master Celestial has found this much treasure for me, so if I just take everything and leave without any act of gratitude, then it'd be too rude. Most importantly, as Brother Lou mentioned, if I do not share the benefits, then in the future, I won't be fated with Master Celestial anymore. As such, whether to hog the benefits obtained alone or share enough with Master Celestial to show my sincerity so that I can maintain my fate with Master Celestial in the future. Such a decision is definitely a simple one for anyone with brains. At that thought, the fated person instantly ran toward Shen-tian's stall. His crude storage bag shone, and tens of sexual spirit chrysanthemum appeared. The fated person then bowed devoutly toward Shen-tian. Master Celestial, I am deeply grateful for pointing me to my opportunity. I heard Brother Lou say that Master Celestial is broad-minded and does not ask for reciprocation, but I cannot let Master Celestial do it for nothing. I have found 96 sexual spirit chrysanthemums thanks to Master Celestial, and I am willing to give half to Master Celestial. Upon seeing the sexual spirit chrysanthemum that the fated person poured out onto the table, Shen-tian said helplessly, "Why would you do this?" The sexual spirit chrysanthemum was a plant that had relatively weak psychedelic and paralytic properties and could be used to concoct the sexual prolongation liquid. The problem is that such a liquid is used for those married couples with unbalanced sexual life. What do you mean by giving me so many of them? Shen-tian's face under the mask darkened. He said calmly, "I have no need for these spirit chrysanthemums." The fated person could not see Shen-tian's expression and thought he was declining out of politeness. "Master Celestial, you don't need to stand on ceremony. If it were not for Master Celestial, I wouldn't be able to obtain these many chrysanthemums. This is what you deserve to have." Shen-tian's face turned even darker, and he was even suspicious whether this fellow was insulting him. "I really don't need them." The fated person insisted. "Master Celestial, it's just a little gift of appreciation. You don't need to be embarrassed." Shen-tian. "Speak clearly. Who is embarrassed? Do I need this? You must be kidding me." "Alright then, since it's your gift of gratitude, then I'll accept it." Shen-tian calmly put away half of the chrysanthemums into his Archean sea ring, preparing to find a chance in the future to sell them away. That fated person also heaved a sigh of relief. "At last, I was able to give these chrysanthemums to Master Celestial as Brother Lou had advised. According to Brother Lou, this should allow me to continue being fated with Master Celestial and riding on Master Celestial's coattails." The fated person asked Shen-tian with anticipation, "Master Celestial, could you continue to point me to the right path?" After hearing the fated person's question, Shen-tian looked at the spirit fog, which was surging in the distance, and then looked on top of his head. This fated person only had a pale green halo originally. After obtaining his fortuitous opportunity upon Shen-tian's hint, the halo had leveled up to dark green. Shen-tian did not think that staying in Fog Town was a wise choice with such a degree of providence. Seeing the sexual spirit chrysanthemums that he had given him, although the usage of the flower made Shen-tian's head ache, and he also knew the aim of gifting the chrysanthemums was impure, Shen-tian's heart still melted. The fated person was a good young man that had received a quality education. Shen-tian looked at the fated person coldly. "You really want to hear?" The fated person's eyes lit up, and he replied hurriedly, "Master Celestial, please point me in the right direction. I'm all ears." Shen-tian sighed and said, "All right then. I'll endure the backlash from heaven and reveal a glimpse of the future. You, listen well." The fated person hurriedly moved closer, his eyes filled with anticipation. Shen-tian said, "You cannot have everything, and it's enough for you to obtain the sexual spirit chrysanthemums. Your fate for encountering opportunities is still shallow. If you're overly greedy and continue to search for treasures in the fog plane, you might encounter a huge disaster. A drastic change might occur in this place, so if you believe me, then leave after obtaining the sexual spirit chrysanthemums." After Shen-tian finished, the expression on the fated person's face changed slightly. "Master Celestial says that my fate for encountering opportunities is still shallow. What does this mean? Is it possible that the amount of chrysanthemums is not enough? Or is it that the quality of the chrysanthemums is not good enough?" One had to say that this fated young person was of two minds about that. Shen-tian's EQ was very high, so he immediately understood after seeing the person's expression. That's right, the temptation of opportunities for benefits in the cultivation world is scary. How could he easily give it up? Everyone says, cultivators would definitely fight against the heavens. Thus, it is normal that he is reluctant to leave directly. All right, who told you to be my fated person? I know how to repay the gratitude I received. Shen Tian sighed lightly. He took out 10 lightning explosion talismans from his Archean sea ring. Stubborn, too stubborn, forget it. Since you're reluctant to give up on the opportunities in the plane, then go and find yourself. Take these lightning talismans with you. As he spoke, Shen Tian grabbed one of the lightning talismans from the 10 he took out and threw it into the air, detonating it. If you encounter dangers that you're unable to resist, maybe these lightning talismans can help you to have a slim chance of survival. Boom. A vigorous explosion sound made that fated person's face change dramatically. Such a powerful impact. One had to know he was but in the early stage of foundation establishment, and the lightning explosion talisman's power could be compared to cultivators in the late stage of foundation establishment. That was to say, the destructive power of each lightning explosion talisman was enough to kill multiple people with similar cultivation levels as the fated person. The fated person was not dumb. He knew that there were few such supreme-grade lightning talismans in the market, and the price was extremely high too. Even if one asked a person with connections to go and help them purchase the lightning talismans from powerful sects, they would have to spend at least 300 or even more spirit stones. Without background and someone to back them up, one would even need to spend 400 to 500 spirit stones to buy it from a normal scale market. In other words, if spirit stones were used to buy the 10 lightning talisman, which Shen Tian had taken out, then 3,000 to 5,000 spirit stones would be needed. In an instant, Shen Tian's credibility in the fated person's eyes increased by quite a lot. Since Shen Tian was this generous, to the point he would even casually gift 10 lightning talismans, there was no need for a being of such level to deceive the fated person, who was just in the early stage of the foundation establishment. Those chrysanthemums that I gave Master Celestial may not be worth as much as these lightning talismans. The fated person nodded. I will definitely remember Master Celestial's advice and not enter the plane for the next few days. He decided that he would stay in Fog City to cultivate after selling the chrysanthemum these few days. On the one hand, he was preparing to break through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. On the other hand, he wanted to see the future developments. Shen Tian had said there might be a drastic change to this place, but he did not know what that change was. Curiosity was a trait of human nature, so he decided to stay in Fog City to see the change for himself. Anyway, Fog City's protection was extremely powerful, as over 10 nascent soul supremacies were guarding it. As long as he stayed in Fog City, even if any dangers appeared in the fog plane, it would be fine. With such thoughts, the fated person flew to Fog City after giving the chrysanthemum to Shen Tian. Shen Tian smiled comfortingly upon seeing the departing fated person's back view. There was definitely something weird in the fog plane, but he couldn't convince everyone. Never mind, just let it be. If people are fated with me, then I'll just advise them. If they don't listen, then giving them 10 lightning explosion talismans is everything I can do for them. Speaking of which, if that fella could successfully escape using the lightning explosion talismans when he encounters danger, then it would be effective toward the advertisement of the Divine Firmament's lightning explosion talismans, right? At the thought of this, Shen Tian could not help but praise his wit. I am indeed a genius. Chapter 136, Southern Border's Ruler, Immortal Phoenix Queen. At the southern border, Heavenly Eagle Mountain. Damn humans. They dare to kill my son so brutally, detestable humans. A sharp roar resounded tens of thousands of kilometers as a humongous golden-colored divine eagle soared in the air. Its wingspan was as long as tens of thousands of meters, while its whole body was like made of gold as it shone radiantly under the sunlight, covering the whole sky. That was an extremely fearsome and ferocious bird. Its whole body was burning with a reddish-gold divine flame, and the void around its sharp claws was being destroyed, unable to endure its valiant aura. This was the Heavenly Eagle race's third elder and one of the Heavenly Eagle Mountain's absolute rulers. He was a mighty peerless figure even in the whole southern border. One had to know that the elders in the demon race were different from the elders in the human sacred grounds, as they could retain their elder position infinitely. As long as they were alive, as well as no one in the same race was more powerful than them, they would always be the race's rulers. Such a system was different from the human sacred grounds where they would change their elders every 1,000 years, but this also caused a stronger competition within the demon race. Since this divine eagle could reach the high position of third elder in the heavenly eagle race, then his strength would definitely be within the top 5. Besides the heavenly eagle race's king, the first elder, and second elder, he was the most powerful individual in the whole race. In the past, he had even torn apart a grand elder of a certain sacred ground in eastern wilderness and chowed down on the grand elder. It could be said that he was lawless and would definitely not endure anything that made him upset. The moment he heard that heavenly venerable Azure Lotus had killed his son, as well he even grilled and ate him in front of everyone, the third elder flew into a rage. Then, it spread its huge wings and wanted to fly to the divine firmament sacred ground of the eastern wilderness. He would use various divine firmaments elders' blood and flesh to hold a memorial ceremony for his deceased son. Boom! As he flapped his huge golden wings, which were tens of thousands of meters long, an extremely frightening strong wind was generated, and deep chasms were plowed on the ground wherever the wind went. The third elder possessed the heavenly eagle race's astonishing speed and could travel tens of thousands of kilometers with just a flap of his wings. It was as if a golden sun shot through the sky. In a short moment, he had already flown past endless terrain, almost reaching eastern wilderness. However, just at that moment, a fiery red flame barrier suddenly appeared, blocking his path. The third elder's eyes were filled with grief and indignation. "Holy Queen! I wish to take revenge for my son. Please don't stop me." Within the void, the fiery red flames gathered to form an incredibly large phoenix with soaring flames. Its whole body was entangled with a dense heavenly aura as if a divine phoenix had descended upon the world. "Presumptuous!" A female voice mixed with heavenly aura echoed from within the flames. The voice was graceful, noble, indifferent, and full of majestic aura, making people have the thought of wanting to fall down on their knees and worship her. That phoenix filled with soaring flames was the demon's ruler, the strongest one that had control over the whole Nirvana forest, immortal Phoenix Queen. She was born in the primordial age and had risen up in the heavenly holy battle tens of thousands of years ago. After surviving hundreds of battles, she had attained Nirvana and entered the Saint realm. During that holy battle, countless forces had been greatly undermined, but the immortal Phoenix race had become stronger under her lead. Until now, tens of thousands of years had passed since the holy battle, and the Nirvana forest had developed to become the strongest force in the whole southern border's demon race. Meanwhile, the immortal Phoenix Queen had also become the uncrowned ruler of the whole southern border demon race. She led the immortal Phoenix race and controlled over half of the southern border. Not to mention the heavenly eagle race's third elder, even if it was the heavenly eagle race's leader, a divine eagle that had undergone 7 tribulations, would not dare to be impetuous in front of the Phoenix Queen. Her voice was cold. "I have said to recuperate and build up strength within these 10,000 years, and those in the Saint realm of the southern border cannot leave this land. Are you questioning me?" Immortal Phoenix Queen's voice was emotionless, but it sent shivers down the spine of the originally enraged third elder. He hurriedly replied, "I definitely do not mean to disobey Holy Queen's orders, but I'm resolved to take revenge for my son." Immortal Phoenix Queen said calmly, "Your son bullied the weak by making a move against the divine firmament's saintess. Then he was killed by that Azure Lotus brat of the same stage. What is there to be upset about? Now, you head to the eastern wilderness alone to seek revenge. Do you think that you're able to destroy the divine firmament's sacred ground with just your weak strength? Don't forget that it's not like there are no paragons in the human race. The demon race has been recuperating for 10,000 years, so we will not start a war because of you." The third elder's pupils were flashing with deep hatred. "But Holy Queen, I'm not resigned to this result. I must take revenge for my son. Forgive me, Holy Queen. I'll plead for my punishment in the Nirvana forest after I return from taking my revenge." After finishing, the huge golden eagle instantly shot toward eastern wilderness. He was so fast that only a radiant golden flash of light could be seen. The third elder of the heavenly eagle race was actually prepared to directly disobey immortal Phoenix Queen's orders and wanted to forcibly barge into eastern wilderness. In the endless terrain of the southern border, those hidden in the dark paid their attention to the third elder, their eyes filled with excitement. After thousands of years of resting and recuperation, the southern border demon race's overall strength had already increased by multifolds as compared to when the heavenly holy battle had just ended. Naturally, the long stable life made many top-notch powerful beings of the demon race unable to hold back the desire to kill. They had thought of disobeying the immortal Phoenix Queen's orders and let those of the other boundaries to experience the demon race's strength. Thus, the third elder's actions of leaving the southern border had been supported by various powerful demons. If necessary, they would lend a helping hand. Otherwise, how could the third elder, an early-stage Tribulation transcendence demon, dare to go against the immortal Phoenix Queen? At that moment, the speed at which the third elder had unleashed the heavenly eagle mystic hearts had increased explosively. He was nearing Eastern Wilderness. As long as he successfully left the southern border and entered Eastern Wilderness, there would be a great impact on the immortal Phoenix Queen's authority. By then, those hidden mighty figures, who were from different demon races that advocated war, would swarm out to force the Phoenix race to break their oath. The demon race respected the strong, so revealing one's weakness was equal to inviting strong enemies to swarm them and attack. Seeing the third elder of the heavenly eagle race flying 50,000 kilometers away, a phoenix light with roaring flames suddenly shone brightly. "Looks like all of you are already ignoring my authority since I have yet to make a move in these thousands of years. Fools!" A cold voice resounded, and then the roaring flamed phoenix suddenly turned into a red flaming net. The instant that huge flame net appeared, even the void started trembling, and space cracks were formed. The third elder was already about to leave the peripheral of the southern border. It looked like he was about to pass through the border and enter Eastern Wilderness in the next second. However, a fiery red divine net with roaring flames suddenly appeared before the huge golden eagle, completely covering it in the next instant. "Holy Queen, I am not convinced. The humans oppress us, but why can't we take revenge?" The huge golden eagle kept on struggling. Its sharp claws tried their best to slice through the huge net, but there was no effect at all. The immortal Phoenix Queen's cold voice sounded. "Those in the Saint Realm cannot make a move. This is the treaty of alliance between the humans and demons. How could it be broken by you and cause war? If you want to take revenge, anyone under the Saint Realm in the heavenly eagle race can make a move, to fight the humans of the same stage in divine firmament. Let nature take its course. Whether they live or die is for them to decide. If there are powerful humans that bully the weak and oppress us, then I will come forward and fight no matter what. However, you have broken the rules of our demon race. As your punishment, I will seal your cultivation for 1,000 years, and you will face the wall to ponder your misdeed." Just as she finished, that huge divine net with roaring flames gradually turned into a birdcage, which shrunk rapidly. Meanwhile, that great golden-winged eagle, which was originally as huge as tens of thousands of meters, actually turned as small as a canary. The fiery red birdcage pierced through the air and shot toward the deepest parts of the southern border's Nirvana forest. In that instant, the entire southern border went silent, and none dared to stop her. With just a part of her soul, she had instantly dominated and sealed the divine eagle as if catching a chick. Even after thousands of years, the Phoenix Queen's means were getting more and more compelling. She was still the southern border's ruler. Chapter 137, Drastic Change at the Fog Plains. At Eastern Wilderness, divine firmament sacred ground. Pieces of paper with scrawny handwriting were strewn all over the place. Fang Chang donned a red gold armor, and there was a weasel hair writing brush in his hand. Against the length of the brush, a small wooden stick was tied horizontally to it. At the same time, there were two other brushes tied at both ends of the stick. Correct, this was a secret trick Fang Chang had mastered after years of being punished to copy the Sect's rules, the pen sky 3 pence technique. Should one use such a secret technique to copy the Sect's rules, it would be equivalent to writing out 3 times of the Sect's rules in one go. This would greatly save one lots of effort. Even so, using this method to copy out the Sect's rules for 5,000 times was still tormenting because there were simply too many rules at the divine firmament sacred ground. "Second junior brother, I really cannot do this anymore." Fang Chang sprawled out on the floor, wearing an expression like he was about to die. Zhang Yunting urged weakly, "Senior brother, don't stop. Continue, this is not enough yet." Fang Chang shook his head resolutely. He felt like he would suffer a chi deviation if he continued. Really, copying out the Sect's rules is even more challenging than fighting with the nascent soul supremacy. One can go crazy over it. Wait, come to think of it, even though Master punished me to copy the Sect's rules, he didn't mention when I should finish the task. A spark of inspiration flashed past Fang Chang's mind, and he thought he had found the blind spot for this punishment. He couldn't help but start to get excited. That's right, so long as one finished copying, who cared whether it was done in 3 days, 3 years, or even 30 years. In fact, the longer this period of copying got, the lesser the number of words he had to write each day. Moreover, if I am able to attain the Golden Core 9 refinement stage during this period of time, perhaps Master will be so happy that he will write off the rest of the punishment. Ah, then isn't it so not worth it for me to slog out my hands here? Fang Chang slapped his thighs and exclaimed, "Junior brother, let's go back to seclusion and start cultivating again. I will continue copying the Sect's rules once I attain the Golden Core 9th refinement stage. I now feel at my prime. I have never experienced such powers before. I believe I can break through that final obstacle this time." Looking at the excited Fang Chang, Zhang Yunting's forehead creased up. He felt things were not going to be as smooth as what Fang Chang said. Back at Fog City, Shopkeeper Song and the rest returned after obtaining their fortuitous opportunities and saw that Lu Taiyi had been doing extra favors for Shentian all this while. How could they swallow this? As such, they scurried about and started their marketing of the Favored Ones group. And upon their diligent marketing efforts, more people joined the joyous family of becoming Master Celestial's followers. Naturally, half of all the fog herbs and sexual spirit chrysanthemums that all these people got went into Shentian's pocket. Of course, Shentian did not take these items for free. He would give them the number of lightning explosion talismans that were approximately equivalent to the items he got from them. In any case, the cost of manufacturing these lightning explosion talismans was really low for him. He could just make one talisman for about 3 or 5 spirit stones. Besides, he felt that the fog plane would undergo some drastic change. These lightning explosion talismans might save someone's life in the nick of time. If they managed to do that, this could also be another way of promoting the yin-yang lightning talisman. But even if Shentian did not care much about giving away those lightning explosion talismans, it didn't mean the rest would think the same. In their eyes, this action truly exhibited to them how noble Master Celestial was. Not only did he point out their fortuitous opportunities, but he also gave them such precious lightning explosion talismans. These lightning explosion talismans were considered supreme-grade spirit talismans in the market, and any normal person would have to spend a ton to get even one of them. To be honest, if one really went by the market price, the number of lightning explosion talismans Shentian gave to them already exceeded the value of what they contributed to him by loads. All at once, Shentian's popularity in Fogtown reached an ultimate high. Meanwhile, everyone became all the more curious about Master Celestial's appearance, especially the lady cultivators. Naturally, there would always be haters. As Shentian pointed out the fortuitous opportunities for the fated people, the ones that did not get their chance with him were, of course, not that happy, especially those people who got rejected outrightly by Shentian for being not fated with him. They were even more displeased after one day of exploring the fog plane by themselves and realizing that they indeed did not have any fortuitous opportunities. Those people were green-eyed with envy from seeing others getting so much under Shentian's guidance. In addition, those people even got the supreme-grade lightning explosion talismans. That sense of unfairness eventually drove them to think maliciously of Shentian. Seeing that he enjoyed protection from the Divine Firmament Sacred Grounds disciples, they did not dare to cause trouble for him outrightly. Nonetheless, that did not mean they could not spread spiteful comments behind his back. What kind of Master Celestial is this dude? Didn't he say that he would not seek reimbursement for his services? Then why is he accepting gifts now? Yes. And he's actually requesting half of what those fated people got, or else he will not point out their fortuitous opportunities to them. That's absolutely crap. And he's saying now that there will be a drastic change to the fog plane. How can that be? There has been no drastic change to the fog plane for thousands of years. I honestly think that this whole Master Celestial nonsense is fake. Most probably, his real intentions are to drive us away so that he can enjoy all the fortuitous opportunities by himself. Meanwhile, those who benefited due to Shentian would defend him vehemently. Hello. When did Master Celestial request for payments of half of what we got before he pointed out our fortuitous opportunities? You're the ones talking nonsense. It's out of our own initiative that we pay him half of what we got, get that clear. In fact, Master Celestial had always rejected our offerings. Yes, that's it. And Master Celestial even gave us so many lightning explosion talisman in return. Master Celestial was using his skills and divinity to remind us to be careful. This is a great favor from him. How dare you filthy mortals make false accusations about him? Master Celestial is so hardworking and kind. Yet you ungrateful people still malign him. Did dogs eat your consciences? All at once, Shentian's name became the most popular term at both the Fog Town and Fog City. At the same time, Shentian's own Providence improved tremendously with his systematic method of freeloading others' fortuitous opportunities. The halo above his head was just a lush green shade previously. but after a day of pointing out fortuitous opportunities for others, it was turning dark green in color. Shen Tian greatly enjoyed the sensation of feeling lighter and more comfortable as his providence improved. It was indeed wonderful carrying a green halo above his head. As the sun began setting in, the fog plane spirit fog started to gather around the fog town's outer edges. But no one was worried about it. This was because, for the thousands of years that had passed, there had never been once when the spirit fog would reach the main city's exterior vicinity during the fog tide period. Long before Fog Town was built, various cultivators had already calculated the absolute safe distance for them to stay at, without being harmed by the spirit fog. And the truth was, it was absolutely safe to stay within those calculated distances. The spirit fog stopped advancing just a few kilometers before Fog Town. The dense, white fog was like a protective layer that covered the entire fog plane. Even advanced cultivators were unable to see what was happening within the fog plane through the thick fog. When looking at the tumbling fog, which stopped advancing toward them, Shen Tian still had a sense of foreboding that some calamity would happen soon. After his day of business, he brought Zhang Yunxi and the rest back to Fog City. However, many other cultivators, who wanted to save on the city's entrance fees, continued staying at Fog Town. They thought it was too pricey to enter the city every day, and they would rather stay in the small town outside of the city. As for what change that Master Celestial had warned about, only the most devoted fated people believed it. Most of them still trusted their own experiences more than Shen Tian's words. Yet these people failed to realize that sometimes, that supposed experience would result in their deaths. That night was the second night of the fog tide period. More people had their fill of fortuitous opportunities at the fog plane during this fog tide period. As such, there were even more cultivators that chose to come and stay at Fog City and Fog Town this time around. The full moon shone cold beams down on Earth in the night sky, while tiny stars, which dotted the sky, flickered. It was a quiet night. Nobody realized that the spirit fog, which had stopped advancing, started to tumble fiercely again. All this happened in dead silence, but its speed was even faster than previously. In the blink of an eye, it had engulfed the whole fog town. After which, it went on like waves of a tsunami and started to advance toward Fog City. Chapter 138, Attack of the Mutated Divine Binding Vine. At the Lunar Rainbow Inn within Fog City. Shen Tian was meditating on his bed. He had just attained the foundation establishment stage, and his cultivation was not stable yet. Nowadays, every time he ran through the whole course of the 5 heavenly lightning cultivation technique, he would feel greatly enlightened and gain more from the cultivation process. He also had better mastery over the divine lightning of the respective 4 elements, metal, wood, fire, earth, that was contained within the 5 heavenly lightning cultivation technique. This was all the more so for the Black Tortoise 9 divine lightning, which belonged to the water element. Using this lightning skill was like using his own arm. For example, as Shen Tian raised up his right arm right now, drops of a black-colored liquid condensed and dripped down from his fingers, and these drops shimmered with lightning. This was the exemplification of how when the 9th divine lightning merged thoroughly with the first essence heavy water, its master could wield it as he liked. Shen Tian took out the purple golden hammer and dropped the 9th divine lightning on it. The hammer turned pitch black in color and emitted oppressive vibes. Shen Tian was confident that if he used this hammer in combat, every strike from it would allow him to bring down a single cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. This weapon could bring down even golden core perfected ones if Shen Tian crept up to them in surprise. Given my current cultivation and providence, I bet I can hold it if there's really danger at the fog plane. Okay, maybe I am overestimating my capabilities. I should still aim for arming up myself as best as I can. At that thought, Shen Tian took out a huge stack of lightning explosion talismans from the Archean Sea Ring and placed them in his bosom. Following which, he also took out the Lotus shooting gun and tied it behind his back, all ready to fire shots if danger approached. In fact, Shen Tian was even contemplating if he should put on the Black Tortoise armor. But he eventually discarded that idea. After all, there wasn't any imminent danger, so there was no need to get so edgy all at once. Besides, the armor was made from a tortoise's shell. Even though it did not look that bad after refinement, Shen Tian was still skeptical about how wearing a tortoise shell could match his disposition. Just when Shen Tian considered getting up to have some snacks, he heard a loud, tragic cry from outside his window. Ah! No! Hell, ah! Shen Tian perked up at that and hurriedly opened his window to check what happened. Spirit fog had covered most of the area at Fog City's eastern gate, and several black boulders were hurled out from the spirit fog, landing on the ground with loud crashes. These boulders contained huge power. As they crashed through the infrastructure and landed on the ground, the earth shook and was cracked. Immediately, gigantic vines sprung up from those cracks. Each of those vines was at least hundreds of meters in length, and the longest among them were even thousands of meters. To be honest, they looked more like serpents than plants. One might have guessed what these vines were. That's right, they were the most precious specialty products at the fog plane, the divine binding vines. Even more shocking was the fact that these vines were not like the normal ones that one saw at the fog plane. They were not rooted in the ground, but instead, their roots were like tentacles, which held up their body's weight, allowing them to move freely wherever they wanted to go. And their movement speeds were absolutely fast. In fact, they were about on par with the cultivators who were in combat with them right now. That cry which Shen-tian heard just now had come from one of the Golden Core cultivators, who had been fighting with the divine binding vine. Originally, he thought he was in luck for having spied such a supreme-grade divine binding vine in this fog city. But he did not see the disastrous outcome. Not only was he unable to subdue the mutated vine, the vine even stuck its tentacles into his body. Shen-tian saw clearly that when the vine stuck its tentacles into the Golden Core perfected one's body, that person's body shriveled up swiftly. In a few breaths, that person's essence energy got sucked out. His body dried up and soon dissolved into fine powder. These terrible divine binding vines had much more vicious attacking capabilities than the ones most cultivators would come across on the fog plane. Or should one say, such was the real prowess of the divine binding vines. What cultivators had been seeing all along were just the defects among the divine binding vine species. There's indeed danger here. Even Fog City is no longer safe. Shen-tian's heart skipped several beats as he slid the Lotus shooting gun into his right hand, while his left hand took a bunch of lightning explosion talismans from his bosom. At the same time, he walked hastily toward the rooms where Eunuch Gui and the rest of his company were resting. There's danger, let's leave. Actually, Eunuch Gui and the rest had also discovered the imminent danger, and they were all rushing toward Shen-tian's room. Zhang Yanqi looked grim as she spoke. There's something wrong about the spirit fog. I have checked, and other than the western gate, all the other city gates have been surrounded by the fog. There's even trouble using one's divine consciousness to check out the situation in the city right now. It's also no longer safe to leave the city with the sword kinesis flight skill. After all, the sword kinesis flight skill could only be activated with a stable divine consciousness and strong dharmic powers. Only by then could one ride and maneuver safely on their swords. If one only had dharmic powers and did not have a strong divine consciousness to support the skill, then it would be akin to driving a car without its steering wheel. They could get into car crashes any time. Shen-tian's brows creased up. This spirit fog actually knew how to surround the main city and then attack the people from within. This must be an ambush planned by some powerful beings. Senior sister, we have to avoid those divine binding vines and get to the western gate right away. Shen-tian did not have plans to jump out and battle those vines. After all, he was only at the early stage of the Foundation establishment stage. Even if he was somewhat talented, he knew that most probably, his capabilities could only be on par with a Golden Core perfected one. Yet now, Shen-tian turned his head and saw that even those nascent soul supremacies were alerted. And there were 7 of them. But much as though they were powerful, they were being trapped by all the gigantic vines. This meant that even if Shen-tian joined the battlefield, he would probably be sucked clean of his essence energy and be defeated by those vines because they had skills that were comparable to a nascent soul cultivator. So the conclusion was, to just save his own neck. Zhang Yanqi nodded in agreement with Shen-tian's words. Although it was true that she was a proud person, she was never an obstinate fool to not know when to retreat. The hidden fog country had been around for so many years, and naturally, they would have experts guarding their main city. During such dangerous times, it was best to just take care of oneself and their accompanying friends. Zhang Yanqi took out the white tiger sword from behind her back and retreated with the rest toward the city's western gate. One had to give it to Zhang Yanqi, as an expert at the Golden Core 8 refinement stage, she was indeed formidable. She cleared all divine binding vines on the paths that the group took in their retreat, and it was so fast that one could only see greenish-black juice flying off the white tiger sword's blade. All the streets were in a mess after Zhang Yanqi walked past them. Meanwhile, Shen-tian was quick to react too. He took on the responsibility of picking up all the broken vines that Zhang Yanqi left behind. Well, these are divine binding vines, after all. and the kind that can walk by themselves. They are definitely the supreme grade plants among the mutated species. Next time, I can make them into divine binding ropes. Isn't that so worth it? Shen Tian heaved a sigh of relief upon looking at the powerful Zhang Yanxi. It was a wise decision to bring senior sister Yanxi along for his experiential journey, indeed. However, Zhang Yanxi's strength quickly attracted the attention of the most powerful vines. In a short while, 3 divine binding vines that were around thousands of meters in length came charging at her. These 3 vines were far greater than the ones Zhang Yanxi had cut through previously. No matter in terms of their durability, flexibility, or their reactions when facing attacks, these vines were far more superior than their previous counterparts. Also, the combination of the 3 vines succeeded in trapping Zhang Yanxi's advancement. At the same time, several divine binding vines that were hundreds of meters in length started to attack Shen Tian and the rest. The situation took a turn for the worst. Chapter 139, Human, I'll suck you dry. Damn it. I'll show you my power. Qin Yundi's narrow eyes were cold as he manipulated 36 yin-yang demon-penetrating guns. Bang! 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 The custom-made iron bullets were shot in all directions like torrential rain, and juices out of the divine binding vines. At the same time, Zhang Yanxi's enraged voice resounded. Qin Yundi, aim more accurately. Roar! The white tiger avatar's roar caused even the sky to tremble as it blocked 2 iron bullets. Qin Yundi's divine consciousness going out of control affected his accuracy, decreasing to a great extent. He had fired blindly and nearly injured Zhang Yanxi by mistake. As Shen Tian saw more and more spirit fog permeating Fog City, he frowned. Junior brother Yundi, don't use your divine consciousness to control the yin-yang demon-penetrating gun anymore. Hold it in your hands directly and use them in succession. Otherwise, if your divine consciousness is unable to accurately control them, it might hurt yourself or us. It's too dangerous. Qin Yundi seemed to be deep in thought before giving 18 demon-penetrating guns to Xiangmeng and the others. Each of you take 3. Protect yourselves with these and remember to give them back after we return. Subsequently, Qin Yundi gave another 8 demon-penetrating guns to Shen Tian. Senior brother, 10 are enough for me. Shen Tian did not refuse and put away the 8 demon-penetrating guns into his Archean ring. Everyone, try to stay together. Don't separate. Currently, the spirit fog's density was already quite high, so one's field of vision decreased greatly. Once they were separated, it would be difficult for their companions to find them. In fact, after Zhang Yanxi began battling with 3 divine binding vines, she had already barged into the spirit fog and lost all traces of the others. Honestly speaking, Shen Tian was a little nervous without Zhang Yanxi's protection. He was not too worried about her safety as she possessed a golden halo, meaning it was difficult for her to die even if she wanted. Shen Tian was worried about himself, his dark green halo might not be enough to pass this ordeal. Now they could only quickly form a circle and head toward the western gates as fast as possible to escape from the spirit fog. They rushed toward the western gates at full speed, with demon-penetrating guns in hand. They would shoot simultaneously the instant they encountered divine binding vines. For a while, there was no divine binding vine that was able to endure the simultaneous attack of that many people, so it could be said that they were temporarily safe. When the western gate was within sight, a tragic scream suddenly echoed from there. Just as a golden core cultivator took half a step out of the western gate, a greenish-black huge vine pierced through his chest. Fresh blood oozed out of the cultivator's chest, and immediately after, the cultivator's body started withering at speed visible to the naked eye. Although the spirit fog had spread from the east and had yet to surround the western gate, the mastermind that had deviously orchestrated the whole thing did not plan to let anyone escape from the very start. They had already made ample preparations. Bang! Divine binding vines as tall as 300 meters had risen straight from the ground. They were actually 3 nascent soul divine binding vines. At the same time, the spreading spirit fog had also neared Fog City's western gate. Their last hope of escape had been blocked, and everyone was completely trapped in the huge Fog City. In an instant, tragic screams and cries of despair resounded everywhere in Fog City. Shen Tian frowned, but he did not despair. That was because he had seen Fog City in Fang Chang's halo. Although the Fog City of that scene looked relatively desolate, the city was not completely dead. In other words, this was not an absolutely hopeless situation, and it could turn for the better. Thus, they just had to endure until that turning point appeared. At that thought, Shen Tian said calmly, "Don't be afraid. There's a defensive array formation in the Lunar Rainbow Inn. Follow me there. Upon seeing the common unfazed Shen-tian, Qin Yundi and the others couldn't help but admire him for not panicking. Master Celestial/Senior Brother is truly worthy of being Master Celestial/the Saint. From his composure in this kind of situation, everything must be under his control. One has to say, there's really a sense of security when Master Celestial/Senior Brother is here. Shen-tian did not know what they were thinking and had no time to guess. In reality, the spirit fog had enshrouded the entire fog city and seemed to have the effects of causing illusions. One might feel that they were advancing forward, but they might have already deviated and kept on walking in circles in reality. Under such circumstances, returning to the Lunar Rainbow Inn was definitely not a simple task. At that moment, a huge greenish-black stone was about to collide with them. Shen-tian's expression changed, and he hurriedly dodged to the side. Boom! A huge hole appeared in front of Shen-tian and the others. Then, the greenish-black stone started to crack open gradually. Evidently, a nascent soul divine binding vine in that stone, its power mighty. The speed at which the greenish-black stone cracked open was extremely fast, and drops of juices flowed out. The huge vine had already locked on them, which was no different than a great catastrophe. Taking so long to transform, huh? See how I interrupt your transformation. Shen-tian immediately took out hundreds of yin-yang lightning explosion talismans and threw them into the stone's cracks. Thereafter, he took the black tortoise armor and black tortoise shield out of his Archean sea ring, directly equipping them. He appeared in front of everyone while wearing the thick and heavy black tortoise armor, which increased his defensive abilities to the maximum. In the next instant, Shen-tian detonated the yin-yang lightning explosion talismans. Boom! The powerful explosive wave even blew away the houses' rooftops in the vicinity. The deafening explosion sound was like the sound of thunder in a clear sky. The greenish-black juice fell from the sky like rain, splashing everyone from head to toe. Fortunately, the explosion talismans only exploded after being stuffed into the divine binding vine stone, so aftershock was not that powerful. Due to the black tortoise armor and black tortoise shield, Shen-tian basically endured the impact with zero damage. Unfortunately, even though the hundreds of lightning explosion talismans exploded the divine binding vine, they were not enough to kill it. After that terrifying explosion, the vine had already locked and focused on Shen-tian. Meanwhile, the explosion's blast had blown away Eunuch Gui and the others. In other words, Shen-tian was on his own. His expression gradually froze upon noticing that the divine binding vine had successfully transformed. I was wrong. I should not have come here from the start. Shen-tian's mouth twitched. I did not keep a low enough profile. Is it because the heavenly Tao is too eager to kill me, or did I become too conceited? I actually dared to snatch the fortuitous opportunity from Fang Chang, whose providence is that high. Now I have to face the consequences, a calamity that could obliterate the city. Although I know that this calamity will not annihilate the entire city, and Zhang Yanxi and Qin Yundi will be able to survive due to their luck, it might be impossible for me. I am obviously not green enough. Sigh. If I have a second chance, I definitely won't do it again. Shen-tian started to mumble to himself. Even though this nascent soul divine binding vine did not know what Shen-tian was saying, it knew this small being had to die. Its 300-meter-long body soared into the sky and suddenly pounced toward Shen-tian. In the middle of its body was a hideous injury that had nearly sliced its body in half. Even so, that divine binding vine had the confidence to entangle this small being. It wanted to pierce its thick and large roots into that small being's mouth and make it experience utter misery, being neither able to live or die. It would then devour every drop of essence energy in his body into its body, using his flesh and blood to restore the damage he had caused. It wanted to suck this human dry. Chapter 140, Wow, tastes quite good. The explosion's blast had already blown away Qin Yundi and the others into the thick spirit fog. Frankly speaking, Shen-tian was panicking as he had to face the fearsome divine binding vine alone. Upon seeing the divine binding vine moving closer and closer to him, the more frightened he became. Meanwhile, the divine binding vine seemed to be extremely excited. It squirmed its roots and headed nearer and nearer to Shen-tian. Tiny human, why aren't you running? Why aren't you struggling? Scream in fear. Juices dripped from the divine binding vine's wound, but as more and more juices were secreted, the divine binding vine's wound was healing. Of course, because Shen-tian's explosion attack had badly wounded it, to the point it was almost sliced in half, its recovery rate was quite slow. However, that was of no importance as its injury could heal sooner or later. What it had to do first was to suck this presumptuous tiny human dry. As the divine binding vine got closer to Shen-tian, it gradually discovered that this tiny human seemed to have given up on resisting. That's right. This should be the case. Don't resist. Let me suck you dry. The divine binding vine wriggled its body, and a vine, which was as thick as one's arm, was split from its huge torso, piercing towards Shen-tian crazily. At that moment, Shen-tian sighed, and a silver token suddenly floated in front of it. The entire token emitted an explosively radiant sword aura, and a stalwart figure appeared behind Shen-tian. He wore sackcloth and was holding a huge black sword in his hand. He seemed to be extremely powerful. That figure pulled out his sword while facing the divine binding vine's attack. His sword seemed to have transmigrated through space. It looked extremely slow but unable to be dodged. The sword aura pierced through space and lightly sliced the divine binding vine's torso, continuing to slice through its hideous injury. Clang! The huge black sword returned to its sheath, and the phantom turned faint, hiding back into the silver token. The 300-meter-long vine was sliced into two all of a sudden, and its juices gushed out of its wound. The huge vine smashed down from the air and crushed a house into ruins, while dust filled the air at that moment. Such a fearsome divine binding vine. If it were not for the Sword Master token, it would really be dangerous this time. Shen-tian put away the Sword Master token into his Archean Sea Ring and let it crazily absorb spirit stones to recover. Currently, only the Sword Master token could give him a sense of security in such a situation. Shen-tian glanced at the divine binding vine, which was still slowly wriggling its body, and attacked it with tens of yin-yang penetrating divine lightnings. The originally heavily injured divine binding vine was instantly filled with even more injuries and gradually was unable to struggle. Such a frightening divine binding vine. I respect you as the strongest amongst all my enemies. Shen-tian exclaimed in his heart. For human cultivators, when a divine binding vine, whose vitality was already extremely tenacious, obtained the ability to walk freely, it would really be a disaster. If it were not for Shen-tian being determined and desperately resisting, he might have really lost to the nascent soul divine binding vine in this life and death battle. Rest in peace, Vinay. Although you died, I will refine you into a supreme grade divine binding rope and let you stay with me. You shall become my medal of glory. Shen-tian used his Archean Sea Ring and tried to stuff the vines and roots of the humongous divine binding vine into it. It was fortunate that the space within the Archean Sea Ring, which Spirit Venerable Divine Water had left, was large enough to be able to completely contain it. If it were the inner spatial rings of other cultivators, not even 1/3 could be stored into the ring even if it was filled to the brim. Shen-tian roughly calculated, including the golden core divine binding vine that Zhang Yanxi had chopped off and the nascent soul divine binding vine he had now, there were almost 10 divine binding vines inside his Archean Sea Ring. Also, each vine was supreme grade, especially that mutated nascent soul divine binding vine. It was even more valuable than the one Zhang Yanxi had sliced back in the fog plain. If it were to be sold on the market, its price would be beyond measurement. Whoosh! After spending much effort, Shen-tian finally stored the humongous divine binding vine into his Archean Sea Ring completely. Meanwhile, at that moment, the spirit fog completely permeated the whole city. It was not as exaggerated as being unable to see one's hands, which were stretched out, but it was already difficult to differentiate one's gender beyond 3 steps away. Suddenly, a vine shot out of the fog, tightly wrapping around the Lotus shooting gun Shen-tian had in his hands. At the same time, another vine crawled out of the ground and entangled Shen-tian's thigh in the blink of an eye. Shen-tian could only feel the vine's pulling force before he was pulled in the air, unable to keep his balance at all. Shen-tian's expression changed. He hurriedly took out his lightning explosion talismans and detonated them as he threw them toward the divine binding vine. He also poured the divinity within him into his black tortoise armor like crazy and activated it. In an instant, a small black tortoise the size of a bathtub was formed on top of his head, giving off a faint domineering aura. The black tortoise armor on him emitted a faint light, and a black protective barrier was formed on the surface of Shen-tian's body. Boom! The lightning explosion talismans exploded, but their destructive power was not very effective against this divine binding vine. Well, these were just the yin-yang lightning explosion talismans, not the yin-yang penetrating divine lightnings or yin-yang demon penetrating gun. They were too weak against a golden core divine binding vine. On the other hand, the black tortoise armor's defensive capabilities, which the divine firmament's sacred leader had given Shen-tian, gave Shen-tian an unexpected surprise. He could evidently feel that after the black tortoise armor's protective barrier appeared, the vine that was binding his hands and legs was much looser. However, this was far from enough, as the golden core divine binding vine, which was attacking him, was not only one, but a total of two, attacking together. Although after the black tortoise armor released a protective barrier for Shen-tian, the two vines' attacks were unable to break through its defense. Shen-tian's divinity was limited. Even if Shen-tian could absorb spirit stones to recover, he couldn't activate a Dharma artifact forever. Not to mention those two divine binding vine had covered Shen-tian's protective barrier completely, like a rice dumpling. Even if Shen-tian took spirit stones out of his Archean ring to recover his consumption, he could only last a little longer. If he relied only on the black tortoise armor, it would be impossible for him to escape the divine binding vine's binds. Upon seeing the vines that continued squirming outside the protective barrier, Shen-tian started racking his brain. How can I escape? How can I escape, or last until reinforcements arrive? This is just too difficult. Suddenly, Shen-tian felt that his Tinder Sutra started to become restless. He looked at the greenish-black divine binding vines, which were wriggling outside the protective barrier, and he actually shock. Currently, Shen-tian was actually salivating as he looked at the two golden core divine binding vines outside the protective barrier. He felt that the two vines seemed to have turned into two deep-fried dough sticks, spicy glutton snack, or sugar canes. They emitted a faint fragrance that made every single cell in Shen-tian's body desire them. When he realized he had such thoughts, Shen-tian was completely dumbfounded. WTF? As a Chinese foodie, how could I take a liking to such an ingredient? Not to mention others, just their appearance can't make me take a bite, okay? Wait. Why do I think this is an ingredient? It's supposed to be a fearsome vine monster, okay? Shen-tian's emotions were fluctuating crazily. After a long while, he finally overcame the discomfort in his heart. Humph. Since you divine binding vines can suck me, why can't I do the same? Anyway, I'm already tied up. If you don't let me go, I'll bite you to death. At that thought, Shen-tian looked at the divine binding vines outside the protective barrier. He closed his eyes, grabbed a vine, and bit down with all his strength. Originally, Shen-tian thought its juices would be extremely bitter and make one vomit. Nonetheless, in the instant he bit into it, the plump vine juice exploded within his mouth. SSSS tilde. Shen-tian had never thought that the vine's taste would actually be sweet and sour. He widened his eyes. Wow, it tastes quite good. Immediately after, Shen-tian started sucking like a madman. Chapter 141, Mother Vine, you're worthy to be my concubine. As Shen-tian crazily sucked the juices, his Tinder Sutra circulated at high speed. Before the juices he swallowed could fill up his stomach, they were rapidly refined and absorbed cleanly. Shen-tian could feel pure energy pouring into his whole body's cells and muscles and replenishing them. In an instant, all of his fatigue faded. More importantly, after devouring a huge portion of the divine binding vine's juices, Shen-tian could gradually sense a quite drastic change taking place within his body. At the same time, the spirit fog's influence toward his divine consciousness decreased slightly, while his sense of sight also recovered significantly. Originally, Shen-tian was unable to see further than 10 meters, but now, he was able to see up to 20 meters. Is it possible that the divine binding vine's juice is the spirit fog's nemesis? Shen-tian was elated and continued sucking the divine binding vine with even more strength. In an instant, the divine binding vine shrank at speed visible to the naked eye. What was more miraculous was that the divine binding vine was unable to break free from Shen-tian's sucking force. It could only watch Shen-tian suck it dry and become an empty shell. Burp. After about 5 minutes, Shen-tian burped. The divine binding vine had been sucked dry, and only its empty shell was left on the ground. It had never imagined that a human would actually suck it to death. Had it a second chance, it would definitely not provoke such a monster. Such delicious divine binding vine. I respect you as the sweetest amongst all my enemies. Shen-tian licked clean the last drop of juice on the corner of his mouth. Its taste was like a vegetable salad, sour and sweet with the fragrance of grass and trees. One had to say, although the juice's appearance was unappealing, it tasted really good. After storing the divine binding vine's empty shell into his Archean ring, Shen-tian turned to look at the other divine binding vine. The other divine binding vine instantly trembled vigorously, spread out the lower half of its body, the roots, and escaped toward the spirit fog. Save me. Someone wants to eat vines. Shen Tian grinned. Who told you not to listen when I told you not to provoke me? Binding me up? Now it's already too late to think of escaping. Just obediently, let me eat you and give me all of your essences. Shen Tian retrieved the originally bound Lotus shooting gun back into his hands. He snorted and shouted loudly, "Black Rhino armor!" After sucking dry the divine binding vine's juices, Shen Tian felt that his condition could not be better. His divinity, which had been consumed earlier, had already recovered, while his dantian was filled to the brim. Currently, Shen Tian was in a hurry for a hearty battle so that he could vent the excess energy in his body. The cool black divine lightning armor covered Shen Tian's body, making him seem as mighty as an invincible general that descended from the sky. He gradually lifted the Lotus shooting gun in his hand, and the black tortoise 9 divine lightning slowly enveloped the Lotus shooting gun. Decimate my opponents with the relentless force of a raging waterfall. 1. See my maelstrom spear. 2. At that moment, a powerful lightning aura enveloped Shen Tian's whole body. The black rhino armor enveloped Shen Tian's body, covering the black tortoise armor's appearance completely. Besides Shen Tian, no one else knew he wore the black tortoise armor underneath. You've actually forced me to use my last resort. You're quite powerful. However, it's time for you to surrender. Shen Tian chased after that divine binding vine swiftly. Under the black tortoise armor and black rhino armor protection, even a golden core divine binding vine was unable to break through his defenses. Since you can't break through my defenses, then it's my turn to beat you up. I'll definitely eat you up. An extremely strange scene appeared within the spirit fog. In the other places of Fog City, the cultivators stayed within a defensive barrier, carefully guarding against the concealed divine binding vines. Meanwhile, Shen Tian, a Foundation Establishment cultivator, was chasing a golden core divine binding vine, and his eyes were also shining. That golden core divine binding vine was almost stunned from shock. Didn't the mother vine say we'd be the hunters? How come there's such a frightening human in Fog City that actually dares to suck us instead? Help! Big brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, I'm about to die. That divine binding vine used its roots to take seductive steps as it ran for its life in front. Shen Tian in the black rhino armor held the maelstrom spear in his hand and chased the divine binding vine. At that moment, he felt like a deity that had descended, and killing the divine binding vine was as simple as killing an ant. Foul beast, you dare to commit crimes and harm human lives, today I'll teach you a lesson. I'll forget about it this time. You must be obedient the next time. Fuck, I've already said I'll forget it this time. How could you ambush me? Ganging up on me? Shameless. It's you who has forced me. Black rhino armor dismantle, black tortoise 9 armor, fusion. Black lightning filled Shen Tian's entire body, as divine lightning gathered to form another layer of extremely pure black tortoise armor. The double defense protected him as he ran toward the opposite direction. 9 divine binding vines, which were hundreds of meters long, were chasing after him. The divine binding vine that was originally frightened to death was extremely joyful now. Shen Tian was in a panic this time. Fuck. Aren't I not black anymore? My halo is already this green, so why would I still attract so many of them at once? Logically speaking, I'm only in the Foundation Establishment stage, so it's already excessive for a golden core divine binding vine to come after me, not to mention 9 of them. Did the freaking aggro system break down? Upon sensing the 9 powerful auras behind him, Shen Tian unleashed the positioning prejudgment technique he had obtained from playing Honor of Kings in his previous life to the extreme. Spin, jump, block, occasionally turn back, and attack. After a minute, the divine binding vines wrapped his black tortoise armor tightly as if it was a rice dumpling. Although Shen Tian wanted to continue biting the divine binding vines and suck them dry one by one, they seemed to be prepared and did not give him such a chance at all. When Shen Tian opened his mouth to bite, the other 8 outside of the black tortoise armor fell in formation. As long as he dared to extend his head out of the black tortoise armor, they would whip him with the vines. One had to say that such a shameless tactic rendered Shen Tian unable to do anything. He was extremely upset. Sigh. I was really too impulsive just now. I did not resist the delicious vine's temptation and was not cautious enough. I'm surrounded by golden core divine binding vines completely now. If there is a next time, I definitely won't do it again. Shen Tian could only absorb spirit stones to keep his shield up and try his best to last. When the chance and the fortuitous opportunity scene arrived, Then he would get out of this predicament and be safe. Just when Shen-tian tried his best to absorb the spirit stones to block the divine binding vine's whips, a woman's flirtatious voice echoed among the divine binding vines. Who would have thought that there was such an exceedingly handsome young man in Fog City? Ha ha, he's worthy enough for me, as his extraordinary appearance is no different than a revered immortal's. Children, bring him back. After I transcend the tribulation and enter the saint realm, I'll grant him the title of my holy concubine. I'll possess him, whip him, and suck him dry. When Shen-tian heard the first half, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, his face darkened due to the second half. This is your attitude after seeing a handsome man? Forget the possessing, what's with the whipping? What's even worse is after possessing and whipping, you want to suck me dry. It's too much. It's simply ruthless and heartless. Indeed, a demon is a demon. It has no humanity. Help, someone, save me. There's a licentious 1,000-year demon after an underage boy. Chapter 142, Last till Master Celestial Turn the Tide. At Fog City, Hidden Fog Country's royal palace. The huge array formation covering the whole palace was trembling non-stop. Over 10 300-meter-long divine binding vines were crazily whipping the array formation. Numerous cultivators were standing within the array formation, and despair was written all over their faces as they raised their heads to look at the divine binding vines. Back when they had been heading the fog plain in search of treasures, in all those cultivators' minds, the divine binding vines had been heaven-sent fortuitous opportunities. Every divine binding vine counted as a supreme-grade treasure of the same stage, and it could be sold at an exorbitant price after being refined into a divine binding rope. Most importantly, if one encountered divine binding vines in the wild, it would not matter whether one was no match for it, as they just had to leave the divine binding vine's attacking range. However, today, as the divine binding vine seeds smashed into Fog City, everything overturned everyone's imagination. Nascent soul divine binding vines, something one might see once in hundreds of years, appeared this time, and over 10 of them at that. In addition, each nascent soul divine binding vine's battle prowess outmatched the normal nascent soul cultivators by far. The nascent soul cultivators in the Hidden Fog Country's royal palace also felt that they were no match for them. If it weren't for the divine firmament saint's help at the crucial moment, the whole palace would most probably be in danger by now. The Hidden Fog Country's king also stood among the crowd, and his body was trembling uncontrollably. Son. Saintess. The fog plane has been stable and normal these thousands of years, but why did such a fearsome change occur during this fog tide period? Zhang Yanqi shook her head calmly. I also don't know, but what I can confirm is that someone is definitely manipulating these divine binding vines behind the scenes. As she spoke, she looked toward the thick spirit fog solemnly. I wonder if Junior Brother has escaped safely. The king of the Hidden Fog Country wanted to continue asking, but Zhang Yanqi directly interrupted him. The Hidden Fog Country's array formation is unable to last for very long. She took out many array discs from her inner spatial ring. I need the cooperation of all supremacies and perfected ones. Only by concentrating everyone's power to set a divine firmament's lightning protective array can we have a ray of hope of survival. Zhang Yanqi quickly placed the array discs within each corner of the palace and instructed the many supremacies and perfected ones to join hands and set up the array. At the same time, she wished for Shen-tian's well-being in her heart. Junior Brother, you must last, I'll come to find you quickly. On the other side, Qin Yundi, Qin Gao, and the others had also found shelter in the palace. That was because they had a large number of lightning explosion talismans and demon-penetrating guns to clear the way. As such, they were not seriously injured. At the same time, they stood together with many cultivators, who had escaped by the skin of one's teeth, absorbing spirit stones and resting. Among those cultivators, many were crying. They were jubilant over being able to escape death. Although it was said that cultivators were indifferent, that was only toward mortals, just like a lion would ignore the emotions of rabbits. Nonetheless, when they themselves experienced the life-or-death test, few cultivators could stay indifferent. They were mostly no different from ordinary people. Now that they escaped with their lives, many of them recalled the rumors going around in the city these 2 days. In the rumors, that so-called Master Celestial, who could see the future, had already predicted this. He had said that Fog City would undergo a drastic change shortly and had advised every fated person to leave this place. Unfortunately, everyone had been blinded by the greed of the so-called opportunities and basically had not left very far. Even if a part half believed, half doubted Master Celestial, They had only left Fog Town and retreated to Fog City. Plenty of people had even been spreading rumors about Master Celestial, saying he had been planning to take a fortuitous opportunity all to himself. However, facts proved that a fearsome calamity had indeed befallen the Fog Plain. Fog Town's cultivators had long been wiped out, while the ones in Fog City were completely surrounded. In but an instant, countless people felt regretful. They regretted not listening and leaving back then. A few cultivators among the crowd looked at the remaining lightning explosion talismans in their hands and started tearing up. They were all fated people that had put their trust in Shen-tian and had used half of their fortuitous opportunities in exchange for lightning explosion talismans. As a result, they had used the lightning explosion talismans to explode their way to escape while facing those divine binding vines during the earlier chaotic period. Although they had not killed those divine binding vines, the large amount of lightning explosion talismans still slowed down the divine binding vines chase. Sometimes, such a short delay was the critical factor that decided one's life or death. In the end, these fated people successfully escaped into the hidden Fog Country's royal palace and temporarily survived safely. To them, Master Celestial was already their benefactor. At the same time, the mysterious Master Celestial had also become their last glimmer of hope. I thank Master Celestial for giving me the talismans. If not for Master Celestial's warning and his talismans, I would have already died by now. Master Celestial had looked into the future and warned us to save our lives, but we did not believe him. We really deserve to die. Master Celestial did not hesitate to endure the heavenly Tao's backlash for us to have a chance of survival. His actions could move even the heavens. Master Celestial, we know that we're wrong. Please, help us kill these demons. I still have an 80-year-old mother back at home. Brother Song, Brother Lu, Brother Zhen, Brother Xiang, aren't you the seniors of our favored ones group? Do you know where Master Celestial is? Shopkeeper Song and others felt anxious upon hearing everyone's questions. Could they tell these fellows that they had already gotten separated from Master Celestial? Fortunately, Zhang Yanxi, in her white tiger clear light armor suit and with her white tiger sword in hand, walked toward them coldly. She emitted a powerful aura and said calmly, Master Celestial has already headed into the depths of the Fog Plain alone. I believe you've already realized that there's definitely a mastermind manipulating everything from behind the scenes. Thus, Master Celestial has already headed there to fight with the mastermind. Now that it has come to this, we need to believe in Master Celestial and guard this palace, the last safe place, properly. Whoever doesn't want to die, pluck up your courage and try your best to help me to set up the array formation. One had to admit that Zhang Yanxi was indeed an independent female warrior. Not only was she powerful, but she was also proficient in commanding subordinates. When facing fearsome dangers, the most important thing was to ensure morale stability. Only with morale stability could everyone's strength be gathered to form a miracle. Otherwise, once emotions, such as despair and fear, exploded within people, it would only result in death. Although Zhang Yanxi did not know where Shen-tian was, she had to use Shen-tian as the mainstay to pull everyone together. True enough, her words indeed helped many cultivators, who were shivering from fear, to calm down. They stopped recalling the tragic side of the cultivators whose essence energy had been sucked dry and overcame the fear of death. That's right. Master Celestial, who had no need to take the risk, was also battling now. So, how could they directly give up on resisting? They had to last, their defense line could definitely not be breached. They only had to wait until Master Celestial annihilated the demon behind everything, then they could survive. Once the desire for survival took root within their hearts, all the cultivators recollected themselves and surpassed their limits, unleashing more power. That was the potential of humans. Unbeknownst to them, Master Celestial, their pillar, was indeed in the Fog Plain's depths. However, it was not for saving everyone or something like killing some shockingly powerful demon. 9 divine binding vines had him wrapped like a rice dumpling instead. And, they waited to offer him to the mother vine as a male concubine. He was currently like a cat on a hot tin roof. Chapter 143, God-Fiend Body Tempering, Transcendence Stage. The thick spirit fog enshrouded every nook and cranny of the Fog Plain, and silence prevailed everywhere. Meanwhile, 4 divine binding vines dashed through the plain seductively as if their lives depended on it. 2 divine binding vines in front leading the way, the other 2 divine binding vines followed behind. They were using their vines to weave a cage. The person locked up in that cage was none other than Shen-tian, who was wearing his black tortoise armor, as well as an additional layer of black tortoise armor. His defensive capabilities were unmatched. Although an immovable and indestructible armor protected him and these divine binding vines were unable to do anything to him temporarily, Shen Tian was still in a panic state. The vines wanted to bring him to the mastermind manipulating them, the old female demon that called herself the Mother Vine. It was an existence that could casually send out over 10 mutated nascent soul divine binding vines, and its cultivation level was unfathomable. If they really handed him to the Mother Vine, his black tortoise armors would not stand a chance before it. No, I cannot just sit and wait for my doom. I must overcome this predicament. Shen Tian observed the vine cage weaved by thick and large vines, and he suddenly thought of a solution. The divine binding vine was widely known as an extremely tough plant. It was difficult for even superior-grade Dharma artifacts to chop off the vines. The powerful weapons Shen Tian carried on his person were only the Lotus shooting gun, purple golden hammer, sword master token, and jade water sword. Previously, Shen Tian had obtained a long whip in the celestial water immortal abode, but as the grade was too high, Shen Tian was unable to use it until now. Thus, to Shen Tian, the practical use of that whip was not high, at least not as useful as Dharma artifacts like purple golden hammer. To chop off these vines, I need to use a sharp weapon, so the purple golden hammer does not fulfill the requirement. The Lotus shooting gun is a middle-grade spirit artifact, but it's a pity that it's more suitable for charging and piercing, instead of slashing or chopping. Shen Tian seemed to be deep in thought. So, the most suitable for slashing the divine binding vine is still the jade water sword that Lionel gifted me. Shen Tian put his thought into action, so he pulled out the jade water sword and slashed toward that vine cage suddenly. The blade looked just like blue water as it was swung. Clang! The jade water sword slashed deeply into one of the divine binding vines, but it was unable to continue once it was halfway through. At the same time, the divine binding vine was extremely flexible, and just when Shen Tian was prepared to pull out the sword, he realized that it was tightly stuck. If he did not pull his sword back and retreat into his black tortoise barrier in time, the divine binding vines might snatch his jade water sword. Shen Tian's attacks made divine binding vines binding tighter, and divine emblems started to appear on the vine surfaces. Those divine emblems were the divine binding vines' innate talent, as well as their energy circuit route, which allowed their bodies to become even tougher. It was because the vines had the divine emblems' protection that even the jade water sword was unable to slice through its body. Seeing that his all-out attack did not work, Shen Tian could not help but frown. These demons are too troublesome to deal with. What should I do? What can I do to strengthen the jade water sword's power? If the Swordmaster token could still be used, Shen Tian would not be this worried as he could escape with just the slash of a sword. Unfortunately, when facing the nascent soul divine binding vine, Shen Tian had already used the Swordmaster token once. The Swordmaster token was still absorbing the spirit stones to replenish and store energy. At least another 2 hours were needed before its cooldown ended. The problem was that what if 2 hours later they had already moved him where the Mother Vine was? By then, even the Swordmaster token would be useless. Suddenly, Shen Tian recalled a previous thought, which led to a bright idea. In the 21st century, humanity had developed an extremely fearsome cutting tool, the water jet cutter. The principle behind it was to apply ultra-high pressure to water, then release the water through an extremely small nozzle to form a rapid water flow. Although the water flow speed was so fast that the amount of kinetic energy needed was astonishing, it could easily slice through bluestone and steel. Back when Shen Tian had obtained the first essence heavy water, he had thought of forming it into the shape of a longsword. Although its speed might not be extremely fast, its high mass would make it fearsome, nonetheless. Shen Tian had discovered that the difficulty of shaping the first essence heavy water into such a meticulous weapon was just too high. On the other hand, it was extremely easy to attach the first essence heavy water onto the purple golden hammer surface and simply enhance its heavy strikes. That was also the reason Shen Tian had chosen to use the purple golden hammer when researching his killer move. However, Shen Tian now had to break through his own limits while facing the vine cage. Only by successfully attaching the first essence heavy water onto the jade water sword's blade could he have a chance to escape. Shen Tian took a deep breath and patted his kidney slightly, mobilizing quite the amount of first essence heavy water. He tried his best to attach the first essence heavy water onto the jade water sword's blade and suppressed it into the thinnest state. Nevertheless, no matter how he tried, he was unable to successfully form the jade water sword's blade's sharpness. There seemed to be a barrier that was stopping Shen Tian from reaching such a realm. Just what did he lack? Shen Tian frowned. Why do I feel that the first essence heavy water is not this obedient now? The first essence heavy water was crazily attracted to him and had merged with him when he had first encountered it. But even after such a long time, he was still unable to perfectly control the first essence heavy water. Wait a second. Shen Tian was suddenly enlightened. He recalled that when he had circulated the Lightning Emperor body tempering art, the first essence heavy water had immediately caused an uprising. Only after changing back to the Tinder body tempering art did the first essence heavy water calm down. That was to say, the Tinder Sutra could subdue the first essence heavy water. As such, if he cultivated the Tinder Sutra and officially broke through the body tempering stage, wouldn't his control over the first essence heavy water increase greatly? Shen Tian believed that his speculation was highly possible. Since the demons have already trapped me, rather than just sitting and doing nothing, why not take a chance? At that thought, Shen Tian took bags of spirit stones out of his Archean ring and started devouring spirit chi crazily. At the same time, he took out divine binding vines and started sucking their juices that were filled with rich energy. Shen Tian's body instinct screamed at him that sucking those divine binding vines' juices would be advantageous to his breakthrough. The spirit stones turned into powder one by one, while the divine binding vines were sucked dry of their spirit chi until only their empty shells remained. All the cells and acupoints in his whole body were resonating as if undergoing the transition of the energy. Shen Tian could feel that his physical body had been strengthened to the maximum. The chi and blood in his body were like mercury, letting out rumbling sounds when moving around, like that of a huge surging river. His muscles, veins, and nerves were all trembling vigorously, powerful and dynamic. It was as if a fierce tiger was in his heart, roaring at the forest. Shen Tian took a deep breath as his body was emitting a red chi aura. That was the body tempering chi aura, the sign of one breaking through the body tempering stage and almost entering the transcendence stage. Only by refining one's physical body to the extreme could one gather and form pure aura essence energy. This chi aura had the feature of extreme firmness and yang, and it was the nemesis of all kinds of demons and heretics. If foundation establishment was the first step chi refinement cultivators took toward cultivation to immortality, then the transcendence stage was the turning point of God-fiend body tempering. Only by forming body tempering chi aura could one be counted as a real God-fiend body tempering cultivator. At that moment, Shen Tian broke through to such a stage and entered a whole new world. Chi aura could now refine his body, strengthening it and allowing it to transcend the mundane. Thus, this stage's name, Transcendence. Chapter 144, Eat You All Up. Shen Tian's long accumulated spur pierced through his bottleneck, and he felt as if unlimited potential was unleashed throughout his body, surging like a river. Meanwhile, Shen Tian's body emitted more and more crimson-red body tempering chi aura like a fiery flame. Shen Tian's chi was so turbulent and potent that his Tinder Sutra converted to body tempering chi aura using his. Being able to form such body tempering chi aura meant that God-fiend body tempering cultivators also had means of long-range attacks. Although it could not be compared to foundation establishment cultivators controlling flying swords that could kill enemies 100 steps away, they would be invincible within a 10-meter radius as they could control their chi aura freely. This was God-fiend cultivators' real extraordinary method of attack. The flame-like chi aura enveloping Shen Tian's body continued to turn thicker and higher. They rose with the wind, instantly reaching tens of meters tall, like actual flames. Normally, the chi aura of normal God-fiend cultivators would be around 3 meters when breaking through to the transcendence stage. Only the chi aura of God-fiend geniuses, who were well prepared and had bountiful resources, might reach around 10 meters. Concurrently, the chi aura of Grotto Heavens and Sacred Ground's true disciples could reach more than 15 meters. The height of one's chi aura that was gathered the moment one reached the transcendence stage would represent their talent to a certain degree. The higher one's chi aura was, the more steady a God-fiend cultivator's foundation in the body tempering stage was. In the future, when the chi aura refined the 5 internal organs of the God-fiend cultivator, it would be easier. On the contrary, if one's foundation was unstable, it would be difficult to achieve greater heights. Currently, Shen Tian's chi aura was already about 15 meters tall, and it was still rising rapidly. As he gathered his chi aura, Shen Tian took divine binding vines out of his Archean ring and devoured them like they were sugarcanes. This spectacle made the 4 divine binding vines looking at Shen Tian run even faster. They had to hurry and hand this human to the mother vine, or else they felt like he would devour them. Upon sensing that the 4 divine binding vines' speed increased, Shen Tian also tried forming the chi aura even faster. The so-called body tempering chi aura was actually the cultivator's divinity. It was highly compressed, thus giving the feature of extreme firmness and yang. In battles, this feature could allow God-fiend cultivators to release the chi aura out of their bodies and unleash attacks, such as the chi aura bomb. As for cultivating, it could permeate within the cultivator's body accurately and directly refine the cultivator's internal organs precisely. The cultivator's internal organs would be significantly strengthened through the refinement and nourishment of the chi aura. Not only would it be harder for the cultivator to be injured during battles as the internal organs would be able to receive heavier blows, but it could also further strengthen the cultivator's physical body by replenishing what the human body lacked from the roots. Thus, using the chi aura to refine one's internal organs was the transcendence stage's primary goal. Only by refining one's internal organs to the degree of being indestructible could they cultivate the powers of using physical strength to penetrate dharmic powers from within and outside. As more spirit stones turned into powder and more divine binding vines were sucked until only a layer of skin was left, Shen Tian finally felt that his body's hunger was temporarily satiated. He was unable to continue eating. Presently, the chi aura on his body's surface was dark red, and it had already exceeded 30 meters. When the chi aura touched the divine binding vines, the divine binding vine skin started to burn. The divine binding vines were vigorously struggling as it was evident they detested such a chi aura. Shen Tian opened his eyes, and it seemed like pupils contained blazing flames. He could feel that he was filled with power now, so much that he could kill a soul formation cultivator in one blow. Of course, if there was a soul formation cultivator here, then take it as he did not say anything. Shen Tian gradually stretched out his right hand, and the silver first essence heavy water wrapped around his fingertip as if it was dancing. Shen Tian sensed that his control over the first essence heavy water within him had significantly increased. Initially, he could only attach the first essence heavy water on his fist at best or use 9 divine lightning to be able to hurt enemies. However, Shen Tian could easily control the first essence heavy water if he wanted to now. The first essence heavy water was instantly condensed into a thin and long line with a gentle pull, which shone with a silvery light. Although it quickly fell apart after reaching its thickness limits, it was many times more stable than previously. Shen Tian even felt that he could directly use the first essence heavy water to form the weapon if he broke through once more. Let's not think so far, and focus on escaping first. Shen Tian took a deep breath and pulled out the jade water sword. The sword shone brightly, flashing with the reflection of light like it was water. It's a good sword, indeed. Shen Tian held the jade water sword in his right hand, and with his left hand, he gently covered the blade with first essence heavy water. The jade water sword was enshrouded in a silvery white liquid layer, looking even sharper and dangerous now. Shen Tian's eyes turned cold, and his chi aura suddenly started burning throughout his whole body as he unleashed inexhaustible strength. That was a dharmic formulation that was recorded in the Tinder Sutra. It could allow one's strength to increase twofold by burning one's chi aura. It was also one of the all-in battling methods unique to God-fiend cultivators in the transcendence stage. Once used, it would cause serious side effects and injuries. Since he was practically burning life essence energy, using too much of it at once would inevitably result in a deterioration of the physical body. Nevertheless, when facing a death crisis, Shen Tian naturally did not have any other better choices. He could only burn his chi aura and have a life or death battle with these demons that liked shipping people. Boom! Shen Tian absorbed the chi aura back into his body and unleashed inexhaustible power. At that moment, all his muscles bulged instantly, while his hair stood upright. A crimson-red light shone from within his body, making the black tortoise armor he was wearing also glow. At the same time, Shen Tian lifted the jade water sword, whose blade was enhanced with the crimson chi aura and first essence heavy water, and then slashed heavily toward the fleeing divine binding vines. The jade water sword unleashed a 10-meter-long sword aura. Clang! At that instant, the jade water sword was so sharp it seemed to be unstoppable, and its sword aura chopped off the extremely tough divine binding vines in half. They were like paper, juices oozed out in all directions as they were sliced apart by the jade water sword in Shen Tian's hands. Shen Tian let out a long roar and shot out of the huge divine binding vine cage as if a ferocious tiger was coming out of the mountain. His burning chi aura's power made him feel like he was on drugs. The word fatigue seemed foreign to him, and all he wanted was to keep on venting his strength. Boom! Shen Tian also summoned his huge purple golden hammer and held it in his right hand. He pointed the hammer into the sky, and black lightning instantly gathered to form a huge black tortoise avatar, dominating those divine binding vines. Duang! Among the 10 divine beasts, The black tortoise was originally in existence whose special trait was suppression. The black tortoise avatar became much clearer as it steadily pressed down on the divine binding vines, while the 3-meter-long purple golden hammer struck the divine binding vines, directly smashing them to the ground and stunning them. In the next second, Shen-Tian's left hand, holding the jade water sword, slashed down, slicing this divine binding vines into two, and green juices splashed everywhere. The divine binding vines, which were superior to a human golden core cultivator, did not last even 3 minutes under Shen-Tian's full-out state of burning chi aura. Feel my wrath. Shen-Tian grabbed half of a divine binding vine that was on the ground and bit it. Gulp, gulp, gulp. As Shen-Tian devoured the sour and sweet juice, it was quickly refined into the purest form of energy and surged throughout his entire body. The flames enveloping Shen-Tian's body also seemed to have obtained fuel and started burning more vigorously. The spirit fog could no longer influence his divine consciousness and sense of vision. Shen-Tian slowly wiped the juices off the corner of his mouth. Locking me up, after playing the bondage game for so long. You must be very happy, right? Now, I'm going to eat you all up. Chapter 145, Stuck by Lightning in Foundation Establishment Stage? The sight of the overly arrogant Shen-Tian, whose body was covered with fiery flames, scared the remaining 3 divine binding vines out of their wits. How were they going to fight against him? The human before them was wearing the black tortoise armor, their attacks could not break through his defense at all. What was more ridiculous was that the divine binding vine's body toughness was unmatched. It was difficult for even Dharma artifacts to slice them apart, yet to Shen-Tian, it was just like chewing sugarcane. It was as if he didn't feel pressured at all and was enjoying a meal. The vines could not defeat Shen-Tian through battling, nor could they beat him in a battle of biting. Originally, they could use their advantage of numbers to restrain him, but they were unable to do even that now. This human was only at the foundation establishment stage, but his speed, strength, and defense were all through the roof, and each piece of equipment he wore was better than the previous one. He was both powerful and wealthy, so wasn't he bullying the vines? Shen-Tian's hair was still standing, meaning he was still in the full-out state. Thus, the divine binding vines chose to escape without hesitation and simultaneously used their vines to smack the ground. Then their vines' branches pounced at Shen-Tian like pythons. Shen-Tian snarled, "Yes, come at me." He charged toward those vines with the purple golden hammer and jade water sword in his hands while circulating all of his dharmic powers and chi aura. Boom! The purple golden hammer smashed onto the vines heavily, but Shen-Tian did not sense a bit of resistance at all. The divine binding vine's branches had directly broken. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 3 main bodies of the divine binding vines had already gone all out in controlling their roots and ran toward the spirit fog's depths. Oh, my mother vine! This human is so powerful, and we can't defeat him. Don't kill us. Help! We're going to die. The intelligence of plant-type demons was far lower than humans, and it was even lower than those beast demons of the same stage. The intelligence of a golden core divine binding vine was equal to a young child. After seeing that Shen-Tian had annihilated so many of their comrades, how would they still dare to continue fighting with him? They simply ran away and instantly disappeared from Shen-Tian's line of sight. Originally Shen-Tian was prepared to chase the 3 divine binding vines that escaped. Although their appearance was not desirable, their taste was mouth-watering. However, Shen-Tian recalled the consequences of chasing after the divine binding vine previously and instantly stopped. Forget it. It's too dangerous in this fog plane. It's more important to go somewhere safe and stay low to survive. What if he encountered another nascent soul divine binding vine while chasing after the vines? Shen-Tian could not guarantee that he could escape once again. There were many ways to increase one's strength in the road of cultivation, but one only had one life, so safety was first. Not being cautious in adventuring would result in certain death. Shen-Tian decided not to care about other things and leave the fog plane first. As long as he left the area enshrouded by the spirit fog, he could use the Saint token to inform the Divine Firmament Sacred Grounds elders. By then, with all of Divine Firmament Sacred Grounds' powerful being, Shen-Tian believed that no matter how strong the mastermind behind this was, it would not be able to win against a whole sacred ground. After devouring a large amount of divine binding vine juice, Shen-Tian discovered that the influence on his spiritual power and sense of vision in the spirit fog had decreased. Currently, he could already see hundreds of meters away through the spirit fog, and his spiritual power could control Dharma artifacts and talismans to help in battling again. He could also barely use the sword Kinesis Flight, but he could not go too fast as it would be tragic if he collided with a mountain. The Lotus shooting gun was under Shen Tian's feet, his right hand was holding the purple golden hammer, his left hand was holding the jade water sword, the black tortoise armor was covering his whole body, and the black tortoise shield was on his back. The 8 yin-yang demon-penetrating guns floated around Shen Tian and were ready to shoot at any time. Shen Tian was armed to the teeth and fearless as long as no nascent soul being were present. The only thing that troubled Shen Tian was that although he could see hundreds of meters through the spirit fog, the fog plane was simply too huge, way larger than just a few hundred meters. Shen Tian stepped on the Lotus shooting gun and headed toward the fog plane's outer perimeter. In the end, he was still unable to fly out of the area enshrouded by the spirit fog. He remembered that the 3 vines had not walked this far away. What was ridiculous was that the further Shen Tian flew, he realized that thick black clouds had actually appeared on top of his head. He could vaguely see lightning jumping within the black clouds, like purple divine dragons that were giving off an impressive aura. That kind of aura belonged to a highly dignified supreme being and made one have the impulse of wanting to lower their head and kowtow. It was extremely powerful. As Shen Tian cultivated the 5 heavenly lightning cultivation technique, he had sensed that it was the unique aura of heavenly tribulation. At that moment, Shen Tian was astounded. How was it possible? Why would a heavenly tribulation appear on top of his head? One should know that normally, heavenly tribulation would only occur after late-stage soul formation cultivators were close to breaking through. The heavenly tribulation could refine the cultivator's physical body, strengthening their body and forming heavenly aura. However, why would the heavenly tribulation clouds appear in the fog plane and on top of my head? Is it possible that I'm the extremely rare talent that is seen in the cultivation world, needing to transcend the tribulation just at the foundation establishment stage? Such a setting is simply too commonly used. Is it possible that just because I'm the peerless genius of this era, with extraordinary temperament and astonishing talent, that I must be discriminated against by the heavenly Tao? At that thought, Shen Tian silently stopped and hopped off his Lotus shooting gun. He also put away all the demon-penetrating guns floating around him. He had to stay far away from any metal-type items, try his best not to stand in any open space, and find suitable shelter as soon as possible during lightning days. That was what his primary school teacher had taught him. Shen Tian comforted himself, "Don't be too nervous, don't worry. What if this heavenly tribulation isn't mine?" The most pressing matter now was to hurry and find a shelter, or else it would be too dangerous. Shen Tian started running within the spirit fog with his back bent until he could finally see a mountain valley vaguely. He was elated and hurriedly ran toward that mountain valley. At the same time, he wore the phoenix feather mask. The clouds filled with lightning had already become thicker as if lightning would strike any moment. The more protective equipment, the better. The mountain valley was huge. It was thousands of meters in height alone, vaguely piercing into the sky. Its breadth was astonishing as well. Shen Tian could not see the ends of the mountain valley at all, it was a long vast stretch. It was also unknown if it was due to the heavenly tribulation's influence, but the spirit fog within the valley was not very thick. It was instead extremely thin. Shen Tian used his sword to dig a hole halfway up the mountain valley and hid inside completely. He then used the stones outside to block the entrance. After finishing, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Now there should not be any more accidents after so many precautions. Shen Tian firmly believed that this lightning tribulation was definitely not his. Even if Foundation establishment cultivators needed to undergo lightning tribulation, it should be a weaker lightning tribulation. Given the lightning's intensity in the sky, it was not something a Foundation establishment cultivator could endure. Impossible. Even if it were a nascent soul supremacy, they would instantly turn into ash from being smitten by the lightning within the clouds. Evidently, the lightning tribulation was someone else's, and it would be fine if he was not implicated in it. Shen Tian lay in the cave and finally relaxed. He was completely exhausted. He took out spirit stones to recover his condition back to its peak and sliced a few divine binding vines into two to drink their juices. It had been a long time since he could enjoy a cozy life, it was just that simple. However, Shen Tian felt like he had overlooked something. And suddenly, a shiver ran down his spine. He knew what he had overlooked. OMG. Since that's not my lightning tribulation, then whose is it? He remembered that the Mother Vine had said she would possess him once she succeeded in surviving the tribulation. So, the lightning tribulation is actually directed at the Mother Divine Binding Vine because she is about to enter the Saint Realm? But why would the Mother Divine Binding Vine's lightning tribulation be on top of me? SSSSS tilde. Shen Tian thought of a frightening possibility. Is it possible that the Mother Vine was nearby? It can't be that I chose the wrong direction when using sword kinesis flight just now. After pressing forward with an indomitable will, I headed straight into the demon nest. Chapter 146, The Soap Opera Love Between Human and Demon. That mere idea astounded Shen Tian. WTF? I'm already not black anymore, right? Why am I still this unlucky? No, I must hurry and escape before I'm noticed. At that thought, he opened a hole on the top of the cave and left it. He did not dare to use sword kinesis flight anymore because the spirit fog could evidently not stop the divine binding vines. If Shen Tian directly used sword kinesis flight, he would most likely be pulled down from midair by the divine binding vine. If this was really the divine binding vine's lair, it would result in quite the tragic ending in case the divine binding vines bound him there. Shen Tian tied the phoenix feather mask closer to his face and tried to conceal his presence even more. He tried his best to conceal all of his human aura and left silently. He bent his back and swiftly rushed out of the mountain valley, escaping steadily. However, at that moment, a bantering voice resounded. "Ha, you've finally come." This voice was so gentle and enchanting that it made one fall into an ecstatic mood. It reverberated throughout every corner of the valley, crystal clear. That's right. It was the Mother Vine's voice, the same one Shen Tian had heard previously. Shen Tian was instantly dumbfounded. "I'm already this careful, so how did you discover me? Are you a dog? Am I really going to be bound, possessed, and sucked dry by this Mother Vine that is thousands of years old?" Shen Tian was not resigned to his fate and decided not to yield to it even at the cost of his death. Unexpectedly, a radiant sun suddenly rose up from the spirit fog enshrouded mountain valley. Its rays' brightness was peerless, and it emitted a magnificent light and heat that could blind one's eyes. An enraged voice echoed from within the huge sun. "Lu Ji, you've broken our agreement. Is it possible that you want to have a battle with me?" Upon hearing the voice from the huge sun, Shen Tian heaved a sigh of relief. So, this Mother Vine was not talking to me. That's right, as compared to the Mother Vine, Shen Tian's cultivation level was so weak he was just like an ant to Mother Vine. In addition, with the phoenix feather mask to conceal his aura, it was extremely difficult for others to discover him. However, the two powerful beings were currently in opposition, and their powerful aura had engulfed the whole mountain valley. Shen Tian did not dare to act rashly, or else he would be annihilated the moment he was discovered. He carefully hid behind a stone and tried his best to conceal his presence. He silently murmured in his heart, "I am a stone, I am a stone." Immediately after, he felt that the whole ground was trembling. It was like a huge python was squirming at the bottom of the mountain valley. A clear vibration sound could be heard from throughout the mountain valley, and numerous gravel fell from the mountain valley. Shen Tian could even feel that something huge was squirming under him. His body was moving up and down because of that humongous vine. Evidently, the whole bottom of the mountain valley had been covered by the body of the Mother Vine. Her vines had already occupied the whole underground, almost transforming the Spirit Fog Mountain Valley into her absolute domain. The enchanting voice resounded in the mountain valley once again. "Qian Yang, why are you this angry? There's really no need to be." Just as she finished, a humongous 300-meter-long black vine pillar rose up from the mountain valley's center. A gorgeous beauty stood on it. That woman wore greenish-black vine armor, which barely covered her private places, and her pure white skin was almost completely exposed. Her figure was extremely sexy, and her waist was so thin and slender, shaking gently as if she was boneless. She was just like a fairy. She was such a stunning and alluring woman that it would even let people willing to be sucked dry by her. She stood on the vine pillar gracefully and winked toward that huge sun. "We're already so close, cut it out." A wooden table slowly rose up from the vine pillar. There were 2 cups on it with a milky liquid that gave off a rich fragrance. "This is the divine juice wine that I have spent 500 years making and refining. I know you like this the best." Lu Ji gently picked up the 2 cups, she drank one of them and threw the other one. The cup, which was filled with the fine wine, flew toward that great and best sun. However, before that cup could even get close to the huge and grand sun, it started burning in the air. The raging flames burned the fine wine into nothingness. Then, the huge sun gradually shrank, entering the body of a stalwart man. He was wearing a black cloth gown and had a dignified appearance and a beard. Behind him was a 1-meter-long broadsword. Currently, his hair was flying in the wind, while his face was filled with anger and coldness. "Lu Ji, Don't use such things to bribe me anymore. Lu Ji looked at Sword Venerable Qian Yang resentfully. Oh my, that's not what you said in the beginning. Back then, when you were still a small sword cultivator and encountered me, you would say my juice was the most delicious and that you could never have enough of it. So, now that you've become a mighty figure of the human race, you're giving me the cold shoulder because I'm a demon. Are you here to kill this demon? Sword Venerable Qian Yang's face turned red, but his tone had also softened. Lu Ji, those times have passed. If the human cultivators that barged into the fog plain to explore die due to their greediness, I won't stop you. However, today, why have you released so many mutated divine binding vines to attack Fog City? Do you really want to become the human's enemy? The smile on Lu Ji's face disappeared, and her gaze toward Sword Venerable Qian Yang also gradually turned cold. Oh? So you humans can barge into the fog plane at will to hunt divine binding vines, but I'm not allowed to kill humans? I just want to suck all the humans in Fog City dry. You can't stop me. Sword Venerable Qian Yang took a deep breath. So to say, there's no room for us to negotiate anymore? Lu Ji smiled charmingly. Who said there's no room for discussion? Today is the day I transcend the tribulation and enter the saint realm. After I survive the tribulation, I will be able to turn into a human and thus be able to live freely in this world. Qian Yang, didn't you love me in the past? How about I become your Tao companion after I become a human? By then, I can make wine for you and follow you to explore the whole eastern wilderness and southern border. Isn't it nice for us to travel around the world together? A cold shiver ran down Shen Tian's spine as he heard their conversation while hiding behind the stone. WTF? I never thought that this was Brother Zhao's master's taste. He actually dated this Mother Vine when he was young and still thinks of her constantly. Alright, Shen Tian knew that it was unsuitable to be thinking of such things in such a dangerous environment. However, his situation now was extremely awkward. He was unable to leave, so he could only try his best to keep a low profile and watch the show. He could sense that the feelings within Lu Ji's words were indeed real, and from Sword Venerable Qian Yang's eyes, it could be seen that he was having an internal struggle. It was obvious that those two definitely had an affair. In the end, Sword Venerable Qian Yang shook his head with determination. Impossible, your hands are filled with human blood. I definitely cannot accept you. Lu Ji scoffed. Oh? Just because I killed a few insatiably greedy people, you're looking down on me? Don't forget that even you humans kill each other, why aren't you able to accept it if it's me? Ha, in the end, it's because I'm of a different race. It's just you can't overcome the difference in our races. While speaking, Lu Ji's figure gradually disappeared. Qian Yang, you're simply too foolish. Since you don't like me killing people, I'll do just that for you to see. Today, after I survive the tribulation, I'll use humans as my sacrifice. I want to see how you can stop me today. Chapter 147, Ask the Heavens, Can you annihilate me? After listening to the Sword Venerable and Mother Vine conversation, Shen Tian was about to die from awkwardness. So this is the love story of a young sword cultivator and a little vine that met when small and fell in love. Then the young sword cultivator or his master was unable to accept them being together, and thus they were forcibly separated. Then hatred was born because of love for the little vine, thus hating the whole human race. Therefore, the little vine turned bad and caused troubles while focusing on killing people? OMG. Such a cliché and soap opera plot. Just how bad the screenwriter is to be able to write such a plot? If it were not for Shen Tian being unable to win against those two, he would have long gone out and talked some sense into them. The concept of love in the cultivation world is really freaking behind. The people in Fog City have been implicated in the love matters of these two. Have the both of you considered those innocent people's feelings, especially the feelings of those that were single? Shen Tian started complaining like crazy in his heart, but his body was steadily hidden behind the stone. No joke, even if he knew that the two beings in front of him were two tsundere people that had twisted concepts of love, it did not mean their strengths would decrease. They were powerful peak stage soul formation beings, especially Lu Ji, who was already transcending the tribulation. Once she succeeded, she would enter the tribulation transcendence stage and become a mighty peerless figure. If he jumped out there and told her, "Your concept of love is too freaking idiotic," then with just a whip of her vine, he would turn into mashed meat. Although Shen Tian felt that Lu Ji might not directly whip him to death due to his handsomeness, what should Shen Tian do if after she saw him, she fell in love with him and started pestering him? Although she was older by 3,000 years old and was powerful in terms of strength, her concept of love was too extreme. Shen Tian did not really like such a type. Why am I letting my imagination run wild again? Shen Tian continued enjoying the show behind the stone. On the other side, Sword Venerable Qian Yang and Lu Ji had also started their battle. The whole mountain valley was shaking, those vines that were even thicker than pillars had stretched out from all places in the mountain valley, stirring the ground up. The nascent soul divine binding vine that Shen Tian had seen previously was already as tall as 300 meters. He had been under the impression that it was gigantic, yet currently, each vine of Lu Ji's true body had already surpassed hundreds of meters. Also, her vines were not greenish-black but were more of an emerald green. The vines looked as if they had been carved from jade and looked crystal clear. Under the light of the blazing sun the sword Venerable Qian Yang had turned into, the vines were shining radiantly. Since you refuse to admit your mistake, I'll settle you today. Sword Venerable Qian Yang's eyes betrayed a shred of resolution as he pulled out the long broadsword behind him suddenly. In an instant, the vast and blazing sword aura enclosed the whole mountain valley, even a large amount of spirit fog had dispersed. Once again, a grand sun appeared in the skies, shining on the broad and huge divine sword Venerable Qian Yang was holding. Endless sky incinerating sword aura. Sword Venerable Qian Yang's body turned into a humongous sun, and the long broadsword in his hand had shot out a 300-meter-wide sword aura. He started fighting with Lu Ji, and sword aura was being released in all directions. However, he quickly discovered a horrifying fact: his sword was no match for Lu Ji. The broadsword's sharpness in Sword Venerable Qian Yang's hands could easily slice through the mountains and rivers, just one slash could split the Tianj River 300 meters in height. Meanwhile, only a cut that was a few meters deep was left on Lu Ji's vines. Although a wound that was a few feet deep sounded frightening, it was negligible to a 3,000-meter-long vine. It could only be counted as a superficial injury, not even slicing half of the vine. However, Lu Ji's outraged roar still resounded. You actually attacked me. All right, from today onward, our relationship is no more. I want you to see me slaughter the whole Fog City. The huge vines whipped Sword Venerable Qian Yang continuously, but he strenuously blocked them all. Nonetheless, even someone with cultivation as weak as Shen Tian's could see that Sword Venerable Qian Yang was on the losing end. That was because his sword aura realm kept on shrinking due to being suppressed by the huge vines, and he was unable to counterattack. Lu Ji sneered and said, Qian Yang, there's something I've never told you. Did you think that I'm just a normal divine binding vine? You're wrong then, as I'm actually a divine devouring vine. From the first time we met and each time we fought, I always lost on purpose. However, today, I'm not pretending anymore. I'll show you that you won't even be able to last one strike. After finishing, Lu Ji suddenly whipped her huge vine and instantly knocked Sword Venerable Qian Yang hundreds of meters away. This is your strength? You plan to use such a laughable strength to protect the human race you mentioned? Lu Ji mocked. Let me tell you, Qian Yang, you can't protect anyone. The crystal-clear jade-like vine suddenly whipped the broadsword in Sword Venerable Qian Yang's hands away. Immediately after, four thin vines pierced through the air and tightly bound Sword Venerable Qian Yang's limbs. In an instant, the soul formation Sword Venerable Qian Yang was tightly tied up in the air. At that moment, Divine Devouring Vine, which was ranked 9th in the spiritual wood list, revealed its unmatched ferocity. The enchanting woman figure appeared once again. She looked at Sword Venerable Qian Yang in a bantering manner and scoffed. So, this is your pride as a human? I'm a divine devouring vine, the supreme divine vine that can devour perfected immortals. Did you really think I was not your opponent and that you really suppressed me in the fog plane for thousands of years? Such a joke. I was just keeping a low profile to conceal my real strength. I just did not want to be discovered by the human race's real mighty beings. You're just the cover-up to deceive others. From today onward, I'll really be able to transform into a human and completely be free of being shackled in the ground. Since you're unwilling to marry me, I'll suck you dry and find someone else. Ha, just nicely I have discovered a man with peerless handsomeness not long ago. After transcending the tribulation, I'll go and catch him and do whatever I want to him. I want you to witness it. You can't do anything to me. Lu Ji stood between the heavens and earth. Lightning had already started to strike from the clouds. That was the fearsome killer Tribulation, and the lightning had the might of the heavens and earth. Its strength would increase against stronger living beings. The Divine Devouring Vine was in the top 10 of the spiritual wood list ranking. It had powerful abilities, such as devouring and piercing through the void. Thus, its lightning tribulation was also unimaginably powerful. Just the first strike of lightning was the legendary White Tiger 7 Divine Lightning, metal. Such a White Tiger 7 Divine Lightning, metal, was not the divine lightning the divine firmament sacred ground disciples could create. It was the Kanate White Tiger 7 Divine Lightning, metal, that was formed by the heavenly Tao. It was mighty and way stronger than Zhang Yunqi's White Tiger Divine Lightning. In addition, its attribute was metal, which best subdued would attribute spirit plants. The White Tiger 7 Divine Lightning, metal, struck from the sky as if a sword was slicing the sky. Lu Ji crazily swung the vines around her, turning them into a single long emerald whip in an attempt to counter the lightning. Clang! The lightning was like a legendary unsheathed sword, while the vine was like shattered glass. The divine lightning slash directly crushed the long emerald whip. The remaining half of the lightning did not reduce in strength but instead struck Lu Ji's body heavily. A frightening injury appeared on the huge vine, and milky-colored thick juice flowed out of it. That was the divine devouring vine's juice, which contained an abundance of energy. It was extremely useful even to soul formation cultivators. Lu Ji sneered. The heavenly Tao really favors you humans, and it's naturally simpler for you humans. Meanwhile, in our case, individuals from other races that want to transform into humans, the power of the heavenly tribulation is increased by more than 10 times. Since it's like this, I'll have to use humans as a sacrifice. I want to see if the heavens can annihilate me. Chapter 148, Sacrificing Myself, Shining Universe Blade. The huge emerald 3,000-meter-long vine soared into the air, the branch out of its vines spreading throughout mid-air. In that instant, pure essence energy surged into the divine devouring vine, being absorbed and refined by her. Simultaneously, the divine binding vines in Fog City started to gradually wither, completely losing their liveliness and becoming withered vines. Obviously, these divine binding vines were all Lu Ji's puppets, controllable tools that she used to absorb human essence energy. Currently, Lu Ji was already transcending the tribulation, so she directly retrieved all the human essence energy absorbed by her puppets to use them during the tribulation transcendence. After absorbing a large amount of divine binding vine and human essence energy, the emerald 3,000-meter-long vine turned even more crystal clear. Meanwhile, that gorgeous woman's figure also turned more realistic, as if she was a real human. She stood proudly between heaven and earth, and the injuries, which were created by being struck by lightning, were rapidly healing. Evidently, as a divine devouring vine, her healing abilities were stronger than divine binding vines. Lu Ji waved her vines as she looked at the black clouds in the sky. You human cultivators always say that you'll kill demons and fiends for the heavenly Tao. Today, I want to see if this heavenly Tao's lightning is able to take my life. Lu Ji's 3,000-meter-long body suddenly rose up from the ground, and the whole vine suddenly whipped toward the heavens like a huge divine whip. She actually did not plan to wait for the lightning to strike each time but wanted to whip the clouds into dispersing, thus resolving the tribulation from its roots. Seeing Lu Ji's aggressive actions, Shen Tian was astounded. Fuck. You sure I did not transmigrate into a female lead novel? So what if you're a divine devouring vine? You actually dared to directly swing your vine and whip the heavenly tribulation on your own accord? This scene is just like the plot of what a dragon-proud sky would do, and I can almost hear the I'm the master of my own destiny, are you sure this is real? In fact, even Shen Tian was dumbfounded, not to mention the heavenly tribulation. After the huge vine whip pierced through the black clouds, the lightning that filled the clouds had all stopped for a moment. However, what followed after was an even more turbulent eruption of lightning, as if they were angered. As the second lightning struck, it was like a ball of bright crimson phoenix burning in fiery flames, the whole sky was dyed red. That was the Kanate Crimson Phoenix 3 Divine Lightning, fire, of the Kanate Divine Lightning of the 5 elements. It was able to subdue the spirit wood-type demons, such as the Divine Devouring Vine, greatly. Also, the heavenly tribulation seemed to have been angered by Lu Ji's offending actions, so the second lightning's strength was even more powerful. That lightning had even formed the Crimson Phoenix's real body as if a real divine beast had descended. With the surge of fearsome lightning and flames, it was shot toward Lu Ji violently. The spirit fog in the whole mountain valley seemed to have dispersed due to that. There was not a shred of fear in Lu Ji's eyes, however. Come. After finishing, suffering human faces appeared on the surface of her huge vines. Those people were mostly cultivators who were lost within the fog plain due to their greediness. Their essence energy was devoured completely by the divine devouring vines while their souls were trapped within the divine devouring vines, unable to be reincarnated. Currently, Lu Ji charged toward the Crimson Phoenix 3 while bringing these people's souls. She wanted to let these people perish in lightning and flames. Lu Ji, you're going too far. Sword Venerable Qian Yang, who was originally bound by vines, sighed. His body started to burn with raging flames, and the vines tying him up were instantly broken. A radiant flame appeared on the surface of Sword Venerable Qian Yang's body, forming a longsword that kept on burning. He sighed. You may be the divine devouring vine that is ranked 9th in the spiritual wood list and have purposely lost to me many times, but you didn't know that the Nanming Li fire, which is ranked 10th in the exceptional fire list, is under my control. Yet I've never endangered your life. Never mind, since we've come to this, there's already no right or wrong between us, only this battle is left. Today, we shall fight to the death. If there's a next life, you reincarnate as a human, or I become a demon. Then, our karma will be cleared, and we might be able to finally be together. With his whole body burning in fiery flames, a bright light was shot out of the surface of Sword Venerable Qian Yang's body. Immediately after, the black clouds in the sky turned even thicker, just like thick dark ink. Sword Venerable Qian Yang actually had an epiphany, and his whole body started burning with the bright Nanming Li fire. In that instant, he had even almost reached the Tribulation transcendence. Without the bright sun, all ages would have been like a long night. The sun shines from heaven, the sword flame burns all demons. Sacrificing myself, shining heaven sword. After finishing, Sword Venerable Qian Yang turned into a red sword, which soared into the sky, and 9 reddish gold suns vaguely surrounded the blade. That was the golden crow in heavens. According to rumors, it was only an avatar that could be formed after cultivating the Imperial Sutra of Sun to greater mastery. Nonetheless, Sword Venerable Qian Yang currently formed it in advance by burning his essence energy. He became the sword itself and pressed forward with an indomitable will, slashing toward Lu Ji resolutely. Facing Sword Venerable Qian Yang, who sacrificed himself using forbidden arts to perish together with her, Lu Ji scoffed. A coward that dares not face me. I only live this life, no next life. Who would be together with you in the next life? It's a disgrace for the treasure, Nanming Li fire, such a powerful flame to be in the hands of someone like you. Forget it. I'll completely cut off all karmic ties with you today, to prove my Tao and enter the Saint realm. The huge emerald vine in the air gathered to form a sharp cone shape. The tip of it pierced toward the sword that Sword Venerable Qian Yang had turned into. Boom! The huge emerald vine instantly shattered, but the Nanming Li fire was also broken into pieces. Balls of fire scattered in the air, shooting toward all directions like meteors. That's right, Sword Venerable Qian Yang's cultivation level was, in the end, lower than Lu Ji's, and he was unable to really slash ruthlessly. Originally, his cultivation level could not be compared to her, and in addition, his sword was slashed forward with hesitation. Thus, he was naturally unable to slash with crushing force. As compared to Lu Ji, who seemed flirtatious but firm and decisive, Sword Venerable Qian Yang was in the end weaker. He looked as mighty as flames, but he did not know his own Tao, nor did he understand his Tao heart. What he did was not actually wrong, but as a swordsman, without a firm will, naturally, his sword Tao could not reach the peak. Thus, in the battle with Lu Ji, Sword Venerable Qian Yang had lost completely in the end. After the Nanming Li fire sword broke into pieces, the Li fire's origins instantly fell to all corners of the mountain valley, burning with raging flames. One of the Li fire's origins had even brought along part of the Sword Venerable Qian Yang's soul, who was injured heavily and in a deep sleep, and fell toward the direction of Fog City. Meanwhile, the defenseless physical body of Lu Ji was also struck by the second Crimson Phoenix 3 divine lightning, fire. As there was no resistance, that divine lightning directly penetrated the divine devouring vine's body. Then, the remaining lightning instantly shot toward all directions in the mountain valley. Coincidentally, quite a few bolts just nicely landed beside Shen-tian. One had to know that was the lightning which soul formation cultivators had to face when transcending the tribulation. Even if it was only part of it and had only landed beside Shen-tian, it was extremely fearsome. Shen-tian could only feel the blazing hot and powerful lightning surge throughout his body before his whole body turned numb. The lightning was crazily destroying Shen-tian's body, injuring his body heavily. His hair started to stand upright, and his face had instantly turned black. After a long while, he spat out a black breath. This heavenly tribulation lightning is really powerful. However, This was only a beginning as Lu Ji's heavenly tribulation's lightning was still continuing. Naturally, part of the lightning falling beside Shen-tian was something that could not be avoided. Chapter 149, Let's make a golden statue for Master Celestial. At the eastern rural areas of Fog City, within a valley full of flowers, Zhao Hao knelt before the grave. His face was stark white, and there were strands of blood in his eyes. As he had lost all fruits of his cultivation before, it was inevitable that he got tired easily, even though his physique was already much better than those who had never cultivated before. Zhao Hao had been kneeling before his mother's grave for a full day and night as of now, and tiredness washed over his whole body. However, he still knelt resolutely before the grave and did not get up, even though his limbs were numb. He was bent on recovering his cultivation. He needed to prove to others that he could stand up from failures. It's just 2 more days, I need to persevere for another 2 days only. Zhao Hao licked his cracked lips and encouraged himself. At that time, a shooting star appeared and drew an arch across the dark sky. Correct, this shooting star was none other than the bit of Nanming Li Fire's origins that contained the remnants of Sword Venerable Qian Yang's soul, and it was shooting toward Zhao Hao by some luck. Boom! Zhao Hao was still cheering on for himself silently when he felt the hit. It was like being hammered throughout his whole body, and he toppled over on the ground in pain. Once the terrible fire came into contact with his body, it engulfed him in flames. Zhao Hao almost lost consciousness due to that extreme heat, but he was so obsessed about recovering his cultivation that he managed to remain awake throughout the whole ordeal. So is this the fortuitous opportunity that Brother Shen was talking about? But didn't he mention that it will only arrive after 3 days? Ah, I get it. Brother Shen must be trying to encourage me and let me keep up my motivation during this period. So this was why he kept quiet about the fortuitous opportunity happening just after 1 day and told me it would take 3 days instead. Correct, Brother Shen must be trying to give me a surprise. Although that terrible fire burned his whole body, Zhao Hao did not feel scared at all. Instead, he was more than ever excited, because he finally felt that long-awaited spirit chi running through his body again. That fire was being absorbed by his body gradually. It ran across the whole length of his spirit chi circulation routine and then finally entered his dantian. Zhao Hao was too excited for words. Bearing utmost gratitude towards Shen-tian, he started his cultivation of the sky-incinerating fire sword art again. He could feel that this fire was very tame. It felt like this was a blessing from some higher-up immortal beings. Zhao Hao thought to himself, Brother Shen must have predicted this beforehand too. He's really so great at divination and so thoughtful toward me. Of course, if these thoughts were made known to the dying Sword Venerable Qian Yang, he probably would climb up from his deathbed and give Zhao Hao a fierce whacking. He would most probably bellow, "This is no surprise from whatever Brother Shen. It's me using up the last of my powers to save you, dumb kid." After all, it was under Sword Venerable Qian Yang's guidance that the small bit of Nanming Li Fire's origins had entered Zhao Hao's body in such a tame manner. In any case, Zhao Hao felt like he had made a breakthrough and entered a new realm of cultivation. He felt that his entire being had merged with the fire, and he could even breathe fire now. At this point in time, a familiar voice rang out in his mind. So, it's really the 9-Yang battle constitution. The first time I saw you, I knew you were no simple person. But I could never have imagined that you actually possessed the legendary 9-Yang battle constitution. Zhao Hao was stunned. He recognized this voice and immediately asked, "It's you? Old Beardy, where did you come out from?" Sword Venerable Qian Yang replied in a resigned tone, "That's not important. What matters is that now my soul is very weak and fragile, and I will be falling into a deep slumber soon. The fog plane is very dangerous now. You need to leave straight away and escape as far as you can." With that, Sword Venerable Qian Yang's voice disappeared. No matter what sort of questions Zhao Hao fired at him, there were no more replies. This made Zhao Hao realize that his old beardy master was really not feeling well. Oh, wait, if the fog plane is dangerous, then what will happen to Brother Shen and his company? Worry was written all over Zhao Hao's face. Brother Shen has literally given me a new life. Now that he's in danger, I must inform him of this news and tell him to leave. With that, Zhao Hao made 3 kowtows to the grave in front of him and said, "Mother, your son can no longer keep guard over your grave. Please wait for me to go and save Brother Shen. I promise, once I am done with this deed, I will come back and finish the remaining 2 days of keeping vigil as promised." Within Fog City, a gigantic divine firmament protective array covered the entire palace. All the cultivators directed their spirit chi into the protective array and were prepared for the attacks. Yet all of a sudden, all the divine binding vines started to wither and dry up. Within a few breaths, the ferocious divine binding vines actually turned into ashes and dissipated in the air. Needless to say, all the people within Fog City were shocked. After a few moments of silence, joyous shouts of relief rang out throughout the whole royal hall. Since these foul creatures have withered, I presume Master Celestial must have already subdued those demons in the fog plane? That must be the case. Master Celestial is indeed powerful. He managed to subdue such a strong demon in this short period of time. We cannot be ungrateful people. Master Celestial has saved our lives, so we must remember what he did for us. I say, why not we raise some funds and give them to Master Celestial as repayment for his services? I doubt this is appropriate. Master Celestial already said that he would not take any repayments from those who are fated with him. He definitely won't accept this money. I also think it's too trite giving him money. Wait, why don't we make a golden statue for Master Celestial instead? Yes, that's a great idea. Master Celestial is so good at divinity, and he even has the ability to subdue terrible demons. Well, Master Celestial saved the whole population at Fog City, so it's just right that we make a golden statue for him. Yes, let's go and find our king and suggest making the golden statue in the middle of Fog City. I agree. Me too. And me, same for me. A whole army of people swarmed toward the palace. This shocked the Hidden Fog Country's king so much that he almost screamed, "Guards! Protect me! There's a rebellion!" Fortunately, he managed to stop himself in the nick of time. After hearing that these people only wanted to make a golden statue for Master Celestial, the king agreed to it. For heaven's sake! Not to mention that this Master Celestial is so unfathomable and has such great skills in divination, just look at how the divine firmament sacred ground saintess is holding him in high regard. How can he be just anybody? Do you think only you guys know how to suck up to Master Celestial? Your Majesty, I also know how to do so. The king mused for a while before speaking. Master Celestial has saved Fog City, and thereby the Hidden Fog Country. How is one golden statue enough? I am going to build a 30-meter pure gold statue for Master Celestial in the middle of the city. At the same time, I am also going to build 4 replicates of this statue and place them at each of the 4 city gates. From today onward, the Hidden Fog Country's royal family shall set up longevity tablets for Master Celestial. All descendants of the Hidden Fog Country's royal family shall never forget Master Celestial's great help. With that, the king turned towards Zhang Yanxi and asked, "Saintess, what do you make of my arrangement?" Zhang Yanxi sweated secretly and thought to herself, well, there's some reason that this fellow can become the country's king. When facing great men, he could let go of his dignity as a king and even express gratitude for others' help. Much as though Zhang Yanxi did not like to handle people who like to suck up to others, she did not feel uncomfortable by the king's actions. Of course, the fact that the person whom the king was being so grateful toward was Shentian had helped too. After all, earning the respect of so many cultivators was not a bad thing. In fact, it could be considered helpful for Shentian's future development. I am fine with this decision. But let's wait and discuss further after this fog goes away. Zhang Yanxi looked coldly at the thick spirit fog, which still lingered outside the palace. Before that, don't go out of the array. We must be careful. What if this is a trap set up by the demons? We will be walking into their traps if we leave now. After making sure that this warning was registered to everyone at the scene, Zhang Yanxi sat down on the ground and started meditating. She had spent too much energy sustaining the protective ray, and now she desperately needed some rest. Junior brother, I don't know where you are, but I hope you remain safe. Meanwhile, the person who occupied everyone's minds at the palace, yours truly, Shentian, was vexing over a serious problem. He was still hiding behind the boulder, but there was a set of female clothes in his hands. Shentian looked like he was at a loss of what to do. Oh, such a dilemma. Chapter 150, Wearing Female Clothes Can Improve My Providence? The female clothes were one of the treasures Shentian had obtained from the 3 stone boxes that he and his company came across at the Celestial Water Immortal Abode. Out of the 3 boxes, the first box contained the Archean Sea Ring, which held millions of spirit stones. The third box contained the first essence Heavy Water, ranked 11th on the absolute water list. It was extremely heavy, but at the same time, Shentian also benefited the most from it. And the second box contained this light blue female armor set, which Shentian was holding now, as well as a light blue whip. The whip was of such a high grade that even though Shen-tian had reached the foundation establishment stage, he still could not proclaim ownership of the whip with his blood. However, the light blue armor's grade was still within the ranks of a spirit artifact, even though it was of supreme grade, and Shen-tian could use it. In fact, this suit's defense capabilities were even more superior than the Black Tortoise helmet. If Shen-tian wore this armor suit, the chances of him staying alive should be greatly increased. The problem was, Shen-tian always saw himself as a red-blooded hunk, and he was the Divine Firmament Saint too. How could he wear a lady's armor? If he was seen and news of him wearing a girl's suit was made known to others, how would he be able to stay on an eastern wilderness anymore? There's even a possibility that the Divine Firmament's secret leader and all the elders might feel too humiliated, that they would crush Shen-tian on the spot. A tremor ran through Shen-tian's body as the scene enacted itself in his mind's eye. No, I am not a cross-dresser. I am not one who will do such things. I will rather die than wear this. Just when Shen-tian made up his mind, he witnessed another bout of lightning strike down at Lu Ji. Remnants of the lightning splattered across the whole valley. Unfortunately, a few of these lightning remnants came shooting straight at the place where Shen-tian was hiding. Shen-tian started to have doubts about his whole existence again. Maybe the green halo on top of my head is fake? How could it be that even though he no longer had a black halo, he was still so unlucky? Boom! Different spots of lightning landed on the ground near Shen-tian's hiding spot, and their prowess spread through the ground's surface. Shen-tian could feel clearly how that powerful lightning ran through his whole body, that immense voltage almost took his life. He immediately activated the Tinder Sutra and 5 heavenly lightning cultivation technique in a desperate attempt to absorb the heavenly tribulation's divine lightning remnants. Meanwhile, the mixed divine lightning mark on his globella shone ever more brightly as the divine lightning merged into his body as if it had come across some nourishing supplements. Yet, no matter how fast Shen-tian tried to absorb this lightning, he could not digest all of it. After all, this was lightning that would determine the transcendence of a saint-level creature. Depressed, Shen-tian felt that if this situation continued, there was a high chance he would become a literal roasted saint by the end of Lu Ji's heavenly tribulation. At this point, Lu Ji exclaimed in a furious tone, "Damn it! This is not the 4-9 tribulation, but the 6-9 tribulation." Yes, as Lu Ji was a spectacular vine among her species in the whole of this world, and her capabilities far exceeded any normal soul formation cultivator, the heavens had decided to bestow her with more than 4 lightning tribulations for her heavenly tribulation. It would be a 6-9 tribulation. She had already gone through 4 lightning tribulations, metal, fire, wood, and water, and right now, she was about to face the V-divine lightning, earth, tribulation. This V-divine lightning transformed into a qilin that was hundreds of meters in height, and it was obviously mightier than all the divine lightning Lu Ji had encountered previously. Each of its scales gleamed under the daylight, and it looked so realistic that one couldn't tell that this creature was a made-up avatar from lightning. If not for the fact that the heavenly tribulation was still taking place, many people would most probably treat it as a real qilin beast. The 6-9 tribulation is more powerful than the previous lightning tribulation. All this is so unfair to me. Lu Ji narrowed her eyes to a slit and started thrashing her enormous vines around while charging toward the qilin. Needless to say, this qilin, which was made up by the 5th divine lightning, possessed the prowess of a real holy beast. It was insanely strong. A saint from the human race would probably fall to their demise after a few exchanges with this beast. But that was not the case for a divine devouring vine. This species had indeed lived up to its reputation of being ranked 9th on the spiritual wood list, and so great were its talents at fighting that Lu Ji actually managed to be on par with this qilin. Moreover, within the 5 elements, wood was supposed to be able to overcome earth. So, it also seemed logical that Lu Ji could be on par with this qilin. During the battle, several vines were being bitten and torn apart by the qilin. Milky white juice sprayed across the whole of the valley. Shen-tian took some of the juice, refined it, and absorbed it into his body. His injuries got healed quickly. It was obvious that this juice was great medicine for healing injuries, and this was a priceless treasure. But back to the battle, it seemed like Lu Ji was not losing out to the mighty qilin V in any time to come, as she lashed out whip after whip at the beast. Every time the vines hit the qilin, bits of golden lightning would be strewn downward, and they would blast up the place. However, what made Shen-tian absolutely resigned was the fact that this mighty qilin V's lightning had even stronger electroconductivity on the ground than the other previous lightning. As soon as the lightning hit the ground near him, he would be frizzled, In fact, Shen Tian's hair was now sizzling with lightning. Shen Tian could feel that he was reaching his limit. He wouldn't be able to continue holding out if this situation continued any further. At that moment, Lu Ji lashed out the last whip, and its vines stuck deep into the Qilin's throat. With an enormous tug and pull, the vine cut the whole Qilin's head clean off and flung it across the valley. The lightning Qilin gave a loud shriek of pain and transformed into a spear, sticking itself into Lu Ji's gigantic main vine. Boom! The divine devouring vine's main vine cracked apart. This injury was so serious that the mother vine was almost cut clean through its waist. Meanwhile, the Qilin's head transformed into a golden lightning rain and shot toward the valley. At the moment, Shen Tian was too stupefied for words. A thought flashed past his mind, this demon is really bent on killing me. Shen Tian looked up at the terrible lightning coming straight at him, gnashed his teeth, and made a decision. There's no other choice. He put on that light blue armor and started activating all his power. Immediately, a pale blue screen appeared in front of Shen Tian. Shen Tian, who now wore the light blue armor suit and the phoenix feather mask, displayed a graceful and elegant silhouette as he stood up from behind the boulder. He had now stacked up his defensive skills to the fullest he could get. In his hands, he held up the middle-grade spirit artifact, Black Tortoise Shield. This Black Tortoise Shield cast a light screen, which was the outermost protection skill for Shen Tian. It was his first line of defense and could fend off some of the residual lightning that dropped onto the valley. The second line of defense was the heavy water Black Tortoise armor that Shen Tian conjured up from the 5 Heavenly Lightning Cultivation Technique skill. Behind this armor, it would be the supreme grade spirit artifact, Celestial Water Armor. Though it was giving off rays of gentle bright light, it actually helped to block off the majority of the divine lightning. If all the 3 lines of defense were unable to protect him, there was still a 4th line of defense, the Black Tortoise Helmet. Almost nobody else in this cultivation world could stack up so many defense armors and skills. This was because cultivators had limited spirit chi, who would use all of their power only for defense. Moreover, defense-type spirit artifacts were not like some commonplace cabbages. One must realize that a greater amount of materials were required to make defense-type spirit artifacts. This meant that they were more expensive than attack-type weapons. Unless one owned a whole ore by themselves. Or else who could spend all their resources only on defense? In any case, one should congratulate Shen Tian for overcoming his emotional hurdle and putting on the armor suit at last. Since he had stacked his defense to the greatest available level, Shen Tian now felt he had the utmost confidence in facing the lightning tribulation. Yet to his surprise, the dotted gold-colored divine lightning no longer landed at places near where he stood. Most of them landed on spots that were tens of meters away, and only a few lightning sparks landed near him. And handling all that splattering effect due to the lightning was just a piece of cake. All at once, Shen Tian felt that he had been tricked into wearing female clothes. It was then that a sense of relaxation washed over him. Shen Tian almost felt like he could float up in the air. What? So this is the feeling of wearing female clothes? Shen Tian stopped himself in his thoughts. Nope, this cannot be. Something's wrong here. A flash of inspiration struck Shen Tian, and he finally remembered, this feeling of deep relaxation was not a first experience for him. In fact, every time his Providence improved, he would have such a feeling. At that thought, Shen Tian quickly took out a mirror from his bosom pocket. He was stunned as he saw the halo on his head. But it cannot be. Previously I had been predicting fortuitous opportunities for others, and my Providence halo had already transformed into a deep green color. But why did it turn back to lush green again? Does it mean that my Providence could still worsen? It was then that Shen Tian realized, perhaps all this was due to the fact that he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation due to the Tinder Sutra. In the cultivation world, the Tinder Sutra was rumored to be a cursed cultivation technique. People who cultivated this technique would become ill-fated. Although Shen Tian had seen Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus's Providence halo, which was flecked with black spots, he was still having doubts about this rumor's authenticity. Yet now, he believed that this rumor might really have some truth to it. Otherwise, there was no other explanation as to why his Providence had turned worse. No wonder that even though I was aiming for the city, I ended up being trapped in this valley and had to hide within bushes. So it was all due to the Tinder body tempering art. Sigh. Now my halo is not that green again. However, his Providence worsening was just one of the questions that Shen Tian was feeling so puzzled over. What made him really surprised was that now, his Providence halo was transforming once again. That lush green halo started to darken, and it was turning back to a deep green color. In fact, it turned into an even deeper shade of green than before. It was now as dark a green as possible, and it looked extremely vibrant. Well, I can still understand that my Providence worsened due to cultivating the Tinder Sutra. But how come it's improving again? Surely. It can't be that wearing female clothes can improve my Providence, right? Chapter 151, All the Lucky Guys Should Die. Shen Tian had done his research before. When he shared the fortuitous opportunity with others, his Providence would increase too. The more he gave others the opportunities, the better his Providence. Getting 50% of the benefits was the maximum limit he could have. However, he had never thought that cross-dressing would increase Providence too. It just did not make sense. Is Heavenly the Tao a pervert that likes cross-dressing? Shen Tian thought to himself as he refined the divine lightning, earth, around him. Suddenly, he understood everything. The increase in Providence was not due to the fact that he cross-dressed. If he was right, it was because Zhao Hao had recovered. Zhao Hao had a half-black and half-gold Providence halo. It was very special. The greatest fortuitous opportunity he had recently was encountering Sword Venerable Qian Yang with the Nanming Li Fire's origins and his body recovering. Lu Ji had just defeated Sword Venerable Qian Yang, and the Nanming Li Fire's origins had escaped with part of his soul. Looking at the time, Zhao Hao should have met this venerable. Since Shen Tian had asked Zhao Hao to wait in the valley, he had helped Zhao Hao in a way. Thus, his Providence improved. It was normal to have his halo to become dark green now. Upon thinking of this, Shen Tian felt relieved for himself. Luckily, cross-dressing did not play a part in it. Otherwise, he would have to wear it frequently in the future. Shen Tian made up his mind to get rid of this ridiculous outfit the moment he had the chance. It would be a dark part of his life that no one would ever find out. It would be the last time Shen Tian wore them. It was just so embarrassing, so he was not going to do it again. Aside from Shen Tian, Lu Ji was still undergoing her tribulation transcendence. After losing the head, the Qilin divine lightning was weakened and was defeated in no time. The lightning was shattered into thousands of sparks, and the entire valley was filled with it. When Lu Ji reappeared, her face was very pale, and her armor was broken. It was very revealing. Her body was covered in scars. There was lightning sparkling on her scars, and it was filled with power. This had given Lu Ji a hard time to heal her wounds. After receiving all 5 elements lightning damage, she had used too much of her power. Although she had won the fight, she was badly wounded by Sword Venerable Qian Yang too. There was Nanming Li Fire in his sword aura, and it contained the power of the sun. The sword aura had pierced through the divine devouring vine's main vine, and the Nanming Li Fire was burning wildly inside Lu Ji's body. She was not at her strongest moment now, and she was just pushing to her limit. However, it was not over yet. The strongest heavenly tribulation was waiting for her. The air's lightning power started to vibrate violently and gathered around the dark cloud that was forming in the sky. The cloud drew spirit chi from kilometers away, and 5 hideous lightning avatars appeared in the sky. The Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Crimson Phoenix, Black Tortoise, and Mighty Qilin avatars were roaring and mixing in the sky. Soon, a huge figure was formed. It had 5 sides, each with a legendary creature's shape. 5 kinds of power were growing in the figure and mixing into one. The white, azure, black, red, and yellow flashes of lightning mixed together and formed a bright golden color. The color was very similar to the mixed divine lightning on Shen Tian's forehead, but it looked nobler and more majestic. Upon seeing the giant figure, Shen Tian understood something. He recalled the last chapter of the Divine Firmament's Lightning Imperial Sutra. It was the forbidden chapter, Declamity. It was about understanding the fundamentals of lightning arts through heavenly tribulation. It was the ultimate core part of the Lightning Imperial Sutra as it allowed the 5 heavenly lightning cultivation technique cultivators to form mixed divine lightning. So, Divine Firmament's Lightning Imperial Sutra's strongest heritage art is an art that needs to be inferred from the heavenly tribulation? Shen Tian was very impressed by the Lightning Emperor. He had made use of the heavenly tribulation to be his mentor and had tried to mimic it and succeeded. No wonder he's the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor. He's really a genius. No wonder the Divine Firmament sacred ground was so powerful thousands of years ago. This art is indeed very powerful. Knowing that it would be a rare chance, Shen Tian quickly used his mystic arts to observe the lightning figure in the sky. Not all cultivators would encounter the mixed divine lightning tribulation transcendence. It was very rare. Shen Tian was a foundation establishment cultivator now, and he needed to build his dharmic foundation as stable as possible. Coincidentally, he had the 5 elements lightnings, and his dharmic foundation had 5 sides, each representing a legendary creature. It was very similar to the giant figure in the sky. Shen Tian did not want to waste this chance. Thus, he quickly summoned his dharmic power in his body and built up his dharmic foundation. Divine emblems that were similar to the ones in the sky were engraved on his dharmic foundation. These emblems were very mysterious. Shen Tian could not make sense out of them despite knowing the 5 heavenly lightning cultivation technique. It's just like an exam. Although I cannot understand the questions and the answers, I can still get some points for copying the steps. Of course, Shen Tian was very focused when making these emblems. It was nothing like building a sandcastle by the beach. He could suffer a chi deviation if he was not careful enough. However, maybe Decalamity was really very mysterious as nothing seemed to go wrong with Shen Tian's dharmic foundation. Instead, his dharmic foundation started to exude a mysterious vibe. The lightning on the surface had disappeared, and Shen Tian could feel that his body was resonating with the lightning heavenly tribulation as though they were built the same way. Shen Tian secretly built up his dharmic foundation in the corner and cultivated Decalamity. Slow and steady win the race. On the other hand, Lu Ji was very depressed by the power of the 5 lightning figure in the sky. All the sides of this figure had the power of the mighty Qilin V. If it made an attack now, she did not have the confidence to survive even if she was not wounded. It was almost impossible for her to survive the 6th lightning tribulation. Lu Ji stared at the lightning tribulation and shouted, "Heavenly Tao! You're so unfair." "It's okay. I admit my defeat. But I'm not that easily killed." Boom. The entire valley began to collapse, and the giant divine devouring vine hidden underneath appeared. It had the color of jade, and it was glittering with beautiful light. However, all the roots and vines cramped together and started to rot. They had lost all their beautiful looks and formed drips of crystal clear liquid. Shen Tian was so touched when he saw the liquid. It was the fortuitous opportunity he had seen in Fang Chang's halo. Fang Chang found it easily while taking a stroll in the fog plain. Why did I have to undergo so much trouble for it? There was only one thought in Shen Tian's mind now. All the lucky guys should die. Chapter 152, Little 5 Elements Yang Divine Lightning Art. The huge divine devouring vine was withering at an incredible speed, while its life essence turned into a silver and white light. Soon, the light was formed into an unknown liquid. Judging from the color, it was very similar to the first essence heavy water, however, it had completely different attributes. Before Shen Tian absorbed and refined the first essence heavy water, it was very strong and aggressive. This liquid, on the other hand, was filled with life. It was very pleasant to look at. After seeing the liquid, Shen Tian's Tinder Sutra inside reacted excitedly. It badly wanted the liquid. The reaction was even stronger than the first time Shen Tian encountered it. Of course, Shen Tian did not lose his mind. Lu Ji was not dead yet, so it would be suicidal if he went to snatch the liquid now. He had to keep calm in such a situation. Shen Tian hid behind a rock and concealed his presence. He had the phoenix feather mask, and Lu Ji did not bother to check her surroundings anymore. Thus, Shen Tian was not exposed until now. With the help of the mud and rocks, he was very hard to notice. Finally, when the entire divine devouring vine withered, only one last vine remained. It was glowing with a bright color. The vine started to transform slowly and was bound with Lu Ji's soul. It was Lu Ji's real appearance, and she was much more powerful than just now. She jumped toward the 5 lightning figure. The ground underneath her cracked, and the shockwave destroyed the ground hundreds of meters around her. Boom! A green light shone brightly through the dust and debris, smacked into the 5 lightning figure, and exploded. Lu Ji had chosen to end her life. She wanted to choose how her life ended. She wanted to die with dignity. Lu Ji's suicide attack was so powerful that nothing could compare to it. The green light after the explosion was even brighter than the color of the lightnings. The figure in the sky began to crack, and the mixed lightning fell on the ground like stones. The valley was covered in lightning, and there was golden light everywhere. Others said that the heavenly Tao favored no one, but why are you taking the human side? You are so unfair. I'm not happy with the result. Although I've died today, I'll come back again. No one can stop me from doing that. Lu Ji's laughter echoed throughout the valley. Shen Tian had no time to know what happened. He felt many things when the 5 lightning figure cracked. Initially, He could not understand it very well. However, when the explosion had cracked the figure, Shen-tian managed to explore more on the figure with declamity. He felt that he was part of the heavenly tribulation. He felt that his dharmic foundation was very similar to the one in the sky, and the divine emblems started to change. The Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Crimson Phoenix, Black Tortoise, and Mighty Qilin avatars appeared. Shen-tian felt that the lightning particles floating in the air were very close to him, and they would not injure him at all. He even had a hunch that he could use part of the power of the heavenly tribulation. The feeling was very strange. Shen-tian was very puzzled by his thoughts. He sat in the debris and closed his eyes. The cloud dispersed, but the lightning particles were still around. Then, Shen-tian let out a loud cry and drew all these particles toward him. As more lightning particles entered Shen-tian's body, his lightning marking on his forehead was much brighter than before. Soon, the marking on Shen-tian's glabella was as bright as the sun. Mysterious markings ran down Shen-tian's body. These markings were gold in color too. It was like wearing armor that had the look of gold. As the markings appeared, Shen-tian's body was changed slightly by the mixed divine lightning too. The Divine Firmament's Lightning Imperial Sutra only had 3 core arts other than the fundamental things. First, 5 Heavenly Lightning Cultivation Technique. It was specially for ranged attacks made from divine lightning. Second, Lightning Emperor Body Tempering Art. It was specially for melee fights by enhancing one's body. However, these two were not mutually exclusive. They were very useful for each other too. When one succeeded in cultivating the Lightning Emperor Body Tempering Art, they could form the 5 elements Lightning Spirit Constitution. This allowed the cultivators to be much more powerful when using the same skill. For example, Zhang Yunxi's 7 Lightning Spirit Constitution and Zhang Yunting's I Lightning Spirit Constitution were very powerful. Fang Chang had even managed to form 2 constitutions. Thus, his ability was unquestionable among his peers. However, the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Lightning Spirit Constitution was not the Lightning Emperor Body Tempering Art's ultimate constitution, it was just the fundamental. Only with Decalamity's help and forming the mixed divine lightning would the Lightning Emperor Body Tempering Art be much stronger. Then, one could cultivate both little 5 elements Yin Divine Lightning and the Yang one. Not to mention the incredibly strong mixed divine lightning art. If one managed to master the great 5 elements divine lightning art, they would be the new lightning emperor and ruler of lightning. No lightning would even injure them again, and all lightning would follow their will. Rumors said that when the lightning emperor managed to reach this far, he could control all the lightning on the earth. However, being able to cultivate the great 5 elements divine lightning art was very hard, let alone mastering it. Even when the divine firmament had been very powerful centuries ago, there had hardly been any cultivators who could use the great 5 elements divine lightning. Then, the forbidden chapter had been lost, and without Decalamity, even little 5 elements divine lightning would be super rare. Zhang Longyuan had managed to become the sacred leader with just little 5 elements divine lightning. He had been much more powerful than his peers at that time. Thus, the mixed divine lightning art was really important. Shen-tian had absorbed lots of the divine lightning origin previously from the divine firmament Draeger pendant, and it was very helpful in making the great 5 elements divine lightning. Now, his dharmic foundation responded violently with the heavenly tribulation, and it absorbed more Yang 5 elements power. Then, Shen-tian realized his Tinder body tempering art was mixing with Decalamity now. It was mimicking the Lightning Emperor body tempering art. His body was learning the little 5 elements Yang divine lightning art. Chapter 153, Something Happened to Him? I'll be right there. At Eastern Wilderness, Fog City's Imperial Palace. It had been a full day since the Divine Binding Vine had created a commotion. Divine Firmament's protective array was still working, and everyone had high hope of it. They noticed that the fog was slowly dispersing, and it was not as dense as before. Although their divine consciousness was still affected, it was much better than before. Their visibility improved too. All the cultivators were very happy and joyful. It was like getting a cell phone signal after it was down for a long time. The Hidden Fog Country's king had informed all the cultivators that they would help build a golden statue for Shen-tian after the fog dispersed completely. Everyone was very happy in the palace except for Zhang Yunxi. Only she knew that Shen-tian was not fighting any monster in the fog plain. Each second wasted here puts junior brother in greater danger. I can't wait anymore. Zhang Yunxi said firmly to the Hidden Fog Country's king, please inform the Supremacies to maintain the array formation. I'll go check on the divine binding vines to see if they're gone for good. Before I return, no one is allowed to leave the palace." Then, Zhang Yinxi's clear light armor suit shone brightly before she made her way into the fog. As Zhang Yinxi went deeper into the fog, her divine consciousness was more affected. Slowly, she started to be confused about her direction. She knew that the fog was very special, and it could block all the senses of a cultivator. Fortunately, the fog was not as dense now, so Zhang Yinxi managed to fight off the confusion. Roar! The avatar of the white tiger appeared, and the spirit fog surrounding her dispersed a little. Finally, Zhang Yinxi took out a long sword from her back and fought her way out of the fog. Soon, she was out of the fog zone, and Zhang Yinxi felt alive once again. However, she did not celebrate that. Shen Tian was still missing, and she had no clue where he was. Although Zhang Yinxi was very independent, this was not something she could handle by herself. She took a token out of her pocket and directed her dharmic power into the token. "Father, can you hear me? I have something to tell you." At Divine Firmament's small world, Sacred Leader's palace. The Divine Firmament's sacred leader sat on his throne, his body covered in immortal light. Azure Lotus was complaining in the center of the palace. "Junior brother, are you tricking me? Why did I lose one day of memory?" The sacred leader smiled and said lightly, "What did I have to do with that?" Azure Lotus snorted. "Stop pretending. I have double-checked. My lost memory is the day that I brought Shen-tian back. Also, I've asked around. Junior sister Golden Lotus was around that day. You guys must have been doing something that day." Suddenly, he remembered something and shouted, "Oh! I see. I'm the one who invented the reverse yin-yang divine lightning, right? You guys wanted to keep my invention and make a profit for yourselves? Zhang Long Yuan. I did not expect you to be this kind of person. I treated you like a brother all this while." Azure Lotus' face was covered in sadness. He felt very betrayed. The lightning and heavenly aura around the sacred leader's body started to jump around violently. He knew that his senior brother was very shameless, but he did not expect this coming from him. The sacred leader said calmly, "Senior brother, do you have evidence for that? How could you make such a claim without evidence?" Azure Lotus retorted, "I'm blaming you without evidence? Do you think 5th grade forgetting pills are that common? For me to lose my memory, it must be at least a pseudo 6th grade forgetting pill. Who would carry such things around in the sacred ground other than you? Tell me. Also, darn you, junior brother. I'm the one who lost the Divine Firmament Draeger pendant? Yeah right. I've checked my memory too. The Draeger pendant went missing on that day too. Zhang Long Yuan. How could you do this to me? I thought you were my brother. I'm so heartbroken now. Nothing could heal it other than 10 spirit mountains." Seeing Azure Lotus finally reveal his true intention, the sacred leader was relaxed. The sacred leader replied, "Sure, since senior brother wants your memory back, I'll let you recall what happened." Then, he tapped on his throne, and a ray of light appeared. It was showing a 3D image of Shen-tian and the old priest. The sacred leader had recreated the scene on that day to show his senior brother. Of course, the principle of the yin-yang lightning explosion talisman was skipped in the animated image. Everything else that happened in the sacred leader's palace was playing normally. Azure Lotus was shocked by what he was watching. "If I regret, then I'll be the son of a BTCH. Senior brother, say that you're the son of a BTCH for me to hear first." "I'm the son of a BTCH. You have to promise me 3 conditions. If senior brother refuses to teach Shen-tian the Tinder body tempering art, or you're reserved in your teachings, you are forfeiting this trade." "Senior brother, I don't feel like teaching him any body tempering art. If I regret, then I'll be the son of a BTCH. I did not go back on my words, hey. The animated image finally ended. The lightning and heavenly aura around the sacred leader's body started to jump around violently like never before. Even his voice was shaking. "Senior brother, as you see, I kept my promise." Azure Lotus was so embarrassed by this and shouted, "I'll not let you go away with this." Just when Azure Lotus was about to start a fight, the sacred leader paused for a moment. The sacred leader token flew out of his pocket, and a hologram was formed on it. It was Zhang Yinxi. "Father, I have something to tell you." The sacred leader took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Although Azure Lotus was still angry, he knew what was more important. Otherwise, his junior brother would seriously beat him up. "Zir, what happened?" "Father, something happened in the fog plane. Large numbers of nascent soul divine binding vines attack the city. Nascent soul divine binding vines? I'll ask Fang Chang and Yun Ting to help you out. Zhang Yanqi shook her head and said, I don't think they are enough. It is very strange. I believe something is going to happen soon. Junior brother Yundi and other cultivators with mixed divine lightning are trapped in Fog City too. All trapped? I'll ask Azure Lotus to go and help them. Also, junior brother Shen is in Fog City too. He has been missing for a day now. The lightning and heavenly aura around the sacred leader vibrated even more. Fog City, right? I'll be right there. Chapter 154, Dionner Must Stay. After the transmission ended, the sacred leader stood tall and upright in the palace. The lightning and heavenly aura surged throughout the whole palace, while the 10 totem pillars that were carved with divine beasts and emitting lightning trembled slightly. Boom! Suddenly, the divine beasts' avatars appeared on the totem pillars and entered the sacred leader's body. The old Taoist priest pursed his lips upon seeing how anxious the sacred leader was. Junior brother, what are you so nervous about? He said in a bantering manner, didn't you say that Shen Tian is the son of Providence, blessed by the heavens, so there definitely won't be any accidents? The sacred leader had once resolutely told Azure Lotus that some people were blessed with Providence, and they were born to be adored by the heavenly Tao. He had also said that even if those people encountered dangers when they traveled outside, they would definitely get out of the jaws of danger or even kill their enemies instead and obtain huge benefits. From the sacred leader's point of view, Shen Tian was such a person. Thus, was there a need for the sacred leader to be this worried now? The sacred leader looked at Azure Lotus as if he was looking at an idiot upon hearing his question. Senior brother, it can't be that you're so dumb to really think I'm going there to save Dionner, right? Azure Lotus was stunned. Or else, why are you so nervous for? The sacred leader said coldly, Senior brother, you should read more books. Learn and study from good books. Azure Lotus flew into a rage out of shame. Zhonglong Yuan, I've tolerated you for too long. You're humiliating me again. Didn't you say that that kid wouldn't encounter dangers? So why are you panicking this much when the kid goes missing this time? Ha, I acknowledge that this kid is quite smart as he was actually able to create the yin-yang lightning talisman. However, he is cultivating the Tinder Sutra, meaning his luck will definitely deteriorate. You see? This time everyone was safe except him, just he alone went missing. The sacred leader replied coldly, dumb. I've never thought that Dionner disappearing this time is something bad. If you had carefully looked through the life story of 1,000 people blessed by Providence, senior brother, then you would discover that the bigger the disaster, the larger the opportunity. It would be a catastrophe for normal unlucky people, but those blessed by Providence are different. They will unexpectedly encounter fortuitous opportunities, such as sages battling and causing destruction to common people, but in the end, they die together only for their inheritance to be picked up by Providence-blessed individuals. Or such as an unmatched genius that spent all the energy he had, undergoing Nirvana to improve to a higher grade bloodline, but was subdued by Providence-blessed individuals during their weakest period. Or some chaste saintess that was injured by evil demons, thus being infected with aphrodisiac poison. She would meet some Providence-blessed individual and spend a night with him. These events seem to be nonsensical or illogical, but they are true legendary experiences. Do you really think that in this fog plane event, Dionner was the only one that went missing because he is unlucky? You're wrong. My dumb senior brother, this precisely proves that he is blessed by Providence. I can guarantee that currently, Dionner must have definitely encountered a fortuitous opportunity. Azure Lotus was astounded upon realizing how convinced the sacred leader was. What did you say? You say that the reason this kid has gone missing is that he has encountered a fortuitous opportunity? Do you think I'm dumb? If he can encounter a fortuitous opportunity, I'll be. As if recalling something, Azure Lotus forcibly stopped himself. The sacred leader said coldly, you think you're not dumb? Senior brother, I'm begging you to count. Please, read more books in the future. Actually, the reason why I'm heading to the Fog City this time is to back him up. Ever since Dionner entered our sect, he has helped us find the Decalamity and helped us create the yin-yang water and verse divine lightning. He has also contributed so much to our sect, but our sect has yet to give him much or help him in return. His sense of belonging is not enough. Thus, this time, Dionner's disappearance is a rare chance to let him feel the warmth of the sacred ground. I must let Dionner know that our sacred ground values him and make him feel closer to the sacred ground. Even if he does not encounter any danger by going missing this time, I have to let him see our sacred ground's attitude. Dharma is the saint, so our sacred ground will definitely protect him no matter what, even if the world is our enemy. After finishing, the sacred leader tore open space and instantly formed a void portal. Azure Lotus twitched his mouth. I just don't believe that this kid is really blessed by Providence in such a weird way. Everything was coincidental previously. How is it possible for someone blessed by Providence to cultivate the Tinder Sutra? This time, I'll go with you to Fog City. The sacred leader stepped into the void portal, and Azure Lotus followed tightly behind. Light and shadows moved rapidly in front of their eyes as they traveled 5,000 kilometers through mountains and rivers. A special locating array formation was carved on the saint and saintess tokens to detect their positions. Shen Tian's saint token was within the area and shrouded by the spirit fog, so it was concealed and could not be detected. Fortunately, Zhang Yanqi was already outside the spirit fog. Thus, the sacred leader could sense the saintess token, set the spatial node beside the saintess token, and travel through space. Zhang Zongxi was floating above Fog City. She had completely relaxed after communicating with the sacred leader. Her father was an absolute legend, in her heart, so as long as he came, nothing was a problem. Junior brother, no matter where you are now, you must endure. The space gradually twisted, and a bright space portal appeared in front of her. At that moment, the phenomenon of lightning surging for hundreds of thousands of meters between heaven and earth appeared, and lightning struck from the originally clear sky. There were not one bit of black clouds, but lightning could be seen in the sky, releasing endless domineering aura. The avatars of the divine beasts, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Crimson Phoenix, Black Tortoise, Mighty Qilin, Soaring Snake, Heaven Emperor, Cosmos, and Heaven Empress, gradually appeared. Each divine beast avatar was hundreds of meters tall, as if they were really invincible divine beasts that had descended from the heavens. That's right, that was the power of a person in the saint realm, the means of the peerless sacred leader of the divine firmament sacred ground, Zhonglong Yuan. Behind the space portal, a stalwart figure gradually appeared, surrounded by lightning. There seemed to be endless heavenly aura floating and sinking around him, as if he was really a perfected immortal from the heavens. That person was none other than the divine firmament sacred leader. He looked at Zhang Yanqi coldly. "Yanqi, tell me what happened in detail." Zhang Yanqi nodded and recounted to the sacred leader everything that had happened in the fog plain these few days. He learned that Shen Tian had casually helped give directions to people in Fog Town that allowed them to obtain precious fortuitous opportunities. Azure Lotus's eyes instantly turned green. What heavenly skill is that? Junior brother, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong. Just what did I miss? Meanwhile, the sacred leader seemed calm and collected, but he had secretly confirmed his thoughts in his heart. That's right. Dharma's definitely the son of Providence. No, he's definitely the son of the heavenly Tao. He's actually freaking divining the future for people. Everyone else takes it as a forbidden art or mystic technique for predicting the future. Yet you're using such a supreme mystic technique so frequently to help people find sexual spirit chrysanthemum and fog herbs? Such a statement could only fool those inexperienced. I can confirm that he definitely guessed using his luck. Previously in the Myriad Spirit Garden, he used his luck to guess the spiritors. Now, he can help people find treasures by just randomly pointing a direction in the fog plain. My judgment is definitely correct. Dharma is definitely the rare person with the ultimate blessing by Providence. What Purple Mansion Sacred Ground Saint, Qi Shaoxuan. He's nothing before Dharma. As long as Dharma stays in the sacred ground, our sacred ground's rise will become a reality in the near future. Chapter 155, Shen Middle. Super Scion Middle. Tian. After hearing the causes and effects of the whole matter, the sacred leader looked toward Fog City. He gradually stretched out his right hand, and the heavenly aura fluctuated slightly. Then, a part of the spirit fog came to his hand. The sacred leader sensed for a moment and nodded calmly. This is a special type of illusory type Dharma array. The cultivation level of the person that built the array is quite high, almost entering the saint realm. The person's strength might not be weaker than normal Tribulation Transcendence cultivators. Zhang Yanqi asked, "Father, junior brother Shen is still missing. Is there any way to disperse this spirit fog?" The sacred leader replied coldly, "It's not difficult to disperse the spirit fog near this city." As he finished, the sacred leader used hand seals, and radiant lightning suddenly appeared in the sky, striking toward that thin spirit fog. Everywhere the lightning struck, all the spirit fog seemed to evaporate, disappearing completely. In a short moment, the spirit fog near Fog City and Fog Town was cleared. In that instant, The clear sky could be seen, and there were no obstacles to one's sense of sight any longer. Everyone in Fog City could clearly see the sacred leader in the sky, so they bowed down to him. The cultivation world respected the strong, especially Tribulation Transcendence cultivators. They were the most powerful beings at the peak of this world. A Golden Core cultivator was called Perfected One, a Nascent Soul One is Supremacy, and a Soul Formation One is Heavenly Venerable. However, to Tribulation Transcendence sages, those below them were all nobodies. Not bowing to sages was a huge crime, so nobody would redress it as injustice even if one died. Chin Yundi and the others hurriedly used their flying swords to enter the clouds upon seeing the sacred leader. "We greet the sacred leader." Everyone bowed. Eunuch Gui's eyes were filled with worry as he knelt onto the ground and kowtowed. "Sacred leader. His Highness has been missing for a long time. Please, you must save him." The sacred leader gradually lifted his hand, then Eunuch Gui, who was banging his head heavily against the ground, suddenly felt his whole body was lifted. He was unable to kneel anymore. The sacred leader nodded. "You're loyal and devoted, wanting to save your master wholeheartedly. Tiana is lucky to have an attendant like you." Zhang Yanqi, who was beside him, also asked, "Father, can you sense where junior brother Shen is?" The heavenly aura surrounding the sacred leader fluctuated slightly as he saw how worried Zhang Yanqi was. "Very good. Being in the same sect, you should care about your senior brothers and junior brothers like this. You don't need to worry. Tiana should not be in any danger." The sacred leader took out the sacred leader token, closed his eyes, and started sensing. He opened his eyes after a long time, and his heavenly aura trembled slightly. "It is indeed, as I expected. My sense of the saint token is blocked once it enters the fog plane. He should be deep within the fog plane. However, don't worry. With me here, no one can harm Tiana at all in this fog plane." The words of the sacred leader made everyone heave a sigh of relief. Eunuch Gui was so excited he teared up. He was someone who had seen Shantian undergoing all kinds of hardships before reaching this point. He was like family. Eunuch Gui had been torn all this time due to Shantian's disappearance. Now that the sacred leader had finally appeared and was willing to guarantee His Highness' safety to the best of his strength, Eunuch Gui heaved a sigh of relief. The sacred leader cares for His Highness so much. Her Majesty would be happy if she knew it. Zhang Yanqi said, "Father, now that the whole fog plane has been enshrouded by the spirit fog, which blocks divine consciousness, are we able to enter?" The sacred leader shook his head. That person had turned the fog plane into their own domain. It's extremely tricky. If we want to enter their domain to save someone, we need to completely destroy it. If Tiana were not within the fog plane, then there would be no problem. I can destroy it within an instant. However, Tiana is currently within the fog plane, so I cannot be too violent in case I injure Tiana. Flags shot out of the lightning and heavenly aura toward the sky in the distance and drilled into the ground surrounding the fog plane. The sacred leader said, "I'll set up the Divine Firmament Heaven Refining Array with the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor flags, then refine all the spirit fog in the entire fog plane. By then, without the spirit fog blocking our divine consciousness, we can quickly find where Tiana is and save him." The sacred leader's word shocked everyone. Was it really possible to refine the whole fog plane spirit fog? One had to know that the fog plane spirit fog had been there for thousands of years. Zhang Yanqi said in concern, "Father, dispersing the spirit fog won't injure junior brother Shantian, right?" The sacred leader shook his head. "Naturally, I will control the array and ensure I won't harm Tiana accidentally. Although the consumption of dharmic powers will increase by a few times or even result in serious injuries, as his master, I'm like a father to him. Since he is my disciple, I will naturally protect him with all my strength. I will do my best to disperse the spirit fog as soon as possible to save Tiana. No one is to tell this to Tiana." Lightning and heavenly aura surrounded the sacred leader. He looked majestic, while his words sounded fearless and heroic. At that instant, Lu Taiyi, Song Fu Gi, Eunuch Gui, Qin Gao, and the others had ardor and zeal coursing through their blood after listening. Their sense of belonging to the divine firmament sacred ground had increased greatly. The sacred leader is actually willing to be injured heavily for his disciple. Such sincere dedication without asking anything in return. He's too selfless. The fallen petals, in return, will transform into soil to nourish the flower in spring. One shall find flames where tree leaves dance, the fire's shadow will illuminate the village, and once again, tree leaves shall bud anew too. This is the will of our divine firmament sacred ground? It's too moving. Most disciples were moved to the point of tears after hearing sacred leader's words, but the old Taoist priest at the side kept on rolling his eyes. Shameless. A sacred leader is actually this shameless. What if King setting up the divine firmament heaven refining array might result in serious injuries? You're one of the strongest sages in this generation, and you even have the lightning emperor flags. You tell me that you'll be seriously injured by dispersing the spirit fog array of the fog plane? Shame on you. Try your best to disperse the spirit fog to save Shen-tian? You're not allowed to tell him after he is saved and returned safely? With Legion Feng around, it'll be ridiculous if they can keep the secret. Meanwhile, as long as Legion Feng catches wind of it, that means the whole sacred ground knows. Are you even planning to pretend to be emotionless, cold on the outside, but warm on the inside, and let Shen-tian discover accidentally? Then, he will be so touched to the point of tears? TSK. TSK. Cunning. As a sacred leader, he's really cunning. Even though he's being this shameless, no one knows. On the contrary, everyone will think that he is a noble saint. At that moment, Azure Lotus was green with envy. He was considering whether he should start to read more books. The more books he read, the better he could do such things that were so shameless without any shortcomings. I'm so jealous. While the sacred leader was setting up the divine firmament heaven refining array to refine the whole plane spirit fog, Shen-tian, who was within the mountain valley, finally opened his eyes. The golden lightning flowed like water on the surface of his body before completely entering his body and gathering between his brows. His hair had also stood upright under the mixed divine lightning stimulation, it was dyed a radiant gold by the lightning. He felt that his physical body had transformed to become more powerful as his affinity with lightning had soared. At the same time, Shen-tian felt that the mixed divine lightning between his brows had also become much more obedient, and he could use it at any time. He even discovered that he could use the mixed divine lightning to stimulate his physical body and improve it to the extreme. Shen-tian's appearance now looked similar to that of the legendary Super Saiyan. Not only did his speed and strength increase greatly, but his attack might even have additional numbing effects. Presently, Shen-tian felt that he was invincible. Chapter 156, PDA results in death. As Shen-tian stood up, the joints in his whole body were cackling. The golden lightning returned between his brows, and his hair, which was originally standing up, also dropped back down. He turned to look around. Shen-tian discovered that the huge mountain valley had turned into complete ruins now. His whole body was covered in dust and ashes, and he looked like he was in a mess, which upset him. Blow it all away. A surge of his chi turned into a blower, exploding out from within Shen-tian's body. In an instant, all the dust and ashes were blown away, and his clothes were clean once again. Currently, Shen-tian was wearing his armor, and on his face was the phoenix feather mask. He stood there proudly, aloof from the world with unparalleled manner and deportment. He looked at the center of the mountain valley, which was hollow, and hesitated for that moment. Should I go and check the situation? According to the scene of the fortuitous opportunity in Fang Chang's halo, this should be the opportunity he encountered, but the timing was not correct. That's right, Shen-tian had come too early. According to the situation analysis, if Shen-tian had come later by 1 to 2 days, he would not encounter the divine binding vines attacking the city. Of course, with Shen-tian's halo, he might not be able to find this place by himself. Thus, in conclusion, it could be said to be a blessing in disguise. Currently, it was still worth it. The fog plane spirit fog had yet to disperse, so it enshrouded the mountain once again. However, after devouring a large amount of divine binding vine juices, Shen-tian's immunity toward the spirit fog had also reached an extremely high degree. He could vaguely see that there were no movements within the mountain valley, so Lu Ji should have turned into ashes under the heavenly tribulation. Ha! Who told you to PDA in front of me? After cultivating for thousands of years, don't you even know the logic of the more you PDA, the faster you die? Of course, even so, Shen-tian did not recklessly barge into the center of the mountain valley, but instead, he took the long way around. He wanted to observe the center of the mountain valley from all directions to ensure that there would not be problems like previously. Since Lu Ji was a powerful being that tried transcending the tribulation, who knew if she had anything else up her sleeves? Shen-tian walked around the mountain valley, and his eyes suddenly lit up as he saw something good. There was a ball of fire burning on the remaining withered and rotten body of the divine devouring vine. It was not spreading nor extinguishing. Shen Tian recognized that it was the Nanming Li Fire's origin that Sword Venerable Qian Yang had summoned previously. It was shot out after the Nanming Li Fire's origin broke apart. That was only part of the Nanming Li Fire's origin, as it only had a small portion of the power of when Sword Venerable Qian Yang had the Nanming Li Fire's origin in his hands. Shen Tian saw that the ball of fire was crimson red. It was active, like a small phoenix, and seemed to be quite powerful. Meanwhile, when Shen Tian discovered this ball of flames, a familiar excited emotion surged within him again. I want it. That's right, it was the energy from the Tinder Sutra, showing its desire for the flames to Shen Tian. Shen Tian felt resigned. Why do you want to devour anything and everything? Nonetheless, Shen Tian was naturally willing as his cultivation technique could devour the Nanming Li Fire. The only thing Shen Tian was worried about was that he already had the first essence heavy water in his kidney. Was there still space for the Nanming Li Fire? They won't directly clash with each other within me due to being incompatible, then cause me to explode, right? No, I can't take the risk. Safety is first. Cultivating is second. At that thought, Shen Tian took out a stone box carefully. It was something he had obtained from the Spirit Venerable Divine Water's palace when he had been at the Celestial Water Immortal abode. There were originally 3 boxes, and this was one of them. It had initially been filled with First Essence heavy water. Shen Tian took it out, carefully placed Nanming Li Fire's origin within, and sealed it. Although his body really wanted it, Shen Tian was not a weak person that would be dominated by his body's desire. He could totally resist and not eat it. After placing the Nanming Li Fire's origin into the stone box, he stored it in his Archean ring. Shen Tian then continued to walk in a circle around the center of the mountain valley to investigate. Shen Tian completely circled it by one round and discovered that there was nothing wrong, so he took out his Sword Master token and carefully headed inside. He held the Sword Master token in his left hand and his black tortoise shield in his right with the 9 yin-yang demon penetrating guns floating behind him. Currently, Shen Tian was armed to the teeth. He strived to be perfectly safe. Finally, Shen Tian walked toward the center of the mountain valley step by step. He saw a small silver pond in there, and it was emitting a heavenly aura. Before Shen Tian even touched the pond water, he felt that his whole body was relaxed. The pond of water was emitting an abundance of vitality, and it seemed as if just a drop could revive people and grow flesh from bone. Shen Tian roughly guessed that this was the juice essence of Lu Ji, who had absorbed a vast amount of spirit chi these few thousands of years. This spirit spring was created only by sacrificing 90% of the Divine Devouring Vine's physical body. The Divine Devouring Vine was 3,000 meters long, and its roots permeated the whole Spirit Fog Mountain Valley. Thus, the preciousness of the spirit spring could be seen. It was definitely a priceless treasure. One had to know that even if Fang Chang, who had a gold halo, only obtained a small pool of spirit spring. Cough. Wait. Shen Tian was astounded. Something is wrong. That's right. It's too much. Why would there be this much? In the scene of Fang Chang's fortuitous opportunity, it was just a small spirit spring, at most about half a cubic meter. However, the spirit spring Shen Tian saw now was far beyond just half a cubic meter. This is a freaking small pond. After a casual look, Shen Tian knew that the small pond was 5 meters wide and its depth was not shallower than 1 meter. In other words, this spirit spring was over 10 times more than the spirit spring Fang Chang had encountered. This did not make Shen Tian happy at all. Instead, he instantly became extremely cautious. Just where did the dozens of square meters of the spirit spring go? Are there other people in this mountain valley? Shen Tian held the Sword Master token tightly, ready to summon the sword spirit at any moment, when suddenly a small thing appeared from within the small pond, forming a small splash. It was a 1-meter-long vine, its whole body emerald in color. It squirmed its body relaxingly in the spirit spring, splashing the water. It seemed to be quite cheerful. When it came out of the water, it instantly exchanged gazes with Shen Tian. They had directly met face to face. They were both instantly petrified. Shen Tian and the small vine's body froze as they stared at each other without moving. Shen Tian could feel that his palm was filled with cold sweat as he was panicking. The color of the small vine in front of him was obviously that of a divine devouring vine, and it might even be related to Lu Ji. Who knew just how strong this small vine was? What if it could kill a nascent soul or soul formation cultivator in one shot? Wouldn't Shen Tian be dead once he made a move? You can't see me. You can't see me. Shen Tian kept on praying in his heart, but he did not succeed. The miniature divine devouring vine had obviously discovered Shen-tian as it attacked. It suddenly trembled, and then silver spirit spring water was shot towards Shen-tian. Meanwhile, it abruptly headed toward the bottom of the spirit spring and started to drill into the soil crazily. That's right, this miniature divine devouring vine had chickened out and was escaping to the bottom. Shen-tian, who was already prepared beforehand, suddenly activated his protective barrier to the maximum output. However, nothing happened to the protective barrier after the spirit spring water shot onto it. Shen-tian sensed that the force's impact was at most equal to that of a Foundation establishment cultivator's attack. Seeing the miniature divine devouring vine, which kept on heading deeper into the ground by drilling into the soil, it was evident that it was afraid of Shen-tian. Shen-tian was elated. "Since you're afraid of me, then I am not afraid of you. Little demon, let me subdue you." Chapter 157, The Small Demon's Resentment. After putting away his black tortoise shield, Shen-tian abruptly jumped into the spirit spring. He suddenly stretched out his hand to grab the divine devouring vine's root before it could completely disappear into the soil. Afterward, Shen-tian used all of his strength to pull the divine devouring vine's body from the soil bit by bit. One had to say that the divine devouring vine's strength was quite powerful, as it was on par with Shen-tian's strength. One had to know that Shen-tian cultivated the Tinder body tempering art, and he had just evolved to cultivate the little five elements yang divine lightning art, so his power could be said to be invincible amongst those of the same stage. If purely comparing strength, even a normal golden core cultivator might not be able to beat Shen-tian. However, currently, Shen-tian had already exerted his full strength, but he was unable to pull out the 1-meter-long vine. Evidently, this miniature divine devouring vine was extraordinary and definitely a peerless divine plant. Shen-tian was extremely excited as he held onto the small vine tightly. This was a divine devouring vine, a supreme treasure even more precious than the 7-treasure fairy calabash seed. If he could capture it and bring it back to the sacred ground, then wouldn't it be a huge profit? If not, he could at least sell it for money. There's no loss for him. As for him rearing it himself, to be honest, Shen-tian did not have such thoughts as this divine devouring vine was related to Lu Ji. What if this small vine was Lu Ji's Nirvana body? After he reared it and it grew bigger, what if it sucked him dry? Shen-tian knew the limit of his Providence halo. Although the dark green halo was quite good, it was still far from being the son of Providence. He dared not hope for anything like the peerless vine would fall in love with him after being reared by him for a period of them and become wholeheartedly committed to him. He would be using his life as a bet. Shen-tian had already thought it through. The moment he pulled this small demon out, he would seal it immediately and sell it to the sacred ground. No matter how strong the mother vine was, could she be compared to the sacred leader? By then, if she fell in his master's hands, he would have ways to control her. The divine devouring vine's tender body kept on struggling. Silver liquid splashed onto Shen-tian's whole body, and dense spirit chi started spreading. Shen-tian did not plan to continue the stalemate. The mixed divine lightning mark between his brows started flashing. His hair, which was originally dark as ink, gradually turned golden, then his hair started standing while his aura increased rapidly. Shen-tian let out a long roar. His whole body was shining in golden light, and the strength of his hands increased greatly as he pulled out the divine devouring vine. 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. The divine devouring vine was trying its best to struggle, but facing Shen-tian, who was in Super Saiyan mode, it was unable to resist at all. It almost fell in despair upon seeing that most of its body had already been pulled out of the soil. Ka-tilda. A crisp breaking sound echoed before Shen-tian's hands felt no more resistance. He nearly fell as he took a few steps back, his hands still holding 2/3 of the divine devouring vine. Meanwhile, on the other side, the other 1/3 of the divine devouring vine, which was only 25 centimeters long, quickly crawled into the soil. That's right, it escaped like how a lizard would sever its limbs. Shen-tian dashed as he wanted to pull it again, but this time, it seemed like the divine devouring vine exhausted all its strength for the whole vine to enter the ground. Lu Ji had most likely never thought that the chance of rebirth, which she had spent all of her essences to exchange, would turn this unfavorable. Her original plan was to suck dry the Nirvana holy liquid in a few days. Yet, before she was able to absorb much of the liquid, she was even forced to sever her body. One had to say that there was really karma in the cultivation world. One should never clamor against the heavens. Take Lu Ji as an example. She had been clamoring that she would return after undergoing Nirvana, And by then, who could stop her? In the end, Shen-tian had appeared. Not only did he occupy her property, but he even wanted to snatch her body. She was too miserable. Shen-tian went silent upon seeing the small hole the miniature divine devouring vine left after escaping. Honestly speaking, he was reflecting that the combo he had used just now had not been smooth enough. If not, he should have been able to pull out even the remaining half of the divine devouring vine, not letting it escape. Now that the remaining half of the divine devouring vine had escaped, who knew what trouble it might cause afterward? It was quite troublesome. Fortunately, I'm still wearing my phoenix feather mask. Not only is my face covered, but even my aura is completely concealed. In addition, I'm still wearing Spirit Venerable Divine Water's battle armor. It would be impossible for Divine Devouring Vine to think that I am a man, right? At that thought, Shen-tian heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the other half of the Divine Devouring Vine on his hands. Still, not bad. The whole Divine Devouring Vine was 1 meter long, and the part he was holding was 75 centimeters long. The torn apart was slowly oozing out milky white liquid. It was crystal clear as it shone brightly. Suddenly, the Tinder Sutra energy within Shen-tian unleashed a powerful desire. Shen-tian instantly felt resigned as he realized he also wanted to eat a vine. This thing looks quite delicious. Nevertheless, it was still the same sentence. Shen-tian was not a weak person that would be dominated by low-level desires. He was very clear what the most important thing he had to do now was. Thus, he took bottles out of his Archean sea ring. Those bottles were all made of spirit jade and used to contain spirit pills, thus being able to preserve their medicinal properties to the largest extent. Although Shen-tian did not know what use this Nirvana spirit spring had, it was definitely a treasure. Naturally, it should be collected to its last drop and stored properly. A pond of Nirvana spirit spring that was more than 20 cubic meters, what unimaginable amount of spirit spring water was there? Just the mere notion of that would leave people slack-jawed. Even if those bottles were carved with a simple space array formation, which increased their storage space by a few times, Shen-tian would have to use a few hundred bottles to be able to barely store such a huge spirit spring. After collecting all the water, Shen-tian glanced at the soil, which was soaked by the spirit spring. He felt that it was a treasure too. Since the spirit spring was made by a mixture of the divine devouring vine's decomposed body, it was definitely the most nutritious fertile soil in the whole world. If he brought this soil back to the Saint Mountain to plant stuff, such as flowers, herbs, ginseng, or Ganoderma, wouldn't the effects be astonishing? Therefore, Shen-tian took out shovels from his Archean sea ring and started digging the soil crazily. In the end, the height of the soil underneath the pond had decreased by 1 meter. Only then did Shen-tian finally stop because there was not a drop of water anymore. At that moment, the Heritai rosary beads started vibrating gently. "Master, there's resentment nearby." Resentment? Shen-tian was stunned at first, but ecstasy soon took over. His IQ and EQ were both very high, so who else would feel resentful in this place? Of course, it would be the remaining 1/3 of that small divine devouring vine. "So, small demon, you haven't left. If that's the case, then don't blame me for doing what I must." He used his divine consciousness gently to say, "Jur, calm down and don't be agitated. There is a wild divine devouring vine here. Tell me secretly where the resentment is coming from. I want to get closer to it quietly, then suddenly capture it. Only then would it be completely unable to escape." Jur replied, "Okay, I can sense it. That vine is behind that stone, southeast of Master's direction." Shen-tian took a deep breath and did not turn to look in that direction. Instead, he calmly released his divine consciousness. Indeed, there was a severed emerald vine behind that stone. It stuck out its head to look at Shen-tian. Suddenly, it was as if it had sensed something and hurriedly crawled toward the bottom of the ground. It was staying as low as possible. "You still want to escape? Be obedient, and let me capture you." Shen-tian suddenly activated his Sword Master token, Lotus shooting gun, and the 9 yin-yang demon penetrating gun. The extremely densely concentrated attacks were released toward that direction. In but an instant, a vast expanse was bombarded. Chapter 158, Shen Vine Tentacles Tian. Boom, boom, boom. The spirit iron balls shot toward that stone, instantly smashing it into pieces. The remaining densely concentrated bullets shot toward that patch of ground, deeply etching into the ground. Of course, the Sword Spirit attack's destructive power from the Sword Master token was much more powerful. Currently, the Swordmaster token had already absorbed enough Spirit Stones and was able to unleash its strongest attack. The Swordmaster token had directly consumed almost 5,000 Spirit Stones this time, so its attacking power was simply extraordinary. Even if it were a weaker nascent soul Supremacy, one would be in extreme panic facing the Sword Spirit Slash, as they might get injured seriously and be on the verge of dying. When that endless sword ore landed on the ground, it had plowed that whole place from top to bottom completely. In an instant, only dust and smoke, which filled the air, could be seen. Black Tortoise Armor, Fusion. Black Tortoise Shield, Activate. Shen Tian was armed to the teeth once again before carefully heading toward the direction. "Jur, is there any more resentment?" Jur's voice echoed. "I can't sense clearly, it seems like the resentment has faded or escaped." Shen Tian seemed to be deep in thought. He came to where the Divine Devouring Vine was originally at and blew the smoke and dust away. He saw a huge hole in that place as it was bombarded by his attacks just now. In the center of the hole was a tiny vine. However, that tiny vine was already full of injuries, and milky white juice was flowing out of it. The milky white juice was emitting a rich pleasant fragrance that made the desire within Shen Tian increase even more. Shen Tian carefully controlled the floating Lotus shooting gun to poke that tiny vine, ensuring that there were no movements anymore. Only then did he relax and take that tiny vine into his hands. "Just why did you choose to come back?" Frankly speaking, there was no grudge between Shen Tian and Lu Ji, as from her point of view, she was not wrong. However, the discussion of right or wrong in the cultivation world was no use, as Lu Ji was a demon, one that ate people. Shen Tian did not know if this tiny vine was her, reincarnating through Nirvana, or the descendant that she had created. Nonetheless, now that Shen Tian had unintentionally barged into the mountain valley, there was karma between them. Thus, he was left with only one choice: end the karmic cycle as soon as possible. If he could not end the karmic cycle, then he should end the Divine Devouring Vine. "Since those who are not our kin are sure to be of a different heart, I will risk my life." Although the vine was emitting a pleasant scent, Shen Tian was still hesitating whether to eat it or not. It did indeed look quite delicious, and the Tinder Sutra's energy was also desiring this vine extremely much so. Most importantly, Shen Tian had drunk a large amount of the Divine Binding Vine's juices previously, and they did not seem to be poisonous at all. Thus, the vines of the Divine Devouring Vine should be harmless. At that thought, Shen Tian decided to try a little bit first. If he was alright, then he would eat more. He gently swiped a small drop of the milky white liquid from the Divine Devouring Vine's wound and drank it. It's sour and sweet. There's also a light taste of milk, very similar to the Nutri-Express yogurt drink's vanilla taste. More importantly, as the drop of milky white juice was swallowed, a surge of energy exploded within Shen Tian. It was the spirit chi energy that belonged to the wood attribute. It contained extremely rich and pure vitality that made him feel comfortable throughout. Although Shen Tian could still cultivate, he had suffered chi deviation 88 times, so some internal injuries still remained. Actually, Shen Tian's body and Dandian had different degrees of internal injuries. Such internal injuries were extremely troublesome and difficult to be healed. However, after drinking that drop of vine juice, Shen Tian could feel that these internal injuries were healing. The vine juice was like the essence of life energy that surged through every acupoint in his body. Wherever that energy passed, all the internal injuries would gradually heal. It's just the amount was too little, so it was not enough. Shen Tian sensed it in detail for a long time and realized that, indeed, this type of juice was harmless and beneficial. Therefore, he took a deep breath and started devouring the vines of the Divine Devouring Vine carefully. One had to say, the taste of the miniature Divine Devouring Vine was much more delicious than the Divine Binding Vines. After biting the vine gently, the sweet and fragrant milky white juice filled his mouth. Immediately after, an abundance of energy surged throughout his body. It was astoundingly nourishing. In that instant, Shen Tian felt like he was in paradise. Soon, Shen Tian completely devoured the Divine Devouring Vine. He checked carefully and discovered that there were no adverse effects in his body. On the contrary, Shen Tian felt that his body was unprecedentedly comfortable and light, there was no discomfort anymore. Also, he could vaguely feel that after the energy passed through his whole body, it gathered toward his liver area, as if going to gush out. Such a feeling was similar to when Shen Tian had devoured the first essence heavy water, but much gentler. Shen Tian finally put his heart at rest and sat cross-legged in the mountain valley, taking out the previous vines. Subsequently, he took a few spirit fruit platters and fresh meat of demon beasts out of his Archean sea ring. After taking out the stone box, he opened the cover and revealed the Nanming Li fire's origin within. Then, he carefully roasted the beast meat. As he controlled the distance of the fire and adjusted it to the correct temperature, drops of golden grease permeated from the surface of the beast meat very quickly. Shen Tian then scattered seasonings, such as cumin and chili powder, onto the meat. Instantly, a rich fragrance of meat appeared. Afterward, he attached first essence heavy water onto his jade water sword and sliced open the spirit fruits and vines. Plates of exquisite fruits and vegetables appeared in front of Shen Tian, and they looked mouth-watering. With meat, vegetables, and fruits, this was what a high-end cuisine was. Shen Tian then took a table out of his Archean sea ring and placed all the food onto it. Honestly, Shen Tian was tired, as too many things had happened. Therefore, next was the moment of enjoying the fruits of his victory. After a bite of meat, he took a bite of fruits and vines. He occasionally used the nascent soul divine binding vines to make some fruit juice. One had to say this was a grand feast. If other people in the cultivation world were to see this sight, their jaws would drop from astonishment, as those were divine binding vines. Others who had painstakingly found one would take the utmost care to refine those divine binding vine into Dharma artifacts. Even if they were to eat the divine binding vines, they would combine the divine binding vines with all kinds of rare treasures and make a supreme grade pill. Yet, Shen Tian was just directly eating them, like they were sweet potatoes, or even making them into juice to directly drink. It was simply too wasteful. Even Supremacy's heart would bleed at such an action. Shen Tian felt that the energy stored within his body reached a maximum after devouring all the divine devouring vines. The extremely pure energy surged toward his liver area, exploding into all directions with his liver as the epicenter. In that instant, a radiant emerald vine shot out of Shen Tian's right wrist toward the ground. Boom! A small clear hole appeared on the ground as the vine had pierced deeply into the ground like a spear. Shen Tian could feel that his casual strike just now could be compared to that of a peak foundation establishment cultivator. Also, that was just an unintentional attack, not one with his full strength. He could confirm that the energy within him was extremely obedient, and he could use it like his own arm. Shen Tian started carefully exploring the ways to use the energy and quickly gained some insight. He took a deep breath, stretched out his right hand, and the emerald vine suddenly shot out, as if it was a whip. Its surface was covered in a layer of silvery white light that belonged to the luster of the first essence heavy water. Water nourishes wood. In that instant, the divine devouring vine seemed to become even tougher, like a whip and a spear. He swung it toward the ground, and the whole ground trembled. Even Shen Tian felt shocked and puzzled due to his power. That was because he felt that such a normal strike could even heavily injure or kill a golden core perfected one. Chapter 159, Zhao Hao, you're really a nice person. The town outside of Fog City had already been turned into ruins. Previously, when the spirit fog tide had devoured Fog City, this town had been destroyed first. As Zhao Hao walked through the town filled with corpses, he could not help but be terrified. His cultivation level had recovered now. He held a heavy sword Dharma artifact, and his dharmic power was vigorous and firm. There was a ball of Nanming Li fire burning violently within him, which could be used to kill enemies. It was the nemesis of demons. These were the reasons why he dared to head to Fog Town to find Shen Tian. Zhao Hao was painstakingly searching for Shen Tian in the town, but to no avail, when he suddenly heard a cry, a woman's call for help. Her voice was filled with so much panic and fear that it made one could not help but want to save her. Zhao Hao took a deep breath and activated his dharmic powers. Then red after images were formed as he charged toward the direction of the sound. He spotted a purple wolf demon chasing a woman in white, and it was about to reach and bite the woman to death. Zhao Hao shouted and suddenly threw his heavy sword toward that wolf demon. The sword pierced through the air and slashed through the wolf demon. A-woe, a-woe, a-woo. The wolf demon let out a painful howl as its waist was sliced and fresh blood splashed out. Wolves had copper heads, iron bones, and tofu waists. Even if they became demon beasts, their waists were still their weakness. Now that its waist was slashed, the wolf demon let out a tragic howl and ran away since it was badly injured. It was a cowardly one. Zhao Hao stretched his right hand toward the heavy sword on the ground, and then it abruptly flew back into his hand before he sheathed it into the scabbard behind him. Zhao Hao revealed a smile, which he thought was handsome and charming. "Miss, you don't need to worry anymore. The demon has already run away." The woman in white stopped running, and her dirty face revealed the joy of surviving. She looked at Zhao Hao, and astonishment filled her face. "It's you?" The familiar voice stunned Zhao Hao. He carefully stared at the woman in white and sudden realization dawned upon him. Zhao Hao recognized the woman. She was none other than Hidden Fog Country's princess, Shui Wuxia. The smile on Zhao Hao's face instantly disappeared since he did not have a harmonious relationship with her. Instead, there was quite a grudge between them. Shui Wuxia looked at the awe-inspiring Zhao Hao, carrying a heavy sword behind him, and the expression on her dirty face became complicated. This was the young man who had said, "Fortune was in the east of the bank 30 years ago, but turned to the west when 30 years have passed," when his engagement with her had been broken off. At that time, she had not bothered about what he had said. Who would have thought he had really achieved it? Now, Zhao Hao had recovered his cultivation and talent, becoming the best genius in the Hidden Fog Country once again. Meanwhile, she had encountered the Divine Binding Vines attacks when heading to Fog Town, and only after the sacrifices of her protectors could she hide safely. Now that the spirit fog dispersed, Shui Wuxia came out of the concealing array but was chased by a demon beast. She was then very awkwardly saved by Zhao Hao. Shui Wuxia, who was originally superior to him, was in an awful state now, and it made her feel ashamed. However, Shui Wuxia was not ungrateful, as no matter what, Zhao Hao had saved her. Thus, she was willing to apologize for what she had done and thank him. Shui Wuxia took a deep breath. "Thank you for saving me, regardless of what I did before." Zhao Hao looked at Shui Wuxia coldly. "No need to thank me. If I knew that the one being chased was you, I might not have saved you." Shui Wuxia did not get angry. "I was wrong for breaking off the engagement. I'm sorry. From now on, I owe you my life. I wish to reciprocate you for saving my life, but I've already given my heart to Master Celestial. We are definitely not destined in this life. If we are fated to meet in the next life, then I am willing to become your servant to repay you." Shui Wuxia's eyes were sincere and earnest. At that moment, Zhao Hao felt a little embarrassed to be angry. Since he had seen Shen Tian's appearance, not to mention Shui Wuxia being a woman, if Zhao Hao were a woman, he would most likely not be able to withstand Shen Tian's charm. It was very normal for Shui Wuxia to be unwilling to marry Zhao Hao because of her ancestors' marriage arrangement after witnessing Shen Tian's handsome looks. Zhao Hao's cultivation had been restored thanks to Shen Tian's help, and he owed him big time, so he did not think that the grudge between him and Shui Wuxia mattered much anymore. If they could not become a married couple, then they should just become good friends. They both had the same idol, which was Shen Tian, anyway. To true fans, as long as the idol they were chasing was the same, then there was nothing that could not be forgiven and forgotten. Zhao Hao asked, "Princess, have you seen Master Celestial?" Shui Wuxia shook her head. "I was in the town the whole time, but I did not see Master Celestial." Her face was full of admiration. "I heard that Master Celestial had predicted the calamity that befell the Fog Plain. I guess Master Celestial must have entered the Fog Plain's depths to solve the root of the problem." Zhao Hao seemed to be deep in thought. "Since Brother Shen could so accurately predict that I would obtain my fortuitous opportunity and restore my cultivation and talent, then it would be impossible for a simple disaster caused by demon vines to threaten Brother Shen. My misjudgment was because I was too worried about Brother Shen. My actions are simply laughable." Zhao Hao heaved a sigh of relief. "Princess, Fog Town does not seem to be very safe yet. Let me escort you back to Fog City." Zhao Hao's actions, which showed he had forgiven what she had done previously, intensified Shui Wuxia's shame. "Zhao Hao, you're really a nice person. You'll find your happiness." Zhao Hao nodded. "I heard that you had met Master Celestial when you were at the Country of Fire. Could you tell me more about his deeds?" "Truthfully speaking, it's all because of Master Celestial that I could restore my cultivation. Thus, I'm very curious about him." Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, Shui Wuxia was all the more regretful for not meeting him earlier. "You want to know the stories about Master Celestial? Which aspect do you want to know? I am the Celiever's most devout member. How about I refer you to the elders, and you also enter the Celievers?" Zhao Hao's eyes instantly lit up. "That? Is it really possible?" Shen Tian, who was at the mountain valley, sneezed. "I'm not sure why, but I keep feeling that someone is praising how handsome I am behind my back." Shen Tian put away the vines and closed his eyes to sense his internal body's condition. At that moment, he was extremely relieved. Although the adventure at the mountain valley was alarmingly dangerous, his gains were bountiful. It could be said to be a super-rich harvest. Not only did he obtain numerous supreme treasures, such as Divine Binding Vines and Nirvana Holy Liquid, but his cultivation level had also significantly increased. Due to partially refining his golden core, Shen Tian's Dandian's Dharmic foundation had started to evolve. The divine emblems, which the heavenly tribulation had assisted to form, made Shen Tian's Dharmic power even purer. Currently, the Dharmic power within Shen Tian had risen several times, and the power of his 5 elements divine lightning had also increased to the extreme. What was more important was that Shen Tian could completely control the divine lightning origin within him, and correspondingly, the 5 elements divine lightning was strengthened. That was reflected in Shen Tian's 5 avatars as they had grown a few times bigger than before. They had also started to emit the aura that belonged to real divine beasts. Although his cultivation level was still only mid-stage foundation establishment, Shen Tian had the confidence to fight with a golden core cultivator due to his 5 heavenly lightning cultivation technique. Besides partially refining his golden core, Shen Tian's God Fiend cultivation was the one that had improved the most. His physical body had evolved to the Yang Divine Lightning body, and he had also grasped a few new super battle forms. Exploding Lightning Scion form, Blood Burning Scion form, Dual Vet Scion form, Purple Golden Hammer form, Black Tortoise Shield form, Shield Hammer form, Heavy Water Enhancement form, Divine Devouring Vine form, Water Vine form. Also, by stacking his defense to the maximum, he had developed the Ultimate Defense Protection form. These were all the hidden tricks up his sleeves, focusing on close combat quarter battles. If other geniuses of the same generation felt that Shen Tian's ranged attacks were too powerful and wanted to have a close combat quarter battle, then after they get close, they would discover Shen Tian's real expertise and battle prowess. Chapter 160, Spirit Stone Vein, Divine Juice Wine. Although Shen Tian had grasped numerous new forms this time, he still decided to keep as many hidden as possible. He definitely would not reveal them all since the cultivation world followed the survival of the fittest mindset. He had a higher chance of survival, the more trump cards he concealed. If one displayed only battle prowess of the foundation establishment stage, then a golden core cultivator's powers would be enough when they encountered dangers. If Shen Tian revealed all of his strength, then once someone targeted him, it would be catastrophic for him. After this experience in the fog plane, Shen Tian had understood the importance of the strategy to be steady and hide one's weakness even more. If he were given another chance, he definitely would not take the risk and come look for treasures alone. Shen Tian ate the delicacies, so he sorted the benefits he had reaped and prepared to leave. At that moment, he suddenly felt a distending pain in his head. A special bloodline heritage memory suddenly appeared in Shen Tian's mind. In that instant, Shen Tian felt that he had become a huge vine that pierced through the sky. His body was enshrouded by layers of thick spirit fog, which completely covered his body, making him mysterious and unpredictable. As long as he was willing, his whole body could move through the ground at will. His speed was even faster than demon beasts. Such a feeling was very strange as Shen Tian could vaguely feel that he too seemed able to achieve something like that. It was unknown how much time had passed when Shen Tian opened his eyes. He tried to merge the imprints within the depths of his mind, gradually stretched out his right hand and released a divine devouring vine. Soon, his body was filled with spirit fog. Shen Tian could clearly sense that although the amount of spirit fog he released was far lesser than the fog plane, the spirit fog's nature was completely the same. It could also block the cultivator's sensory abilities and completely hide one's body. This was definitely a surprise to Shen Tian as the divine devouring vine's coordination with the first essence heavy water was already an extremely powerful combination. Now, with the spirit fog's support, it would make the originally mysterious water vine's attack even more fearsome. Shen Tian imagined that when battling, the moment he released the spirit fog to enshroud his opponent, he would be undefeatable. Afterward, he would hide within the spirit fog and use the powerful heavy water and divine devouring vine to ambush them. Thus, even if it were mid-stage golden core cultivators, they could easily be defeated. That was the first special ability that Shen Tian had obtained after absorbing the divine devouring vine, releasing spirit fog, and the effects were quite good. Meanwhile, the second special ability that Shen Tian had obtained was to strengthen Earth Escape. Many Earth attribute cultivators would choose Dharma techniques, such as Earth Movement, to escape. However, not every type of Earth Movement technique's speed was swift, and some were simply outrageously slow. Shen Tian's special ability allowed him to traverse the ground as a divine devouring vine, and his speed could even be compared to that of sword kinesis flight. If he encountered powerful enemies that he could not escape from through the sky, Shen Tian could totally escape through the ground. A skill that can save my own neck, Very good. Shen Tian deemed this skill even more important than the lightning exploding qi, and that was because he did not like risking his life. Instead, self-protection was of utmost importance. In the future, if he really encountered enemies he could not resist, he would use the spirit fog to hide and then earth escape to run away. Even if the opponent was a presence comparable to Supremacy's, they might not be able to chase after Shen Tian within a short time. Since Shen Tian was a person that had the courage to put things into practice, he decided to try it. He followed the path shown in the imprint within his mind and gathered his energy. In that instant, Shen Tian felt as though the soil beneath his feet seemed to have turned into liquid. His body was rapidly pulled into the ground without any obstacles under the divine devouring vine's guidance. Shen Tian could even vaguely sense that his earth escape speed was even faster than sword kinesis flight. He could not help but exclaim that the world was so big that nothing should be surprising anymore. If not for Lu Ji's desire to enter the Tribulation Transcendence stage, which had forced her to come out to transcend the Tribulation and become a sage, only a few people in the eastern wilderness could threaten her. Even if she could not defeat those few people, she would be able to escape. It was a pity that the divine devouring vine belonged to Shen Tian now. Shen Tian used all his strength to activate the ground burrowing technique, and he completely disappeared. He started transversing through the ground hurriedly as if he could not sense even a slight obstacle. Such an experience was marvelous. Suddenly, Shen Tian started to have a strong desire for something. The Tinder Sutra within him seemed to have sensed something and was agitated. Shen Tian seemed to be deep in thought. He carefully armed himself to the teeth and headed toward that direction. As he got closer in that direction, Shen Tian could feel that his consumption for traversing within the ground was increasing. So much so that it was as if he was moving forward within a swamp, taking each step with much difficulty. He had to consume a large amount of divinity to advance just a bit. Finally, he seemingly broke through a thin invisible barrier, passed through a stone wall, and entered a large space. This was a secret underground room that was hundreds of meters wide, and hard rocks completely covered it. Shen Tian could clearly see that beside the room was a huge spirit stone vein. That's right, a spirit stone vein. A spirit stone vein that even sacred grounds would view as an important core resource. To think that such a small-scale spirit stone vein was actually hidden in the depths of the fog plane. Although its scale could not be compared to those veins in divine firmament sacred ground, its value was definitely immeasurable. It was because there had been a huge amount of spirit chi that Lu Ji could grow for thousands of years. This had enabled her to attempt to transcend the tribulation. If he could bring the spirit stone vein along, it would definitely be a huge gain to current Shen Tian. Of course, Shen Tian did not have the thoughts of bringing this vein by himself. It was unrealistic since it was even difficult for soul formation cultivators to move it. As such, rather than keeping it a secret and risk it being discovered by other Providence-blessed people in the future, it was better to directly report it to the sacred ground. Let the sacred ground top powerful figures to move it. I'll ask for some profits in return. It was still the same old words. Shen Tian had lacked money. Money was just numbers to him. Safety was first. He carefully walked inside the vein space. Evidently, this was where Lu Ji had been living. Shen Tian followed the secret underground room and advanced slowly before finding another room. Lu Ji either seemed to not have known how to set up array formations or maybe she felt that there would be no problem with her presiding over here, so no defensive arrays were protecting this room. The room was filled with numerous jugs of divine wine, old ones at that. Shen Tian took a jug and opened it. He saw that it was filled with milky white liquid and emitted a rich wine scent. Obviously, these were all brewed using the divine devouring vine's juices. Shen Tian roughly calculated, and there seemed to be hundreds of jugs. The divine juice wine overflowed with an abundance of spirit chi and was extremely beneficial to cultivators. Even Sword Venerable Qian Yang, a peak soul formation cultivator, coveted the divine juice wine. These jugs were extremely precious. It was a pity that Shen Tian was the type that would get drunk in just one cup, so he dared not anyhow drink the wine. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he got drunk and forgot what he did within that period of time. Although I don't like drinking wine, collecting good stuff is the absolute choice. I'll take them all. After deciding so, Shen Tian moved those jugs into his Archean C ring one by one. Shen Tian vaguely remembered that Li Chang's was a drunkard. Who knew if his father, Li Kanglin, liked to drink too? If he also likes drinking, then when I meet him, I will be able to curry favor with him by giving him a jug or two of divine juice wine, right? Yep, these jugs of divine juice wine are very suitable to be given as gifts or when receiving guests. No matter what, this is the wine brewed by using the divine devouring vine, which is ranked 9th in the spiritual wood list. Only a few people in the whole cultivation world could afford to accept such hospitality. Indeed, after my halo became greener, my luck is also better. I'm even able to obtain such precious treasures. Shen Tian crazily collected all the treasures in the mountain valley. Meanwhile, at a highland outside the mountain valley, a tiny vine, about 5 centimeters long, was emitting resentment. It looked toward the mountain valley and snarled through her divine consciousness, its voice sounding young. That detestable evil woman. Don't think that you will be fine by just concealing your aura. I have etched you in my memory, blue battle armor and red mask. You actually dared to snatch my Nirvana holy liquid. Ah. I will definitely find you to take revenge. Definitely. That 5 centimeter long vine kept on jumping in anger. It was stamping with fury,